Behold, the claim itself has to be measured, has to be defined either by weight, measure, or number. So this house is not enough. So therefore, again, the problem is coming to Abaye's idea. So I understand. So let's go back. So I go to this and I left you, I deposited with you a gold menorah that was 10 pounds. So they said, no, it was only 8 pounds. Those are two different menorahs. Right now, on the side, we talk about two different objects. Right? I'm claiming a 10-pound menorah. Ruben's claiming, in that case, I would say again, when I say the core of wheat, I say, I left the core of wheat. It is 10-pound menorah and an 8-pound menorah are two different objects. So why is that called multiple mixas? I'm sorry. That's when because again, what I'm claiming is not what's being admitted to, and what's being admitted to is not what's being claimed. Okay, so that makes sense. So that's it's the happy. That's the best place to know. Not to come on the whole day, not to hold over the camera. To the same case in the case of AIDS. In other words, the content, so what's this like? So in Russia, we had a case of I say, I deposited a lot here in the community. They said, no, a small one. What's about cars? When we're going to this. Why? Because again, what we're going to do is not what I'm claiming or I'm saying is not what he's alluding to. We have to just be real up himself. And so if I hear Ruben as the president at 10 pounds and Ruben said, it wasn't 10 pounds, it was 8 pounds, the guy said something that's nobody with us. Why? Why? To get me notice. So he writes, I'm sure that you see that Halacha, you know, Shakumas is very interesting. If you look at the middle, it's made up of parts. And that parts, it was like I'm not really know that, like that. Okay, I say, yeah, but there's sections, and therefore again, you can add on, you can take off. So let's remember again, when we talk about menorah, right, so again, I say menorah, you bring Hanukkah, right? And so again, based on that's what happens. We'll say, that's what God does, right? How can it be that we say menorah and it doesn't automatically think this thing? I didn't think Hanukkah, it's simple. 2,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago, this changes the menorah patterns, right? You just think different. There's no the Hanukkah. There's a base on the cliff. Right? So what happens? So if you think about a menorah of the business of Hanukkah, and the menorah is a candelabra. It's a candelabra. So again, if you look at the Moses Zera talking about again a menorah that has that's a modular or has different pieces that can be attached to it. So therefore, when I say 10 pounds and you then say 8 pounds, we can actually be talking about the same menorah. What it comes down to is how many additional pieces are attached to it. To come up with an Iraqi that's the case, Asura Nami used to be related like it. That's his why you apply to the case also. And if you like claim a big belt, and we don't only a small belt, it's a modular belt. Modular belt, which I know acts like a 3D belt, but you could definitely use it, right? Like, you could add on a couple of pieces to it. So what's the light you look at one, it's not the kind of belt we're talking about, because that's not a menorah kind of belt. People don't really have that kind of belt. I see therefore again, let's not call it that case. Shiny menorah, hold you up from the door who la mida punishment. Here's the difference. We're not talking about a menorah of pieces. I would say, well, imagine you can understand that what happens is over here, a 10-pound menorah can become an 8-pound menorah. How? Over time, the precious metal content wears away. Especially if you almost like the more treated metals like metal content pretty rare already. And therefore, over time, ultimately the weight could be diminished. So therefore, when we say a 10-pound menorah versus an 8-pound menorah, we could actually still be talking the same exact language. So therefore, I'm opening myself. What comes out from this piece over here is as follows. In order to go ahead and trigger a shua, so first of all, the claim has to be defined. The definition of defined, Mida, Mishka, Urim. Weight, measure, or counted. Furthermore, again, in order for Motor Mitzvah's time to be triggered, the Taina, or to say the Hagah, has to be the minute of Taina. Ultimately, again, the response has to mirror ultimately again the prayer. If the response is already to the prayer, then there is no Shuvah. So, kind of a Mishnah, Hamad is Havel Mashkan, Rabbi Damashkan was a very interesting detail there. I lend you $1,000, and you then give me collateral. What ends up happening over here? I lose the collateral. I lost it. What's that? So let's say now I come to this again, right? Now we have a dispute about what the value of the collateral is. I'm going to sell it at the dispute. I'm going to check out how you shop it. So that's a really good I lent you a seller, but the collateral was only worth a shekel. So I'm the lender. I'm paying, but clearly again, the collateral was not worth the value of the loan. So obviously I lost the collateral. So obviously we're going to deduct that value from Yudin's repayments. But I got comments from Yudin's for over here. I'm not can I sell it? You see, I'm not going to say I lost. You sell a higher shekel. And Yudin says no. But the collateral was worth from that loan. So you lost the collateral, I'm sorry. So then you can't collect anything much. What's the collateral of the loan? Now let's say, what is this? So interestingly enough, this Mishnah is kind of like a case of Motor Mitzvah second case. Because I'm paying to Ruben, I'm going to Ruben, you stole me money. Because the value of the collateral did not match the value of the loan. Ruben owe you nothing because the value of the collateral fully matched the value of the loan. Essentially, considering that we call it a culture of a car, that is doesn't mean anything. So if I have a price, I have to consider. Next case, seller of the sea, I see to Ruben, I lent you a seller. And you give me collateral, I lost the collateral, but the collateral is only worth a shekel. These piece of the Ruben says it wasn't worth a shekel, it was worth 3 dinar. So remember again, normally what we say is the seller is equal to 6 dinar. Essentially, what Ruben's agreeing to over here is the collateral is worth half the value of the loan. So let's click on most of the mixes over here. This is time. If a little bit of the kind of issue, always see who exactly is kind of issue. Next, selling over the selling out loss is finding how to shut up. Right? So what is interesting enough, so in this case over here, now this is Ruben talking. Ruben says to me, simple. You lent me a seller, ultimately again, the collateral is actually worth twice as much as the loan. So that's all you have. Is worth twice as much as gold. Now, the lender say, no, you got to sell what you see, how to sell a higher shop. I can name it. I agree that the collateral is worth as much as the loan, not twice as much, but there's no good issue over here. Selling what you sell on the Steinheimer, so let's say these two studies, this is the one thing the borrower talking. Let's see here again, Ruben says, simple, you lent me a seller. And the collateral was too slow. We were saying, and then when I said, we see how that the Hamish Dinar, I say, no. I let you sell it, and the collateral ultimately again is worth 5 dinars. Therefore, you still only 1 dinar. So what's the lot of time? In that case again, is a dinar shvua. So you must read Mishnah. Who swears? Who swears in all these cases? We shall be covered that stuff. Most as a person in possession, or who was in possession of the deposit, is the one who swears. Now, in most cases, who's that going to be? That's going to be the lender. That's why. What's going to happen? Ruben's going to swear, right? And then I'm going to pull up the cutout and show that again, Ruben is really lying, everything's mistaken, and I will counsel him from being a witness in any future cases. Therefore, I look for myself, in order to avoid the possibility of somebody actually being in possession of the picadon, lying that he doesn't have it, and thinking that after the other party takes the shima, the one who is in possession of the picadon is going ultimately to takes the shima, because of the 100 days. Same thing in Malahia. What's that last statement? That last statement, what's that? The last thing information which was, whoever is in possession of the picadon is the one who takes the shima. What case is that referring to? Even not Seifa, we're talking about the end of this, when the Seifa play, Yeshua Gabi Nehemah. So let's say after this over here, really, Yeshua really resides in America, right? Because remember again, America is the language who lost Yeshua, right? And now again, the father itself. Since it is the lender who has it because of it, the lender who wants it, shouldn't it be the lender ultimately to do surety anyway? And we're sure on a shot. Shmuel says, you're right. We're talking about ultimately the first case condition. But we'll see exactly what it was. Here, Kiva, about Barat Aresha. The Hera of Yochanan Aresha. He says, okay, I got it. My Aresha, which case, but again, there's a lot of cases in Mishnah. Which case you're referring to? Safe Aresha. It'll be again the second case in the first part of the Mishnah. What's the case here we go? Selah will be Sika Allah. The Shekel Haya Shavah. Okay, what's the name go? Sarah will be see for us. What's the name of the case? Unbelievable. I'm going to give him $1,000. Everybody's going to give you collateral. Give me collateral. So, I said, Sarah, what's the collateral? I lent you $1,000. Check on how you're selling. Just to keep things easy. I say, ultimately, again, the collateral is worth $500. So, I'm agreeing that because I lost the collateral, therefore, what have I forfeited? $500 of the okay, so I'm admitting to the fact that the collateral had a value, and it was to forego that value. But here's the problem. You guys are valid, and they know, so that it's similar to similar, we should be knowing by yourself. Again, you don't know what you didn't pay, you didn't know. The collateral wasn't worth $500, it was worth $700. So therefore, again, so now you can say, you lost the collateral, therefore you lost $700. I agree on the I use $300, so that's the value of your claim. So Shabbat says, you want to say, what's my loss? What's my loss? How do you shvua? So let's say, that's how you don't have Shabbat. How is the shvua of God is lost? We'll say, therefore, what our loss is shvua. Yes, who takes the shvua in this case? He's like, just claim that we're going. Who should take the shvua in this case? What would you say? It's the borrower, right? Because the borrower himself is the one who's trying to exempt himself from payment. So to exempt, and he goes to like a shtickle mode that makes us, right? Because again, remember, he's admitting, the borrower is admitting that the collateral did not cover the full face value of the loan. So he's admitting already is I only owe you 300. The lender is saying you owe me 500. So the shtickle mode doesn't make sense, and therefore again it makes sense to say that the borrower should be the one to take the shua about the value of the collateral. And now that's what happens. So what's the end of that? Well, watch this incredible. We shall put out what we know then. We shall hear another. What happened? This is incredible. So the rabbis, Chazal, took the shua away from you, they took it away from you, the borrower, and they put it on you, the rabbi. Now, why, what would they say, so you are? So if they say that every year, there may be some shenanigans happening every year, and maybe I still have the collateral. And what am I going to do? I'm going to wait till they swears, I'm going to pull out the collateral, ta-da, I have it, even look, you're a liar, and thereby invalidate even for all future ages, disqualify you. Now, again, if that's not something you're not a liar, you're mistaken. So Chazal didn't want any shenanigans happening over here, so what did they say? We want to make sure that the lender doesn't really have the collateral. So what we're going to do, even though it's the borrower should be so right, because the borrower is claiming that the collateral is worth 700, lender is saying the collateral is worth 500, so he was checking every year. If the lender should swear about the value of the collateral and you borrow in there, that Chazal didn't take the shua from the borrower and they put it on the lender. I'm supposed to have actually the criminal line. Again, Mishpat Shabbat, again, Mishpat Shabbat, says in our interestingly enough, Rashi says actually this shua really works in this case. Really works into something different. There's really a lot of swearing going on all around over here, right? And you want to say why? Then especially in the shoes on. The lender has to swear that he does not have the collateral in his possession. He has to make that out. Right? The borrower has to swear how much the value of the actual shoe as a value of the collateral is. So let's say, so now, it's not a question of who swears. What is the question of? Who swears first? Who swears first? We shot the second expert. So he swears first, he was in possession of the collateral. Why? So the Mishpazah, you don't see how well it's second cousin. Because what are we concerned about? If they're saying that Allah will raise up, then maybe the buyer will swear and cut out, the lender is going to take out, going to take out cut out. Let's say that. You learn to do that out with us. And we have not seen that, but we're sort of what we see. We have not seen that case over here. But in fact, in a case like this is fascinating. So, in this case over here, I don't give it $1,000. We give it collateral. I want collateral. But what's the point of protection? The only expense over here is what's the value of the collateral? I'm agreeing that collateral is worth $500. I agree. We then said, no, it was worth $700. So what happens over here? So listen, we've been focusing on who swears regarding the collateral. Other words, is what I'm telling you is actually teach what's happening over here. I have to swear that I don't have the collateral in my possession. I have to swear that I lost it, or whatever it is. I have to make that sure, because I am a shogeg on the collateral. So I have to swear about the collateral, and then what happens? Then Reuben has to swear ultimately again about ultimately again the value of the collateral. Now, really what it comes down to, I'm going to say is, both of us are swearing. So your real shayla is not a swearing. Your real shayla is who's swearing first. So it turns out that Allah so here's the order. First order of business, first rule is you, the lender. I swear that what? That the cousin is not in my possession. After that, Reuben swears about the value of the cousin. And after he takes that shore, he set it up to the remainder of the outstanding money. So
what up, Zoo?
To swear that the cousin itself is worth $700. Swears about
Zoo, how you living?
He takes his shore,
Yeah.
the outstanding $300.
Did you perform?
And shalom out.
Yeah.
How'd it go? What's meh?
Interesting case over there.
This wasn't a great crowd.
Oh, is the crowd's fault?
This wasn't a great crowd. I was in second, the guy before me kind of sucked. And then, the crowd, and then I came back to that up. I went on my bag, came back later, and
Yeah, because they have funny people. I get it. Okay, well, Zoo, I want you to know I'm really proud of you. Your first paid gig. So you got $40? Well, that's still a paid gig. Why 20? Okay, how is the new venue?
Just share up. No, let's just share up. It was just yeah. I don't think I did. I didn't think they're right. I was distracted, but I was just like, who's guy before me, and then I was just like, this crowd's gonna and then it was the positioning.
You think it was the positioning?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's all right. I'm proud of you.
I think there's a lot of factors to the crowd and then literally when I was doing fucking controversial thing.
What'd you say?
I tried to tell a few times.
Okay. And they don't like that?
I don't think I should say that. I think you just that's it.
Okay, well, I mean, you said it. Why do you feel it necessary to say that, Aaron? Why do you feel it necessary to say that, Aaron? That doesn't mean it's right.
Well, it's the thing, right?
Yeah. I agree, and I don't. I do my best to avoid that. but I'm in
that.
I'm in agreement with you. I know all about it. I know all about it. Yeah, and then there's another word in there. It's IMBECILE.
What?
IMB.
Oh, yeah.
Right. I know. I'm not happy that those were ever used, but they are. And a lot of people don't know that they're bad words. And I've done everything I can to enlighten people on it. All right, so let's say you hadn't used those words. I know it's difficult to judge, but do you think you would have done better? Okay. Well, it's all right, Zoo. Do you think you'd be asked back?
Yeah. It's just, that the crowd of running.
Okay. Are you going to perform there anytime soon? Isn't that thing done?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm proud of you. I really am, Zoo. Dude, you should be pumped. You got paid to make people laugh. You're less than maybe in Australia. You're like a top 100 comic. Okay. All right. Yeah. 100 is probably. I'm not saying one of the top 100, 1,000 funniest people in Australia because I think there are a lot of Australians who, are in other careers and they don't do stand up. But you're doing it, dude, and that's amazing. All right. Are you ready to lose?
Yeah. No. I'm ready to win.
Okay. Well, just give me a moment. All right, Zoo. So you've now been paid to do comedy. Is that a good feeling?
Yeah.
So you're now like a professional comic. Did you ever think of that?
Yeah.
You did think of that?
Yeah.
So when you go up to chicks and they're like, "What do you do for a living?" and you're like, "I'm a comedian," you really are. You don't even say I'm a comedian. You say I'm a professional comedian. You can say I was one of the finalists for Raw Comedy South Australia, and I have been paid to do comedy. I mean, at least that's something. So you're really doing it, dude. And if you're not proud of yourself, you absolutely should be.
I mean, what's the next step on
All right, well, fuck that guy. Yeah, but he's not better than Zoot. Zoot, you are one of the best unfunny people in the entire world. Do you recognize that?
Yeah.
All right, Zoot. Here's the plan, because I got shit to do. I'm going to beat you in mini golf. I'm going to beat you in pool. And then I'm going to beat you in dice party. And then
I don't want to hurt. Sorry.
You did?
Yeah.
That's phenomenal, dog. You got fucked on that shot.
and I met a girl. Same.
You met a girl, like, you really met a girl, or just something you're making up?
Really.
Scale of 0 to 10 this bitch.
No.
Oh, she's super hot.
Yep.
Okay, why was she talking to you? Did you get the? Oh, okay, so did you get her number?
No.
Okay, well, at least you tried. What was she doing at a casino on a Wednesday night? Wait, what happened? Did you meet a girl or no?
No, I met two girls today.
So I don't know what to believe anymore.
So I go to. I gotta be careful with it. One time we runs outside the ball, and then met this girl, and then she says, then she just like, was just like, what else do you do? And she said, like, down for anything. So I go like, 230. She says, usually I charge 500, but I like you. You're hot. So we're gonna so okay, 230. And then she complimented me, said really nice things, so feel confident to go to the casino. I told her to go on myself, try to go up to her, talk to her, and then she told me, like, it's fine. And told me to go, like, pretty much nicely told me that they're growing.
Okay, I mean, you miss 100% of shots you don't take. Okay. How hot was the girl at the massage parlor? 0 to 10.
I don't know.
How hot was the girl at the casino?
Probably not.
Oh, wow. Okay, well, why didn't you just ask out the chick at the massage parlor?
What?
Why didn't you just ask out the girl at the massage parlor?
I did it.
And what'd she say?
I asked her to come to my show, she said she was working. I gave her my number. So,
Oh, okay. So this is just some bitch you're never gonna see.
what?
This is just some bitch that you're never gonna see again.
Unless she texts me the next day.
Yeah, dude, she gets like dozens of dudes a day. Dude. Oh, dude, how didn't you water? Oh, I fucked myself. Was she Asian?
No. She looks like European, like maybe like Italian or Greek or
Did you say she looked like Peter Pan?
right, so she's European, like Italian or Greek. But she had a strong accent.
You mean Mediterranean?
Yeah. Which is really common in Australia.
Right.
We call them FAs.
What's FOB mean?
Fresh off the boat.
Oh.
Bobs. Or wogs. Call them wogs.
What's vlogs?
Someone who's vegetarian. Yes.
Okay, why do you call them that? So you don't even know why you.
They call them
Okay, why do they call themselves that?
maybe called local.
Okay, what is that about?
Mediterranean.
What?
Great guy.
Why is it called Wogboy? Dog, how about you just fucking tell me so I don't have to learn Australian code? There you go. That's all you have to say.
20 years ago. These were slang words 20 years ago. That were really used.
Oh, what a good shot. Give me. Dude, the ball is in such a difficult place. Or the hole.
And I don't think those in Adelaide.
You fucking hit that. You hit that shot. Okay, what about Adelaide?
Adelaide. I don't think that's all college. We don't have that much of a demand.
Why is that?
Other than that,
That's what I asked, big dog.
it's just not obvious. They're just not obvious businesses. They are. Their locations aren't quite in their areas.
Yeah, they don't want to be. I'm surprised they even have business if you have legal brothels.
What?
I'm surprised they even have a business if you have legal brothels. Like, why wouldn't you just go to a brothel?
Plus, they're really good here.
Oh, okay. But they're legal in some states?
Every state except for this one.
Oh, that's horseshit. Dude, you would you would blow all your money like constantly.
What did you say?
You would blow all your money constantly. I know you do. Okay, Zoo. Next game is pool. This is 9-ball 1v1 trick shot. Random breaks. Look how good a shot this is. I made one. Give me it.
She did give me some good advice, though.
Did she tell you that you're not funny?
That's something that I need to live with life.
Oh, could you stink?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I mean, she was honest. Why do you smell? I get it. I get why you.
Fine.
Yeah, you don't have to wear cologne to not stink. I get it though. You were on stage, which is sweaty, and you walk everywhere, which means that you're gonna sweat.
You're ready for the show.
Dude, you suck dick.
Yes. So I figured out what's going to help me, and I bought. I didn't buy cologne, but I bought brown, like brown cologne.
You brought hats. Yeah, but don't they call it links in like the UK?
No. Splash on cologne.
How is that not cologne? You bought Brute? Brute isn't fucking splash on cologne. Brute is aftershave, dog.
Yeah.
Dog, you gotta up your fucking budget. My man,
What's wrong with her?
it's aftershave. It's like, and I'm not saying it's a bad smell, but don't consider that splash on cologne. That's aftershave. It's a good question. Probably some that is infused. You infuse it with pheromones. Now Zoot's gonna be putting pheromones in all his shit. You heard me. Not family. No, pheromones. Basically, like things that make chicks attracted to you. You take pheromones, you put it in your cologne, and then bitches are all over you. It's scientific fact, baby. You're using like the law of attraction. You can buy pheromones online. You take pheromones. There are already pheromone infused colognes, or you can just add it to your cologne. Oh, I don't know brands. No, they don't usually put their. No, they don't put pheromones in there. It would have. It's not anything like well known. So if I were you, I would check to see if you could put pheromones in Brute, but then just buy some pheromones. They come in a little bottle, and you put a little dropper in, and then like subconsciously it makes women want you.
Really?
Word, dog. It's what fucking animals use. Haven't you ever heard of like not just animals, like everything uses pheromones. Animals, like land animals, insects, even though those are animals too. Like when like that's how like a lion knows to mate. Like when the female lion wants to mate, and why she's attracted to him, and like how they bite each other. Like that's all fucking pheromones. It's all like unseen invisibility law of the jungle shit. Oh, for sure, dog.
got bullied as much.
No, everybody would have still bullied you, but you might have gotten some more girls.
Everyone would bully me.
I'm not saying everybody. You still have to be cool, but you might get some more. You might have gotten more poontang. Oh, what? And um, look, like everybody at a certain point gets bullied to some extent. It's just how you react to it. And even like the coolest dudes.
I didn't get yelled at the school that rejected that. So that's why I rejected a punk group, and then they turned out to be more attracted to nobody else on one side.
Isn't that interesting how that happens?
It's interesting how that happens.
I mean, yeah. I don't think. I mean, you have other issues that you're dealing with. So I imagine it wasn't easy for you. But
You guys fuck with Rothman?
Who?
You guys know Rothman from Twitter?
Doug, enlighten us.
Well, he's just like a super degenerate guy, and he moved to LA and thinking about doing some live streaming with him.
Okay. I'm on crypto Twitter like 24/7. Who is this guy?
Dude, how have you not met Otto Rothman? He's like pretty, in it. I don't know how. Yeah.
All right. Does he ever do chill and chills?
No, he does host spaces, but he's kind of doing this like he marketed this thing called Syscoin. He's like I don't know they like or something to like the issue for crypto. His handle is just Otto Rothman.
Okay.
For how much chunks do you have?
Dude, literally zero. I'm not invested in anyone like that is of any value. I just don't really have a lot of money, and I'd rather just spend it on basic necessities right now, and then I can have some money after I saved up for my field action to gamble with.
Fuck yeah, man. That's legitimate. All right. How'd you find out about me, big dog?
Dude, I thought you, because the guy with the white hair picture that looks like a cardio.
No.
On X, I think I follow you, Rabbi ROTHSCHILD.
Yeah.
And you have white hair on your profile picture?
No,
On
not.
X?
No, it's a big red. Do you see in here that orange avatar that says Rabbi ROTHSCHILD streams life 24? Yeah, that's mine. Do you mind if
I guess maybe two Rabbi ROTHSCHILDs on Twitter?
Dog. I've got over 2,000 Twitter accounts.
Oh, okay.
But I don't
I was
know.
thinking about a different crypto rabbi. His name is Rabbi.
Oh, no one knows who that is. Yeah. Okay. Do you mind if I tell you about what I do?
Yeah, go ahead, bud.
Excellent. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi ROTHSCHILD. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, the phrase "content is king" was coined, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history. Do you see at the top of this Discord, there is a red circle that says 24/7 YouTube streams?
Yeah.
Click on that. It's going to blow your mind. You've never seen someone live on so many different streams right now. I'm live on like 22 different YouTube streams simultaneously right now. I'm live in like half a dozen different Discords. More than that. I'm live on 2 different Twitter spaces. I'm live on 4 different Instagram lives right now. I'm live on 2 different TikToks. I'm live everywhere, baby. I'm live on Twitch, on Rumble. All right, so do you see that red circle at the top of this Discord? It says 24/7 YouTube streams. Okay, do you see how many lives I have going right now?
I see a couple right now, to be honest.
No. You click that link?
Okay, I see it.
Okay. Do you see the link?
Yeah, I see a bunch of. Oh, there it is. Yeah.
Okay, count how many live streams you see.
Yeah, I see like over 50 or something like that.
No, incorrect. Count them. No, count them.
I'm not going to count them. I don't want to.
All right, then I don't think you went to my link. So that's cool.
No, I didn't, but they're all pink. It's just like.
All right, so just sit there and count them. Sit there and count them. All right, well, anyway, I've been doing this for more than 4 years. Data is Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. Bird dog. So it's a big deal. I'm also sponsored by cryptocurrency. Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. It's one of the big meme coins out there. And I'm live 24/7 in X Spaces. I've been doing an X Space for more than 365 days. I'm at like 390 days right now. And basically, I'm extremely well known on Twitter Spaces and crypto Twitter. As for just like tweeting, I don't care about. But that's what I do. So, how'd you find out about me?
I think one of your bots that like my channel.
Yes! Young Kick, baby! Fuck yeah! Oh, amazing! Oh, dude, that's so tight! Oh, that's how you found out about me. Oh, okay. Excellent, man. Well, you should know I'm live 24/7 if you ever want to connect with me. I'm here. Dude, you know how persona non grata I am on Kick? You can't type Rabbi Rothschild on Kick without it getting automatically deleted system-wide. That's hilarious. I'm friends with Eddie Craven, the owner of Kick, on Discord. Everybody knows me about on there. I'm the top streamer ever in Aiden Ross's Discord. He's been in my stream. I'm the top streamer ever in Amaranth's Discord. Top streamer ever in Neon's Discord. Top streamer ever in Aisha Speed's Discord. Top streamer ever in Kaisanat's Discord. They all know about me. So now you know about me. That's amazing. So how long have you been on Kick?
A year.
Have you seen any growth? Okay. Well, excellent. So you were just looking through your clips and you saw my bot that went through and
Yeah.
that's amazing. I'm glad that it worked. Dude, that's amazing. Excellent. Well, yeah, so I have created more clips than any person in the history of Kick. They're everywhere. You can basically go to any small streamer and just see I've just basically plastered my name, my YouTube, my link all over there. their their kick clips, and I find it is a really good guerrilla marketing tactic. And obviously, got you in here and helped me make a new friend. And you should know if you ever need anything, I'm here for you. I don't just troll people. I'm as generally a nice a person as I can be, and I'll do anything that I can within my power to help you. Absolutely. Do you multi-stream?
Yeah, I don't even stream that often, to be honest.
That's okay.
Yeah, the places I only stream to be like kick and it's just like, I don't really like the OS system on other streaming platforms.
I understand that. Okay. So I take it you have a premium Twitter account?
No, I'll get that stuff later.
Okay, just giving you a heads up. You need a premium Twitter account now to multi-stream on X, or just to stream on X. They changed it. They changed it. Yeah, I did. They changed it in June of 2025. There were some workarounds for it, but those workarounds ended in February. So just giving you a heads up on that. But Kick's a cool platform on which to stream, and if I can ever help you, let me know, okay?
Yeah. Thanks. I'll get that on.
Hey, peace. Take care. Thanks for coming in. That was a good straight, dude. Good job.
Now I need to go strike.
Zoo, how'd you like that? How'd you like my bot working? Cool as fuck, dog.
When you use it?
Dog, it's going 24/7.
When did you start it?
Well, I need to improve it a little bit. I've been doing it for years. That's how I get 2,800 people on the server. But it is something that I've made some changes on recently to increase the amount of clips that it's making, and it makes something like 100 clips an hour. Yeah, I just did, dog.
I don't want to go full house. Stress, right? I'm not happy with my hair.
All right. Well, then you used to be. Doug, you used to be. You used to fucking be going to the gym all the time. You were gonna be a male stripper. You used to come in here and literally give me a breakdown of your how many fucking stones you were, or kilograms, or whatever the bullshit is.
I watched this stuff
Give me a four. Give me a four. Oh, full house. Hey.
What is the word for India?
You've asked this question. It's probably 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. Or 1, 2, 3, 5, 6.
This is a terrible.
It's not that bad. Dude, how bullshit is this? Did I get a full house, but it doesn't really do anything for me? I know it does.
That's why I don't like the final house early. Good points.
Don't you mean 28 points?
Why did I do that?
No one knows what I did that.
Oh no!
Nerd!
You know you suck at Australian accent.
You know, I know how to say no.
Can you do a Australian accent?
Nerd! Oh, that's exactly how you talk, baby.
No.
Nerd! Nerd!
No.
Nerd!
No, that's no.
Nerd! What the F? I just blew one. I did something I didn't want to do.
Why do we have accents?
Regional differentiations of how people speak.
Why do they do?
Because speech has been inconsistent over over the development of different periods of time, and people with smaller social circles will begin to emulate the speech of their social circle, but when those social circles move to different areas, people emulate the speech of those people and their teachers, and then eventually accents emerge. Dog. Dude, this is horseshit.
Do you think that social media and us talking, people talking online will change accents?
Yeah, there's becoming more of a global English accent, and the thing that really did it a lot was television. But yeah,
I just thought it was straight was right.
I mean, doesn't that suck that you've already used it?
Yeah, that's making sense.
You've got a bunch of twos, though. Dude, I've had so many fucking sores. I'm gonna try to go for full house. Four fours. Big risk, terrible reward. Same big dog.
The loving memory of Steve's mother, on the occasion of her 5th yard site. And
Zoo, you got paid to do stand-up comedy, man. That's phenomenal. I'm proud of you. You're professional. Dog, that's professional. You're now a professional comic. Dog, you're a professional comedian. If you were to say to some chick, some 9.5 at a fucking massage parlor casino, hey, she says to you, what do you do for a living? You can now say, I'm a professional comedian. She'll say, have I seen you in anything? And you can say, I was a finalist for South Australia Rock Comedy Festival, and I get paid to do comedy. That's a professional, dog.
So ultimately, again, so Shimon's already talking about that. Baby, back already. I'm
What up, baby?
What up, baby? Ruben says, yes, I received money from you. That is true.
I need one more one.
That was money
Garbage.
for a transaction. Right? In other words, I credited you with to collect on your loan
A swift kick in the ass.
I admit, you paid me money, but the money that you paid me was for another side transaction. Rashi says,
no way.
Remember this phrase, because
It all comes down to this suit. Game winner at the buzzer. The 5 because 4 is easier to get.
So what's fascinating over here is, again,
Dude, you're gonna beat me by the way. No. Give me a bunch of 4s. Give me a Oh, Zoot, you got me. That was a close game, dude. Because I was distracted by the guy coming in. No, it's over, baby. I told you I got shit to do, big man. What do you want me to do about it? That's life in the big city, big man. Okay. Oh, darn, I could have won. No one knows.
In this case, the star has been compromised. Now, there was a
Zoot. I know. Zoot, you're a professional comedian, dude. Yeah, I mean, you've always been that, though. Yo, what up, Kid Brew? Kid Brew. Kid Brew, how you living? What's good, Kid Boo? Kid Boo. See, I get random motherfuckers who can't in here all the time. Kid Boo, you're one of them. How you living, big man?
I don't know. But once he's admitted that he has been good, I want for myself.
Well, I hope you're having a good day. Welcome. I'm amazing. Thankfully, how are you? Are you ready to lose? Okay.
So Murder has a couple. Why is it a couple in case? Listen to this.
Should go on mute and another.
Sim case.
Traceway, you have an invite. I'm waiting on you.
Hey everybody, my name is Traceway and I'm on mute. I'm going to be on mute as I get my ass kicked. Hey everybody, my name is Traceway. I asked Rabbi for an invitation. I have one. Yo, dog. And then I'm going to go on mute because I think I'm too good for everybody and I'm too cool for school. Hey everybody, my name's Traceway. I'm going to sit here and suck dick on the middle of this Discord call on mute. Well, there you go, big man. Oh, Traceway finally accepts the invitation. Look how sick this shot is. One of the sickest shots in the history of breaks, dog. In the history of friction. Friction's a big word, son. Oh, look at that garbage. Physics are sexy. Physics is sexy. Traceway sucks. People, if you're watching this now or in the future and you're wondering how not to play pool, it's just like Traceway. Traceway takes forever, literally wastes all the time. Oy vey, come on, man, hit the ball. Hit it, dog. Oh, Traceway.
The reason why pop-up deals that case is driven is because there is a secondary material claim. In other words, did you notice that there was a two cases, right? In our case, like the way the Gemara started is Ruben is admitting, yes, I received $1,000 when it was for a different transaction. What transaction? Like, in other words, you better see it. You have documentation, you have something, you can't just claim a secondary transaction. In this case, interestingly enough, there's quite literally a bit more meat on the bones. In other words, that he literally saying that you purchased meat, you gave meat to the butcher. There's a narrative. And a couple say in that kind of case where there's a narrative, then halacha l'maaseh is rishkara. Haka iver sitrayin in so might have the halacha. So once he says, bottom line, what is the halacha? So once he says, let's go back now to our original case, right? So again, Ruben goes over to Shimon. Shimon, you owe me $1,000.
Hey everybody, it's Tradesway. Tradesway is just over here, openly beating off on this fucking Discord call while on mute.
Once Ruben admits that he received money, he can no longer collect again with this shtad. Again, I would say, even though, again, the glaring question is, if you really were prepaid for this debt, why are you still holding the document? It doesn't matter. Once we admit that you received money, halacha l'maaseh again, we're done.
Oh man, I'm gonna hit one of the greatest shots in the history of the game. Folks, if you're watching,
Rabbi says the shtar has not been compromised.
look how good this shot is. Oh, get it!
The shtar has in fact been compromised. So when you have a case where the lender admits that he has received money from the borrower, even though he's claiming that money was for a separate transaction, halacha l'maaseh, he cannot collect the shtar any longer. It's shtar. The party that this is assuming that halacha l'maaseh again didn't occur in front of witnesses, and there's just simply no mention of the shtar. In other words, that it didn't happen in front of witnesses, and there was no mention of the shtar, we assume that halacha l'maaseh again. Now, halacha l'maaseh is in that. In other words, the fact that the shtar wasn't taken back, it is a strange thing. It is, but when I said payment happened in front of witnesses, then that's when it's Rishkara Amal. Plus, here's an interesting qualification. Pari being David Bidei, it's interesting. If payment happened between Ruben and Shimon, there were no witnesses. Legal the Yachal and Mimala Havit Varna Olam, Yachal Nani Renema Sitrainu. So this is a very interesting qualification. So when you say Isra Shkara, we say Isra Shkara when payment happened in the presence of witnesses. When the payment just happened between Ruben and Shimon, then Ruben has a legal. What's Ruben's legal? Right? Remember again, when Ruben goes over to Shimon and Shimon says,
that was an amazing shot. I know it. You know it. Cesar Chavez knows it. Everybody knows it. Oh, come on. What is that garbage?
Ruben, why? Because the shtar. So Ruben has a migo that he could have claimed he never paid me at all. So because he has that migo, therefore he's believed to say that no, you did pay me, but this was for a different transaction for this money. So
that was garbage.
This actually happened in a case with Avinu Rabbi Avol. Rashi just points out that there are cases in Ksubis where this actually occurred. So halacha l'maaseh. First,
Tradesway.
halacha l'maaseh for today. Ruben goes over to Shimon. Shimon, you owe me $1,000. Here's the document. Shimon says, I paid you. Ruben agrees. You did pay me. But you paid me for a different transaction.
Look how good this shot was.
Ruben cannot collect again with this document. Why? Because since he admitted that he was repaid, he compromised the effectiveness of the shtar. Done.
Tradesway is blocking all my shots. This is garbage.
Why? Because he has a migo. What's his migo? He could have said what? I don't know what you're talking about. Right? I don't know what you're talking about. I never received anything from you. And therefore, halacha l'maaseh again, he would be believed to say that payment was for a different transaction. Incredible. So most of that part one. How are we going to the top right? So you have this thing called Imas the Amit Lokarai. So what's this very interesting case over here? So right, from the same case, we're going to Shimon $1,000. And what happened? And what happened? So Reuben,
Oh, that was beautiful. Oh, that was beautiful.
Shimon says to Reuben something very interesting.
Traceway must pocket the 8 ball. My ball's in the way though, because it's sexy. Yo, so sexy, perfect for me, and I like you. Alright, I'm not good at these shots.
So even if I Shimon claim that I paid you back, if you Reuben lender claim that I did not pay you back, you are believed. You are believed. And the Gemara says,
Sickest shot we've ever seen. Folks, watch this shot. Just the most disgusting finish to this game in the history of humankind. Folks, if you're watching at home, hold on to your hats. It's over, baby! It's over! The champ's here! The champ's here! Traceway can't even get off the fucking mic to say that was the most amazing finish I've ever seen. He's just over here jerking himself off publicly. Wow. What a finish, folks. What a comeback. One of the most epic comebacks in the history of the game. If you're watching this now or at home or in the future, you're some kind of billiards connoisseur. You just recognize that you saw greatness. You witnessed absolute phenomenal greatness. Maybe the greatest comeback in the history of the game. And I'm proud. I'm proud. If you were to sit here and ask me, Rabbi, are you proud of the way that you just played? I'd say absolutely. That was one of the sickest comebacks we've ever had. I won. Let's look at the best shot. Oh, of course it's my shot. One of the sickest shots we've ever seen in the history of humankind. Are you proud of the way that you just played, Rabbi? Absolutely. One of the greatest privileges of my life has been able to whoop Traceway's ass in the way that I do. It's phenomenal. When I think of all the great ass kickings in the history of humankind, I think of this one at the top. Just absolute greatness defined. And not only that, I'm sexy as I did it. I'm good looking, I'm smart, I'm just sexy, just pure sexiness, raw. Women will just tell me, Rabbi, that was raw. I'm like, I know, baby. One of the greatest, I really want to summarize this a little bit better. For those of you who weren't aware, imagine a salmon going upstream. Well, I'm like the salmon who made such an upstream comeback that I fucking went up Niagara Falls. That's how sick I am. And Traceway's over here just jerking himself off furiously. Hey everybody, I'm gonna go on mute and jerk myself off. And everybody's like, yeah, we know Traceway. What a great, just beauty. That's just athleticism, sexiness, beauty.
Okay, now watch this. The Gemara says, "Also, paradoxic tlasa." Okay, so what happens now? So Shimon goes and he pays that in the presence of 3 witnesses. Good. So let's say, so obviously the only part of the case is what happens. He pays back in presence of 3 witnesses, and then the owner shows up the next day and says, "You owe me money." Shimon says, "Well, talk about it. They do that in the presence of 3 witnesses." So again, he doesn't have to explain why. Because Allah eliminates it. Shimon is a smart guy. Shimon says, I must use the credibility of 2 witnesses, but I can do that in the presence of 3 witnesses. So therefore, again, including credibility fully to the case of the 3 witnesses before the things can take back. I'm not going to be sure. This is second white line in the reason that it doesn't make sense. Anyways, the Army of Ireland, the Army of Buster of Dales, how do you do the English? The kind of thing that we should be key today about the may have betrayed Kimura. So it's like, here's this interesting. The thing in this case is, the Papa comes along and says, that doesn't really make much sense. In other words, in the work of testimony, 2 witnesses are the same as 3 witnesses and the same as 23 witnesses. Doesn't make a difference. The only time when numbers matter, interestingly enough, is in the case of Indra. What's Indra? Indra is the assessment evaluation. In other words, we're relying on opinions for something. And you can have Indra on a variety of different cases. Where again, people can do evaluations of something, or opinion cases. So in opinion cases, we're not basing it per se on testimony, on halacha. That's when numbers make a difference. But in pure testimony, numbers don't make a difference. Therefore, that's what happens to the interesting. When the Father says to Ruben, then halacha when I say, you are believed in me, and you are believed in my eyes as 2 witnesses. And then she gave that Ruben in the presence of 3 witnesses. Essentially, what we have over here is what? Halachically, 2 witnesses against 2 witnesses. That's really what we have over here. The fact that we played it back in the presence of 3 witnesses does not lend any more credence to Shimon's claim. So let's say, therefore, what are we doing in space? So what are we doing in space? So if I left my myself, you wouldn't be able to collect the book. Why? Because essentially, 2 witnesses against 2 witnesses, which means they'll effectively cancel each other out. And what is against the half? What is against the half? Is get the staff. You get the staff. Therefore, a pop-up passage that in this case, although Shimon thought he was doing a smart thing, by playing back in the presence of 3 witnesses, it turns out that he didn't actually do anything, but this is not a numbers game. Witnesses are witnesses are witnesses, and therefore halacha l'maisa, Shimon needs to put it back. So much another version of this. We're going to have in Muhammad's this date trade called the Amid Lokalana. This is the same case, right? So we're going to mention $1,000. Shimon said, okay, Ruben, thank you. And you are believed like 2 witnesses to say that I did not pay back. All you to say that whatever happened. Shimon paid back, and Shimon thought he was doing a smart thing. He paid back Ruben in the presence of 2 witnesses. He gave Shimon he gave 12. So Papa says, and Papa makes a statement that again, Shimon did a smart thing. Why? Because Shimon believed Ruben like 2 witnesses, but not like 3 witnesses. Therefore, because he paid back in the presence of 3 witnesses, Ruben's subsequent claim that he was not being paid back has no veracity. That's the kind of premise is what you're talking about. That's what I look at the other two off. Straight from there, we may have to check. Something testimony works. Right? The witnesses feels like 100, like 2. There's no value to greater numbers of witnesses. The Amalek, however, this is the Amalek debates Lassa, the Hazel, the Hakari, the Akeke, Arbor. So let's say, so now, what's the Gemara just did? The Gemara says it like this. In a case, it's very different punchline. In a case where Ruben mentioned $1,000, Shimon says to Ruben, your work in this transaction is as much weight as 2 witnesses.
Tony, how do you like managing here? Share the mic with by the way, you guys would make a hell of a comedy duo, by the way. I said Game of Thrones earlier. Now it's Game of Thrones, motherfucker.
Essentially means if you say that I did not pay you back, that's as if 2 witnesses didn't ever pay you back. Fine. Shimon wants to pay back Ruben, but obviously Shimon wants to make sure that Ruben can't pay against him anymore. So Shimon doesn't go back to that. What does he do? He pays it back in the presence of 3 witnesses. It turns out that halacha l'maisa, that doesn't do anything. Why? Because the Rambam is this 2, 3, 100, it doesn't make a difference. They're all the same. And therefore, even when Shimon is paying back in the presence of 3 witnesses, ability of a testimonial unit as well. And therefore, when he claims Shimon, you do not pay me back. Coupled with the fact that Ruben still holding the star, he's reading the ability to pay up from Shimon. Now, it is a very notable exception in this case. Watch this. Say this, Ruben is $1,000. Shimon says, Ruben, you are believable to me. You are believed to me like 3 witnesses. The doctor says 3 witnesses. Okay? Then what happens? Shimon pays back Ruben in the presence of 4 witnesses. The Gemara says, in this case, Shimon's not doing work. Why? The Gemara says, the Gemara ends, See, not just even the knockers with this, knockers with this. Once you go to three, right now you go up two. Two represents plus 9 units. So when you say two is 22, 2 is 42, it doesn't make a difference. Once you say three, you gotta be to say three. Then what is Shimon doing? Shimon is saying, this is a numbers game. This is a number, so not all units are the same. So since he got to the point that I he's saying Shimon, you are believed to me like a group of three. And if I pay you down from front of the group of four, that is a stronger testimony. And if I love for myself, it's subsequent thing that I only say is not true. So again, it's an interesting fact over here. It shouldn't go down because that's the point that three, then it has become an emergency, and again, if you pay it back in front of the group of four, soon you'll be believing that you will not. Incredible, I still like that. Really interesting cases. So listen, so three nuggets of Allah for myself. Good. Let's go. In English, what in our kindness finish up in the cut. You know, much mean that's a let's listen back to Mishnah. That's the Mishnah said that again with Shlos Hadayonim. So you can't go ahead and be forced to swear based on the claim of a Kirish, Shota, and Katan. Kirish, what's one again, Jeffrey, Shota, some of the last mental capacity, Katan, another. Very much feel that's a Katan. So when you don't observe the Katan, it says in our lifetime, what's the reason? What's the reason? What's the why reason? That's a claimer of a Katan. Like the claim of a Katan does not trigger a shua. Very simple. My time to play off. My time to play off. Eating. Alright. That's a completely shua. Letting the sinas Katan comes. The rest of the passage that most believers talks about the idea. So the Allah Ta'ala said that a person will give to his fellow item. So again, this has to be someone who is capable of a legal act of conveyance. The Katan does not have the ability to legally convey. Everything in this way is not in the Parashah. From Shlosh HaDayonim. You gotta go around this and the Katan in the Hafish. 1 second, but you're looking at myself, but we swear, right? So you take the shua to the Katan or Tat, this was 1 second. Well, I'm going to be very shocking. You're supposed to have a shot to the Katan. You just said before, that you could swear based on the claim of the very shot to the Katan. So what's going on over here? I'm not. The God is kind of spotted. Now you see that the rest of the not with me. Listen, because you're talking about a case of a Katan who is not coming with his own claim, but rather again a Katan who is coming with the claim of his father. Jesus Christ. Very interesting. Okay, good. So if you look at Rashi says it also, it's the second to last line of Rashi, about the kind of spotted, how to claim this wrong in the Sinas Ishkama Shakatan Tana are the most slow in the Adaka. So it's ultimately, again, the case. So interestingly enough, if a confidence comes along and that's his own claim, that claim can never trigger a Shua. But if a confidence comes and claims on behalf of his father, my father deposits something with you, my father did something to you, my father led you. So now he's not coming with his own claim, he's coming what we call the father kind of spotted. Ultimately, again, that could trigger a Shua. The second, it looks like he's using a version of that in Sunday. The reason that's over there, Kalim Shah, the Mishpah, and his Asmo, sometimes the person ultimately are going to swear based on his own Kalim. What is that, please? You know, it's just inside. Come along. Not allowed, you probably that how to class. So, for example, I wrote it to you, I said, you can. None of our people you follow deposited $1,000 to me, $5,000 to me, and I gave him back $500. So let's talk about how is a mishpah? Is that mishpah kind of so again, I have to swear, I have to swear, and $500. What do you call that? Market in excess, fake explanation. Interestingly enough, let's talk about that case. What's triggering the shua? My statement, but no one, there's no claimant over here. Right? No one's coming and claiming on these. I'm admitting, that's admitting. You probably deposited $1,000 with me. I gave him back $500, right? I am trading you the shua. That's what's called Mishpah Akelis Atzmo. Good? So the Gemara says, Atzmo. The family comes saying, no, ain't no other commission, I gave the potter. The family saying, that's true. There's no shua in this. Why is no shua in this? So listen, here is very interesting. The Gemara works with a general assumption that children do not know the affairs of their parents. Right? That we spoke about this last week, actually, beginning of this week. Generally, shows you don't mistake. So remember, there's no claimant over here. I'm making a statement today, your father went ahead and deposited this money with me. But let me say, I could also just keep my mouth closed and not say anything, and no one would know the difference. No one would know the difference. So let's say, so I love from the nice again, look at the come say, this is what's called Mishiva Veda. And let's say Mishiva Veda is the expression of, well, literally returning the lost object. What happens when you find the lost object? No one knows if you found it or not, right? Therefore, again, when you return it, it's obviously a useless return. But the expression over here is you're returning something that no one even knows about. So because of the come say, let's say, okay. But it doesn't Yaakov, let's Mishiva Veda, Yaakov doesn't hold this idea. Returning the lost object. So the expression that's used when you're giving something back to someone that they don't even know about. They don't even know about. So Rabbi Yaakov doesn't hold with this idea. So Mishiva Veda doesn't trigger a shmua. Amrav b'shetano kata. None of that. So that's really what's the case. The case not simply Mishiva Veda. The case over here is when I love for the myself. A katan is petitioning me. Right? So in other words, really what's happening is a katan is coming to you and says, hey, my father deposited $1,000 with you. I said, and I claim, I gave back half, I gave back already part of it. So that's the big part of katan. Next katan, v'ha, which one kind is katan? Katan is kind of showing katan. 1 second, we just said in the Mishnah that I mean, kind of the feeling of a fairly circular katan can't trigger a shua. So what's going on here? So someone says, you're right, we only love each other. You're right. It doesn't mean a katan. What does katan mean? It means a government. It means Jesus to do this, right? It means like katan doesn't mean a katan means a government. I call him a katan, but I'm not calling it katan. The God means katan. So that's what we said before. He's a katan. Exactly what? Regarding his father's affairs, he's a katan. He's a katan. Yafi, kindness outsmoke, kindness affinity. And that helps, I'm sorry, Yafi, kindness outsmoke, kindness affinity. See, if that's the case, then why are you holding this case of admission? This isn't a case of admission. What's happening over here is there's an adult child that's the claimant. Right? The adult child that, and I'll offer him once again, and I'm admitting part of the case. This is a multiple incest case. Yafi, kindness outsmoke, kindness affinity. Which means, it's kindness affinity, right? But it's a case of where what? It's a case of where someone's claiming, in this case again, if the adult child that's claiming against me, my father deposited $1,000 with me, and I am making a partial admission. That's how I call you like God's answer. So someone says, hello, no days 42D. Call me, how many kindness of my God's answer? Yeah, that's called Mogen Mitzvahs. Every case of Mogen Mitzvahs is like that. Someone's making a claim against me, and I am making a partial admission. To which the Gemara says, cool, not in all cases are like that. Kindness of Haman, that's what we do. Hello, now the Gemara says you're right. Now what's going on here? This is in the focus and the statement of Rabbi. I'm a Rabbi. I'm the so that's actually very interesting. It's really actually had this a lot over here, right? But again, it's coming up now. So yeah, we're looking on the phone, looking at this kind of Shabbat. So what's this? Listen to this. Why is it? You're going to listen to this whole time. You're doing Mogen Mitzvahs. So we know. What's happening with Mogen Mitzvahs? I go to $1,000 because there's only 500. You made 500. Okay, so you made 500. You swear on the rest. Why? So what are the mechanics of that? Here we go. Don't let that. You're not on the term Mogen Mitzvahs if only you Shabbat. So why is it that I look for myself? You see, Mogen Mitzvahs if only you Shabbat. But ultimately, again, but if you're partial admission, that you have to swear, why is that? It's fascinating. Chazaka, and other names part of this name I'll hold them. So what's discuss it? It's Chazaka. What's the Chazaka? The Chazaka is, no one has the chutzpah to deny a loan in the face of their covenant. Like, no one has that chutzpah. So if I lend you $1,000, there's no way even if I can have the person to look you in the eyes and to say, I owe you nothing. Impossible. The US says, it could be quite different, but But really, what is now? But that's really what Eden wants to do, right? Really, what Eden wants to do is Eden wants to deny this load. Now, again, I will say, there's a lot of psychology that's happening over here, right? So, psychological nugget number one is that people will never have the chutzpah to deny the total good that someone else has done. Right? So, if I've been given $1,000, there's no way that he is again, I'm not working under certain assumptions of human behavior. Eden is not ready to look me in the eye and say, "Oh, you nothing." But he really wants to say he owes you nothing. Now, why does he want to say he owes you nothing? Why? Because he doesn't have the money to repay you. Not because he doesn't want to repay you. But says, there are certain truths that you must out there and get over. Right? So psychological truth number one is that people will never have the ability to fully deny the good that someone else has done for them and to them. Right? That's truth number one. Psychological truth number two is people are often too proud to admit that they need help. So what's unfolding over here is as follows. You're going to $1,000. It's time to pay up. Even doesn't have the money. So what's going to happen over here is, even doesn't want to say, I need a little bit more help. Right? So what Eden really wants to do is he wants to pay you, he doesn't owe anything. But he's not going to say that because that's a level of unprecedented chutzpah that he's not going to have. So the Habakuk, but he wants to say he doesn't have it, but he's not going to say it. The Hajjal Kafre, you shouldn't get more made fun of him for the Hajjal. But the Kulei boy didn't do that. So really he wants to admit that he owes more things. He wants to see. So this is so fascinating over here, right? So watch what's happening. Aaron giving $1,000. Time to pay up. You don't doesn't have the money. So what does he want? What's his instinct? Because it doesn't matter. What's his instinct? What's the instinct? I don't know you anything. But he's not going to do that because a person will not have that level of unprecedented chutzpah. Like to lie to the face of the person who went back a lot in my face. But he really wants to lie in my face because he doesn't have the money. But yet, he really wants to admit to me that he owes the whole amount, but he doesn't have it. But he's too, parentheses, but he's too proud to do that. The Hajjal Odilei is Ishtamut B'Kamishtamut. So you put it like this. I'm not going to admit the whole amount, because this will buy myself a little bit more time to be able to go ahead and come up with the money. Suffer at the Hadi Yuzuzi, ultimately, I'm going to find myself a little bit of time to really only half of the debt, find myself a bit more time. Of course, I'm going to pay back silver. You don't say that, but I'm going to pay back. I'm sure I'm going to pay you back, but I need to find myself a little bit more time. So let's like sort of like that. Rahman therefore says, Lani Shvua Ibuyay, Tireki Bilogay. So ultimately, again, the Torah understands this psychology, because the Baruch understands this better than we understand ourselves. And therefore says, it imposes the Shvua upon Eden. What does the Shvua do? The Shvua, by definition, pushes the truth to the surface. But we assume what's going to end up happening over there. What's going to end the story? Is it going to take the Shvua? Is it going to take the Shvua? No. Why? Because he owns all of the money. He's not going to take a false hope. So I just want to point out how profound this is. That the Torah creates an entire construct over here because it recognizes that people are not truthful when they need help. So what they would do is, what people would do is, they will go ahead and construct all types of alternate realities to do anything and everything but admit I am in distress, I cannot handle this on my own, and I need help. The Shvua, what the Shvua does is, the Shvua forces the borrower out of his alternate universe, out of his alternative reality, and forces him to admit the reality is his. What's the reality? I, the borrower, don't have the money, but I owe. It's absolutely fascinating. And it's fascinating on multiple levels. It's fascinating the lengths that we go to avoid acknowledging that we're in over our head, that we need help, that we can't handle it ourselves. Because I want to say, after all, definitely saying, why are people so reticent to admit that they need help? Understand, it's also a good place. Man is made with cell and other things. We use it as a responsibility. If there's one thing that the Rebbe from Olam never needs, it is help. He's also never himself. His wife is totally self-sufficient. He does not need us. He does not need anything. So it's the peace of me, right? I have this mitzvah of him. I have a spark of a inside of me. And there is this piece of me that is divine. And sometimes that message of eternal divinity gets a little bit corrupted to think that I don't need help either. I got this. I got this all figured out. And I was like, don't run to figure it out. All of us have stuff in our lives that we don't have figured out, and we need other people to be able to help us work it through. Because we don't feel right pretending that you have it all figured out, often projecting anger, disappointment, frustration on other people because it's not figured out, and it's everyone else's fault that it's not figured out. No, it's no one else's fault. It's just I haven't shut that out. I haven't gotten the right guys. And again, it goes into this because God was us here. We can just admit you don't have what you don't have it. You don't have it. What is it? You can't get water out of the stone. 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 Right? If you don't have it, you don't have it. And by the way, so said, you don't have the money. You don't have the money. But instead, we need some talks. This whole thing, I can't say I don't have it. If I can't, I want to say I don't owe it to you. But I don't have that. It's called simplicity. And you have, by myself a little bit of time, which essentially says, stop it. You can send it around now. Stop it. Right? Stop it. Right? Stop it. Just be honest. Just be honest. And the Shivua, interestingly enough, you know that you know about this, right? Because you're not going to swear falsely. Right? Because other people aren't going to swear falsely. Just be honest. The Shivua forces honesty to rise to the surface. The Lord says, what a tremendous mission has been. Although we are in the image of God, we are not God-like in this realm. So the Son who needs no hope in any type of internal resolution. We need plenty of hope. Overcome the variety of different ways. The whole psychology of emotional excess. So Rabbi Yaakov Sabar, no snubble, ain't no maze. Rabbi Yaakov says that this is true whether or not, whether the person making the claim is the borrower himself, or the person making the claim is the son of the borrower. You know, again, that's how it's framed in this case. Someone is not going to go ahead and right? The person is not going to go ahead and maze. The person is not going to be grazing on the United Place. Whether the borrower, so again, the idea of whether the borrower himself is talking to the actual lender or to the son of the lender, a person is not going to be brazen enough to deny a claim. Therefore, again, we do not view him as the return of a lost object. Rabbi shall be known. The part of the Genomes about the Genomes. Rabbi say, no, it's not true. It's not true. A person, a borrower won't deny a claim when? To the actual lender himself. But to the son of the lender, who we assume is not as well versed in the affairs of his father, so ultimately, again, a borrower would absolutely be willing to deny that claim. And therefore, when he admits it, ultimately, it's like we should have. He represents a lost object, and therefore, again, there's no shluchs motive in excess in that case. If he's alone, maybe there's no shluchs motive. So much as he wants that. He much as there wasn't in Yaakov. If he needs it, doesn't in Yaakov. How can I look at the ratio? One of the Abba be as that call. So ultimately, again, if I say to Ruvain, is $1,000 that belong to your father in my possession, sorry. Ruvain comes over to me, Ruvain says, Suddenly, you have $1,000, my father deposited, and I lent you $1,000, and I say, that in the Chavi, you shouldn't do enough. And I say, no, he only owes me $500. I only have no, I'm sorry. I only have in my possession $500. What's that? A putter is no show more than the test. Why? It's the information of it. It's supposed to be information of it. It's what we see from there. Like all the emotion makes us is only to the lender himself. But to the son of the lender, we do assume that I walk to the night and get people to like things all the time. And if any level of emotion is coming, should I make that? Please do my best. Also, the low honor body. Talk of the honor body. It's interesting enough, in the cases of where the child of the lender petitions the borrower, there are different kinds of cases. There's a case where ultimately, again, the son comes along and says, "Bury me, I know for sure." those are definitive claims. Versus a case where it comes with a possible claim. So in a case of a definitive claim, that may trigger a motivating test. In a case of a possible claim, ultimately, again, that's going to be like Yeshiva Eva. Shmuel says you never know. But it's only a katan. It's only a katan. Katan doesn't mean that a katan is the one petitioning the petitioning file. That's not the case. Rather, what does it mean? We call it the mixing katan. So if it's collecting from the property of a katan, same idea that hektish means we call it the mixing hektish. The same idea that from hektish means to go ahead and collect payment from the property of hektish. So you must look at actually what's really important. Because it's the katan, it's the short time, like 6 times. Because it's the katan, you mixing also, like in the host star, I love to shul, so it's covered from the other. So it's the piece of the here is where it's actually a reverse case. I am the lender, and it comes back from you, then it has flow, and now again his estate has been inherited by his son. Son coming to collect ultimately again from the estate. So listen, you've seen this already before, I think the bubbles, what's the halacha? Whenever you're coming to go ahead and collect from the yasim, what do you need? Shvuah. Shvuah. Same idea, hektish, ultimately, again, let's say, halacha l'maisa, I was not just my property, and I have outstanding liens on that property. I defaulted now on certain obligations. My creditors could come and collect property from hektish, but in order for that property to need a shvuah. So there's a different interpretation of the case of the Mishnah. We're talking about when you say that you need a shvuah, when you're collecting from the property out of the estate of a couple. And you want to know credit when you're collecting from hektish, you need a shvuah in order to collect. You know, so shvuah, the couple of this, another kind of shvuah is this. The couple of this, the couple of this, you make sense when you're filing a shvuah. Because we already learned this before. Right? Listen, when everyone collects from the soil, when everyone collects from the estate of orphans, you can only collect with a shvuah. Talking on this, why don't you this halacha expressed in 2 ways in 2 places? How come I want to get a bayi kishisha? Can you just like passing like a bayi kishisha? They're talking about bayi kishisha. You saw in Sha'anu to go in. In Tzarek Lomar Kitani, in Shia, in Zibur. The most is going to have a very important idea. Whenever we speak about Kitani, right in this context, Kitani can you actually Kitani or can you go in? So why did you use it up to make Kitani? Because we always assume that a child, in relation to the affairs of his father, is a katan, doesn't know all the things of life. And therefore, Allah is very reinforces this idea that whenever you are coming to collect a debt from the estate, like from the son, for the debts of his father, so there's 2 halachas that always apply. Number 1, you always need a shvuah. Even if you get a document, right, you always need a shvuah. That's number 1. And number 2, when collecting from the estate, you only get flexibilities, which is inferior property and satisfaction of the debt. What about the hektish? You can't accept the same idea. If you want to collect, if you're a creditor, and you have pre-existing lien, and you request property from hektish, you have to do so only with a shvuah. So much as telling you, you have that already. You're passing the shvuah and you have a shvuah. And mine is shvuah and you have one. Again, in general, if you're a creditor and you want to touch with encumbered property, you need to touch with encumbered property inside the shvuah. And again, what does it matter if it's encumbered to other people or encumbered to hektish? It's how local. So again, you might ask me, why do we need to restate this concept? So again, if I have property, I have encumbered property, I'm not just my property. I default on my loans. My creditors to go their hektish and see the encumbered property. Again, barely receiving the hektish, so to speak. So now that you are telling me, but there's only go to the shvuah. Well, you already learned that. Why do we need to say that again? Sounds like I would have thought, I was like, first one, I was like, also to me, how I get. Aber eigentlich stellen, also auch so Dinge eigentlich. So again, I never thought that when you get the shvuah, you're correctly incumbent property, both sides. That's when it's incumbent on something another person. Because people play games with each other. But hektish, no one's going to collect property with the satisfaction of a debt from hektish, unless, of course, they're actually owed that property. Kamash Shmuel the Gemara says, not true. People play games with everything. And if I look when I say that in general, whatever collecting incumbent property satisfaction of the debt, whether you're trying to extract it from a person, or you're trying to extract it ultimately again from hektish, I'm not going to say you're going to have to go ahead and take the shvuah. I remember Shkimira, she had this kind of process. You're also going to have to find a Shkimira, like the person on his deathbed. So he's matched all of his property. Right? So even the Shmuel is not all the property. But Amar, Mother McCone, the Yadi, and ultimately again then he says, by the way, I know that I was matched all my property, but I owe $1,000 to Shimon. What's Hamachar? Yeah, man, ultimately he's believed. Why? Chazakah as an Osekini, Aladish, ultimately also what's the Chazakah? The Chazakah ultimately is that person doesn't value the Hektish, even though he does not wish all of his money, right? When he says that $1,000 belongs to Shimon, he's taking that as well. So again, there's an assumption people don't mess around with Hektish. So it doesn't see from there that again, people don't like the that's the case in Halacha Lemsa, he should say that the Kandor should be able to start from Hektish, even without a Shliach. This was in the middle of Honey Shivnira. The email of the low. Agape Bori and Vagashim. It's also a very interesting statement. So that's a number. When do you say that people don't mess around with Hektish? That's the Shimura. Why about psychic in general? When do people sin? When do people sin? Why do people sin? This is a benefit for us. It doesn't talk about what means. I only sin because there's a benefit to me. Because within the Shimura, there's no vested interest for him to sin. He's going to die. So therefore, you see that when we say he's honest. So again, that's when we say the person's about to die, that we assume that his statement is that he has not very dreams. But in general, if the person is alive in hell, we assume that they do sin, they do play games, and therefore even by Hektish, Halacha L'Maisa, you have to take the Shua before the practice. What is the only case where there would be no obligation of Shua, when it's practicing submission Hektish, to be a student, right? Because he has complete credibility because there's no reason for him to lie. But L'Maisa is created over saying, why do you not collect this? Again, the word just interpreting that last case in the Mishnah as Katan and Hektish, is not dealing with the case of Katan and Hektish, but I'm making a claim, but rather again, I'm trying to extract from the Katan and Hektish. And what is the Mishnah reinforcing? It's actually reinforcing a law that we already learned beforehand. What was the law we already learned beforehand? That if you want to extract money from a Katan, what's the case of extracting money from a Katan? I want to give him $1,000. We're going down. His estate was not inherited by his son. I want to collect him his estate. Even though it wasn't a document. What do I need in order to collect what I need? A shua. A shua, taken with Hektish. I went ahead and I went to $1,000. So they decided to become all full on me. And it was not his entire estate. Now I'm going to Hektish, I'm saying, Shreya, alright, don't be full on my shoulders. Which I'm good, by the way, good rule of life in general. Don't be full on other people's shoulders. Therefore, the money says, I am collecting Hektish. Hektish says, no problem. So here's my document. Doesn't work that way. You know, collecting Hektish, ultimately again, you require a shua. Let's say there's one late-breaking sponsorship that I did not do at the beginning. Let's say a very special sponsorship, but rather than a very short. And all of the friends are saying Estes. And I'm going to listen to the beautiful dedication to multiple generations of communications with his gifted physical therapy hands, mind, and heart. Saying Estes retires today. Patients, their children and their children's children have been healed by sin. Sin is an icon in the physical therapy industry. But you're not finished. Next week, he takes his extraordinary physical therapy talents to Eretz Yisrael to tend to people who need a Jewish Shalom. Sammy wish you nothing but wonderful health and nachas. Thank you for all you have done for our community and beyond. That's all I got.
I felt as in control as Michael Bear
It's not bad. No. Stop it.
Shit. That was wild.
All right.
It's like one of the pieces of graphite in Chernobyl. Yeah, it's weird, right? It's like a different element altogether. You ever get like confident when you go mulching? You ever mulch? What's that mean? You have to like mulch. You're like, oh, pick up this bag. You go mulch. You have to go mulching. Alright, folks. I think you can what's the name? We can't experiment. Let's get it.
Good morning.
That's really big midget. You're basically just the world's largest midget. I got short legs. Did you have those midget biceps too? Like extra thick. You see what I'm talking about? Yeah, but it feels like rotisserie chickens. Yeah. Sure, you look like a fire meeting teacher. You can shut your ass up.
Good morning, good morning.
What do you think?
Today's
Do you
out
see the big
is
midget when you guys
Shavuot
let him
Chapman
join you
Aleph.
in the lollipop guild or whatever?
We begin our advances for the thanking our sponsors. We thank the annual College sponsor, Chelsea Family of Israel. We thank them for sponsoring over Shurim of this year as is a cook overseas towards the ties from Israel. We also thank our commentator sponsors for the month. We thank Dr. Stephen of the Television, sponsoring for all the Shurim of this month. Remember, it's the mother of Doris Zin Devera, Pastor Michelle, on our 50 website. We also thank our daily sponsors for today. As I would say, either this month's How for Monica 2, the youth with Isaac, who's up in the prayer and the Shoshan and Maria, and the family we should have in our family. Today's Dr. Josh from Aleph, we're going to be talking about the men of the days, and afterwards, Amr of Anna and Tzaddik, 2/3 of the way down the page. Amr of Anna and Amr Shmuel. Kwanu Yitzim, the Kodam, the Hoga Lotus Odin, into the Iron Fire in the sky of the Puppet. So you want to take the fire. You want to make the fire mistake. What happens is there's a very clever person who knows the halachas of yesterday's year. He recognizes that there's a halacha called Mogi in this book, which means that someone comes to me and claims that I owe him money, and I admit to part of that loan, and whether it's money or it's items, we said it's still the same halacha. If I admit to part of an obligation, now what is going to be, I'm going to have to take a shavua. But the person also knows that if I admit to something which is not in min ha'chayna, it's not exactly the same thing. In other words, if you claim that I owe you wheat, and I say it's not true, I owe you barley, so that's not considered to be a hodah b'mitzvah. That's not considered to be a partial admission, and therefore I'm going to be off the hook and won't have to make a shavua. The person also knows the halacha that if you claim two things, even though they're not the same thing, you claim chitin, wheat, and so barley, so wheat and barley, the person admits to wheat and barley, so he's going to have to make a shvua. Like we said yesterday, even though there are two different types of things, which is wheat and barley, if you're going to admit to one of them, that's considered to be hodah in the time is they have to make a shvua. Now the average person, he's very smart. He recognizes that if the claimant comes here and says that I owe wheat and barley, and I admit to the barley and make a shvua, what happens? The guy brings him up to Beis Din, and he says to him, "Sir, you owe me wheat." The other guy has a chance to say anything else. The guy says, "I owe you barley." That's it. He shouts out, "I owe you barley." Now, what Rabbi is saying is, if the Beis Din picks up on this, and they think this guy's just trying to get ahead of himself, because he knows if he allows the guy to finish his sentence, he's going to say, "You owe me barley as well." Now, once he admits to the oath barley, now he has to make a shavua on the wheat as well. Therefore, he gets ahead and says, "I owe you barley." Now, what is the Beis Din here? The Beis Din here is a guy saying, "You owe me wheat." The guy says, "I owe you barley." That's not a partial admission. That's considered an admission which is not in the time. We'll be off the hook. Shimon says the Beis Din must be very sharp about what's going on over here. And therefore, Kwanu Chitim, the Kadam, the Hagal of its own, he got ahead of himself. And he admitted that he owed barley in Kima'ar, and it looks like he just tried to trick everybody. Chayev was left, make the Shvua, in the Miskave, if that's actually what he really meant. He just was trying to be honest. He wanted to be able to be very upfront. Potter will be exempt from the Shvua because it's Hodah, which is not in the time. Amar Rabbanim continued. Amar Shmuel, he said, Tanu Shtein Mastin. The person says, "You owe me 2 needles." Against 2 tailors who work together. Maybe his needles broke in the sewing machine. She says to the guy next to him, "Can I borrow 2 needles?" And he admits that I borrowed 1 needle. What's that halacha? Chayev. He's chayev to make a shvua. Why is the classic case of Hodah b'mitzvah? The claim is you owe 2, he admits to 1, he has to go ahead and make a shvua. The figure says the Gemara, Yotzi comes out, Kalim Lemashahim. When it comes to Kalim, doesn't have to be of high value. Needles are again, it could be some needles be very expensive. We're talking about needles as an example of something which is very low value. And since the Gemara proving over here that even though yesterday we said when it comes to money, there's a requirement that to Kesa. So we have this okay, if you want to score, if you deny us to Kesa, or if you are claim us to Kesa, when it comes to needles, when it comes to items could be even as simple as a needle, even with very little, still you have the concept of the mitzvah, you make it partial obligation, you have to take it short. Papa has the following case. Tanya Kalim, who proved it? Sitting of a hype. Person says you owe me objects and one proved it. So no one out of money. The whole of the Kalim, he admits that he owes the actual Kalim with Papa to proved it. He denies that he owes the proved it. What's the halakha? Papa. He's exempt for taking the score, which is similar to what Rab said, which is the denial has to be to Kesa, the point. Just denying one thing is not sufficient, and yet you're not a sufficient. However, what if he admits that he owes the pizza, the kapar the Kalim, he denies the Kalim. So then Chayiv is to be obligated to take the shvua. More explains Kavah Torah of Papa the shvua. More went through these cases to show us. In one case, halakha is like Rab. The other thing that Rab's halakha, the shvua has to be. You're saying this is something you don't say, and it looks like one of them is considered to be a Hodam Minimum Haiwa, which is an admission, which is similar to the claim, and making that position. You know, it's one of the public throughout the spirit of Haiwa. The first one is like Rab, is a Milano and it's a point. As it is war, the one that's war, and the Tana is the Oris. They're two different things. The whole of Alphas may have the admission of it, which is pure there. And then a Tyler, which is similar to the claim, and Tyler has to pay a shivua. Next case, the Mishnah says, money will be outcome. Person claims Judy goes to Shimon and says, Shimon, money will be outcome. You owe me money. And Shimon responds and says, Aim to the thought you owe me for. I owe you nothing. You have nothing in my hands. You have nothing on me. I owe you nothing. You deny the entire thing. I actually Papa is not obligated to this for. I'm Rav Nasser. Not for now. And that's what we mentioned yesterday. You must be an oath of Shvuas Esses. And requiring this person to deny it to take a Shvuas Esses. Shvuas Esses is a Shvuas of the abundant rabbinic. The rabbinic oath that he has to take. Esses, the term Esses, Rashi here explains is using the place of God. In other words, this is an imposed Shvuah. It is rabbinic imposed Shvuah that he has to take. My time, what's the reason why Rabbi decided that the person had to take a Shvuah? In other words, Rudy goes to Shimon and says, Shimon, you owe me money. Shimon turns around and says, what? No idea. What are you talking about? Why is the Lord saying we have to make a Shvuah? The guys are random down the street. Rudy goes to Shimon, claims he owes him money. Shimon denies it. All of a sudden, Shimon has to take a Shvuah. The Lord says, I'll tell you what, Chazaka. We established that there's a chazakis here, any other Torah or Kerish. It's not normal. People don't think that's over to other persons and owe money. So if he's claiming that someone owes him money, he probably does owe him money. He doesn't have enough honor to obligate to pay for it. But therefore, the Rabbi said, since it's very uncommon for you to look over to Shimon and claim his own money, the fact that he did means there's something going on here. Therefore, I'm going to propose a Shavua. When I said, Abraham, this is true. Because that nothing wasn't made public for Jehovah. The Chazak of the person is not good. Doesn't have the actions to deny it. Yes, it takes a certain number of steps. He borrows money from somebody, and it's denied. Praise the person loves you money. You want to get the money back, you do it, deny it. The fact that Shimon is entirely denying it should actually mean he didn't borrow the money, because normal people don't do that. Normal people don't borrow money from people, they just deny the whole thing. Therefore, why we obligated to swear? That says, no. You're right. It's true that people generally do not deny the loan that you actually owe. However, the reason you have to take this demonstrate means become a standard. Sometimes people want to push off the payment of the loan. Otherwise, you borrow the money because you need to spend it. That's the point. You're more you will borrow money because you need to spend money on something. Therefore, what happens is, in many cases, the person borrows money, he doesn't have enough of his own money, so he borrows money from somebody else, so you spend it. What happens if you have to knock down yet recover his money? So instead of going through the whole thing and saying, no, I'm sorry, I have 30 more days, sometimes people do a little bit dishonest and say, why? Well, I'm not sure what you're talking about. The intention really is to postpone the loan until you're still back. So probably say you're right. You understand that maybe you do owe the money. But we're going to add some pressure to you and say, you're denying it? You deny the whole loan? You claim you didn't borrow it? Take it sure you didn't borrow it. If I'm hoping that in that process you guys can say, you know what? I don't want to make it sure that you didn't borrow the money. That's your own upset. Say, you know what? I did borrow the money. But I'm not ready to pay you back. Give me a week. Give me 2 weeks. And that's the point to assure. If you generally think you're not going to pay, but you don't need to disrupt the procedure. Now, some are more explained as a habit is parameter. That's a good money I'll pay that. Pay that, more patience. That might be people not knowing the more clearly that this idea, this practice, this belief, this understanding is quite normal. Your person postpones it. That might be either up in our future, a comfort for a person who denies a monetary loan cost for ages. He's still in the process for ages. Even though he was lying, he's still cost for ages. Obviously, what he points out just means that if he denied it, he did not take it for a shua. If he took it for a shua, then he's possible that he could be disqualified to testify because he's a liar. However, if because of a deposited item, then the person denies that he's possible. You know why? Because when I give you something to watch, now you're supposed to do with it, keep it exactly where you're supposed to. You put it in your drawer, you put it in your safe, you put it away, the person will see this to you. There is absolutely no reason why you postpone giving back that item unless you use it. You use it and you really violate your commitment to it. So therefore, when it comes to monetary things, people borrow money because they want to spend it. Sometimes when you spend money, you expect that you put on your investments, but sometimes it takes a little bit longer than you expect. So instead of going through the whole discussion, sometimes people will be a little bit dishonest and say, I never borrowed it. The intention is to say, I'll pay you back next week. However, when it comes to this item that you're watching, you're supposed to hold on to it. Therefore, if you claim that you don't have it, that means it's not there, and then you're ready to violate the so he learns the concept of we're going to chew on the safe, which means the evidence of that witness says, Mother Shimon says, you have the mother block. On my low, Shimon says, hey, that's true. I do owe you a money. We knock by the next day, on my low, he says to him, you owe me the money. Can you please pay out? You knock on my low, he says, give it to me. The guy says, what's that for this off? I paid you back. What's that? What's that? Just Ruben looks at Shimon and says, Shimon, you owe me $100. Shimon says, that's true. I do owe you $100. The next day, Ruben looks at Shimon and says, remember you owe me $100? He says, yes, I remember that. So can you please pay me? Says Ruben. Shimon says, no, I actually paid you yesterday. What's that? I'll call you customer. So he immediately, when he owes the money, he also goes, you pay the money. I'm not knocking my skills to do a test. You do it both. Requirement to take this law, and when you also deny the last ratio, the law who says that you make this rule and deny the whole thing, also can I say that? Certainly in the case where you have the money, that's what you claim, everyone's going to be able to take this within a car. However, not the last law says that. What it says that in the same part, you have to take a shit out from now on the hour. What it says in the case where you have the money, just that you know you pay back the next day. It's a half of the people that are money. In this case, since there is already something that's form of lying together. In other words, you're letting know that something that smells over here, a little bit like there's a loan. So you let me have a suspicion that there's a loan, and that gives the claim that you pay it back, so you're going to pay their money. As in the first case, we didn't say, so you owe me $1,000, and you say, I don't know, but you're talking about my case, back to the hospital, to go to the money, you pay the patient, and the money, it's up to you for out. Do not agree with this issue of the death. But this is about to be brought up from another family today. This term comes up in Shas a few times. Typically when you see it, it's going to be much Rashi usually says it means there's a loss of money. So typically, whenever there's a monetary discussion going on, where the ocean and money that's absorbed in the money. However, when it comes to a Messiah, to a loss, to the back article, that's a case where only losing, it's just the loss of a gain. In that case, it's not a Georgia Ramona. So it's just generally says Georgia Ramona means that if you take away everyone's verbal claim, you'll recognize that there's a suffix over here. You see two people holding on to something, you can observe that, and no one says anything, you figure out that there's a sign over there, there's a suffix. Over here, neither Rashi nor Tosha say it. It seems that everyone gives a Georgia Ramona to their means that there's something to it, something to it. In other words, it's not like there's a Ramona in there. In that case, you're going to require it to be a short, you got that. That is all going on to a different discussion. You mentioned the practical short process. You short Ramona and you're going to go. So what is the hierarchical difference between these two goals and the physical goals? You know, Paris is a shield of Raisa, the shield of Ramona. What is the difference between the shield of Raisa, the Ability Coach shield, and the shield of Ramona, which is the Ability Coach shield? Now, if you look at the following is the difference. Mika Shivua. What is the Mika shield? This means is, let's say Mika gets a shilling that says $100,000, shilling denies it, and we say it's a shilling, you have to take a shilling of that. What if shilling says, I'm not interested in taking a shilling of that money? Rather, I'd say, you didn't want the money from me, you paid when I owe you the money, you make the shilling. Now, what it says, you go to the Raisa, you know not Pima. When it comes to shilling the Raisa, you got to make an English case. So when a person has to take this law, it will cross that 3% to a base man. In such a case, if someone's going right to take this law, who cannot give it up to the rebate? Now, when you drop all that, when it comes to a big vehicle, not Pima, if someone can go and turn it back on you. In other words, the logic is as follows. Mido Raisa, when Ruben claims that Shimon owes him money, and Shimon says that don't owe you anything, there's no monetary loan. There's no monetary obligation. And therefore, what's Shimon's obligation over here? Nothing. This is the kind of the Chazal said, you know what? Let's try to settle this well so everyone is confident in the halacha. So you know what? The lady wanted to change the pressure on him, and she said, you just try to push it up. So let's make this shua. So therefore, there's no monetary obligation. Therefore, Shimon could say, I'm not interested in making this shua. You make it. When it comes to the Raisa, really, what gives you that there is a monetary obligation over here? So then the shua is really to exempt yourself. You don't want to make this shua. You don't get the exemption. Practice every other person. That's what we know for the differences. The answer is hold on. It's not about Ashi. So it's not about Ashi. I'm the direction. I'm not too much. Even when it comes to abilities and comes to Shimon is supposed to be able to make it. Now, I'm not too much to a micro. The answer is the denial. Make the Shimon say. It's the root stuff. And I'll take Shimon if you need to swear. Are you going to force him or taking some of the possessions away? Here's our right side. Really touch the right side. If you look through the swear, now there's a major mission that we were talking about. Household mission. Let's say, the Lord is possession to take a step. The person to pay back. The Rabbi, if you need to swear, you're not feeling the issue. You're not going to actually go into a personal possession to pay back. That's what we're going to happen to you. Just think of this for a second. You have Ruben. Ruben gets to Shimon and says, Shimon, you owe me money. Now, Shimon says, I don't. So Rabbi says, Shimon, take this shua. Now, Shimon says, I don't want to take this shua. I'd rather Ruben take this shua. So now, let's say we're talking about shua or shua we go right. Now, and that's the case we take away with possessions. Now we're the following case. Shimon says, I need to make this swear. So now, it's a shua we go right. So, going to Rabbi, she will take away some of his possessions. How can he get out of that? He just says, Ruben to swear. Now, Ruben doesn't want to swear. Ruben doesn't get it. He's off the hook. In other words, it's possible to circumvent this whole thing, and you won't have to swear for the payoff, and those bases that force you, but you have to take a risk. Because Shimon, if he allows Ruben to take the shua, so then, if Ruben takes the shua, he gets to take the money. There's nothing you can do about it. If he refuses to pay, basically, they'll have a and
And
sees the
say,
property.
Neo, I
In other words,
absolutely love your
technically,
energy
if
and
he
a weird
knows
way
that
you
moving
screwed
properly
my
on a
hand. My
square,
mom, if
she
she
has a
was
way
never
of
a
sucking
stripper,
everything off
never
and
went to
see
prison,
through an
and
interesting
it
point.
wasn't
If
so
you can
amped
get
up
out
on
of there,
whatever the
if
fuck
it's
you're
not when
on,
that
but
feeling of
I
insight
love
that
you.
refuses to
Come back
swear
again.
asks
Sign
you
up
moving
again,
to
will
swear.
you?
Again, there's a risk because we were scared. He does nothing to do
Absolutely.
with it. Although it keeps him no longer at that point. Casey's no longer going to allow him to swear to get out of there. Casey's never going to set up a situation where he loves it where there's a false expectation.
Thank you so
You
much.
can't
How about a
have
hand for this lady?
moving
Help
swear
it.
to you owe me and
A
shouldn't
good
swear to you
smear
don't
right
owe me.
here.
Casey's not going to.
She would be my
Now you
first
want to say,
pick
okay,
on my
that's not
softball
the
team.
only difference. Because if you're remember that one and I would actually
Ladies and
say,
gentlemen, your
look
final
at
comedian
the
of the night,
you
Outrageous,
do
and
actually
needs
want to
no
take things
introduction
into
whatsoever. This
how do you
is
know
a
this is
brand
not?
new minute from the Big Red
You see
Machine,
us, Tara
William
Circle the
Montgomery.
because Tara Circle the Complex. Basically, Tara, for someone who can't really deaf,
Come on, make some noise for
so
William
again, limited
Montgomery.
capacity. Circle the person who's limited in intellectual capacity in the company. That's all. Doesn't really know things yet. The halakha is older people don't have the halakha ability to accomplish a opinion. However, if we find something, the reason why Gezel is the Gezel Shara. If you take it from them, the going to go to halakha from Gezel, we got to show we can't have a society that people just start taking consideration because there's no halakha opinion. Yossi says, Gezel Gaba. It's actually real fast. If a child finds a little article on the street, he picks it up and he says, oh, you child, you can't accomplish opinion. He doesn't know how to acquire things. You grab that in his hand, Gezel Gaba. So it's good news. That was good stuff. That's what that means. It means Gezel Gaba is the vote. In other words, it's not really a typical Gezel because we go right so the kids in the happen to be considered to be Gezel. Yes, a real Gezel, or a true situation away from him as a real piece. But I got to be one of the things. I like this one. See the other? Even in a conversation with a minute type of opinion, still is even posed all the halachas of Gezel and commentary on the I'll take it away. So in other words, he only comes to a minute type of shua. It seems we'd say we take it away from him to the court system. We don't invite him to actually see the Rabbi. Yes, we need to be nice to connect with that to the shua. This is similar to this, okay? This is not where the mitzvah, when he is being played of, to actually ask you to switch it. What happens is, the person who has to make the shua is a person who very bad himself into operating before, and we think this guy's a liar. Therefore, we say, no, we're not going to play the shua on you because we don't trust the shua. You've made that shua in the past. So if you can't play Halacha, you're right, so like the talk about shua, akinu shua, and so on. Even when it comes to typical obligations, it's the person who has the shua placed upon him. It's a step of life. The base is going to voluntarily say, you know what, we don't take a shua shame, but we don't trust you. Therefore, we'll ask you to do it. And we go, oh, the fact that you will come to a shua is the imposed solution. But the problem with the pencil is we don't make it double solution to say, listen, we can impose a shua too. A shua is not something, therefore, we're going to say, we need to do it to double the level of the cover. We're going to pick and the rest of the hundred single of the guilty. Why would that hundred left in and say, my idea. In other words, you want to be wondering what happens according to Rabbi. If there's a shua, it's from the red, what form does that say up? What do we do? How do we influence our system? We want to say, Misham Kilele, let's communicate it. We put it in the chaos. In other words, this guy becomes isolated completely. You quarantine him. No, the question is, the business with him until he pays up. You know, I'm going to read it about you. I'm not saying the Kusma did not skip the shout to your window. This is, the real translation is, you are really grabbing on to a cluster, did not see the window to take up his place. In other words, the point here is, you're not going to take away his possession. So what do? You put the guy into a corner and close the door forever, and so he can never come out. Now, Rashi explains this is a lesson that you learn. Part of the lesson that you were saying is, you're grabbing onto a person into on his private place, and therefore, the person's going to have no choice other than to acquiesce what you're demanding of it. Now, what the point is, you're telling me when it comes to civic obligations, you don't force the guy to pay. Is there any more forcing than telling the person who's excommunicated forever to never do business again until he pays up? Of course, that's forcing him to pay. The word says no.
William, how's your life going? You're healthy, you're sober now, you've been sober for almost 2 months.
You put it in prepared for 30 days until the time of lapses come. Once the time of lapses come, for 30 days, the most complicated, you give them the lapses and say, you know what? You execute it again for 30 days.
Let's see what gets the letter plus. That was the applause for William's sobriety. How about this applause? He was his 850 Bud Light cans in front of him.
I'm going to talk to high mind, the output start off top red.
It's
The
about to
other
be
person is putting
nine.
out a document on his spread that says he owes some money.
Okay,
Long way, start up to the the person says, yes, I did actually borrow money from you with that document, but I paid you back. Immediately, loud Kokonia. Minneapolis, in other words, this guy, Minneapolis, Zishwa, the in Amar, what he says,
how's your new place in Austin doing? You have a place, you look at your girlfriend,
I know you still have the document because they owe you the money. Listen, I got you to swear, but I still owe you the money to pay it back. I mean, you're right, this guy was like, yes, go ahead, you can make the swear that you didn't pay it back. Some of us also paid the regular amount. Not saying that, you put in that story. What's the difference between this and a Kogan story? What's Kogan story mean? Kogan story means when a person admits that a loan document has some type of flaw. The typical example lots of you folks say here is when it comes to a super, when a woman's owed the money for a super, when she admits to help me pay back, they pay back part of it. What it's all up to is, if I have a document that says Ruben owes me money, and now I go to Ruben and I say, listen, Ruben, you owe me money, but I'm admitting some parts of this document are not accurate. In such a case, I would have to make a shura that you still owe me the rest of the money. Now, one thing very interesting here. The Ruben goes to Shimon and says, you owe me $1,000 as stated in this document, and Shimon says, not true, I paid you back. Then the halacha is, Shimon could require Ruben to swear. Now, why should Ruben have to swear? There's nothing wrong with that document. That document is perfectly fine. And Laura asks this by saying, the only time we find that the one who is claiming that the other is no longer has to take the shura is if he admits that the loan document has a flaw. In that case, he has to swear. So here you're telling me that the loan document has no flaw in it. It's possibly opposed to flaw in it. The other document has a flaw in it, and that does not have a flaw in it. In both cases, you're trying to make a shura. Okay, now we have some after that will tell him, in that case, the guy ultimately admits that the loan document has a flaw in it. The real faith in our goal to say, you know what? Take a shura. So you know they are not. Also, in our case, the loan document is perfectly fine. I'm really just
everything, right? I'm dead serious. The sketch videos that this guy and his partners have made of Gillian Keys, I think one of the only comedic things that have been made in the last decade, if you would look at one. This man next to me is a genius. Please support their cause and watch his videos. You're gonna laugh your fucking ass off. Also, check out Matt and Shane's secret podcast, available everywhere on Patreon. Make sure you watch the Gillian Keys sketch videos, most importantly. Tell your friends about it. Have viewing parties. Have a blast watching Gillian Keys. How about one more time for Shane Gillis, everybody? Guys, this band is unbelievable. Make some noise for Chinese on the keyboard. Matt Fueling on guitar. Michael Gonzalez on drums. And on the bass guitar, let him hear you. D-Madness, everybody. We have so much fun here every single week. This shit's been crazy every Monday here in Austin. I love seeing you guys out and about on what's supposed to be an off night like this. We have more fun than most people do on the best night of their year. Right, man? Love you guys. Thank you. Thank you, Gazzetto.
You won't get your money, we won't put you through. That's it. Given that, Thomas, money we do our talk, the number of cases where the claims do is pay back, whether he believes it or not. And Mishnah said if he made this turn in front of Agent, if he borrowed in front of Agent, he has to pay back in front of Agent. The answer is silent. Omar would be Amarav. Hamal that's the Rabbi, the person who was going to his friend with Agent, in other words, the audience was there at the time they went. So, with all of the Agent, he has to pay him back. When this halacha was said, by a master from the small, Anna leaves. Shmuel said, Yoko Loma Loka, in other words, this halacha is never to be relevant. Why? Because, what's the plan to get? Ruben led right to Shimon in front of 2 agents. What's the halacha? Shimon has to pay back to Ruben in front of 2 agents. Shmuel says, Shimon could simply just say, I can't pay you back in front of 2 agents. Now, what are they doing? The Kalama for taking the holy for they paid you in front of Levi Yehuda. Well, even though the God, the Sabbath, the Israel, get rid of that here. In other words, the fact is that it's claim that we're going to undermine the whole idea that pay in front of Agent. Therefore, since you just claim that you pay in front of Agent, identify 2 yards of people and say, we now live in China. You can't get a hold of them. So therefore, helping towards the fact. But, read the Mishnah. Mother reading also. First he says, Ruben says to Shimon, you owe your mother. Amar he says to him, hey, yes, I do already owe you that money. Your mom called, Amar he goes today. He says to Mary, give it to me. He's trying to say, what's happening with her? I did give it to you. What's that rock off? Parker. He talking like what's wrong alcohol. He was a topic of Agent since he claimed in front of Agent that he owed him the money. So now he's also Agent, because if he left the money for the Agent. And so what's up? Look at Tony. Parker. And we learned how often is that he's Parker. What do you see? That even though he claimed in front of Agent that he owes him the money, still, he could claim that he paid back even though they weren't Agent, and he's off the hook. So you see that the Asi is wrong. Looks at the top of the mouth of the days. She has to do Asi. This seems to be reputation in the Asi, and therefore it must be that what is he does the right kind of reason. He watches all of the Asi, that's what will actually back and explain. Ana, he ami hates to me, Kara owes favorite Agent. I need something that is actually lending the money in front of Agent. The loan is today handmade. He's clearly saying, I don't trust you. No, we're living with the Shimon and Shimon and says, lend me $100. Now, if Ruben responds and says, no problem, but hold on a second. Let me just call Levi Yehuda over to watch this because I want to make sure that there's security. What's he indicating? He's indicating, I don't trust you. And therefore, he's saying, I don't trust you. I want you to borrow it from the Agent, but I expect you to pay back because of Agent. You don't know what's going to happen here. I know that tomorrow you're going to say you paid me back. So therefore, in such a case, you have to pay back from the Agent. How handmade? The other case, what happened? Collecting the money in private. So you trust the guy. The fact that there's a conversation with the person from the Agent does not indicate that he's not paid. He's actually going to require him to pay back from the Agent. It just happens to him that way, but no indication that he has this specificity as he wants to pay back from the Agent. The real system not to Rashi. Let's the words about it. All of the new number of Rashi, Haman of the Agent, any knows self before the Agent. The opposite. You let someone's money in front of you, you do not have to pay back from the Agent. However, the king, Omar, he says, how to for any other Agent, don't pay it back. No for Agent, or so in such a case, he says, he stipulates this condition. Don't pay me back for Agent. And such a case starts before the Agent, that's for the Agent. Now, if you need to commit this law, we said this the first law, very fun the same way. Honorably, you said, you have to limit for a people if they're going to use money. Even if you said out the phrase, if you don't pay me back unless they're Agent, still, you can say, you're right, I have to pay back for the Agent, and guess what? I did. Where are they? All for Medina Siyam. We travel to Medina Siyam to a part of the city if we would have them. So now the guard now brings the mission. Mother, you owe me, it's on you owe me money. Hey, he says, yes, I do. I'll take care of the plate. Don't pay me back. So that's there when he says there. The next day he says, pay me back. What does he say? I did give it to you. It's a lot of time. He's obligated to still pay. Why? Because he has to pay in front of agent. Goes to see. What does it seem like over here? It's Shmuel. Shmuel is correct. But Shmuel seems to say that you can never require a guy to pay in front of agent because he goes from the agent who travel to another country. It seems to be that Mishnah says that you are required to pay in front of agent. And if you don't have those agent, you're not believed. I'm like Shmuel, Tana, no, it's not focused Tana. The Tana, if you live in the Raisa, the person says, the agent of the Sikha, I lent you money in front of two witnesses. The agent, Harali, I want you to pay me back. It's Harali, pay you back in front of the agent. Oh, you take, you have your Raya, Shadasa, you have to go ahead and bring the Raya that you pay back. What's not like if you were the Sarah Omar, he could respond and say, even though you required me to have agent, you could still say, I paid you back in front of the following two people. Don't do this yet, you traveled away. Not to the next numbers, you can get out of this problem by saying, I did pay back in front of the agent, but it's not here anymore. So, and Mar says, How do you know that that's talking about a case where he said at the time that he left it, maybe that's looking at the earlier, where later on he's claiming the money. He said, you know what? I don't want you to pay me back. And that's right. That's not the same thing as our Mishnah will first say that he's trying to do that. In such a case, it's true that when the Satan will say he can claim the agent is traveled away. However, who said, and even though the Satan will say that, even if we say it for time alone, and therefore not to come alone. Allow the agent of the Sikha, you know why don't you get anybody from the agent? Therefore, the agent, how do you have to refer you should pay back the five agent. I was a child so far, you know, for fire, it's possible. Everybody agrees, the time is alone. And if the time of one way, you don't feel report, you clearly demonstrate that this person, if everybody's going to agree, you have to actually identify the witnesses and still be report. Alright. I'm going to copy this bigger level. Copy says the word of Rabbi. So if it's not what's the halacha, I'm out of the verb agent. You do that, if you go ahead and lend someone money in front of witnesses, start in front of agent, you have to pay back in front of agent. Now, if you think this is so clear, the Mark says, don't worry about it, we have cut focus about that too. The Papa says, no, what's the halacha? The Papa is going to be Rabbi Amar. Mother serve agents, ain't served as part of the agent. Now, again, to tell you that my focus what the halacha is, then Amar out the trade of the agent. Served as part of the agent, he actually stipulated clearly said, I'm lending you money, but please don't pay me back less to our agent. Or the Amar, Particha b'Teikon, and Kol Yosef Yisayam, Amar, the halacha would be believed, he says he can pay in front of the agent. So again, there are two different opinions as to what the bottom line halacha is. More gives a simmer for the following cases that are going to come up. We'll start with them and see how far we get. Simon, moving to Shimon, the ton of Hafasah, Yazvi Para, Ploni, Afti Sitrai, the Hamusa Kebetre. These are very interesting cases. And who don't know the Pablo? First he says to his friend, he caught in Paramli, Papi Rubimishin. You owe me money. You owe me $100. When you pay me back, I would like you to pay me back in front of these two specific people, Reuben and Shimon. If Reuben and Shimon, in other words, it seems like you're saying, if Reuben and Shimon are there, pay me back. If Reuben and Shimon are not there, don't pay me back. Now, what's the halacha? Azal b'pari b'api trade me'alma. You pay me back, not in front of Reuben and Shimon, I don't know, the soft parts of Gulen, two random people. Now, what's the halacha? Rabbi, b'api trade, amarle, b'api trade pari. He told him to pay back the part of two people. You're right, he specified Reuben and Shimon. But the bottom line is, when he borrowed money, he paid back the money, and it was a front of agent. Who cares if it's Reuben and Shimon? The Rabbi of the argument says, no. Now he's talking about Reuben and Shimon, he ain't doing the type. He actually wanted Reuben and Shimon to be there, because he knows Reuben and Shimon are there. He's going to get a hold of Reuben and Shimon. So therefore, if he doesn't do it from Reuben and Shimon, he can assume he's not paid back. Now, the person says to his friend, keep paraply, when you pay me back, I'd like you to pay back this loan from two people who are Torah scholars. Don't just choose two random people off the street. I would like the two witnesses to be approved Torah scholars. Now, Azal, Kare being delay the delay. He just paid him privately. He's not paying him in front of any Torah scholar. Now this is something. Listen what happened. It's Nisu Hanak is using. That money that was returned, some type of unpreventable circumstance came up, and that money got lost. Let's play out the case. Ruben owes money to Shimon. I said, Shimon, when you pay me back in front of a Torah scholar. Shimon shows up and goes to Ruben and says, remember, last week I borrowed $100 from you? Here's the $100. There's no Torah scholars in sight. He gives him the $100 and he walks away. Now, Ruben goes away with that money, and as he's walking away, some type of illness happens, then he gets held up. The guy takes his money away from him, and he holds him up, he steals the money. Now, what happens? Also, to make your document, Ruben comes heard it up, but overlay, in Kibule Kabaltinu, it's true that I did get the money. I, Ruben, did receive the money from Shimon. However, Kabaltinu Mine, because I was just holding on to the money for Shimon. The Amina Lahu, I said to them, I said, Lahavi Gabai Kikadam, there will be something that I'm holding on to for Shimon. In this struggle they tray, until we come across two Torah scholars who were kind tonight. At that point in time, the stipulation will have been fulfilled, the tonight will be fulfilled. At that point in time, the loan will be paid back. In other words, the following: the guy was a clever guy. He says, if he paid the money back to me, and then I got held up, I got mugged on the street, my money that I lost my money. But if I'm holding on to the money for Shimon, so then I'm a Shomakinam, I'm watching this money for free. If someone goes ahead and holds me up and takes his money, go back to Shimon and say, listen, Shimon, I did my best to watch your money. What can I do? I got held up on the street, someone took it away. I'm sorry your money's lost. And by the way, you also owe me $100 that you never paid back. This was his claim. So the Lord says, Amalei, they said to him, Shimon the Kamodis, Divide Shaklasinu. You admit, Divide Shaklasinu, you got the money from Shimon. He paid you back. Now, you're going to tell me, okay, you made tonight, what's the problem? Your condition wasn't fulfilled, that there should be 80 million of our Torah scholars. Guess what? Zilai Sigu, come here. Both me and Rav Sheshes are here, and you want to know about our Torah scholar qualifications. The Tanina, El Chasar, we actually know halachos, Visifra, Visifri, Vitosefta, Bekula Tamuta. We're actually quite knowledgeable Torah scholars, so here your condition is fulfilled. In other words, they're saying to him, go jump with him. I heard the Amar Le Lachafri. This person said to his friend, probably may Azuze, the Oziftef, give me the following amount of money. What is 100 zillion that I lent you? Amar Le, never happened. I don't owe you any money. Although I see Sadi the Ozfei, who para. It's something very interesting. We found witnesses that were actually there at the time of the loan. Only problem was these witnesses said we were there at the time of the loan, we were also there when you paid you back. So we're not going to be helpful to you. So what's the halacha? Sorry, right now, what should we do? In the Amri Ostei, these two witnesses are here to actually substantiate the loan, and they say he borrowed it. But in Amri Kari, the same people who are substantiating the loan are actually saying that he paid back, so we can't really help you. There's nothing we can do. Rabbi disagrees, and he says, embedded in the claim of I never borrowed from you is embedded in that claim is you didn't pay. In other words, once you claim you never borrowed the money, you are admitting you didn't pay back the money because nobody pays back money that they didn't borrow. That's the concept of So Rabbi says, we will believe the agent on one of the statements. We will believe the agent that you borrowed the money. However, when it comes to the fact that you're saying you pay back the money, you are contradicting the agent because you say you never borrowed it. So the fact that you say you never borrowed it means you never paid back. So that's only dismiss that half what the agent said. What's left? If you say you borrowed the money, sir, you're going to have to pay it. Who don't let it operate? Person says to his friend, have we made it easy about thinking about? Give me $100 that are in your possession. Otherwise,
no practice the Pefon Mitzvah. Didn't I pay you back in front of Reuben and Shimon? So also Plani Plani. So they went out, they got these two identified witnesses, and they said, us, we were the witnesses that walked and paid back? Nope, never happened. Someone changes the name out, close the copy. This guy has now been officially established as a liar. Why? He claims that he paid back the loan in front of Reuben and Shimon. Reuben and Shimon say the whole thing is a bubble night, so it never happened. We didn't watch this guy pay back the loan. So I'm going to Rabbi, no, I disagree with you. Sometimes we have an obligation to know things. Sometimes we don't have an obligation to know things. In this case, you are not required to pay back in front of Adam. You're required to pay back. You are claiming you paid back. Now, it happens to be, you think Reuben and Shimon are there, but it's not an halachic obligation that you should know that Reuben and Shimon are there, and therefore it's possible you mix up the identities of Reuben and Shimon, and it could be that's a mistake, but that's not going to prove you as a liar. Let's do one more case. A person says to his friend, give me 600 zuz. It's important to remember 600 zuz. Do not siknabah that you owe me. In other words, that I have in your possession. Amar lei, he says to Vlad Partifa Mea Kavi Afti the Kaila Bashita Chita. Have I not paid you back 100 kav of Afti? Afti is, I'm not exactly sure what it is. Some type of nut that goes to a tree we used to use for working hides. I don't know exactly what it is. I'm not sure. Yeah. It's okay. I'll see what it is. He says, I pay back these afti that are they're worth 6. I gave you 100 of them. So in other words, 6 times 100 is 600. So I paid you back the proper value. So I'm like, no, incorrect. Lab, because it's only worth 4. In other words, you did give me these afti only $400 worth. Also, trace out the 2 witnesses came. One of them said, the Arba Avikam. These were only worth 4 at the time, so therefore, according to your calculation, that it was 100. So it turns out you only paid back 400. I'm a Rabbi, books of confidence. Rabbi says he's a liar. Well, he claimed it was worth 6, it was really worth 4. I'm a Rabbi Bartama. No, Rabbi, why didn't you go back to what you said before? You told us to listen to the Rabbi in Yiddish, Lava Daite. Didn't you tell us that people don't have to know something that they could make a mistake? In other words, this guy is not a nut dealer. So he doesn't know exactly how much they're worth. So therefore, he thought they were worth 6. And therefore, that's why he claimed it. But again, his claim is that I paid him $600 worth. He was sticking to the fact that he paid $600 worth. He happened not to know the value of the nuts, and therefore he said the wrong amount. But he still claims to pay you back the 600. How did I get the 600 from these nuts? Maybe I gave you $400 worth of nuts and $200 in cash, and maybe I gave you more nuts, whatever it is. I know I paid you back. Robert responds and says, no. And Robert Katsosa, the Tira, people know how much these cost. And therefore, even though it's maybe not a halachic obligation to know about it, he knew about it, and the fact that he lied about it means that he's a liar. We'll stop here for today. Have a wonderful day. Have a great day, everyone. Good morning. Today's daf is Shuvah Daf Mem. We begin today's daf by thanking all of our sponsors. We thank our annual Torah sponsor, the Tzessin family, for sponsoring all the shurim of the year of this cluster. So we also thank Dr. Stephen Dr. Corey Zinn for sponsoring all the shurim. Rock and loving members. These members go to see the word. They're our sponsors for y'all. And it's a fiance of the shower selling the Leo, of course, on the Mama. We also thank all the flowers practice for today, Iran, and Elisa Roth.
Sponsored today in memory of Israel, and we have a link-linking sponsorship here. We thank Michael. The sponsor is Daciel this morning. We report for Israel for giving Mordecai from China Yisra, which is up to have a report today. Please got men, but let them not fool you. We are starting on that one with Testament days. That a third of the way down the other. We have by the two guys to ourselves. The Lord said, when they make a mistake with the Shvuah, Omen will think in Rabbi Isaiah, just know that it doesn't make a difference what you mean when you make the Shvuah. That's not the relevant point, but the relevant point is what we have in mind. Now, the things are going to tell you what we want you to swear about, and when you take the Shvuah, that is what your Shvuah is referring to. So Gemara asks, why don't you remember Le'afi? Why do you have to tell this guy this? Why do you have to have this thing where the Basin has one thing in mind, and you're telling him your Shvuah upon our mind? Gemara says for sure, telling the Rabbi because of the story that happened with this Tikva Bracha. This is the story that came up previously in the Gemara, which was where this individual was brought to Basin because he denied a loan, and he had claimed that he had returned the money to its proper owner. Came to Basin, the owner was there, and he was adamant he had not gotten the loan back. But what happened? Basin told him, go ahead, take his shvuah, and he paid him back. He handed the balcon, he handed him his walking stick, and while the balcon was holding up his walking stick, he took the shvuah and he paid him back, and the balcon was so upset. He knew clarity, 100% clarity, this guy was not paid him back. He could not believe the guy had such an audacity to go ahead, take the full shvuah in Basin and pay him back, took the walking stick on the floor, broke, and what happened? All the money came out of the walking stick. He found out that this guy had hired out the walking stick, he put the money in, he told his shit, where he had technically paid the guy back by handing him the walking stick. At the time that he took the shvuah, he wasn't lying, but ultimately he had to stick to keep the money, and because after all, you can't have people having these little shit after free when they make the shvuah, based on what he says, and they stick a lot. Now the Gemara goes on to discussion about shvuah bringing the kids. A couple of things you have to keep in mind over here as you go into this Gemara. One of the stuff we're familiar with the terminology, but this will also very smoothly and very easy. We have something called the timer. A timer is the coin. Basically, that includes the entire thing. So if you're going to the Shimon claims that Shimon owes him money, whatever he specifies that Shimon owes him, that's called the timer. Then we have something called the Kira. The Kira is whatever is going to be denied. So you do that Shimon says you owe me $100. Shimon denies that he owes 100. He denies he owes 50, and he has the Hadah, the admission that he owes 50. So the timer is 100, the Kira is 50, and the Hadah is 50. It's a very simple sort of case. That's a typical case of under Miktas. The person claims 100. The person responds and says he'll owe 50, so he admits that he owes 50, that's going to be the Hadah, and there's a Kira, there's a denial on 50. That's one set of terms to get it ordered. Kira, the Taina, and the Hadah. We're also going to have to remember the following. So when we talk about money in the Mishnah, there's two different ways of describing money. There's Dafka. Dafka means that I am claiming that I specifically owe the following type of money from you. So if I say you owe me 50 dimes, so I'm asking you for dimes specifically. If I say a certain amount of gold, I'm asking you for gold. If I ask you for copper, I'm asking you for copper. If I'm asking you for silver, I'm asking you for silver. That's gospel. Essentially saying that's not an amount of money. It's not a worth that I'm asking you for. So in other words, the person says to somebody, you owe me $100 bills. So technically, generally, you don't view that as doubt, but I want dollar bills. You're saying is $100. So now, if the person denies it in quarters, nickels, singles, $2 bills, $5 bills, $20 bills, it all makes no difference because what we're talking about is shava. Shava means it's just the worth of what I'm playing. So again, davka means a specific denomination, specific type of coin. Shava means a value of the coin. And the last thing we have to remember is the concept of Oda Mimina Taina. That means that if I go to somebody and I claim that he owes me, I make my Taina. My Taina is the claim that you owe me a certain amount of money. Now, the person denies my claim, but he admits something else. Like, generally speaking, when a person denies part of a claim, but admits to part of the claim, that's the concept of a modern exas, where he's obligated to take a biblical oath. He has to take an oath on whatever he denies. However, there is a caveat. According to most opinions, like we're going to say, like we're going to see, we saw in the Mishnah already, the Hodah has to be Rimina Taina. So therefore, if a person claims that I owe him $100, then I say I owe you a hot dog. So then, the Hodah is not Rimina Taina. There's two different stories here. One of them is a monetary claim that I owe you $100, and then the admission that I'm admitting that I owe you money is essentially saying that I owe you a hot dog or a pastrami sandwich. It has nothing to do with what I claim. So let's just make sure we get all those terms in order and ignore the very smoothly. Again, Taina is what I claim, Oda is what I admit, Fira is what I deny, Davka means a very specific coin, Shava means the value of those coins, Oda means that I'm admitting to something similar to the claim, except for the variation in the amount. Oda, which is not Mimina Taina, in other words, it's an admission which is not from the same type as the claim. That is, I'm admitting to something entirely different than what you claimed, and therefore it would technically, in most opinions, not be subject to the entire concept of the relevance. Amarav, Rav tells us the following. The more says with the Mishnah Taina Shtei Kesef. The Mishnah tells us that in Taina, the claim has to be 2 kesef. When we learn this from the Pasuk, we will see this very soon again. The Pasuk teaches us, when it comes to the mitzvahs, it has to be that there's at least 2. There's 2 kesef, 2 coins. Again, well, generally speaking, anytime we speak about money, it always refers to a shava pruta. However, when it comes to a dava mitzvahs, to this concept of modern mitzvahs, the claim needs to start off with 2 coins. It needs to start off with 2 coins. Look how Rav says this. Amarav, Kafiras Taina Shtei Kesef. The denial, the amount of money that you are denying that you owe, that has to be 2 kesef. What does that mean mathematically? That the claim has to have been 2 kesef plus a pruta. Why? Because if I'm going to deny that I owe 2, if I deny that I owe 2, so then if the claim was 2, then I've denied the entire claim. So if I'm denying that I owe 2, the claim must have been 2 plus. So according to Rav, our Mishnah says that when it says 2 kesef, it means the denial must be 2 coins. But the claim must have been more than that. Shmuel Amar Shmuel says, no, incorrect. Taina Atzma Shtei Kesef. The claim is 2 coins. And therefore, so if he only denies 1 pruta, so the person says, you owe me 2, and he says, I owe you, or he denies only a small amount, which is a pruta, or the other way around. He only admits that he owes a pruta, chayv. The simple difference between Rav and Shmuel is, according to Rav, the entire claim is going to have to be 2 pruta plus, and the denial must be at the value of 2 kesef. According to Shmuel, the entire claim could be 2 kesef, and the denial could be the most minimal amount, which is a pruta. The Gemara says, Amar Rabbi. Rabbi says, there's something very interesting that happens here. If you learn our Mishnah, it seems like Rav is correct. However, if you learn the Psukim in the Torah, it seems like they're kind of saying Shmuel, they seem to have found that Shmuel is correct. So let's go through this. Think about this. There's a lot. Our Mishnah seems to back up Rab's opinion, Nikotani, for it says, Hataina, in the Mishnah, the words were Hataina, the claim is, Shtei Kesa, 2 coins. V'hozah, and what get mitz on is Shava Pruta. Now, the Ilu, Rashi takes with the word Taina, the Rashi says, therefore, the Ilu, Firas Pruta, Lo Katani. It doesn't say that there should be a Kfira of a Pruta. Rather, the Mishnah said that the Kfira of a Pruta, which would be correct. It doesn't say that. It says, in the Mishnah, Hataynish de Kesed, Ha'odah Shava Pruta. The one the other is. Which means Rav is probably correct that the admission has to be. The admission could be a Pruta, but the Kfira has to be 2, and what's left is going to be another Pruta. It's not Navi, there's even another Mishnah thing with regard to Shava Pruta. Ha'odah, when a person admits to something, it's going to be the Pruta, the fear of the Pruta. And that Mishnah, let's these things off. But our sufficient with one Pruta does not say that when a person denies the amount of money that they owe, it's sufficient to deny a Pruta. You know why it doesn't say that? Because Rav is correct that the denial must be a minimum of 2 coins. Therefore, when we learn the Mishnayos seem to indicate that Rav is correct, and in order to biblically obligate someone to take an oath of the Mogu Mitzvah, a person who admits the part of the loan, the denial must be up to 2 coins, and that essentially means that the claim had to have been 2 coins plus a Pruta. So he admits to a Pruta, he denies 2 kesses. Now the cry, have to say the Shmuel Psukim, then the Torah seems to back up Shmuel, right? That's what says in the Pasuk. Gitei ish are'eyu kesef okei, a person who gives his friend either money or vessels. What does he give him for? Lishmar, to watch. Now, not Kalim Shnayim, just like Kalim, just by definition, the word Kalim is a plural. So not Kalim Shnayim, Av Kesef Shnayim. We compare it, since it says in the Pasuk, like a person will give his friend Kesef, money, or Kalim. Now, technically, we'll be very technical about it. Kesef, money, is, to a certain extent, the Kalim. Not with regard to this mukta, but again, Kesef is an incalculable, it's a movable object, just like any other Kalim. So why does that to say you give your friend money or Kalim? Why couldn't you just say one? So the Gemara understands that you compare each one to the next. Ma, Kalim Shnayim, just like the word Kalim is plural, and indicates that there are 2. Av Kesef Shnayim, so it must mean that the money is going to be 2 as well. So we learn with this claim that the government is you have to have at least 2 that we learn this from. Now, Ma Kesef Davar Pashuv, Av Kol Davar Pashuv. Just like Kesef has to be Davar Pashuv, any item that you're going to give has to be a Davar Pashuv as well. Now, the Torah tells us with regard to the halakha of what it says, the person admits that I don't owe you what you're claiming. Rather, ki huzeh, the only thing I owe you is this. Now, hold on a second. What was it that the entire claim was? It was 2 kesefs. So again, if you look at the pasuk strictly, you're saying just like Kalim are 2, money is 2. That seems to indicate the entire loan or the entire amount of money disputed here is 2 coins. What does the person admit to? I'm sorry, a part of that too. Seems like Shmuel is correct. Either the claim was only 2 kesef, and he admitted to only part of that, which is obviously less than 2 kesef. That would meet the criteria of what admits us, where you have to take a Shmuel, which is like Shmuel, not like Rav. Now, Rav is going to respond to that, says the Gemara. The Rav, you can't learn it from those words, says Rav. can't learn it from that one because this entire pasuk just teaches me the entire concept of Hodav Mitzvah Satayim. This is just telling you if you deny the entire loan, then you're off the hook to have a shvuah midaraisa. We're going to learn you have to take shvuah passus. You have to take a rabbinic oath. Hopefully with the midaraisa, there's not going to be any requirements to take a shvuah. That's what Kiyuz that teaches us. Doesn't teach us that it could be less than 2 kesef. Shmuel is going to respond and say, Ksiv hu, it says ki hu, and it says zeh. So again, it's a little bit redundant. Only hu, it could have said ki hu, or it could have said ki zeh. Why does it say ki hu zeh? Hu and zeh? There Shmuel learns those 2 things. The kafar in mitzvahs, number 1, if he's going to deny part of that too, the other in mitzvahs, he's going to admit to part of those 2, silent. So again, Rav is now going to have to defend himself because according to Shmuel, the ki hu and zeh teach us the concept of Hodav mitzvahs and that it can be any part of those 2 coins, not like Rav who says that it has to be 2 coins in the denial plus another part which he's going to admit to. Rav, one of those words, either hu or zeh, is to teach us the concept of Hodav mitzvah when a person denies part of a loan, but admits to part of the loan to take a shvuah. But the other one teaches me the concept that the Hodav needs to be minatayna, like we mentioned earlier. Whatever you admit to has to actually be part of the same loan, the same discussion. It can't just be a random other item. Shmuel, Shmuel says, whatever you want to learn from here, the bottom line is, you can learn it from the words of hu or zeh, or not. At the end of the day, if the entire claim was 2, and I'm only agreeing to part of that, whatever you want to learn. You want to learn the Hodav mitzvah, no problem, you can learn that. You want to learn the concept of Hodav mitzvah, you can learn that. But when you put the whole thing together, if the claim was 2, and he denied part of it, and admitted to part of it, you're going to be stuck saying that he denied less than 2. That's how Shmuel understands the psukim. To me, that the entire claim could be 2, and the denial could be less than 2. That's the more read from the Mela Shaman read of the Pasuk Taina. Learn from there, he's missing part of the Taina, because whatever it is he's going to admit to, he's missing. So Amalek Rav can respond, Kesa, he also made Karla through the Dasa. Misunderstood what the meant of the Pasuk meant. You thought, when the Pasuk was telling you it's a Kesef, it was talking about Kesef or Caleb. You thought it was telling you that the claim was to Kesef. No, incorrect. The Pasuk says Kesef. It was talking about the denial. The denial was to Kesef. The claim obviously must have been more than 2 Kesef. So the denial is 2 Kesef. It says Rav, he's looking around a problem for me. I'm perfectly fine with that. And they back up my opinion as well, which is that the denial was 2 coins, and that must have meant that the claim was more than that. Why? And he says, I'm with you. There came, because the word Kesef was not talking about the denial, rather was talking about the claim. Lift up on it, eating ish Caleb Lishmar. Why can't you simply say, a person with his friend, Caleb Lishmar, Amina, and now no, not Caleb Shnai, just like Caleb is going to be 2. Kolstein, everything has to be 2. So Kesef is the Kesef Rachmana Lamali. Why bother writing the word Kesef? Leave it out. I'll figure it out. So Mena in the Taina, it's not going to be relevant to the actual claim because it's totally irrelevant. It doesn't need to be mentioned. So now in the Kfira, you could apply it to the denial. This is like a concept of sometimes the Torah writes something which is not necessary. You understand it's written for something and it can be pulled out and can be pasted somewhere else. So the word Kesef is not necessary to be mentioned with regard to the Taina, so therefore we're going to, which Taina means the claim, we're going to apply it to the denial, and the denial is going to have to be 2 Kesef according to Rav, and he's not bothered by the way Psukim are written. As a matter of fact, because the Psukim are very consistent with what he's saying. Shmuel is going to say to you, because Rachmana Caleb, if the Pasuk would only write that the person gives his friend Caleb, below Pasuk Kesef, it does not say money there. How do I mean? I would have thought not Caleb Shnayim, called Shnayim. I would have thought everything has to be 2. does not be double chashiv, so therefore Kamash Malon, that's where we look Kesed over there to tell you that it has to be something of value as well. And that's why there's a quote right to Israel Kesed Okalim, and that's relative to the actual claim. If it's not extra, it's not superfluous, it can't be taken out and plugged in somewhere else, and therefore it must mean that the claim was 2 according to Shmuel, and therefore the denial could be less than 2. According to Rab, the denial must be a minimum of 2, and therefore the claim has to be more than 2. So now we're going to try to prove who is correct about this machlokes. So again, to simplify the machlokes, according to Rab, the denial must be 2, and consequently what that means is the claim has to be 2 plus. According to Shmuel, the entire claim can be 2, and the denial can be even a 2. Now, learn in our Mishnah. Shtei kesef yesh li b'yadecha. Shtei kesef yesh li b'yadecha. I had 2 coins in your hands. So notice this very carefully. What is he saying? Shtei kesef. I have 2 silver coins yesh li b'yadecha. I have in your hands. The person responds and he says, Ein lecha biyadi ela pruta. The only thing that I have in my hands, which is yours, in other words, the only thing I owe you is a pruta. Potter. He is not obligated to make a shavua. Why is that? My time up. What's the reason for that? Loud mishum the chasra lataina. Isn't it because it's not sufficient to the Shmuel? Now, in other words, according to Rav, the claim always has to be more than 2, because you have to have a denial of 2. Now, what would be the reason why, in this case, he's not obligated to make a shvuah? Probably because Rav is correct. That you have to have a minimum of 2 in denial, which means the claim has to be more than that. It's here for the Shmuel. I'm on Shmuel versus Shmuel said no. Mi sabrik shavakatani. You think the Mishnah is talking about the value of 2 coins? No. That's not what it's talking about. He meant to say, you owe me these 2 silver coins. Says Shmuel, you misunderstood the entire Mishnah. You thought that the problem over here was that the value was 2, and yet the value of the entire claim was 2, and therefore the claim wasn't the denial wasn't sufficient, like Rav. No, that's not true. The reason why it does not make a shvuah here is because there's 2 different things. There's copper and silver. The person claims copper, he admits to silver. That's not what he does. Admitting to part of the loan. He's 100% denying what the person claims of him. They say, I owe you 0 silver. I didn't owe you anything. Therefore, it does not meet the criteria of a dog in the text. Gemara says, if that's the case, the Hafi Shmuel, but the reason why he's popping from the Shmuel is because it's not a dog in the Taina. Ema Seif, let's go further on in the Mishnah. It says, Shtei kesef to Puta yesh li b'yadecha. Basically, you owe me 2 silver coins and a copper coin. And the person responds and he says, the only thing that I have of yours in my hand is 1 copper coin. He's tired. Now, let's analyze this. If you understand that he's just claiming the value of a certain amount of money, which ultimately you'll take out a calculator to figure out how much 2 silver coins plus a copper one is worth, I understand why he's tired, because this is exactly what Rav said. You have a claim of a certain amount of money and a denial of sufficient amount of money, and therefore he's going to be tired. If you're going to tell me that he's specifically asking for silver coins and copper coins, I'm not tired. Masha Ta'anu, what he claimed, Lo Hodolo, he didn't admit to. Masha Hodolo, Lo Ta'anu. He didn't admit to anything as part of it. In other words, again, if you're telling me that it's not a value of a certain amount of money, rather it's specific coins that the person's claiming. So he admitted that he owes him certain coins, and he denied that he owes him other coins. It's not just one big claim, it's several different claims. He agrees that he owes him a piece of copper, he doesn't agree that he owes him any silver. And this is not a case of Hodosh Mitzvah, this is considered to be Hodosh Mitzvah. Gemara says, "Mi divu time el Shmuel." In other words, remember, you're talking to Shmuel over here, says the Gemara. Now, according to Shmuel, you have to recognize that Shmuel is not going to be stuck with that. He's not going to have a problem with that. Why? Because even though Shmuel is of the opinion that the Hodah, that the admission needs to be Minataina, similar to the claim, Amar of Nachman over Shmuel, Todd is eating the or a person goes to someone and says, you owe me wheat and barley, and he admits to one of them, Tayyip, he's going to be Tayyip. In other words, that makes sense. In other words, you have to understand, even though there's a concept called the Hodah has to be within a Taina, there are various levels of what that means. In other words, the most strict way of viewing it is that if there are several different items in the claim, then a partial claim has to admit to part of all those items. So, for example, if a person is claiming silver, gold, and copper, and the person admits to copper, so then it has nothing to do with the silver and the gold. That's the most strict way of viewing it, which is how Rabbi views it. Shmuel doesn't view it that way. Shmuel says it's true that you have to claim part, you have to make a claim, it's Shmuel admits that it's true that you have to deny something which is similar to the claim, but if you have a wide claim, which includes several different coins, and you admit to part of it, that's considered a Hadom Minatayim. It's very different than a person saying you owe me $100, the person saying I owe you a hot dog or a pastrami sandwich, because then the pastrami sandwich has nothing to do with the claim. But if I claim that you owe me barley, wheat, spelt, and rye, and I say I owe you rye, but not barley, wheat, and spelt, so according to Shmuel, that's considered to be a Hadom Minatayim, and that's why it's not going to be a problem according to Shmuel. This makes sense from the Kohen say, since it says at the end of the Mishnah, literal zav yesh li biyadacha. In other words, you owe me a certain amount of gold. So the guy responds, I only owe you the same exact amount, so not in gold, rather than silver. If you're going to tell me that like Shmuel is telling us that our Mishnah is saying davka, not that he's asking for some amount of value of money. Rather, he's talking about specific coins. Shmaki Pater, understand why he's Pater. Because what he claimed was not what he denied was not what he claimed. Eliyah, Shava, if you're going to tell me like Rob, that our Mishnah is talking about just the value of a certain amount of money, am I Pater? Why would he be Pater? Litra Tuba happens. Litra is a lie, and therefore his denial is going to be sufficient. The same for Dafka. Since at the end of the Mishnah it's talking about Dafka, Reshinami Dafka, the Reish is also talking about Dafka, specific type of coins, and therefore the word says Lema that we Yufta to Rab. Let's just say our Mishnah is going to get to Yufta to Rab. If you look at Rashi explained this. It's the second plus Rashi on the page. Name it David Yufta Reish. In other words, the Katani, what does it say? It says Shtei Katzef Yesh to be a Dafka. You owe me 2 coins. And the guy responds and says, I only owe you a pruta. He's popular. Now, the taima, the reason is, because it's asking for specific types of coins. The reason why he's not making sure is why? Because what he's admitting to is not what is claimed. Now, what the difference? So that difference is, Hapanu Shava, Shava, if you claim a certain amount, and he admitted to a certain amount, Tayyip, he would be Tayyip. But what's the problem? In our Mishnah, the whole claim was 2 coins. In other words, the reason why actually he's going to be popular in our Mishnah for the Shua is because there's a problem. It's not a Adam in Minatayim. What was he talking about? He asked you for silver, he admitted to copper. So that means you didn't admit to what was claimed. That's why you're going to be popular. Now, if that was not the case, if Mishnah was talking about a certain value of coins, in such a case it seems like you would be tied. Now, hold on a second. The entire claim was 2 coins. We said several times this morning that according to Rab, the claim has to be 2 plus, because the denial has to be 2 coins. It seems like our Mishnah is a Tiyut on Rab. Amalach Rab will say no. Kula must be said Shava. The entire Mishnah is talking about the value of the coins, not the very specific types of coins. The litra, zav, shani. When it comes to a litra of zav, that's going to be very different. Why is it different? Look at the bottom Rashi. Litra shani. The kiva the tanu mishkal Since he mentioned a certain way, literally is a way, in that case he meant to say dafka. We're talking about coins, that's talking about the value of the coins. When we speak about the weight of the coins, that's the difference. So therefore you don't actually have a problem with Rav, even though at the end of the Mishnah when it says literal, it's talking about specific types of coins. Every other place where it says coins in the Mishnah, Rav could very easily just explain to you that it's talking about a certain value. Teda, or prove this, the Ketanim, say at the end of the Mishnah, by the way, Daf Met, Daf Mem U'Nala. We're starting today's Daf right now. Teda, the Ketanim, it says, the Ketanim says, at the end of the Mishnah, Dinar Zav, and leave you at Lacha, you owe me a dinar of Zav, the person responds and says, I owe you a silver dinar, and where he says, Jesus, Pundian, Pruta, Chai, those cases tied. Now, Shakal Min, Matfaya Echad. Okay, I said, all those are considered one type of coin. Now, yeah, first time, you're going to say, Shabbat, you're talking about the value. I could have said, Shema, that's why I'm tired, because we're talking about the value. All these coins are considered part of the value. I'm a doctor, every time he's asking for specific coins, I'm like, why is he tired? And the legend of Chicago Dino must fail. The legend explains, in that case, he asked for dinar, not fails. In other words, he asked for a very specific type of coin, which had a very specific type of stamp on it. The Mashmalan, which Mishnah is teaching us, the Pruta B'chal not fail, he said. Pruta is considered to be part of the coin. The Konami, it seems like that's going to be that is the case why it's funny, where it says, Shakal Min Matfeya Achas. All of them are one type of coin. Now, with the Rab's going to respond to the we're not talking about that, we're talking about Shabbat. Rab says Shakal did Matfeya Achas. It's only referring to a very specific din, to the laws of Matfeya. Now, Rabbi Lazar, when we the same for Kishmuel, since Rabbi Lazar seems to be saying the end of the Mishnah following Shmuel. In other words, literally, Kishmuel Matarish, since he's explaining the last line of the Mishnah like Shmuel, Reish Madi Kishmuel, must be laws like Shmuel as well. In other words, why could we refer to further the laws like Shmuel? Yeah, it's sufficient if the entire coin is only 2 coins, and the dinar is only a pruta. No, it says no. The same thought is talking about specific types of coins. Why? Shakal, means like the aspiration for Rav or Shmuel. Ratio could be either like Rav or Shmuel, in other words, it's not depending on the next. Tashma, now the Gemara is going to try to bring a lot. Dinar Zav is Zahur, with the Yodeh. First, you get to someone else that says, I have a Dinar Zav. Again, this Tashma is trying to prove whether it's Davka or it's Shabbat. And when a person has to claim this, he's asking for specific coins, or is he asking for a value? Person goes to someone else and says, you have a dinar type of coin, which is the Zahar, the Zahur, the Libya Dafa. It's a minted type of gold coin in your hand. The guy responds and says, yes, it has some of yours, but it's dinar cast. Time, this guy, what that time of what he says, time of the Amalek, the Zahar, the Zahur. It's only because he said that I have this missing coin. Hastama, if he would not have said that, it must be that he would have meant the value. In other words, the only reason why it's considered to be not a specific type of coin is because he said it. So the Lord says, no, I'm going to let Rashi have to come up. Call everything resolved, everything resolved. But we do have a riot for it. The fact that it says the Zahar, the Zahur, doesn't mean he actually articulated the words, the Zahar, the Zahur. We're just teaching a person said, you have a golden coin right in your hand. What he meant to say was a stamped coin which means Davka, you don't have a riot. And had he not said it, it would be just a that. Honey Rapia is saying the back. Rapia is going to bring a riot to Rav. How is that? Selling you know, a person says, I have a coin in your hand. Verse 3 says, sell a fuss or beige cassette. You only have a seller which is missing beige cassette. In other words, minus 2 coins. Tight. Plus or ma, minus a ma, he's popular. This is 100% like that. In other words, here it seems like it's a little bit interesting language, but we'll just say it in English. A person says to someone, you owe me a seller, and he responds by denying 2 coins. He started with the shua. Who is that? That's Rav. Rav says you have to deny 2 coins. If he says Chasr Ma'a, he says no. I'm denying the Ma'a, which is less than 2 coins. He's going to be Chakar. It's 100% like Rav, which is that the denial has to be at least 2 coins. And the Gemara goes on. The only time we learn that there's a requirement of the denial being a specific amount of money, when Rav says that's 2 coins, that's only the kindness malva, the das lender. That's when the lender claims something and the borrower denies it. About kindness malva, what happens if the lender makes a claim, and one witness comes by and says that he owes part of the money, the entire claim is one small pruta. He's going to have to make a shua, whether it's an 8 echad, a single 8 has the ability to impose a shua, my time up. What's the reason for that? The Ksiv, it says, Lo yakum 8 echad be'ish. The pasuk teaches us that an 8 echad does not have the ability to extract money from someone else. For any sin, for any chatas, within the time of a covenant shua, an 8 echad has the ability to require someone to take a shua. The time we learn anytime 2 Eidim are Makayim and also Mamon, we require a person to pay money, and that's a Makayim shua. And 8 echad could require a shua. In other words, 8 echad is exactly similar to 2 Eidim, except in the result. 2 Eidim can extract money, even if they claim the person owes somebody only a pruta. Same thing is true. 2 Eidim could be Machayev, someone could obligate someone to pay money, even if it's only a pruta. The poor a single aid could obligate someone to make a shua, even if it's only on a pruta. Remember back to one shua. Tanu Chitim, person claims that someone owes him wheat and barley, but under love after again. He agrees to one of them. So let's just say he agrees he owes the barley, but not keep what's the halacha? Chayiv. He is chayiv. Amalei Rabbi Yitzchak. In other words, let's clear this up. A person claims, you owe me chitim, you owe me wheat, and the person says, no, I owe you barley. Everyone agrees that's not what we mix us, because it's kind of a double meal time. That's like saying, I'm claiming one item, I deny the item entirely. So let's go to chitim in this wrong case. Reuben goes to Shimon and says, you owe me chitim, you owe me wheat. Shimon responds and says, no, I owe you barley. That's not what we mix us. That's 100% denial and a voluntary admission. However, if it comes over to the person says, you owe me wheat and barley, the person admits to the barley, that's the issue of Taina, and he is tired. Richard said to him, you Yasha. Yasha, in other words, Yashakaya. You're correct. And he responded and said, Rabbi Yochanan says the same thing. Now, for the fact that he said, Rabbi Yochanan agrees to this, it seems like Rish Lakish will argue with this. He could argue, some will say, no, that's not true. We have no right that Rish Lakish argues with this, and Rish Lakish would be of the opinion that when a person claims wheat and barley, he admits to one of them, let's say barley or the wheat, he is going to be obligated to take it. And that Rabbi Yochanan will say you have to take a shua, and Rish Lakish will say no, it's not to take a shua because it's not in the time. The Amri, the reason why Rish Lakish did not comment was because Misha who Shavile. Rish Lakish, look at Rashi said Rish Lakish had this practice that he was a very good listener. He didn't interrupt people. He would let the person finish talking completely. Look at Rashi. Kaka Yudar Rish Lakish. It's the first one line in Rashi. It's bottom. Yochanan Omar, Dover Beis Medrash, Rabbi Yochanan says something in Beis Medrash. Hayashoa Ilahashiv Aj Yigmur Rabbi Yochanan Kol Tzarchai. The Kol Tam Tvara. The Afrikat Hayapalza. He only speak up afterwards. Now that was the Sokap Yotzir Yitzchak, saying Beis Medrash. Well, show that but he had no idea if Rish Lakish argued because he left the Beis Medrash too early. Others say not that he was waiting for time to speak. Because Amri Mishta Mishasi, like he was drinking some water while Rabbi Yochanan was talking. Mishta said, can you be quiet? Because he wasn't talking while he was drinking. Therefore, we don't have any indication of what Rish Lakish's opinion is. Whatever we say here, let's try to bring it right to this point. Tana people about the person claims the only wheat he admits he owes in barley, Parter. Why is he Parter? We know, because it's not a dominant time. If the Leal Makai, if the Leal disagrees, he says, even if the Adam is not similar to the claim, he can be Tana people reasons because he claimed people were good as art, and he only admitted with barley. What would happen if he claims both Gitin and Sar, the whole of action, and he agrees to this one of that? Versus no, that's not true. We don't arrive from there. What did the Philippines or not? So the same week, sure, you keep saying both weed and barley. Like the Tzilip would be the Kitim. Why do we say Kitim? And yes, but we remember what the point of Gamliel says you do not have to have a Hagam in a Kana. So if we wanted to find the most extreme case of that, which is person claims wheat and it leads to barley, Gamliel's going to say yes, but for sure, that's where we mentioned that. But again, the same would be true, even if he claims wheat and barley, we're going to need to one of them. Flash him out. Try to be right. This ton of Caleb, the Karkos. Person goes to someone and says, you owe me movable objects and real estate. So, I don't know, he says, you owe me that piece of property, that he identifies piece of property, and the lawnmower that's on it. How do you pay them? He admits that the lawnmower belongs to that person. The government for Kalkos. He denies the Kalkos. The other way around. The Kalkos who agrees that the piece of property belongs to the government for Caleb. He denies the Caleb. Palter. He's going to be Palter. Why? Next case, under the Mixes Kalkos, what happens if he admits to part of the Kalkos? Palter is going to be Palter. Mixes Caleb. He agrees that he owes him part of the Caleb and his movable objects is going to decide. Now, time of the Caleb Kalkos. What's the reason why we talk about all these cases? Because we're talking about movable objects and Karka. And what's the problem is that admitting to Karka, Rabbi Shmuel. You can't swear about Karka. Caleb. What if it was two different movable objects? But the whole problem in this case is that one of the items is real estate. Real estate is not something to swear. What happens if it's Caleb and Caleb? It's two movable objects, two of the Caleb Karka. So he says, you owe me, for example, wheat and barley. We're deciding to do this to run them. More than enough. Who are doing that to the Americas? So you get you to move on. Somebody's going to kill you because what's the reason why it says killing? Because my friend is teaching me to Halacha, he helped me to kill him. If he would admit to part of the killing, time would be tied up again. Karkot, we have to Shua, even the Karkot, and the Karkot, why can I Mashmol to teach this? That's the kid. Teach me the Halacha, we can roll one Shua to the next. That's what we don't even seek that. So anyway, we read that. Don't you the class, which is no price, we shove out there, you will shove out there. In other words, what's the reason why it says, Karka in this case, just teach me the halacha that when you're swearing on new objects, you can stretch the shmur to swear on the Karka as well. Now, what's the point of teaching that? We know that already. Through Mishnah, the one says, no, and this is after the first place we learn it. This is the main place we learn the halacha. You're right above the sea, you learn the halacha somewhere else. There was this parenthetic, we're talking about acquiring Karka and movable objects, so we mentioned it there, but here that's where we teach it. And yes, you know what we see Karka and movable objects. You want to teach, you want to swear movable objects, you can swear on Karka as well. So that's why it's exactly the opposite. Entire inversion of the previous Gemara. Here, but I'm almost going to be up there. Here, I'm going to be up there. A person claims Gitin, mitzvah, and barley. So let's go back here. He admits to one of them. Exactly the opposite. We just got to say this time. Here's the part, no screw. Well, I'm going to get to the Yashar. Didn't get to tell before he was correct. Then Rabbi says, it's complete utter contradiction. Before he told Rabbi said, he's in the five. Here it says, he's in the perfect. And I said, I'm a lawyer, we're going to be up there. He goes, my focus. I'm a lawyer, we're going to be up there. So, talk about taking lawyer. Is that thinking for a public meeting? Whether it's a person paying the only we admit to the guy. Stop it. If you're on the side, you're real from the inside. Side, but what's the reason why some people on the inside? The reason is because he's paying weed and only agrees to guys. How people do so, what if he was like that? I'll get back to you. Admit to one, that's side. So we do the side. And what's the next? What do you think is or not? Then you need to even with people that's all. It's in the case you still have to have this coming. Why do you say this? Why have these two? Why do you tell me? Why do you say only keep it for it's always like this? This stuff will be real. But the point where the real stuff is will be fired, even if the audience gets to one, because you said it's not to a very real time. Talk about standing around, who's correct. Perfect, Caleb got us, exactly what before. First and third, you only both movable objects and real estate. The whole Caleb, you missed the Caleb, that's what I got.
What the fuck?
He denies that removal objects are why? Because they want to deal with real estate. Now, what happens to you is, part of the stress out, what if you admit the part of the car, but still part of the why? Because it's real estate. I don't know way around, Mr. Caleb, what if you admit the part of the Caleb? Fine, it's fine. Well, fine, it's Caleb, that's right. What's the reason why it can be uncut in this case is because he's talking about movable objects and real estate. They can't tell about Shlomo. Okay, let's do it, Caleb. What if there's two different movable objects and similar to Caleb, because in other words, two different types of movable objects? Well, even if it's really violent. The Kamashwan, it teaches us the Holy Ghost is Caleb Chayes. If he admits the partial Caleb to Chayes, I like our guys. In other words, once he admits the part of the movable object, you have to exclude even on the real estate. Because what's the point to teach me that? Like Kamashwan says, can you teach me the concept? You could drag a shul from movable objects onto concrete. We didn't know that already. Look at this country shit like the Sheikhs Matthias, Shemalayim. They could roll in the custom Sheikhs Matthias. In other words, the real estate, much in the same parents' home. Argument is the main source of it. I think I like what I got brother master. The other one was just like parent. Hey, so I'm not going to do that. I'm not like my mom asked for people. I got time to show what to say. First of all, you owe me now. He admits he owes me a sheep. Sir, I'll give us to the shore. He says, you owe me a sheep. He admits he owes me now. Time to show, because the shore, sir, and an ox, the husband of many of the missed one of them, tired. I'm not in the middle. Who is that? That's from the wheel. In other words, you have the right from there, that's from the wheel. The wheel says there's not being no time. There's nothing leave the wheel. If that's really the case, that's the relation of me. Even if he claims you owe me a sheep and he admits to an ox, that he's supposed to be tired. Oh, Hamdani, who is this Admoni? It's Admon. Remember we had Admon on our Mishnah? It's Admon. Remember talking about the jugs, the wine in the jug, the jug, not the wine. But what the Klima Kinala? Now, so don't think that I'm just trying to find some random parents to answer your question. No, we have this is a solid source who has constantly said that this case of the ox and the sheep is we will have to stop here for the day. Have a wonderful day. See everyone tomorrow, Mitzvah Shem. Alright, say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's shirt today. Our annual commentary sponsor, Tosim Mishpacha Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating Shireen Drushos this year. And discussing the service totals for all of Am Yisrael. Our commentary sponsors for the month of Sivan, Havani, and Tova, Stephen Karizin, loving memory of Steve's mother, Doris, and Zin, the Horabas of Yisrael Yol, on the occasion of our 50th yard site and our Day of Learning sponsor, Ezra and Esther Mizrahi, Le'ilu Nishmas, Esther's father, Shlomo ben Miriam, and in gratitude to Hashem for the Torah HaKadosh. Beautiful dedication, incredible. Also with that, let us begin. Of course, as always, we dedicate our learning in schools of our country's hospitals, with control from there for Hashem. Bring them home with Shalom and with Karach, and discuss of our holy soldiers may be successful. The whole Naaseh Yedin. We'll say we are on Daf Lam test, and we're not on Daf Lam test. That is Daf Lam test, a really beautiful and incredible Gemara ahead of us. We are picking up at the Gemara on Lam Test Amud Beis. Says the Gemara, Hechi Mashpe'inon Lei. How do we administer a Shua? So says, remember again, our Mishnah is talking about the topic of Shuas Hadayanim, which Rashi identified as what we call the Shuas Modin Mitzvahs. Shua are partially mission. So now the Gemara asks, how do we administer a Shua? What is the process for administering a Shua? Amar Rabbi Yehuda Amar Rav, Mashpir also the Shua Ha'amura B'Torah. We go ahead and we administer the Shua that's mentioned in the Torah. Now, we'll say, what's the paradigmatic Shua mentioned in the Torah? So by Adam Avinu Parshas Hayisara, Adam Avinu goes ahead and adjures Eliezer to go ahead and find a wife for Yitzchak from Avram's family. He makes Eliezer swear not to go ahead and take a wife from the local Canaanite women. So the Gemara says. Now, the Gemara is putting up over here on is as follows. As an Adam Avinu adjures Eliezer, he uses the Shem and Shem, uses the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So therefore the Gemara is saying that Halacha L'maisa, how do you make a Shvuah? A Shvuah requires the name of the Ribono Shalom. Amar Rabbeinu Rashi, Kiman, Shavir said Rashi, in accordance with whose opinion are you stating this? Hadithani about Eid. So everything about Eid is the Amar Ba'inon Shem Hamiyah. So we already saw this Sukha. Hadithani about Eid is the opinion that says that you need the Shem for Yud Hay and Vav Hay. That when you're joining someone, you must use that four-letter name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Amalek. So not necessarily I think Rabbanon. We can even read according to Rabbanon. How so? Dami Bikini. I remember the Rabbanon say that you don't have to use the Shem Hamiyuchot. Right? You don't have to use the explicit name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, but you can even use a key. Number one, if you let's say actually a descriptor name, Rachum Mechanon, or it can be Adon, no, a different name. But point here is because that needs to be the four-letter name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So therefore, again, if we're trying to understand what we mean, the Gemara says, right? How do we go out and make a shua? Right? What's a shua? So the Gemara says, using the example of Eliezer. Now, we assume that what was unique about Eliezer's shua is that Ba'ashbiacha Ba'Hashem Elokei HaShamayim, that he's a journeyman with the name of Hashem. Now, it's saying, no. You have to use the name of God, but you need not be an explicit name of God. It can even be a descriptive name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. If that's the case, then what are we gleaning from Eliezer? So this is incredible. That when taking a shua, you must be holding on to a holy object. Now, what does this mean? Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says, "Latfusei chavta ka'amar o sefer Torah o tefillin." And Rashi says, "You're going to sefer Torah or tefillin." Ka'avram da'at v'seila Eliezer b'rismila. Now, of course, remember again, when Avram Avinu addressed Eliezer, he says to Eliezer, "Sim la yadcha hachas yulechi." So Eliezer placed his hands on Avram Avinu's leg, on his thigh, and he saw it not literally on Avram's bris milah, but again by the bris milah. So the bris milah was the chefza of Kedusha. The bris milah was the sefer Torah, so to speak, of Avram Avinu. So the same way that there was what we call in halacha, we call halacha nikitas chayvetz, right? He took a ritual object and he swore over that object. For Eliezer, it was swearing over the selection. The Maharal in Aryeh has a whole interesting discussion about what exactly happened. Did Eliezer literally place his hand on Avram Avinu's thigh? Is that what he did? Or that, no, he just swore over Avram Avinu's bris milah. All right, you get interesting. Since the Pasha Pshat Rashi was, and saying that, no, Eliezer, I actually, Maharal also points out that this was a common way of swearing an oath to someone else as well. Again, especially after bris milah. But again, Rashi, Rashi is that he swore, placed his hand on his thigh, and he swore over the bris milah. The idea over here is that he took an object. He swore over an object, and again, he swore by the bris milah. Okay, the Rabbi, as Rabbi said, Hay Daina, the Ashba Ba'Shem Elokei HaShamayim, Na'asa Kimi Sheta'a B'Dvar Mishnah B'Chozer. Now, let's say, according to Rabbi, what does Rabbi say? So, the word suggesting over here is what we learn from Eliezer. The Shul Eliezer is that, yes, you have to use the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, but not more important, but just as importantly, the Shua must be made over an object. You have to take a ritual object. So the Gemara says, and therefore to the point that Rabbi says that if a person is a jerk, just with the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, but ultimately again not with an object, this is kilo a person has made an explicit a mistake with an explicit reading in the Mishnah, and when a dayan makes a mistake with an explicit halacha, the halacha is that the judgment is voided, and the judge himself ultimately becomes personally liable. Okay, so the Gemara says as follows. Rabbi says, so Rabbi, I'll just point out something interesting. If you take a look at that, actually, Rabbi, hide that in the Ashba between Nasa Kimishataf and Rabbi Shila Chozer. Now, Papa, interestingly enough, says, and it's not enough to take a pair of Torah, you have to swear over a Sefer Torah. To the point that Rav Papa says that if you administer an oath and the feedback, the object that's used is a pair of Torah, ultimately, again, the oath is void. Judgment is void. The halacha sakava say Rabba. The halacha follows Rabba. The less halacha sakava say Rabba. But the halacha does not follow Rabba. So what does this mean? So again, halacha follows Rabbi in that one must take an object in your hand when going ahead and swear. And if you take an oath, if you administer an oath without the heft, without a ritual object, the oath itself is void. The Gemara says the halacha chafsa biyadei. Unless Papa, and halacha does not follow that Papa in that what? The hanagit chafsa biyadei. So we'll say interesting enough. So essentially, the halacha is like this: you have to swear, right, using a ritual object, but it doesn't have to be a Sefer Torah. It can be tefillin as well. Any holy object ultimately again can be used for a shua. I will say that interestingly enough, I'm going to show you this Rashi now, but we're not going to do it until the end of the surah. We'll delve into it. Look at Rashi, the Sefer Torah. So we got Rashi. Now Rashi himself says, as much as the Gemara says that, so he pasking like Rabbi, he don't pasking like Rav Papa. He pasking like Rabbi, you're taking a shua, you have to swear over a holy object. But unlike Rav Papa, who says it has to be a Sefer Torah, he pasking can even be a pair of tefillin. Rashi points out, interestingly enough, that as much as we paskin against Rav Papa, that even tefillin works, you would adjure someone over a Sefer Torah. Then Rashi says, so let's say, then Rashi says, by the way, we don't do shvuas anymore. We don't do oaths anymore. In fact, he says the Rishonim already went ahead and were back of the concept of shvuah, because as we're going to see in the coming down, ultimately the penalty for a false shvuah is so severe, and actually the end of the Sefer Sota discusses the idea that unfortunately honesty and integrity was lost in certain generations as a result of the death of certain people. So Rashi points out that we don't really do shvuos anymore. Instead, he says what we do is this concept called an aros. Aros essentially is a form of almost an excommunication. In fact, we will see aros before. When we stop doing shvuos, what exactly happened to precipitate, the cessation of shvuos, we'll see. We're not in that subject yet, but in Eretz Hashem we'll see it. We're just pointing out over here that on one hand, you have Rashi saying ideally, shvuos should be done with the Sefer Torah. So like not all those filling roll work. Of course, a shvuah requires the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu as well. It requires both of these things. And then Rashi telling us about halacha l'maisa, we don't really do this anymore. Okay, good. That's what I can read now. The Gemara goes on. Shvuah mu'mad. Furthermore, again, shvuah has to be taken standing up. Standing up. Tam Chacham could swear even sitting down. And not only that, I'm talking in Shom, Shmuel the Sefer Torah, I'm talking about Chafir the Torah. Shmuel saying not only taking it the Sefer Torah, but ultimately I'm talking to take it even with Torah. I must say, this is very interesting. It now makes sense. Why is it that we would, even though we just passed in before the Torah, but doesn't follow Rav Papa, therefore you could swear using tefillin or a Sefer Torah. So why would we ideally use the Sefer Torah for shvuah? Why? Because it creates a certain sense of reverence for the shvuah. And that's really what it does. A person, I take out a Sefer Torah, a person swearing over a Sefer Torah, so everyone certainly lends a certain sense of awe and reverence to the entire process. What the Gemara is highlighting over here is that a Tam Chacham doesn't need that. And a Tam Chacham would have that same awe and reverence even with tefillin. Same idea. Normally you have to take the shvuah standing up. Why? Once again, sense of awe, reverence, respect. Tam Chacham will have that same awe, reverence, and respect even sitting down. Incredible. Now get ready. We are about to do just overwhelmingly incredible and beautiful Gemara for the next hour and a half. Life-changing Gemaras. Shvuas HaDayanim. So again, let's say Shvuas HaDayanim. Aki Boshona Ne'aman. So ultimately, again, now we're going to see what this means. We're going to do it. We're really translated. Shvuas HaDayanim. Aki Boshona could even be made in any language. You know, it's an only mode. You say to the guy taking the shvuah, have you there? top of Lamites, 39a. Shekala Olam Kulo Nizdanza Vishar Shamach Vishparak Sinai, Vesisa Shona Shamota Halashai. So no, that you think you know talking to the person about the Shia, and you say to them, no, that the entire world shook. The entire world shook, and it required to do the second of the Ten Commandments, and he said, do not take Hashem's name in vain. The Kalahin should have Torah, okay, very. Kalahin should have Torah, no Rabbi Hanginake. All the other ideas in the Torah, so it's Hanginake, which means you can be cleansed. Shiv is possible. You can be cleansed from the Avera. The Kam Ne'amar Loginake. Here it says, you will not be cleansed. So severe is Shmuas Shah. So severe is a false oath that the man said there is no atonement, there is no return, there is no tshuva. And there's a lot of clarification, we'll see. The Chalavim should be told us, we're flying in the minute, we can't really mishpachah. Any other idea, it's trying to be new idea. Who decides what the idea? You. Who represents what the idea? The family. When it comes to a false oath, so ultimately punishment is collected both from the perpetrator as well as from his family. Shneimar, Al-Titin es Puchalachti es Bisarcha. The Bisara Electoral, because what they want to say, you don't allow your mouth to literally again indict your flesh. Who's Bisara? Who is the flesh of Christ? That's your children, that's your family. Shneimar, or the Bisarcha is Adam. But the Chalavim should have told us, furthermore, all of our days in the Torah, you find the many, the kind, you never in color or in freedom. Furthermore, all of our days, in general, when you do them, so who decides that for them? You, the perpetrator, they hear that was shot, ultimately are going to force oath impacts me, and impacts the entire nation and I. Allah the Kiffish. The Imam at the other way with you, and I was saying here in the Gemara quotes that we can most quote from the pasuk from Hosea. Now, the pasuk reads as follows: Allah, thus Allah the Kiffish, the Ratzach, the Ganov, the Naaf, Partsu, the Damim, the Daimon. Now, literally, he's talking about all the different ideas that cloudy starts to move, and included in there is swearing falsely, adultery, murder, theft, all different kinds of things, and talks about the impact that cloudy starts behavior has on the world. The word says, hold on. Maybe only cloudy start does all of these bad things, that it has an impact on the world. How do you know that it just applies if we just
What up, kid?
say cloudy sort of have this negative effect on the world if we do all of these other things? What was it most by life? Whereas I like what it says, Allah of the Haaretz. It literally says, because of the Allah. Now, I get Allah, because of the Allah refers to Shua. Then there was the Allah before Allah Shua. Because of the Allah, the earth will be punished into more weeks. So, I can't tell about Haaretz, the Allah, for your Shua. Incredible. Like I said before, so obviously, Torah highlighting the severity of the false oath. Furthermore, all of the ideas in the Torah, in Yishnos, this Torah, Shnayim, Yishnos, Shadoros, furthermore, by all of the ideas, if you have a source, some type of merit, because also when Rabbi can make an idea, the good news is I always have some type of countermeasure. Right? I always have some type of positive dynamic activity, in my personal arsenal. So again, if I have a source, that can go ahead and literally suspend judgment for 2 to 3 generations. And what's that? What is that doing? So suspension of judgment, right? The Torah writes about this. Jesus happily says that if you do not do well, what should happen? Only. And all punishment. And when should financial punishment come? Immediately. So Midas Harachanim, the divine attribute of mercy, suspends judgment. That what does that suspension of judgment do? It allows for truth. That's what his whole work. He gives us time to work things through. Now, amazingly enough, how much time? So here we can say it could be up to 14 generations. That literally again, a person commits an Avera, and then again, Allah will say, I have mitzvahs. Ultimately, again, there's some suspension, right? There's some suspended something to allow me to work through everything. Because we're trying many reality. But here, ultimately, what happens? That we are So the judgment is exacted immediately. Ashura Shachshana Anai, Otsesiari Olam Shem Tzedakos, Uber Abis Haganet, Rabis Hamishbar Bishmira Shachar, the run of the Sefer Yisrael, the Kala, was Itzav Basavana Otsesiari Alpha. Listen, it's actually very interesting. So the Gemara is quoting from the passage from Zechariah. So literally the passage says, I will take you out by Yidum Hashem Tzedakos, and I will come to the house of the thief, to the house of the one who swears in my name falsely. Literally again, I will remain in this house and destroy the world with the stones and put them out immediately. This what does this mean? Right? Ultimately again, what does it mean I'll come to the house of the thief? It's supposed to be the thief. It's supposed to personally deceive others. So for example, it's an example of this deception. Let's say he doesn't really learn money for sharing. And saying is Ricardo, he claims that he learns money for sharing. Umashpil, and I'll be ultimately addressing, thou base Hashem, thou base Hamishpat, the school that suffered from us tonight. And I'll come into the house of the one who swears falsely. For one of the short days, so I will dwell in his house, with also, and destroy him. There's each of the answer of all, his wood and his story. On the matter of the one shaking things in mind, the county also, Shruas Shepherd Halal. Even things that fire can't destroy, like stone. Like fire can't destroy stone, even things like that, Shruas Shepherd does destroy. Power of Shruah, power of Shruah, is so profoundly overwhelming that it destroys everything. In Allah, in Mishpah, if he says at the end of the day, I will not swear, how do you know something else? What's this now again? So possible to say, so obviously, is not highlighting the destructive nature of Shruas Shepherd. If he says, I'm not in Mishpah, if he says, ultimately, again, I won't swear, how do you know something else? Well, this is referring to the person who's being a jerk, right? Remember again, we don't bring the Shimon to do it. Shimon, let's say again, is a negative in the test, right? So we don't say, you owe me $1,000. Shimon's like, no, I only owe you $500. So what's the halacha? If ultimately again, if Shimon says, I won't swear, who's I won't swear? Ultimately, again, so they literally, they constantly these days, obviously, represent if you refuse to swear, then you will be liable. Then obviously, but the idea of it is, the moment you say I'm not swearing, Satan sends you on your way. Now, what does this mean? Rashi says that we're coaching us from that. We master also. We do not even engage in why. Rashi says, Shmash or Yatsubo. That's ultimately already connection to the mind. Yahweh, Yishmael, and Shami, Yahweh, keep out on Facebook. So again, once if you decide I'm not swearing, so obviously you feel you try to get better you don't want to change in your mind. You feel your mind check, you must do Allah, having Yishmael. Now what if again, respond, but the son says again, I'm ready to swear, I'm ready to swear, I'm not in this part. Oh, this shall only resent, soon enough, without Oralena, I'm not sure how to shut him out. So it's like, you just really need to see the severity with which I want to go ahead and choose Shua. It's literally again, if the guy says, right, so the father says, I'm going to go ahead and swear, right, so then you get paid in Shimon. So he says, fine, I'll swear. So basically says, stay away again from these wicked men. The rest of that, by the way, just so you understand, that's what the law is called. Right? So again, that is a very strong Russian. And what's also fascinating is both parties are considered to be sharp. Both the claimant and the responders actually voting to. We'll come back to that. If you explain ourselves, we're not going to explain ourselves and then we observe the police. Only one thing. How do you do that? Shema guys fighting us here. Just understand, we are not observing you based on your understanding of this house. And our best hamakum, our best is which I have to trust now before. Rather, we're observing you on your understanding. You are not determining or defining the scope of this shibboleth. We are determining and defining the scope of this עשינו מה שעלינו, ושהוא בארץ ישראל. אבל העמדו שלא עדש ואני אשפיע אסלם, אלא עדס המקום בעל דעתי, no shall use the body shall rejoice us, like we rejoice the Shua, to go and accept Torah. So I'm going to let him shall rejoice, just understand, I'm enjoying you based on my das, and the das of the very bottom of the Lord, you know about, the Lord can live outside, he as a shall yeshua hope, and the Allah is the only one I see that. So I know the most of you enjoy us. So I don't know ultimately again, there's this thing about sin. How do I know the Gemara says, go outside, the way I see them is guiding you. So much of this is too beautiful. You couldn't know that most of them enjoy us. Like we can tell that. Because remember, we undertook a shvua, Tachol Torah. How do I know that that shvua applies to those who still have Sinai and those who came later on? Like even those who converted, how do I know? I'm a Re'is Asher Amen. Because the Pasuk says, even though it's not here, everyone was included in Province Yah. Future generations of Jews, future generations of Giving, all were included in the original Shvua HaKasim. Incredible. So we must say, this time is actually an interesting discussion in general about whoever or not Pierre was allowed to say the Bracha of Shalosh Sanidai. Like, what does the Jerry say? Exactly what the Jerry could think about it. It's actually not true. It's not the big person of right, and then they decide to do that. So it's not the true focus in Halacha. There is a school of thought that says, no, a Ger is ultimately like an Alati Bakshalash Sanidai. Why based on this Gemara? Because if you understand that there is so much of Giving, ultimately, again, we're included in the original Shua as sin. So that means there's certain respect to the Father. It's interesting. So the Father, right, maybe he didn't make this person Jewish, but if they thought to make this person a Ger, that might sound strange, because a Ger, of course, is a Jew. But the Messi when the Father marked that we shut up in a certain way, almost like the way of finding it in a levitable way, to the destiny of Christ. So it's fascinating, because again, a Ger is included in the Shvua HaKasim. We talk about, you know, say this follows. I'm not going to say, I'm going to say, it's a Shvua HaKasim. So I don't know about that, the Shvua of Moshe Rabbeinu included the mitzvah that body so is Sinai. Mitzvah HaSinai is Kaddish. You know, Mitzvah Mikula, you know, how do I know that the Shvua of Moshe Rabbeinu, the Shvua of Rabbeinu, included mitzvahs that would be introduced later on in Jewish history as well. Amaroma, he moved the Kiddush.
It's one of the greatest comedians in the show's history. This is a new minute from the great Truffle Michael Blair, everybody. Live in the flesh. Filmed in Texas, literally like a one-man street band. He wanted to be near the live audience.
That needs to be already accepted. So that's like when we see enough to Shvua HaSinai apply to all the mitzvahs that are given HaSinai, and also apply ultimately again to any mitzvahs, that they would accept in the future. It was all encompassing Shvua. You might have to get sharing, right? So let's say we might just jump back in just a second. And you want to introduce this sugya on the last thing about that's on the praise. So we might use Russian after sharing, right? Scientifically here. Which was how they learn. So we may eat in Russian even in any language. Russian right from even in language, even Russian words in any language. So what does this mean? My application on them, application in them on the Holoshim, these are things that we say in any language. Parsha Sota, like the Parsha Sota, Bigul Meiser, which means the confession, the Akhla which is the statement that says I dispersed their tribes. Kriya Shema, Shema, Tzvi Shema Esrei, Bechas Hamazon, Shvua Sa'igus, Shvua Sa'igadon, the Oma Nami, the common of the Shvua Sa'igadon, Api Doshon, and therefore then the Gemara the Brisa is adding that this is by the way also Shvua Sa'igadon also could also be said in any language. Omerman, so as the Gemara says, Omerman, only when we say to the responder, have you idea? שכל העולם כולו נזדהה ובשעה שהמלאך המשפט ובסיסה של השאלות כחלשה. So let's listen to them, again, before you take the show this evening, I'm saying sincerity, I'm not taking a shame of anything, I'm not taking a false shia. So each part of the people of Sisa, if you don't take my own again, the entire world shook. So why is that? It's nighttime, why did the world shake? And if we're talking to the other Sisa, even we should describe the Sinai, if it's because it was given away by Sinai, well, that's the case. It was not in Islam. Remember, again, all 10 commandments were given away by Sinai. So why is that true? Yeah, we should be the Hamira. It must be because Shvuas Shah, the false oath, is so severe. And Hamira isn't so severe about today. Abraham Kalos, Asivalo Sase, Yitzvulo Sisa. And one of the examples is what I said of Kalos, right? They'll call it more lenient uses of this. And Asivalo Sase, right? Positive commandments and prohibitions, those fall into the category of Kalos, except for those Sisa. And then again, taking Hashem's name, being technically speaking, is a low Sase. You know, it's like, okay, you know, so what's actually doesn't fall into the category of Kalos. I take that category. Kamilos, more severe ideas, what does that refer to? Zor Krisos, or Misos Krisos. This refers to Kalos, right? Things that carry Kalos and Misos Krisos. And those Sisa Iman, and those Sisa is included in the category of Krisos or Misos Krisos. So it looks like, that's pretty amazing. That's pretty amazing. They're taking a false oath, taking a change in the game, is included in the category of capital cases. Kalos and Misos Krisos. But still, okay, so if it's in that category, then the whole world should shake anytime someone does something that's highly colors from this as based in. Why Shua Shabili? And if you become time off, the Falabelis should have told Yamaha behind the Nake, the kind of Yamaha Lady. You want to reason why it says here? By all of Rabbi listening to Torah, the Pasuk says we are afraid. You can be friends. Should is possible. Should is possible. And Shua Shab, no Shua. No Shua, Shua Shab. He was in one sector. The Falabelis should return them on the hand Lodi Nake. Is that should by all the sorry, the Falabelis should have no Nama by Lodi Nake. That should by other Averos, it doesn't say Lodi Nake that you have cleansed. But the Pasuk says, Vinake, no Vinake. Or you know, the Pasuk itself says there are some things for which you are cleansed and some things for which you are not cleansed. How do you know which one is which? How many bloody would think that they was the second the Russia and the Russian incredible? You actually might do not can ship by them, I may do not can. It's impossible to say that there's absolution from the travelers. Because on the other hand, it says, Lodi Nake, not absolved. You have to learn about Lodi Nake, and then you can't say Lodi Nake why. Ship by them, I do not care. But you can't be absolved. So how do you reconcile this? Okay, so the Nake is a shoving, the Ina Menake is a shoving. And that's what you see from here. Hakim is honestly absolves those who do tshuva and does not absolve those who don't do tshuva. There is a yet in the incredibly other one and yet the end of it is the power of tshuva. We are killed, we are killed. Life is a choice. Like we all commit mistakes. We all engage in others. The shadow is what you do after you. If you do tshuva, then ultimately I don't okay. And if I don't do tshuva, later I can allow
The Warsaw motherfucker.
You have to do the shoving. The time after shoving, you're not going to what you want. So that's Shua Shab. So that's Shua Shab. Again, is it Shua by Shua Shab? So there's Shua for everything.
Very so glad.
Just think that by Shua Shab, even if you do Shua, is make Shua the right result. Ultimately, there's a punishment. There's a punishment. By other forms of Shua, the Shua can be so powerful to write this thing clean. By Shua Shab, ultimately, again, the Avila is so tremendous that even with Shua, there still can be realm. There still has to be honest. But let's say this is actually fascinating in the soul because which is it's also Shua Abba Machabera. Like in Abba Machabera, this happens all the time as well, which is I wrong another person. And then another person. Even if you wrong another person, and you do Shua, there's still fallout from that. Like, in other words, the relationship is still damaged. You see this all the time. You know, it's safe to say the sorry. The apology, even like a heartfelt apology, when you hurt someone, that hurt remains. If you think about it, Shvuas Shad is a personal trespass against HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So the thing over here is, can you do tshuva for Rothschild? Of course you can. Of course you can. But at the end of the day, there's residual trauma to the relationship. And I think cannot be undone. It remains. It remains. You hurt another person, you can say you're sorry, they can accept your apology. The relationship is probably, I'm just saying, is forever changed. To not be put back to what it was before. Shvuas Sham, you can do tshuva, but even with the tshuva, there's piran, there's still going to be fallout from that. Incredible. You know, like the Kabbalah Shem Torah, the kind of conduct, sorry, the kind of So let's say that so now we are analyzing the brisa. We just said before. So, for example, by Avra Averis, so if I do an Avera, I'm punished for it. Here, I'm punished and so is my Mishpacha. So, Mishpacha, to make sure it's right, Mishpacha, is that true? By Avra Averis, punishment is not exactly from your family, but the son family is kind of like your Mishpacha. Time B'Shemi, in Ruchata, Mishpacha, Machata. So, what's this? It sounds like the Mishpacha, he says, I'll exact punishment from this individual, from his family. What should be exact punishment for my family? If I created the Avera, so punishment should be exactly for me. What my family has to do? Listen, this is why I'm Gemara. No, only from the Shbach to you, Shbach Mufas, should be Kula. Any family where one member is a tax collector, ultimately, again, they're all tax collectors. She'im Palestine, and one family member is a crook, right? She'im Palestine, ultimately they're all crooks. Why? She'im, it says, negation that happened Allah. Ultimately, again, because they're complicated. Rabbi said, this is a very difficult thematic for you to unravel. Rabbi said, on one hand, right, you think about this, my parents go through this all the time with their kids. My child does something bad. So it's easy, of course, to say, it's Harris. Well, what kind of feeling from the home? Right, the child does something like that. So it's a syndrome, right? So parents can do all the right things. Children have the equal choice. Right? And they can take all of the beautiful things that parents have given them and really blow it out the window and do their own thing. And do their own thing. So on one hand, definitely sometimes children do things that are not reflective of their parents' upbringing. But the English thing tells us to is, however, when our children behave in a certain way, it is incumbent upon us as parents to introspect and to look at how we are living, and to look at the home that we are building, and to look at the field that we are doing. Why? Because when our children do certain things, we are not guilt-free. We are not blameless. And I act for, that's too strong right away, because my child, especially as they get older, has free will. But if my kid is behaving in a certain way, in a consistent fashion, if my children is exhibiting certain character traits in the ongoing fashion, I have to introspect. And I have to ask myself, is it possibly coming from me? Is there something in my heart? Is there something in my life? Is there something in the way that I want to admit this fine line? Is it my fault? No, it's very important to understand. I said, as you come out to great children, they have the ability to make their own decisions. But at the same time, this child grew up in my home. This child grew up under my tutelage. This child grew up with my fear. So as such, am I totally uninvolved in this result? No, and that's because I say. So again, there's a family with a kid with a tax collector. Let's say it's considered to be very conspicuous profession. So if somebody is going to a tax collector, you might think, what happened in that house? Or my child is a gambler, or did my child exhibit any kind of, my child just did something really bad? And again, do I have to accept full responsibility for what my kids do? No, but do I have to introspect as a parent wondering, what am I doing in my life? What am I doing in my home? Absolutely, yes. Incredible. So as this awesome, they do not do that, how come they do not do that? So the Gemara says that, so the Gemara says, I'm sorry. So therefore the Gemara says at the end of the days, let me see, I'm sorry. So the Gemara says, you see from here that ultimately, again, there is responsibility, even by other activists. So the Gemara says, right, also the Gemara, how come the Gemara day? So let's say, my family could always have responsibility for the negative things that I do, but the shine is how are they ultimately held accountable? Are they held accountable to the same standard that I am, or are they held accountable to a different standard? To the standard, this is really fascinating. Rabbi, the Rasi also, so as it says, I will cut them off. So my family, the meditation, and the something was when I, I'm at a possible situation that when I commit an Avera, that my family is held to some level of accountability as well. I'm at a place that my family is held to the very same level of accountability that I am. The Gemara says, I might be high custom place. My family is not held to that same standard. In other words, that when I sin, there's absolutely some level of familial responsibility. But my family is never held to the same level that I am. The Kaladesh should be called up. You're flying in the Rubicon, you never be called all the way. So I said, by the way, it's such an overwhelming display that when I sin, that everything carries with it some level of familial responsibility. So I said, it gets you put in place about committing an event. Because often when you sin, the reason I sin is because I assume that the fallout of my actions are limited to me. Now that I understand that every single thing that I do does have an impact on my family as well, it just makes me think twice. Like, I don't want to do something to my wife, I don't want to do something to my kids, I don't want to do something to my parents, I don't want to do something to my extended family. So suddenly now it makes us measure our actions just a little bit more incredible. So the God goes like this. How goes to the kind of fun that every time they tell you, so all of that is, again, usually retribution is exacted from me and not from the world. If I swear shot, the retribution is exacted from everyone. The Kaladesh is actually that the other Averis, retribution is not exacted from the world, but the Kishni Ishba'afi, Ishba'afi, Melani Chekhobi Sara Yababa. There is a reflection of every commitment. Never committed Avera, there is mutual responsibility. I'm responsible for your Averis, you're responsible for my Averis. So at the end of the day, it's not just by Shvuras Shad, it's by everything. It's by everything. Oh my goodness, it says, Hassan is incredible. She used the younger moon constellation. So let's say, so ultimately I am younger. In other cases, when we take the collective responsibility, when I have the ability to stop someone else to object to someone's Avera and I fail to do so, then there is collective responsibility. But at the end of the day, if I don't have the ability to object, then there is no collective responsibility. By Shvuras Shad, ultimately again is collective responsibility, even if I can't object to someone else's behavior, which is tremendous. You know, we see how that is. When you might say, okay, let's analyze this. Might be that they were shut in the spot, though. They were shut in the hour. Now let's say, we might use the following lesson. So what is the difference between the shutting of the world and the shutting of mindset? Now what is when we might use this phrase, the shutting of the world is if you have the ability to object, they're going to object. My own behavior. So again, what's the difference between the shutting of my family or the world? Then so we can do stuff with anything down. So we can refer to people who have no authority to object. So whether that's a weekend in my family or a weekend in the world. So here we go. We want to do the shire of us to do this. We're telling you how to make it how you hold responsible for the punishment for the deed of that Avera. When we tell them to stop, though, we can cover. So the same as my family, you got to search the family members who have the ability to go out and object to my parents' behavior. And fail to do so, they don't get the same punishment I get, but they still get a more severe punishment. Those of you know this? You are a family member, and members of your family, your children, your spouse, someone else is doing something wrong, and you don't do anything about it. You let the kids continue down in their path, and you don't stop it. You're held responsible. You're held responsible. Even for adult children, you're held responsible. And again, not the same level of responsibility as the person doing themselves, but again, a second responsibility. When we turn down love, it's not God. And again, we turn down those people who are outside of the struggle, but still have the ability to object and don't do so, still a lower level of judgment. And it's again, so general others, the highest level of punishment. Family members who can't object but don't do so, second tier punishment. Outsiders who can't object and don't do so, third tier. Okay? Sadiqim, the verse says, Sadiqim the Akab tier. Sadiqim, whether they're in family or outside the family, now they're already done Sadiqim. Sadiqim are people who are unaware of what's going on, can't kind of go back to what's going on, are not held culpable at all. Okay, so it's like, that's the level at the general level. Gabi Shua, what about again about Shua? Gabi Shua, fully the return to the structure of the Juno. So when it comes to Shua, so what's that about? So the perpetrator, who is trying to respect, the Shalom Shakti is the rest, I mean, what? Family members who have the ability to stop this type of behavior, and those who do so are held similarly accountable. Let's hear this. So again, the person who takes the Shriya shot and his family members who have allowed for the cultivation of this type of personality are all held accountable to the same level. They're showing the Alma, the Din Kama, ultimately again, they're shown outside of the family are held liable to one tier below. It's a deeply the half between the half. Ultimately, again, Sadiqim in the family, Sadiqim on the outside of us, like what's Sadiqim? Sadiqim ultimately again, people who are not going to say you have like no involvement in this yet, are still held responsible. Let us say, now, it look like deceived. Hold on for 1 second, maybe we just need to do this for 2 more lines. English, but ultimately, again, if, so now, let's say again, respondent.
Good joke.
Responding says, if he says, I'm not swearing, you know what? You hear your gut feeling is like, I'm not the case of money, right? I'm out. But you just don't believe it. So what's not right? You know, in couple of jokes, something like, good. You see, I thought that the mama Harini is supposed to have a 20 point out. What's the video of this Gemara? The video of this Gemara is it allows the respondent to save face. Why? So let's say, you know, the best way to conduct negotiation is out, where no one has to admit that they're wrong, right? Everybody can walk away from the negotiation feeling that they're right. That's the best way. What's the beauty of this Gemara? Someone could say, you know what? I'm not going to swear I'm going to and he can hold his head high. Like there's other this Gemara where it says, if a guy says, I'm not swearing about hey, what is that essentially? What is that? It is a feeling. Not suddenly, what is it? An expression of profound piety. I treat Shua so carefully that I'd rather pay money and not keep the Lord's name in vain. It's so godless. What it allows a person to do is save things without having to admit guilt. So but if however, Shimon says, no, I'm still going to say, I'm a Harini Yishbar, Ha'omdim Sham Omim Zevazeh, Surunoni Ad Ale Ala Shema'ila. Shimon says, I understand, yeah, listen, but it sounds like this, that's what Shimon says, so what the days you say, okay, it's got to make way. Like, you might want to get out of here because the guy who's got to overlap, he's not really good. And also, it refers to both of them. The training and the spine. And just what I was saying, this time we become Shabbat Kaibisura. We become Shabbat Amai. So what I understand by referring to Shimon, the swearing, as a bad guy. But why really? Like, you didn't equate it. Even if the guy is really showing money, I understand it. Why is he included in this statement of the Shai? To which you might say, I'll tell you. You might say, so anybody can sign your Shimon and Taparoma, Shua Hashem Tia Ben Shmina. Ultimately, when a person takes a Shua, that Shua is between 2 people. Between the government and the respondent. There are 2 people involved in that Shua. The Rabbi, Shekala Shua Ashner, teaches us that the Shua ultimately, again, devolves upon both of them, and it is liability ultimately against both of them. Now, why? So that's a take a look at Rashi. Top Rashi knows that this is actually why. Rashi says, Kala Ashnerem, Shekala and Yoshiva. Both parties are punished for Shua. How so? So, Lusa Namono Biyad Naman, this is wild. So the swear, I understand why he's going to be liable. What about the getting created? What about the raise? Why are you lending money? Why are you engaging in business with dishonest people? So it's fascinating. money if people react favorably. What's the matter? There's one of these laws, which is, the halacha is, halacha is, you are not allowed to lend money without witnesses, and you are not allowed to pay back loan without witnesses. In fact, the kids are being done just as if you do so, you are in violation of Lifnei Iran or seeking Lifshal. So you see from here, the only way to run into a situation like this is how if you're not conducting business in the right way. Because otherwise, it makes it common sense. Do stuff with witnesses, otherwise you will get stuff. So therefore, the only way to get into this is with people who are not following the halacha. So if you're not following the halacha, and it's ending up with you are, ultimately you're going to avoid broken capabilities. So let's say, so now, after this time, what is now going to get into the heritage of Megan and Trust? What is it that we'll get to that? So what we just like, we don't just spend a whole hour and a half focusing so intently on the severity of ROTHSCHILD. So what is this severity? So for example, there's a week on Maharsha. The Maharsha says over here, he says, because things is humble life, Sheshmei Shal Yisbarach HaGadol, Kiyuno Shal Olam, Yisodo Sheba, Baruch HaOlamos. The name of HaKadosh Baruch is the very engine of creation. The name of HaKadosh Baruch is the very thing which was his gracious Bara Elohim, as Hashem as our says the Hashem means, then what did Hashem initially create the universe with? He created it. His name. Gracious Bara Elohim. Elohim, the essence of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the meaning of the Ribono Shel Olam is what created the very great box in its form of creation. When you misuse that name, ultimately again, what you are doing is undermining the very foundation of creation itself. And to take a step one step further, let's say, what is this ROTHSCHILD? What is this ROTHSCHILD? This ROTHSCHILD essentially corrupts two things. Number one, it corrupts evil. Like when you swear falsely, you're taking that cloth as you want, like that cloth of speech, which is the very thing that defines us as people. It's what makes us us. What distinguishes man ultimately against an animal? It's not the ability to walk. Animals can walk also. It's not the ability to reproduce. Animals can reproduce also. Not even the ability to think. Animals can think also. What sets aside man ultimately again from animal is Rahman, like the case calls it, speech. A false oath is the fundamental corruption of speech. Fundamentally undermines all speech. And what the halacha laments again, the Gemara says that when this goes ahead and occurs, so at the end of the day, what is man doing? It's fundamentally undermining his very self. So you're undermining the world. You're undermining riches. You're undermining yourself. And then what else? What else is ROTHSCHILD doing? ROTHSCHILD also directly trespass in Ashur HaChalila. If you swear falsely, then there's nothing sacred. Like you can't give anyone at their word. You can't do anything for us. If anything that happens, when you take a false oath, you're undermining creation, you're undermining the Makos, and ultimately again, you're undermining human relationships and integrity, you're undermining Chavera, and you're undermining the very essence of power of these things. You're undermining Atzmo. So when you take this false oath, you've eroded every single pillar upon which the world stands. Would you mind if I do something like that? An unforgivable offense. Are fundamentally undermining anything and everything that holds the world up. I look at someone here today, strap tremendous tomorrow. And because once you know what they're doing anyways. Thank you, guys. Okay, see, you can actually play your parents. You can birth everything. Alongside good morning or good morning on both of us. Hopefully we have a beautiful uplifting Shabbos. A great is the first question to begin. The music together begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's trip to thank our annual Hanukkah sponsor, Ultimate Bachar Yisrael. Again, for the Orison is this year as we discuss for the summer travels for all of Am Yisrael. Our Bangladesh sponsors for the month of Stephen Abadi and Korva Stephen Karizim. And then we have the Brother Jonas, Kazim, and the Horror about the Gas of the Soul Noel. In the Christian of the Fiat, like the American about how we go up and show how we are the family in the home. And looking at that, let us put the old Jake by in the switch. But Patrick Hoskins and John Mendes and really good. The Shalom and the Color and the American about resources and connection to protect them. Even sure you say allowing them to be successful in all of their endeavors and indeed connect their families with Shalom and the Color. Those are that. Let us begin. Thank you for listening to the shir yesterday. Today we are starting on Lamed Ches on the Dalet 38A on the top of the dot. Hopefully you did your homework. And we are touching from last night as I put out on the chat. We are starting at the two dots. And we are touching we gotta check the chat. Also, if I don't do it, there's no way we're going to be able to keep up and that's what the case this week. A lot of keynotes ahead of us. So once we're touching the two dots on top. So sure, have to cover sheets on. Who needs to cover sheets to be up there? Okay, so let's remember again. We're not going to get into a really fascinating topic regarding we started with two different types of cases where sometimes a person would be going ahead and answering up claims from multiple people, or would also be going ahead and making multiple oaths towards one person. So there was a question in the Mishnah as to when halacha l'maisa, again, when it's a person, and obviously it's because of a case where they lied, right, with this law, when would there be a situation where they will be tied once, versus when would there be a situation where they will be tied multiple times. So that's what we're going to analyze this when we dissect the way. So turn off on. Well, how can you tie Allah? So for example, if a person goes ahead and let's say bundles multiple oaths into one statement and they say yes to only tie once, why not? But if you specify, ultimately again you apply it on every single individual shvua. Again, the specifics of that we're going to see this one. We'll get to that in the Rebbe says, but you don't, right? The Rebbe says like this: Shvua lo yachah, v'lo yachah, chayiv al kol achas. So the Rebbe says, the person, let's say again, I go right. Let's say 5 people come over to me, and each of them are making a claim that I owe them some item, like something huddle. And what's that? I say, I swear I don't owe to you, below the car and not to you, and below the car and not to you. And then it turns out that I'm lying. I'm going to be lying to ultimately again for every single shua. That's what you do. The Rebbe says, below the car, shua, chava, chalachas damas. And the Rebbe says, built on a Yudah. And he says, it's not that what you just what's point is, you have to say, below the car, below the car, below the car, below the car. So your Rebbe built on it.
That's what retirement is. I don't ever want to retire. So when did you retire from? Like you work for the girlfriend. Oh, that's right. This is the tiniest present.
But you also have to add in the word shvua afterwards. That putting shvua at the end makes it individualized. Shvua, and therefore again creates individual liability. We've got the Yeshua says when Yeshua says Hachshua Shvua, the Yeshua comes on and he says no. In order to create individual liability, you have to say Shvua lo l'chas, Shvua lo l'chas, Shvua lo l'chas. So it says, so this is the tension. What needs to be said in order to create individual liability? And obviously, individual liability is only going to be what we call collective liability. That's cloud versus the flat. And then you're going to swore. So you can say you're going to swore. Essentially, what is a cloud case, like an inclusive case, that only creates one level of liability. So first is the fact is the individual case of Rabbi. I'm going to this understand over here. What cloud and fact means in this context. So So Klal ultimately again refers to the idea that there's only going to be chayiv once, right? Because everybody's grouped essentially, all the claimants are grouped into one shura. This is flat, which is going to mean again all the claimants are broken out and individualized, and therefore there's going to be liability for each individual shura. If the shura comes along, there's also shura. How many guys come about it? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 lines back from the top. The shura says like this. The Quran of Rabbi Meir, the Quran of Rabbi Meir, ultimately is equivalent to the Quran of Rabbi Yehuda, and Klalos Rabbi Yehuda, Klalos Rabbi Meir. Okay, that's what we're going to see this play out a little bit more specifically in the Gemara. And Yochanan says, HaKol there's a Lolakha Shehu Prat. So listen, the Yochanan comes along and says, no. Everyone agrees that if you say the Lolakha, never said that you have to be very specific with our living every year. So the Yochanan agrees focusing on is the God. The God. That the Lolakha, it's not Lolakha, but the Lolakha. That is resting up to the ultimately creates individual liability. So that's not what we're going. That's what Ella the Lolakha. This is very interesting. Rabbi Yochanan understands over here. He says that anyone is using the Lolakha, so that if I say Shvua, that I don't have Yeti Kadon, right? The Lolakha. And everyone would read on Halacha L'Ma'aseh everything that's online. So it's all these basic pieces of holding online. So Halacha L'Ma'aseh everyone reads now these highest for each individual claim, each individual shloka. Where's the not yes? When I say Lolakha. Without the bug. Without the bug, is there individual liability in that case? Shemir on the Meir says, the Meir says, even Lolakha without the bug, it's still a fact, it's still individual shura. The Meir says, no, it's a cloud. Okay, we'll say that otherwise. Raise your course on the Meir. So what's in the Meir's world? What's this cloud? And what's the Meir again? Interestingly enough, we recorded one of the particular very funny Meir, and we got Rabbi Shimon. But interestingly enough, we have a very small Rabbi Shimon quoted specific cases. Rabbi Meir did not quote specific cases. All Rabbi Meir said is like a general rule. This is cloud, and if you included all of the claimants in one general denial, you only tie it once. If you specify the claim, or you specify the denial totally respective claimants, then you tie it to one. So the Meir itself did not articulate what is a cloud and what is a cloud. So the easy to be called Shemir, what is your name's cloud? Shua She'ilachem Biyaki. So let's say Rabbi Meir's cloud would be like this. So imagine again, there are 5 people claiming against you, right? Each of them are claiming that I have something of yours in my possession. And I just say, Shua She'ilachem Biyaki. I swear, I have nothing that belongs to any of you in my possession. And Meir says, that's a cloud. Now, take us to those things. Based on now, anything that would be more specific, and so there would be a craft. So it doesn't really seem not to be a balance between Lolakha and Lolakha, also those to be craft cases. Okay, so that's not going to be. So what are you arguing about? Now, there's an interesting remember, so it points out that Shmuel and Rabbi Yochanan are arguing in Rabbi Meir. So Rabbi Meir says, what is the point of Rabbi Meir? What are they arguing about? So we're not going to be. Shmuel died in Gaisa. Rabbi Yochanan died in Gaisa. Shmuel is indicted from a Gaisa, and Rabbi Yochanan is indicted from a Mishnah. Shmuel died in Gaisa. Shmuel was first from a Gaisa. What's the issue for Rabbi Yehuda? For Lolakha. What's the hobby? So again, Shmuel said like this. And the fact that Rabbi Yehuda said that the piece of craft is the Lolakha. The Lolakha is about the cloud. The shining in the words of the hobby. So it sounds like so again, Rabbi Yehuda is going to say that's the cloud. And Rabbi Yehuda is disputing Rabbi Meir, unless Rabbi Meir holds that even below the cloud, ultimately it's for the cloud. Rabbi Yehuda, Patabi, and Rabbi Yehuda disputing, he says that it's a cloud. Rabbi Yochanan says, Patabi, Rabbi Meir, Patabi, and Rabbi Yochanan says no. Rabbi Yochanan says differently. He says, according to Rabbi Meir, what we just said before, both of those cases are trapped. Now, which is what are both of those cases? Lolakha, and Lolakha. Really, both of those are trapped cases. Not really Rabbi Yehuda, because a Lolakha won't be Lolakha. Rabbi Yehuda says like this. In the case of the Lolakha, I'll agree that the Lolakha ultimately is going to be a trapped case. Gemara says, "Do no lachal, kal dina alaka." And then the king said, "Lo lachal, I'm going to disagree. And lo lachal, I'm going to say is not a flat. Lo lachal is not a flat case. The shmur already so back to this. And the obile aguye, you talk already to get. It doesn't make any sense because there's no point in doing this thing. There's no point in going and discussing the stuff we agree on. Rather, we should discuss the stuff we don't agree on. So I say, so I just want to apologize. There's no direct on that statement. Right? So that's truly Gemara. That's truly Gemara. Right? Sometimes in Gemara, we're trying to go ahead and get to a core principle. There's no point in talking about the stuff we agree on to know we agree on. Rather, again, the point of the is to discuss the kind of the stuff we don't agree on. That might be true Gemara, but when continuing actors and problems slow, sometimes we reverse this true. The goal is to focus on the things we do agree on, recognize what a large swath of items that really is, and recognize that sometimes we can't reconcile the stuff we used to agree on, but that's okay. So that's you see, so the whole point of Gemara is to try to reconcile the stuff we disagree about. Okay, so therefore I don't want to cover that stuff here, because that's already done. That's already done. So the focus is actually going to be on so we can resolve it. The way that we can't resolve the stuff we disagree on. So the goal is to highlight the idea that we agree on it so much more, and even though there may be irreconcilable differences, it's okay, because we're clearly eclipsed by the things we do agree on in life. Such as when you open up, when you're not enough decent, when you're going to like the restaurant, what is it? When you come up mayor, Shua, Shein, Rabbi, 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 Mifad, Bevelon, Mifad, Fatad. You're not going to die like this. But you stop. Since I know it's a little bit, but Shua, Shein, Rabbi, right? And so it's like, that's the case in Mishra. Where again, 5 people are claiming against me. I go ahead and I say, Shua, Shein, Rabbi, I have nothing of yours in my possession. So what can you say? If it turns out that I'm lying, how many times am I liable? Once. Why? That's a cloud. So what do you see from there? If you're that's the case of the cloud, if the low the car, plus the hobby, you can be interested in that, but if we said the low car, ultimately is going to be a threat. We said that car, below the car, because if you think that even below the car is still cloud, as a national can be lucky, you national below the car. Ultimately, because if the below really holds, then even below the car is a cloud, and that's the mission state that case. Because if you say 5 people free, you're answering the words, and I say, below the car, or so we call it one, the Maracas come with the come up, if I say what, Shua She'ela can be lucky, of course it's only going to be one level of liability as well. Shua says, below the car, the only Shua She'ela can be lucky. When you say below the car, it's as if that's still a cloud, and it's as if you said Shua She'ela can be lucky. Okay, so this is like, so again, so this is what we have over here is, the sheep is over there, everybody has another sheep, it's that the first person, now, we have some of this, a Shua and Rabbi Yochanan in the position of Rabbi Meir. Okay, so now we have a very a couple of different questions. So talk to us, can you be covered, which should have said, if you guys say, Bahageba, this is remember again, this has been put in the base. Like, I have a few of us in your base. Because give me my cover that you have, my loan, my stolen item, and my lost item. Okay, all of these things are needed. And I want to say again, if your name says, Shua She'en Yavi, in the Kaviyavi, then you only fight once. But if he says, Shua She'en Yavi, because of Shama Siyah, yes or that, and then what? He's fighting 4 times. They're going to say, now what do you notice about the syntax over here? It's a bar. There's a bar. What do you see from there? That's clearly again, below the car is going to be, it's going to be trapped, but it sounds like that out of the car, it will ultimately again be the cloud, right? That below the car be cloud. So now it says, no, Tani, Chumensiad, yes, I'll take out the bar. One gear, so it's not, rather again, the gear should be out of the bar. Okay, that's the first white line, I'm discussing about it. Kashma, Easy, Isa already the Christman. Rabbi said once again in Mishnah's case, when he says Salah that is Zavodacha. But remember again, if the Vav is there, the Vav creates individual liability. No Vav is considered Vav. So that's a Kasha on the other. The Gemara says, Salah already Christman. Once again, emphasizing then remove the Vav. Remove the Vav, one syntax. Every single phrase in this rose, but your answer to everything is change the gersa. Change the gersa. You can't be that everything in this rose wrong. I don't know if most of us are fasting. Yeah, she wants to this whole time to try to put this in according to the Yochanan or get sure that I know which makes it reality, the rest of the instant. Why are you trying to prolong this dispute for 7 years? Because again, remember we have a principle in the story explaining that what? Stand up to that minute. Right? But establish the one that you do every minute. Like, that's why we're assuming over here that without attributions, it's going to be every minute, and that's what perfect fitness is. If you want to be right, stop doing that. Money is ready.
The jelly.
Again, it doesn't make a difference whether you use the bug or not. Either way, as long as you specifically articulate, as long as you articulate specific items, right? Specific items, ultimately that is going to create this class case and therefore create individual liability. So therefore, it's interesting enough this whole time we've been trying to distinguish between a low-lacha, and and a case of Christmas photo. Again, the specifics for us is not necessary right now. But suffice it to say, there's another position of Rabbi, and Rabbi says any case can be item specific. Whether it's with a Vav or without a Vav, doesn't make a difference. It creates individual liability. Incredible. That's Rabbi again. Rabbi says as follows: Afiluchita Yisrael v'Kisanes. So again, Rabbi Meir says, again, he said, let's say I go ahead, we wait for the Zohar to do. I got 2 minutes, so we wait. You owe me Kita, Isola, Vikasanes, you owe me wheat, barley and stout. And Ruben says, I don't owe you wheat, barley and stout. Kaiva Palakas Vakas, ultimately, Ruben is going to be chayiv for each individual false oath. So again, what you need to see from here is stop with the ball. Because once again, size it up. Yes, and change the gear, so honey, eat up, so all up these service. What is that about? So this is my activity, so what's the condition in this case? On the Lacha Rebbe Ika, after you eat up the flour, it's the all of the flour. So only because then it's the flour, so the Christian side. So that's an interesting enough actually, this is just a different lesson. What's the lesson? The lesson is you might say like this. When I go to answer Ruben, you only heat up, or you only soya, or you only cross me. Maybe what I'm saying is what? Maybe what does that literally mean? What does it mean? You only in one star. To which the Gemara says, no, what you're just going to teach me is heat up, soya, and Christmas, or Christmas. Even in the second sentence, even in the singular, means what? A greater number. Right? So, each singular still means each plural. Right? And so all that singular still means plural. So everybody was like, that's what that says means that right ultimately comes to peace. Right? Okay, so bottom line, what comes out of here is as follows. You know, things teaching you that there are 2 different ways to make it short. So again, I'm clearly a number of things against leaders. and you didn't deny the claim. Depending on how he denied the claim will determine the extent of his liability. If he just makes one valid denial for all the different claims and what in halacha is only higher once. If he makes a flat denial, specific denial, then it's going to be higher multiple times. What's the machlokas? The machlokas is what constitutes a general denial versus a specific denial. When you distill it down all the way, it seems to be that the point of contention is as follows. In order to make a specific flat denial, do you need the bar? Do you need a bar? Or to say, so obviously, everyone agrees in order to make a specific denial, but what's happening over here is what's that said, I'm the claimant. I'm making a claim against you, but what is he? The kind of respondent? Respondent. Taking advice from you, but right? No, Alaskis, again, usually only on Zoom and with the backdrop of conference. We wanted to see how the other half works. Right? I don't know how we wanted to do. But again, so there's responding, right? So everyone agrees, right? So again, just so you understand how this works, right? I'm doing what I'm saying you only, let's just keep this case. You only wheat, barley, and spelt, right? So obviously everyone agrees that everybody says, I owe you nothing, and we then rise. How many, what's his liability? One, right? Type 1 carbon, like, but if you, so here's the shaila. Then he responds to this, obviously, in order to go ahead and create individual liability, he's going to have to say wheat and barley spelt. The shaila is, doesn't you have to say, I don't owe you wheat, barley, and spelt, or is it wheat and barley or spelt? Pita, usaon, the Christmas. So Mike doesn't seem to, so that seems to be the type of compassion. Let's listen to the Rambam. So the Rambam says over here, in Hilchos Shavuos, Perek Zayin, Halacha Yud. Here it is. Hayu Chamusha told us, right? So there are five. Bless you. So there are 5 people pleading against you. Roll the note. Take money to cover to do that. Okay, so the Rambam's case, the Rambam's case is not as clean making, or I should say, someone claiming against me 5 different things, but rather again, it's 5 different people claiming against me. Right? It's the same case, right? So 5 people come to me and say, each of them claiming you owe me Picasso. You owe me right, I find something to do. And I say, Shua, Shema Kamiyati, and I swear and say, Hebra, I don't have anything that belongs to any of you, because I'm not done mine. Any type of covenant. Here's one time like that, right? Makes sense? That's a class piece. I included everyone. Shua, Shein L'Chaviyabi, Lo L'Cha, V'lo L'Cha, V'lo L'Cha, Chai V'Ato Achar Z'Achas. As I said, listen to the wording of the Rambam. The Rambam says, but if I swear, Shua, Shein L'Chaviyabi, Lo L'Cha, Lo L'Cha, V'lo L'Cha, V'lo L'Cha, Chai V'Ato Achar. What did the Rambam do? So that one combined both. That is fascinating. So the Rambam brother says, Lo-L'Cha, and the Lo-L'Cha. Hence the Mishnah says, Zimira the Koshe to Rabbi Yochanan, the Kamari Yomer, the Lo Shani, the Neka the Amar Lo-L'Cha, Shivot, Open Leva, the Tardayu Prati Haba, since what's his therefore again, Halacha Nice, the Rambam back to essentially, he didn't say what to raise. Either, like Rabbi Yochanan's version of Rabbi Meir, or like who? Like Rabbi, who made no distinction between Kezias and Kezias. Either way, interestingly enough, Halacha L'Naisa, in order to go ahead and make a fact case, all you need is to specify the claim, whether you use the above or not is inconsequential, and you decide ultimately against each denial. So that's like such one of these incredible examples. In some terms, the Rambam explicitly articulates how he's asking, and sometimes his psak is going such a nuanced way. It's fascinating, right? So if you read this too quickly, you're not going to pick up on it. It's always like you say, Shmot She'in L'Chavi Yadi, Lo L'Cha, V'lo L'Cha, Haba Kala. So that's the question. So what when I say as long as the respondent Go ahead and specify each one, whether he's saying the verb or not. I love most about create individual liability for each thing that he is denying. Incredible. I like the record. Next, Billy because of the Shemesha Gezel Aveda Shishim Yadacha. So it looks like this. Billy eating is solid. So it's like the Adon that I say the range. Right, you have my eating is or my eating my body. Right, so go ahead and do it back to me. I'm going to go for it. Please don't feel it by others. So by the way, remember, in order for this, in order to be liability, obviously you have to make it clean. That's what that needs to pick up. Rabbi Yochanan says that a combined pizza from the items being cleaned works as well. As long as there's a combined pizza, we're good to go. Pigi barav achad Rabbi. So we'll say this actually quite fascinating. Chad amar achpati mechayit, achpati lo mechayit. Chad amar achpati nami mechayit. So we'll say this is chayit. We're going to say this outside, and then we'll see, and I'll show it in Rashi. So imagine the following scenario. I go over to you, I say, you owe me wheat, barley, and spelt. Even it says, I don't owe you wheat, barley, and spelt. So let's say, so here's the shaila. In general, when even it says that, and now let's say he's lying, how many oaths has he violated? So on one hand, you could say, 3, right, wheat, barley, and spelt. But the truth is, implicit in denying wheat, barley, and spelt is also that what? He owes me nothing. Right, which is another swirl of fraud. So the interesting question I was doing with over here is when someone denies a total claim and they specify the items they don't deny, are required just for the number of items they deny, and maybe it's the items they deny plus 1. What's the plus 1? The plus 1 represents a general denial that I owe you nothing. Look at Rashi just a moment. Rashi says, "Chad amar apati mechayv achayim mechayv chayv achol achas v'achal tichani nechusim chayv t'shalosh kama chad achitim v'chad v'achal v'chad achitim." I go to the so you only wheat, barley, and spelt. And Ruben denies the thing. Ruben says, I don't owe you anything. I don't owe you wheat, barley, and spelt. So on one hand, everyone thinks would be that it's going to be tied that he's right with the Yeshua because he falsely denied that he falsely said that he doesn't owe you wheat, barley, and spelt. Our problem with Chayim is when we Shlosh in the Chaviyadi Chayim, Shechadot Shlo Ba'ati Nafshehi, Shekala Ba Ein Lecha Biyadi Kloi, Shechazot Halak Lo Chitin V'Lo Chosmid Lo Solin, Alapata Peisha V'Shlo Shem Chaviyadi. So it's really the cases like this, right? The case I'm going over to Ruben, I say to Ruben, you are right, and let me just see what your Russia has to do. Right, so Ruben is happening over here as follows, right? I go to Ruben, you owe me wheat, barley, and spelt. Ruben says, Shua, She'in Chaviyadi Kloi, Lo Chitin, Lo Solin, V'Lo Chosmid. That's really the case over here. So what's happening over here, if you look at what Ruben is saying is, really, Ruben is making first the general denial, and then ultimately, again, he's denying the wheat, the barley, the spelt. The child is, how do we do that? How do we do that? So now, do that, essentially what's happening over here is, we do that first, Shlosh Ein Chaviyadi as a general oath, and then 3 specific oaths, 3 specific oaths, and then when it turns out that Ruben is brought a melody, it turns out he's really wrong about 4 things. He made a general false oath, and then 3 specific false oaths, or maybe not. Maybe a general oath. Shlosh Ein Chaviyadi, and then what does that mean? Ein eating, Ein listening, Ein self, Ein general, Ein listening. Things are required to read. So that's the shaila. In fact, fascinating. So that's what we do. So now, I'm going to go for the other side. You can go back over the video. Chad amar, achpati mechayit, achpati mechayit. So one of the things said, the only chayit that's eating, solid, and twisting, not going to be chayit for a general oath of any biyati. Chad amar, achpati nami mechayit. The other thing is, no, you're going to be chayit 4, right? 1, 3 ultimately again 4. Eating, solid, and twisting. And then one general oath for in the Shlosh in the Chaviyadi clothes. That's the deal. How many times can they just make that toast? So what's the issue? But the Kia said there are 15 katos. Now remember again, what was the Kia, what was the Kia referring to? And the Kia ultimately is referring to the case of where Rashi says over here that if you guys look at the bottom, they took the actually see how they cut. Sorry, no, not yet. Sorry, that's not cut off. Sorry, second wire on the Rashi. How you Kamisha told it also to Maslis, right? It states in Mishnah of which 5 people are making a claim against me. The Chalacha probably eating Israel and Christian. Alright, so let's remember again. 5 people claiming against me. Each person claiming eating, selling, and cooking. I swear to each of them, I don't owe you eating, selling, and cooking. If it turns out that I'm lying, let's tell you. I'm telling you 15 Hashams. I can try 15 Kabbalas. 15 Kabbalas. Now listen, what does that show? What does that show? That shows that in these cases, all there is individual liability, but for the prop shewers, but there's no cloud liability. The Isa is if there's really cloud liability, then what? How do you call Esum Chatos? So you should really go ahead and be 20 Chatos, not 15. Which the Gemara says, I'm sorry. Release the Esum Hadlans. So I told the Fati Kashim to carry no Kashim. Maybe the time when talking about the individual liability, not talking about the cloud liability. But here, how they can Esum Chatos. As I said, it says elsewhere that you actually carry 20 Chatos off, which makes it sound like you carry not only for the individual prop shewers, but also carry for the general shewers in the Kabiyadikum. The covers, it's in a Siad, Ghetto Valley. In this case, it's quite interesting. Number of people making a claim against me for the liberty. So again, 5 people coming against me, each claiming I owe them eating, selling, and kissing. I go ahead and say to them, Shua, She'en Yachem B'Yadikum, not eating, not selling, not preparing, the Shua to all of them. So the Shiloh is, and everyone will agree, and they hide individual liability for eating, selling, and kissing. The Shiloh is there also general liability for the first Shua. That's enough focus. So now we're going to Rabbi have nothing. Rabbi some is the kind of shred nothing. How you Kamisha told me this? 5 people make their claim against me. But on the road, they look because of insurance yards, the Rabbi, which is going to be a record. Don't you want to watch this? So 5 people are coming against me and they all come with the same claim. And what do they say? Give us the cover, right? The cover and the deposit. Show us in the loan. Yeah, that's something you stole from us. And I think that what I think that you found. Right? And what happens? I say to one of the claimants, she was saying the Kabiyadi Tikadon Shinasiad. So I respond to one of them. So let's say again, it's Ruben, Shimon, Levi, Yehuda, and stuff. And they're all coming to claim against me. I say to one of them, Ruben, I swear to you that I don't have a Pikadon, the Shinasiad, Gezel Va'aveda. And then what do I say? Hello, that's what I do. And again, I do the below the clock to each of the rest of it. So now, so I want to say, what is the halacha in that case? Achad Mechayim, and that's what I think, because people ask that showing that. Achad Mechayim, Achol Echad ve'Echad Mechayim. That's right, the below the clock to come alive, Achad Mechayim, and Shemesem Chayim, they can alaches Chataos Kami Shemishon. That's what's a real Kishayla. Right, so you know what I'm talking about? 5 guys in the claim against me, and those 5 guys are claiming against me. Pikadon, a deposit, Shinasiad alone, Gezel, stolen object, Haveda, lost object. I schedule as a unit. Shvua, She'en Kabiyadi, Pikadon, Shinasiad, Gezel, Haveda. And then I say, Turns out that I'm wrong. So now everyone agrees that we got the meeting. I'm going to be tired for it. The saying is, what does the below the fight do for the rest of us? So once I say, I might maybe only carry it once, for the rest of the claimants on the base, or Dilma after private the highest on the beginning. Maybe actually the highest ultimately again for individual liability for each of the claimants that the other claimants as well. So it's a must. Let's analyze the touch mode, the center of the Harry and Eskin Katos. Okay, in this case, I'm trying 20 Katos. Now what's the case? If we done it, is it punish? So again, if I specify, now everything I specify. I went to each of the guys where it said, I swore to aim the Paviyaki, right? Not because I'm sure Siad gets over there, right? Again, you mentioned that's obvious. So much that if you're not a suffering, that if you just have to decide count, that's obvious. And a lot, they're not punished, and there must be a case where they're not specified by the rest of them, which let me know what to have you. And it turns out that's what? Then indeed, ultimately, again, it is the fact. So that's just different. Again, there are two important pieces of halacha myself that really combine into one of the others. So number one, in this case, with 5 people are petitioning, right, and they're all making the same thing. What's the thing they're making? They say silver. You have in your possession our Picadon, our loan, right, our loan, a lost stolen object, and the lost object. I chose to say, you guys, sure, in the copy of the I swear, do not have it in my possession. You are Picadon, your loan, your stolen object, and your lost object. And then I say, below the car, below the car, below the car, below the car. That is the equivalent. I love when I see you. It says, of making an individualized shua towards each of those guys. And that's like it turns out that a lot of the nights that I've lied, what's halachot, what's a lot of five, 20 katas. 20 katas. Something they're not worth it, right? You're telling you, you're going to give it a hundred very happy. And that's the job of the nice and tremendous amount of liability. I will say so again. So two things, this is what I'm about to say. So two things to imagine. Number one is that the individual liability risk below the cover. And also what else we see from here is that Allah we only tie on the fact, not tie on the cloud. So going back to our original question, when I say shua she'ein lechas biyadi, right, Picadon, below Shema Siyad, below Jazza, below Aveda, I'm not tied an additional shua for a general cloud shua. I'm only tied it ultimately again for what? For the individual shua, which is our previous question. Okay, incredible. So let's finish up with that. Unless there is a super key, let's say which of them ended up in an interesting case where someone claims ultimately again a class. So usually it goes over to shul, right? And then it says to shul, you seduced my daughter, or you violated my daughter, and what's the halacha? And we ever have the idea, Shimon claimed, and then he did not. And if I would use the Russian and Mishnah, Shimon claimed that he did not. So what's the halacha? So someone says, so this was a mafur, yes, but I'm not sure to see that he did not after that he did, but we are calling about Amar, right? Also, come back to Shimon, the Shimon is lying, the Shimon is high, but the Shimon told you, the Shimon says, when he's talking lying, Shimon is showing class out the Asmo. So the Shimon says, no, this is class. I say it's more to the class potter, and also again, you can't make yourself kind of class. Therefore, again, if he still 4 down, if he's going to be potter, he responded back to the Shimon, Abba, Shimon, showing class of the Asmo, the showing process, which is not the Asmo. But you make any sense, because at the end of the day, even when you can't make class, you're going to make in all these cases, even aside from class, there's still going to be other forms of financial restitution, namely, Moshe's Gam, right to depreciation, indicate the medical bills that are involved in this as well. So now it's like you know scholars. So you know, so I'm going to be about I'm going to be opening. My time to be shooting. What's the Shimon logic? Where the Shimon says that if you swear falsely about a class case, you're not tired. So you know, what the Shimon logic? How is it if it's not together? So the Shimon logic is you get the Tia, and you get the claim is on a class. That's right. And you should be able to get the claim on a class. And therefore, when you talk to the claim is on a class. And if you make a class, you have it. And therefore, again, a lot of the messages we still falsely about this, there's not going to be school liability. School liability is much more than school liability. So what can you change these people there? The other shot on the Cadero, paying the eating is only because we should look at it. If you go to a person, like I was going to say, even if you need to read about this stuff in the hands, mal Schwurz in Rabbi bestätigt, so ein Abschluss der Lieblingsfilme, so das Tor, I don't have your meat. The Stanka, the infinite lesson, it says that in radio activity, has all the question is like, but it does have so in the question, because it is the what's how, the pocket, right? This pocket, you're really talking right. If he is Staba, if he is Staba, he's a Christian Staba, so we say that he didn't swear about the week, he wasn't that swearing correctly. And then you agree, so that was in this case, that he didn't know what the mission for the sinner, ultimately again, then he swears about the cross, not that he swears correctly, but there's no liability regarding the cross, right? Because at the end of the day, no different us, puppet, you miss the cross, you are going to be puppet. So if it doesn't make sense to say that you're high about it, you're going to be high. Even though you might be high on bunches, Gadam, and other things, and you put your item is going to be puppet. And we are buying back to how you figure out things. You tell me, I'll see if you can cut up, and they'll be trying to take you over cover. In that case, you went ahead and you even said he didn't have the week, and indeed he swore correctly about the week. But ultimately, he did not reduce and he did not deny the sale of his food. In this case, Haka, the Kula Mercy, which is a compliment. You know, in this case, that's the reason that Shimon to do the corner. Shimon is denying everything. And when Johnny and the only Kabir is doing people in the Christmas, she's not having that. She's really like that. But in this case, it's like, yeah, this case should be because of violence. It's the window going to Shimon, and Shimon, give me the wheat and the body and the stuff that you have. And Shimon says, Shlosh, and the Kabir be proud. Right? So what happens? Shimon says, I have nothing of yours in my possession. The Shaka, you bring the rest of it, that's why he was not displayed. But it turns out that although he doesn't have any Shimon's side, Shimon doesn't have any wooden Jews, but he does have Shimon's body and skull. In a fight, well, ultimately Shimon is going to be funny because even if Shimon did not have everything that we've been playing, he still had some of the stuff that we've been playing. And that should be enough ultimately to generate liability. Even if you want to claim, right, that Shimon should be cut from the class payment for seduction or for violation is all of the other associated damage penalties which you should be fired for. You know what it's like? You have Eric Yeltsin out there on the Yochanan, the Biblia is Shimon, Yas Utovea, and the Boshas Utogam. The Biblia Kahanim, Ak Boshas Utogam. So it's like, when really comes out of it as an interesting idea, really, the fundamental focus ultimately is in the following case. In the following case. I'm not telling myself, what is the Hitler claim? What is the Hitler claim? According to the Shimon, the claim is on the contrary. That's the claim. The protest bloody damages, that's secondary. And when you want to mix the claim against Shimon, really what he's claiming is the clause. But I follow on the other hand says, I follow the spirit, and I follow ultimately holds, but I'm not calling myself now. The claim is the protocol. The claim is for the clause, but the claim of course includes damages as well. I'm not going to say, but I said, what if you at the week of the report? This is actually very true. But I thought, the Shimon Savan was shoving in the shooting the kids. It's how they need these kids. The Shimon Savan is, so I said, what's the good thing about clause? The good thing about clause? The clause penalty is fixed. Damages are valuable. So the Shimon says, in this claim we have fixed amounts and variable amounts. In general, when a person goes after someone else, they're always going to focus on fixed amounts and not worry about the variable amounts. Because the variable amounts, you don't know what they're going to do. Right? So therefore, the Shimon says, in this case over here, the focus of the Kovea, the focus of the claimant, in this case Ruben, is I want the penalty amount for the seduction or for the violation. Damages, I'm not really thinking about right now because I don't know how much that is. Rabbanan on the other hand holds, right? So Shimon Savan, no shavik finish needed because the Savan is in the office. Rabbanan Savi, no shavik needed. If you know that they know the Savan needed if you know the Nifta. But Rabbanan said, no, just the opposite. It's the opposite. What you think is fixed is not really fixed. Why? Because they will say what happens if at any point in this process Shimon should body or at least the student brother. What happens? He's puppet. proper. So that I want to say it doesn't make any sense to focus your claim on something on a claim that could easily evaporate to the exclusion of damages, or even if change admits what you did, you still won't be entitled to it. So essentially what a focus is shifting the mechanism of the claim. Like what is the claimant focusing on? And the thing is that the claimant is going to focus on the downside, as to say, the part of the claim that is fixed. What's fixed? The penalty payment. But I thought it doesn't make any sense, because that fixed amount can easily evaporate in the moment of admission. So therefore, again, it makes sense to be focusing on ultimately again the damages, which remains even increasing. That's my focus. And also, how do you pass it? And I work on also how we can learn how to write like the properly. But ultimately, again, in this case, living to find sin, especially sin you violated or you violated or you seduced my brother, and sin things that he didn't, and he swears to that effect. And I work on also again, it turns out that he's a liar, he will be liable. He'll be liable. His liability both for the penalty payment, because then again, he didn't even make it. So because he didn't know it, and therefore again, he will be liable. And there's also going to be liability vis-a-vis damages. Incredible. Okay, Hajj Allah, what's happy Hajj? Okay, let's go back to sweat, Saturday. Yes, fine, now it's good. Right. Sweat, Saturday, let's say again, now. There's really nice to come to the end of the cycle. 10 days left. So, sweat, Saturday, so it's now we have to our next Shua. So what's Shua, Saturday? We'll say that again. Last week says over here, he's actually a very interesting Shua. We're going to get the first time seeing this house. Shatayonen Mashbir Amide Hodor the Mixas Happen. Multi Mixas. So what's again classic is all the rich to love to live and say, wait, only $1,000. We're going to say, no, I only owe you 500. That is what's called the case of Multi Mixas partial admission, which triggers a Shua. That Shua, the Multi Mixas Shua, that's the Mixas calling up Shua Hadayonen. That's because again, it is administered in days. Incredible. So first of all, so what's the example of that? I pay you steak cassette. Now, it's not because of people. They say that, by the way, most of the mixers, by the way, doesn't have to be a fair, it's interesting. Whenever we illustrate the case of most of the mixers, we always illustrate it in the case of a 50% admission. But that's not actually what it means. But it just means partial admission. Partial admission, for example, Punishment gets it. I bring that you owes me $1,000, and you owes me $10. That's also more than success, right? So I kind of say that. So I'll go shut up with that. Now, so the idea is the admission obviously has to be a shut up with that. But because if an admission is less than a puta, then obviously you're nothing good. In any point, you're not kind of content. So let's say there's another piece. So first of all, number one, the admission has to be a puta. That's number one. Number two, the admission has to mirror the point. Like, in other words, if I claim against you in one thing and you think it's something different that has nothing to do with the claim, that's not more than makes us capable. So we're going to do examples. Capable, straight cash, when you have that thought, so what happens? I just you owe me 2 pieces of silver. How what happened? You owe me something, I'll be like, hello, Pluto. When it's in the Pluto, let's say, I need context, Pluto means you made to us copper. I don't know you silver, but yeah, copper, what's that look like? Copper. Like, why? Because again, the admission does not match the claim. Straight cash, if you think it's a Pluto, look up like fuck. If I say, live, you have 2 silver pieces, I'm including the possession. And you know, probably like the Alaputa, had it on, and you didn't live, and you ate the Pluto. Then in that case, it's going to be liability. Right? Why? Because partially, like you didn't the Pluto, because you denied the silver. Money would be at that part. I say, you owe me a money. In the probably like you didn't say, I have nothing, you know, so you have nothing in my possession. But you denied one called Kofa, you denied the entire thing. What's that? So let's say again, we're going to see what this means. Right? So let's read this means. This means culture, that case is so easy. Culture of call is a complete denial. Ultimately again results in a prayer. Next, money of that phone. I say, you can only own the money, own the Rabbi, Allah Phoenician dinar. It really says, I don't owe you $1,000, but I do owe you $500. Most of it makes sense. Highly relevant. Next case. Let's say if I get a story, you're going to go through each of these cases in depth. These guys say, one of the other ultimately again, right, so what happens? I go, because I say, you owe my father $1,000. And Ruben says, so any copy of the Aladino Dinar, Ruben says, ultimately again, I don't owe you $5,000, I owe you father $300. Potter. So what's a potter? Interesting. It sounds like a vote with an excess case. So why is Ruben potter in any additional shura? It makes you Abuda. Because Ruben is considered to be like explaining a lot of the Bible saying, listen to this. The idea of the city is the assumption is the child is not well versed in the affairs of his father. It's not well versed in the affairs of his father. And therefore, halach l'maisa again, the essential here is I'm going over to Ruben after my father passed away. So now what happens? So now I claim against Ruben to Ruben, you owe me this money. Ruben can easily say what? What can Ruben easily say? What can he say? I owe you anything. And I'm not even going to have a response back.
Yo, what up, Desmond? How you living? Desmond.
So let's say you use high fast. So therefore, again, I go, you tell my father has deposited $1,000 with you. We're going to say, no, you deposited $300 with you. That's not a motivated trust, because we assume that I'm not versed. And therefore, whatever you think we return is essentially like returning about concept. And therefore, we don't want to swear on the remaining amount. No such connect here. But it's tremendous miserable still, right? But again, if you watch the Rashi over here, is that Rashi, that's what they say, right? In the Gemara, we'll see that a child is not versed in the approach of his father. So let's say, yes, most of the other Mechaber and the other Mamach and yes. So first of all, when we are young, we think our parents are like the most foolish people in the world. Like, our parents have no idea what they're doing. Like, I'm whatever, 17, 27, right? And I know better than my parents. Like, they're totally out to lunch. I know everything. And then what happens, we get older, and we recognize that actually we're stupid, and they're smart. Right? Because children often do not understand parents, and understand themselves. Because when my parents are parenting me, their parenting me is a lot more life experience than I had when I was young. And the things that didn't make it up, it doesn't affect parents make mistakes. Like, that's the nature of life. But the Lamaisa, it is incredible to see how so much of the quote-unquote foolishness that we have been doing is because children don't understand the ways of their parents. But also other in the market. The certain ways that we go through life and things happen, and sometimes we don't understand that things happen. And we always, whether it be verbally or cognitively, indict HaKadosh Baruch Hu for not running his world in the right way. It is important to understand that children do not understand the ways of parents. And also, HaKadosh Baruch Hu runs a complex universe with multiple moving pieces. And he is the ultimate power of this book. He knows exactly what it is that he's doing, even if it makes no sense to us. Sometimes it is important to reinforce this idea. Children are not versed in the affairs of the parents. Both from a human parent and certainly when they're going to be in Shabbat. Incredible. Not only do I that, and the other guys say, Renee, you listen to this, you owe me $1,000. I'm like, hey, what is it yet? Yep. You're not like a conversation, someone you're gearing up for a fight. You're gearing up for a fight. And you see someone like, here's $1,000. Okay, so now what happens? On the way, we're not talking about community. So let's say, so now what happens next next month? So we're going to really take my $1,000. And we're going to say, let's not in the car. The day you feel alone. Let's say, what's the problem? Contact, ultimately, I'm going to do this contact. Let's say, well, why is it in contact? There's no recourse to this guy, right? Remember, again, now, what does this effectively become? This becomes a multi-father of a life. It's not because I knew that I owe you already. But even the outcome that I paid already, even claiming that you are outside. The only things you paid it, I claim that I haven't paid it. The burden of proof is upon the extractor. So I'm not going to say now, I have to go ahead and try to extract it. And then fucking that, now, what happens if I get a figured on Sunday, so you only $1,000. He says, yes, I do. I go to my lender. So you don't pay $5,000. You don't think I don't owe you anything. You pay tight. Then you don't pay me tight. And I want to say, even in memory, on a case of Coco.com, that's where literally the journey against the respondent denies the claim for felony. Okay, this case is different. Why is this case different? Because you already admitted it on Sunday, right? So if you admitted on Sunday, and deny it on Monday, you're going to be carried in Shia. What do we do at that? Okay, you did. Let me back now. I'm a Rohini. Ruben says yes. Yes, I do. And I said, Ruben, I'll keep naming error at the 80. Okay, I want to say, Amy, do not put me without interest. On Monday, what was I say to you? You went from the window to me, I said, I said, the socket of the car, and this is our paper already. But I look at how you nothing to do this in the kind of sure line, is this is not with nobody, because he's sticking with the ultimate again, so you have to send me this. Because Lucha is self-used for how you look in that car. And you know, Lucha, I want to say, Lucha is a measurement, already. But you know, you have a Lucha of gold, inside Lucha of gold, that's the ultimate. So in the car, you have a Lucha cassette. So what happens? Even claims he says, no, I only own the truck and not a gold or silver copper. So they want to live in copper, they want to live in white copper. You know, there's even over this stuff. You know, there's some point in the dream this stuff. Ultimately, what's going to happen? Now, God has to be removed at hunger. Ultimately, again, the emission has to reflect the claim. In this case, I'll be a 20 in this case, I'm bringing gold. It is admitting silver. Now you might have thought that's the condition, right? You might have thought that because we're talking the same measurements, right? Literal. Therefore, again, maybe that's not going to test much more on no. In order for this to be a multi-limit test, again, the claim or that the response has to mirror the claim. On the other hand, you know, John used to be a rahab, and you have the other idea of pressure, which ceases, which changes, which puts out higher, shakal min makiah. Now, that's an interesting if I go ahead and I say to you, you only a dinar zar, and you're going to say, now, what's it? A dinar is a type of coin. If you're going to say, I don't owe you a dinar zar, I owe you a dinar cash, or some other form of currency, that's called measurement test. Why? Because since the claim was currency, it's only the emission is some form of currency, yes, the claim, that's measurement test. You got to court this come up. You should have I don't care. So you can court, you want me to court that in court is a dry measure. Right? So you owe me a dry measure of wheat. And look to what I do, come up with a lesser thickness. They say, no, I don't owe you a wheat, but I owe you a lesser, which is another measure of thickness of legumes. But I'm a potter. I'm going to say, why is it potter? Why is it potter? Because at the end of the day, again, the emission does not look like the claim. I'm paying you the ring. You really the legumes. Two different things that are not more limits us. Who are chaos in the outcome? If I say you don't need only a core of chaos, then you're going to be a lesser fitness. You're going to be only a lesser fitness. That's how it's why. Fitness is not chaos. So this is the left again why. Because if I'm going to be fitness, legumes are under the umbrella of chaos. Therefore, no limits us. You got about how much you can hold on to side contact. And we have a type. So let's say I can even you only reach and even says I owe you for a week. It's on the time to talk to right? Because again, the response is not much today. When you says it's a very type, so then we'll see why that is. Has told me if I video of the comment for me, so I'll do it for 10 times. Let's see what it's doing. I will get you ready. You only slugs of oil. You then says I owe you slugs. I don't owe you oil. So what's the rest of it? I don't owe you oil. I don't respect you enough to reach up. I'm not going to look at it. That's more than it does. That's more than it does. You know, to come on me, any other than something that come on me, right? So let me look at this. One more thing. Oil. Right? It's just that, again, oil is suspended mid-air. The thing is not going to charge. The thing is on the oil, and therefore, again, I'm not going to listen to come and say, I can't know what makes us. I'm like, the New York says, well, I need to figure out it. And the New York says, I think I know it's right. I think I know very much more than it says. Next, kind of things I thought, what is doing this? I came against you, killing and talk off. So I'm like, hey, you owe me, utensils and real estate. The whole thing is going to cut the cartels, and Ruben says, Ruben admits that it was with utensils, but denies the cartel, or the cartel was proper determined, or ultimately again it goes as elephants. He admits the cartel, but he denies the determined Potter. Ultimately, they will say in these cases he's going to be Potter again. They say we're going to see, by the way, that there is no more than a mitzvah on cartel. On cartel, we'll discuss that. So he was holding mitzvahs on cartels. Potter, saying that cartel mission by cartel. Potter, the mitzvah sapini, if he admits partial things of the kingdom, ultimately again he is going to be Shine Chutz was a Lord, Shine Chutz is Shimon Achrayus, Yisrael is Shine Chutz is Shimon Achrayus with Shabbat, which is also we're going to see, as much as there is no more to the mitzvahs on Harkov, but we see something very interesting, which is that when you have a combined Harkov, Kingdom, Twain, a more to the mitzvahs on the Kingdom, which are again, which are the Kingdom, and the Shua on the Karka as well. Again, we see obviously, any final kind of scale shot in the time, also you don't swear based on the kind of other failed shot in the time, which means if a failed shot in the time makes it clear against you, their claim do not trigger Shua and which makes sense, because their claim is not a high validity, they must be a Sakatan, and I respond to Katan with a ultimately, and also, furthermore, you cannot adjure a Katan, like you say, there's a Katan as well. And on the spot, when you cut out, they will have this. You see, if you remember that you can make your shoe ultimately to a cut out and to practice. So it sounds tremendous. Tremendous what a day. Straight off, everyone. Now you understand the need for homework. Now you understand how you do the reason. Check run, what a run, what the beginning of the week. Welcome tomorrow, we begin the new tomorrow. Just try out. Okay, let's see what the good day is. Good day, no, look at that. Alright, so I'll say good morning. Good morning. I apologize. I thought I cut and pasted the 545, 555. Thank God. You know what I told you yesterday when we were walking back? Okay, I'm sorry. Good news. Again, cut and paste. Write new messages. Sorry, sir. Sorry, but it's so wonderful. I'm walking on that. Wonderful. Okay, anyway, I apologize for the 5 minute site. So we're going to begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show. Today, I know I'm going to talk about dedically overseeing justice this year as a host for the sales troubles for all of our Israel. From the 20 sponsors, for the note of Stephen Abadi in the report of Stephen Karizin, in loving memory of Steve's mother and daughters, the dinner and the about the Israel Royal, and the inclusion of the website, and also very dedicated to the sheer and Swiss inclusion of Block's Chamber. Rafa Banker, the mother of Shayna Cohen, David Cohen's mother-in-law, who is undergoing a serious medical procedure today. We are getting merit of our employees to have a complete and enduring floor together with the whole family. Customer says always, we dedicate only the social precious to restore the medicine, bring them home. We follow on the power and the special of the stages will be successful, but will not say anything. Was it like us being a laptop, really? A laptop. We created that in Ramen Book 36. We are picking up our Ramen Recommendation 35B, and we left off with Hoshima's Hamun below, which in the right lines is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11. So remember then 11 lines there. Remember again, in yesterday's class, we quickly asked if we ended up yesterday with the Gemara that said, let's say that Thursday, I'm going to be a quick lead. of the Ribono Shel Olam to go and meet the Malachim, go and meet the angels. Well, he didn't know the angels, he thought they were men. So this leads the Gemara to the incredible statement of Gelo HaKnesset Arkin Mason and Hakbalah Shemei Shkina. That literally again having guests, hospitality is even greater than receiving the divine presence. Okay, because after all, again, what we do like I said, we have dramatic conclusion. Rabbi left HaKadosh Baruch Hu in order to go ahead and meet these people. Remember, he did not see the Malachim, he thought they were real people. So Hashem HaKadosh says, like, what does that mean? It's the context. What does that mean? That we really have a choice between HaKnesses Arkin and speaking to the Shekhinah, that should go HaKnesses Arkin. Is that literally what the Gemara is trying to say? So Hashem says something so beautiful.
Okay, so what do you think? Ross is a good-looking guy. I'm genuinely disgusted. Why are you disgusted? By the way, take it from me.
Because sometimes when a person performs Nisa HaKnesses Arkin, HaKnesses Arkin sometimes could distract from your own lookingness. What are you doing? So again, sometimes there are people over, and what happens? The conversation at the table is not the kind of conversation you would like to have at the table. Right? And the topics, like the subject matter, and maybe again there's a whole bunch of things that if it was just you, or maybe you and your family, you know, you would do things in a different way, and saying that again, at my table, we're talking about stuff that I'm not so crazy about, it's where you have enough to do, it's not enough this, so you might say, you know what, this is just worth it. At the end of the day, to do this arson at a cost to my own witness is not a good idea. Mashmalan says, we do not have to let this arson, you'll send out in Baruch Shemei. If it's the place between opening your home and your own spiritual growth, I'll tell you what Christ says, open your home. If you know it says, open your home. Because the power you're connecting to another Jew, the power ultimately again of providing a physical energy, the power ultimately of that sense of connection is even greater and more important than your own spiritual development. Incredible development. Something like that. Question was something below. This is remember again, but we're beginning to see that. Remember why we're doing this? Well, because it's beautiful, it's fantastic, right? But remember we're doing this because in Mishnah spoke about the different names of our HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Again, originally the context was this should be used into a Sa'ida. Right? Then afterwards, the Gemara spoke about using the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu in different contexts as well. So the Gemara says, Hashem is something in the Lord call. Anytime you find what appears to be like the name of Hashem, specifically, wherever you find the word Adonai, by note, it doesn't mean God. It doesn't mean God. Rather, what does it mean? It means my master, and it's worth speaking to and about the human being. So it means that, except for your children, it's the same code. So right now, I know so again, except for that one concept, why? Because what was Lord saying? You should feel the Lahamis in the Hakidos, exactly is referring to that power, which has the ability to again really give life and death, and of course that is a reference to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Okay, Hashem is something in the levels, so that all the names, anytime you find the word again, Adonai, or for that matter, Elohim. So when you find out by levels, it's all a reference to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, with the exception of God. That's it. Hashem is not sounds close. What's in these levels? These levels, when they actually reference the story of levels a number of times in our capsule journey. When they go levels, is a guy doing the terms of when they get out of married to Zero, not a good sugar. Not a good sugar on many different levels. So half of one particular thing you get levels home. Levels do not want to sell. So half of look at me, he doesn't want to sell. So he comes home, tells his dad, he's like, no time, he doesn't want to sell. I become the solution. Let's bring him up on false charges that he cursed Hashem. That will be executed. When you execute for cursing Hashem your property, it comes to the king. And you get to the death and even better, you'll get it in free. You don't pay the free because you have to pay false witnesses. But it's kind of like the sunk cost. Yeah, it just costs $1 million. And it's anytime you find a name by levels, it's a reference to a place quality. When you call, and we can also look when you call person, remember again, that's when it's set up the ultimate based on the dust, all our set ultimate in the shrub. When we realize on the levels Kodesh, and we say this is probably Kodesh. So the Raisa says, by levels, by levels is Kodesh. If I need call, sometimes the name that sounds like it's supposed to be bad, sometimes it's Kol, sometimes it's Kodesh. Aleph Lamed Kol. If you find Aleph Lamed Elohim or Elohim, that's a reference not to God, it's a reference to a person. Right? Yud Hey Kodesh Chutz Mizeh She'Aleph Lamed Hu Kodesh. The one exception is the Aleph Lamed Elohim, which is Kodesh. Oh, you may Hayot Beis Elohim B'Shivo. There again, the Talmud is making a comparison between the Beis Medrash Mikol and the Mishkan. So in this context, today, Elohim actually is a reference to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Quick, so let's say, what about all the Mishnahs we guys know now? Let's give us Binyamin. Tivas Binyamin is the story of Pilatus to give us. Right, the story of Pilatus, again, remember that the Pilatus was a concubine. He was brutalized by the men of Binyamin, and as a result, this was such an atrocity. It was a physical atrocity, a moral atrocity. The other tribes gave up against the war against Binyamin. So in general, whenever you see the name, right, Elohim, in that context, ultimately, again, the Verosa Omer Chol, and the Verosa says that it's a reference to people, it's not an expression, and Yeshua Omer Kodesh, and Yeshua says, no, it's Kodesh. Omer Verosa, so it's a real problem. Now, you know, the way it was, interestingly enough, in the war against Binyamin, it was a war of tribe against tribe, is, it's interesting, this war, so, remember the couple of things that Sota, just like now before Shavuos. So it's interesting, this is one of the last Mishnayos in the Shuach Mekama. In Sota, the Kohen government, the Kohen Shuach Mekama. His job, right, was to ready the army spiritually for the war. And the first part of the last war, he was in Tetra, he's going out to face an external enemy. This is not like a war of brother against brother. What war was there, brother against brother? He's referring to the legends to give up. And the conversation says, when you're in a war against brother, here's the good news. If you lose, what's going to happen if you lose? What's going to happen? Brother's going to give you food. He's going to give you water. He's going to give you clothing. He's going to give you quarter, right? That's not this war. That's not this war, right? This is a different kind of war. So anyway, so the Gemara says, now it's very interesting. So what happened was, before this tribe went out to the women, they consulted, this is my focus. They consulted, and when you read the speaking, it sounds like they consulted on the part. That's what it sounds like. Now remember, they lost the first two battles, decisively won the third. So the Lord says, the Lord says this. Can't be that the references to Elohim are references to God, because that would then mean that they asked God said go, and they lost, which sucks strange. So it was, I'm going to look at Kim after the Oza, as a place to find this and not to go, and we're going to do Yeshua, not to Kia also. No, this is such a good kind of and the Lord says, no, it's not true. What if this part of the progress? If you look at the way they ask the questions, they actually go to battle. His love says, go to battle. What didn't they ask? What didn't they ask? Will we win? They didn't ask, will we win? So you might say, what they never asked was, will we defeat or will we be defeated? It's all back. The third time when they asked, will we be successful? I thought, well, we judge that. Yeah, you'll be successful. Shema, we couldn't touch for a lot of the Aaron Akon, only the fun of the other Aaron, the more how sick, hold my truth on the hammer. Should we go out to one now it's third time? In the Indiana here, I didn't act right. Right? Should we go or should we stop? So you are doing much more defined in your question. So this is really horrible. Just as an aside, even you're right that, I understand. Because it didn't ask if we're going to be successful, go to war, and not other than we're going to be successful. That's why they lost the first two times. They were successful last times. There was like a clock over in like this. The important thing is that their success want success. And it's probably going to help in anything and everything, but every time willing to put in anything and everything to be successful. It's interesting, I think, things like this. When the army didn't ask, they asked, should we go, shouldn't we go? That's the wrong question. What you need to ask, of course you have to go. What you need to ask is, will we be successful in this endeavor? Because when you're asking that question, that's indicative that your eyes on the prize. The question is, should we go to war? The question is, should we go to war and know that we are going to be successful? I've been trying to use them to ask the question that way, because ultimately, again, that's an army, that's a nation, those are people who are hyper-focused on success. And I will say, what a tremendous surge in life. It's happening
I don't
so
like
often
this.
that we start finishing start endeavors, and we're not convinced of our
How do I
success.
say
If you're going to do something
not
and you're
interested?
not convinced of your success,
Not interested.
chances are you're going to fail. Just the way they do. It's like this goes back to our whole like, I will try. Because again, at the end of the day, there's so many obstacles to anything in life. And the more beautiful it is, and the better it is, and the holier it is, the more roadblocks and obstacles that are thrown up right in front of us. That's the way that life works. It works. Whatever the holy soul in life is, if you want to be
Here's
successful,
one sing a song. Is that so much?
sure that you're success. If you're sure that you're like, well, you got this, I'll help you. But it's kind of like having your life on it. I think we should go. I think we should just listen to it. You're not confident in you. So don't expect me to be more confident in you than you're confident in you. Such a tremendous so. That's what I do. Coach Shlomo, I'm one of the questions. This is actually very interesting. Anytime Shlomo, the word Shlomo, the name Shlomo appears in Shira, Kodesh. Listen, you do not wild. You're not wild. I'm looking so happy at you this morning. That's it. So what's going to be like this in the college where you would think that when it says Shlomo and Shira, that's a reference to Shlomo HaMelech. You might say, no. In fact, in general, when Shlomo appears in Shira, it's actually a reference to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. How Shlomo knew HaKadosh Baruch Hu? Shir L'Nisha Shalom Shalom. It is a song to whom peace belongs. Right? Now let's say what is this? Remember, the Gemara says, there's so much life for this part of Shalom, Ra'al Anas. Right? Ultimately, if there's part of certain core brachas, or certain core attributes, one of them is Shalom, one of them is Anas. Yesterday we saw Rachum B'chanim. So Shlomo means Shir, sing to the one to whom Shalom Shalom, peace belongs to him. Incredible. Let's read it. Now there's one exception to this. Which literally means by business is performing 1,000 to you Shlomo. You might say Shlomo would be gay. And what's saying no to your Rabbi. But the problem is in the song was like this. One said that when the Shlomo, there's 1,000 soldiers, 100,000 soldiers for you. But for every 1,000 soldiers, make sure that there's some segment of the population that is sitting and learning as well. That are dedicated to me. And then literally again, 200 dedicated to me. Which Omen Al-Zepho. Others say this also is not a Kodesh name, but this is also called Kini Mikasa Shosh. Another example. Kini Mikasa Shosh Shlomo. Shishim Yudan Sarika. Those are some interesting things that remember again, this is a reference that was Shama went to speak to surround with his dad. Literally again, with 60 soldiers. Remember, what is this about? So Kodesh Chazal, this happened after the episode of Ashima. That's where then Shlomo was deposed, and second year Shlomo was deposed from his throne. First of all, and after that he was never settled and never conquered, so he slept with a small militia around his bed. After that, but only by hits. And you're right, this one and certainly the other one as well. Or actually, the other one is this one. Our other Shmuel, Mashisa the Taklachan Mishisa the Alma. Yom Ansha, I read that the Shmuel said that a government that kills up to 1/6 of its population is not held culpable. Now, so that's what it's saying. What is that? So if I need to allow for is up to 1/6 of your population in the standing army. Like obviously, if it's lives in the army, there's a heightened risk of losing one's life. You could put up to 1/6 of your population in the standing army. Now, how do you show the fire? Aleph Lefashtola. Umachusa Be'atia, Umasayim Nochi Espeyo, Umachusa Be'ala. So there's a very interesting Chazal understanding from here, certain percentages, ultimately again that can be conscripted into reality. And yes, it's really important to understand that in the model of Jewish society, you always have a segment that is fighting on the battlefield, and you have a segment that is learning Torah. The key is to figure out those appropriate percentages, and also to understand that at the end of the day, everybody's got to be singularly devoted to their task, right? Again, these are also just understand, we say it's no before. The beautiful part is, Rabbi shall always understand, Sifra and Saifa. We need both to be successful. We need Torah and we need an army. If you don't have an army, the Torah is beautiful, but it's not very hard. Like, if you only have an army but you don't have a spiritual underpinning, also not going to help. There has to be both. There has to be both. The understanding is, how do you do both in a way? Number one, that one fuels the other. Not two parallel lanes. They fuel each other. They work together. There's a synergistic partnership. And obviously, you also can't have blanket exemptions, but just again, those swaps of society that only regards for how those exemptions impact the Jewish power as well. So again, it's pointing out the concept as a model, not the double this temporality, but the concept as a model is a model that actually, if people would collaborate, and people would work together, and people would stop making it about individual factional interests, to actually promote the greater welfare of society. So we saw all these concepts before. That has to be a tremendous amount of conflict, where all beliefs are not in a way that serves the greater good, not that serves factional good, but that serves the greater good. Okay, another topic for today. Sure, look at the common recreation. Those are the good things, because necessarily for sure, just before they can kind of come up, really the sure with these. I love what to say.
You ready for tomorrow, big dog? Excellent. Excellent. They're going to be games all day long, so get ready. And usually we'll just go to Stream East and we'll check them out. What'd you say, big man? Well, NBA is different. That's on Stream East too, but this is college, obviously. Yeah, tomorrow's the start of the full slate of games for the tournament. You know we filled out a bracket? All right, well, the games that we filled out start tomorrow. Excellent, man. Sounds good. College basketball, that's right. I'll tell you what time they start, your time. Tomorrow they start at
like whatever you use is going to work. So we must now again remember that place part essentially to put names really into two buckets. There's a Shem Hashem, which is an actual name of Hakadosh Baruch Hu, and a Kinui. What's a Kinui? A descriptive name of God. So for example, like the example that is Rachum Nachanu. Rachum Nachanu is not a name of Hashem, it's a descriptor.
They start at like
you need to see at least for sure purposes. A descriptor works as well. So
I think like noon your time.
So it's like the pasuk says.
So be ready, starting about 12. They're going to have games all day long, and then the next day as well.
pasuk actually already says that Kohen will observe the
And we'll see how your picks did. Your goal, I want you to, since you went with your heart, we want you to be more than, let's say, 10% of all people. If you beat more than 10% of all people, then that's great because you went with your heart. Not everybody does that. So that means we want you to be in the top 90%. Right, but you never know. They may surprise everybody, and then you'll be like in the top 1%. It's gonna be. Yeah. So let's see when Kentucky plays. Just a moment. Kentucky plays. They play on Friday at about noon, your time. So that's cool. There'll be a big build-up for that game. But you also picked Louisville to go far. And Louisville, I mean, you picked a lot of teams. You've got North Carolina. Louisville plays tomorrow at 1:30 p.m. your time. Oh, okay. All right. Well, I'll let you get to the. I'll let you get to the. No need to apologize. You're fine. I was just gonna say I'll let you get to the Cubs game. But if you need me, I'm here for you. Okay. Yeah, that'll be on Stream East. Do you know how to find? Do you know how to find it? If you need, so you go to streameast.sk. There you go. Excellent. And then it's under MLB. Or under baseball. Yes, sir. Do you know when opening day is? No. Okay, well, we'll find out right now. Opening day, Brandon, is... Okay, so one thing at a time. MLB opening day is on Wednesday. Next 1 week from today. Yeah. Okay, so just 1 moment. And let's get you figured out with whatever it is. Okay, so is it just a white screen?
Yes, just a white screen.
Yeah. Okay, just a moment. We'll find something. We'll find a. Okay, Stream East. Yeah, okay, so it should be working. So you type in streameast.sk. Yeah, streameast.sk. STR EAM EAST .sk.
And it says that this is talking about one of the battles that Shaul is waging.
And then press enter. Okay, let's type it in again. STR no, EAST.
Shaul cursed anyone who would go ahead and eat that day of the battle. And then the pasuk says,
T.
dot
.sk. Yup. And then press enter.
The curse, what you see here, the lashon of Arel is also a lashon of Shvuah. So you must go
there you go. There are all your games.
So you must doesn't say Arel, no, it just says Arel. So the Arel also means lashon
The club. Wait, yeah, it's on. Okay, so do you see baseball?
Yeah.
Click baseball.
Curse and Shvuah. Incredible. Next.
Yeah. Okay. And I look down, and it's on there. If you can't find it, press Control F, like find, Control F, and type in CUBS.
Let's see this.
So on your computer, press the Control button and the F button, and type in CUBS.
So again,
and then press enter. How many results are there? Did you find it? There you go. You got it, right? There you go. There's your game.
It also means
Excellent, man. Let me know if you need anything else, okay? You're good.
So again, just different ways in which different words mean different things. Lav Shvuah, Hey Shvuah. So it's very interesting. Rabbi says this Lav literally again no. So I understand why something stays in the negative condition. What does Hashem say? Hashem says there will be no more waters of a mabul, and then he says, I swore about this. So you see that woe could be a shvuah. But when you see that hey, that yes, can constitute the shvuah. So that was very interesting. Slow is a slow. What's this slow? The last shvuah, hey, shvuah. Interesting. If no to be a shvuah, then yes to be a shvuah. Yes and no. Yes and no are two sides of the same coin. So therefore, again, if no to be a shvuah, yes to be a shvuah. Very interesting. Allah said, when is lav a shvuah? Only if you say no twice. When only tracing the same. When you place Kobasa, all you may have that one, and then you own mine no matter. So once you see that on that one, the first part of faces it in the negative twice. That's the negative twice. And therefore, again, lab will be a lesson for. When you go lab, tracing, pain, tracing. Ultimately, again, and it's lab, it's lab twice. Good lesson for. Ultimately, again, hey, double positive. It's also fascinating to see how yes and no are two sides of the same coin, so closely related to one another. I want a tremendous message. Things we tell ourselves that we cannot accomplish in life, right? Things that I say to myself, love, it just as easily becomes right? get a sister concept. A sister concept. If whatever works for one, by definition, works for the other. So if you're telling yourself, you can't fix this, well, yes, I can, if I put my mind to it. Like, I can't do this, blah, blah. Yes, you can, if you put your mind to it. Why? It's a svara. If it works to say no, no, it works to say yes, yes. Tremendous missile. That's what I tell them. It's the work on that. The man says that, right? Most of the Bible says, a man like a man, if he were first, I would probably he would go and bury his sin. I'm not telling you, what do you mean to say? I'm not looking at them, I'm not saying that you're most human. What's the Bible say? If you touch the heart, you're going to die. So what is the process for you? What is the second process of energy? You know, to be a local, maybe I would tell us, you know, you can do that. You know, so when it comes to person that comes powerful, the only time is ultimately, again, for the specific thing that comes powerful. Interestingly enough, what's a general sharing Yuchad usually means Yudkei Vavkei. That's how Rashi understands it over here. Then I've also the Yudkei. So I'm going to talk about only Kayit, if I'm personally in Hashem, only Kayit for person specifically in Hashem, Yudkei Vavkei. You know what it says? Talmud Omar, ish Yikala Elokad, Yikala Indreme. So the Meir says, the pasuk of ish Yikala Elokad, if he puts your God, what is your God refer to? Any name that is powerful is what I get. Come to say no, Hashem Yikala Nisa, talking about that. Come to see, they say no. If you curse before the name of Hashem, you hate and then Bob hey.
Today for the first time in 5 years, everybody. This is a man who's been doing the job, getting better, and absolutely killing. Now that spot's opening before opening for Joe Rogan. So this is
for anything else, it's a lot. You'll get nothing. So that's what I'm not asking about. But for your death sentence for personally that will probably only comes for the 4 meaning of the Rebbeinu Shalom. So everything else, ultimately again, Allah. I'm a color of the Rebbeinu. What is ultimately again. So the Mishnah is saying also to curse the father and mother using any one of the names of Allah powerful is liability for that. Man come with a comment, but the Nachman or the Yossi, the second of Nachman Yossi Omer, the Nachman Shem Yumas. Not come of Omer Shem, why is that position? You mean that I have all the Yumas, so that is actually coming to Shem. Then we thank the person of your parents if you do so with the name of Allah powerful. So that's very important. So cursing one's parents by themselves ultimately again is not enough. One has to curse them with the shame on the Yuchad. Which again, the conscious needs Yudkei Vavkei. I'm a Kal Asher V'Chaber, right? If you curse yourself or your friend, you're liable for that as well. And I'm glad I did that call. I'm going to use it this. You must not see a good shit. You should listen. What does it mean to curse yourself? What does it mean? How do you know how to curse yourself? So you know, if you say you shovel a dog, it's more than that shit on the old. So let's say this is actually fascinating. How do I know that I'm not allowed to curse myself? Because the pasuk says, be careful with yourself. Shmor nafshecha ma'od. Be very careful ultimately again with your soul. In other words, don't do things that are detrimental to you. Isn't that incredible? What's detrimental to you? You're cursing yourself. Therefore, if you really see biblically, one is not allowed to curse themselves. Incredible. So the Lord says, ultimately, again, that is first for us. Therefore, it says, that's a lie. What's the lie? Don't curse yourself. You're probably right. How do I know that I can't curse my friend? It says, what's the power of means? What it literally means, do not go ahead and curse a deaf person. What it means is someone who is unaware as to what it means actually doing. So don't curse your friend. Incredible. Yakut Bashar thinking, Yakut thinking, Yozi Allah Sinda Torah. Yozi Allah Kamida Mida. What's this? The Mishnah went on to explain that, for example, if you borrow expressions of a person, that's it from the Torah, and you use that to adjure someone, that works. That works because that is the charismatic curse that's written in the Torah. So listen, that's very interesting about Yasser Kana Kamida Yehuda. Yasser the Kama Hamas Nisim Kidisnan. So it says what happened. Rav Kana was saying before Yehuda, and Rav Kana said over this Mishnah as it's written. Now remember, the way the Mishnah is written is, it's written, Yakifa Hashem Elokim. Hashem should strike you down. So Rav Kahana is saying over this Mishnah to Rabbi Yehuda. Now, what ends up happening? The Gemara says, Amalei Kaneh. Rabbi Yehuda says, use a euphemism. Now, what does that mean, use a euphemism? What does that mean? So let's say, Rabbi Yehuda is saying, kind of like this. Don't say the pasuk like that. Because why? It makes it sound like what? It makes it sound like what? That you're cursing me. So instead, say, like, just reframe the pasuk a little bit, reframe the story a little bit in a way that makes it sound like it's directed towards someone else and not towards me. Don't euphemize it. I don't know if that's a word. Right? But euphemize it. Like, don't go ahead and make it directed towards me. So you notice
29th of the dollar, 5786. Dude, this fucking update, Tim Cook sucks. I just want everybody to fucking know. You can put me in the streets of fucking Ho Chi Minh City, and I will fucking blast this motherfucker with this fucking knife before they put a bullet through my fucking medulla oblongata.
Said to this guy, Amalei Kaneh. He said, euphemize the pasuk. In other words, don't that. I understand you're telling me over a pasuk, but don't say over to me almost like.
All right, what are we watching today?
Euphemize it and have it talking about some other entity, not me. So the next person, this almost seems like an Altifkach Pen or Satan type of idea.
We watched about Crash Course yesterday. When you, yeah, Rabbi, when you start teaching again, calm down, woman. I'm working on shit, and I've got these music videos that I'm making. I don't know what else to call them, but you'll be happy in the end. It's like, I don't know. What would it be like? It's just like, I mean, yeah, Rabbi said that. Yeah, you're just looking at fucking news and sitting here with your feet in the fucking air. Calm down, woman. I know you want it. Alright. We're at 1 of 14. Well, let's see what this is. Dog, I had to find good browsers because all these browsers suck. Ho Chi Minh City, kids. It's such a beautiful sensei. Also, by the way, this is talking about a pasuk, right? This is talking about Mishnah. Hold on. Well, before we do this shit, we've got to, there's something that we do have to do. So, what's that? 3760, negative 3760, 1, creation of the world, birth of Adam and Eve. That's what we have to do. One to source and all that other shit. Some other time. Like, to be honest with you, when you read this shit every fucking day, publicly, it's just, I did it for like, 82 days.
So Rabbi Meir says that works.
And I really should be promoting myself. I've noticed like the correlation of my class and promotion statistics. Well, we are learning. Are we? Esoterica. Bitch. I've heard of this.
The positions as they are espoused in our Mishnah, which then leads us to a little bit of a contradiction. So now Yosef goes in and he says, Hashkad the Anon Tnan Hafi, but he also Yitzchak Tnan Hafi. So now that we have one version.
As we know, all this shit is basically Moshe didn't know, but don't tell anybody that. That's the biggest fucking secret about it, baby.
No, he left leave in Ramona. When does Rabbi Meir hold? Right? When does, or I should say, when doesn't Rabbi Meir hold that you could infer? You could infer the positive from the negative. When is that? The Ramona in monetary matters. When it comes to Isser, he holds you can, and therefore again, by Shvuas he holds that you can. What about Sota? Sota is an issue of Isser. By Sota, it says that if she's innocent, ultimately, again, that the words will have a positive effect on her. So the Gemara says, "Time with the sig kinaki, ha la coffee, nifla la ata shamea hin aloni." I will say, now what is this talking about over here? Now the word kinaki,
What the fuck happened up there?
ultimately, again, could also be seen as kinky, which means you will choke. Now, the only so in other words, what we're not friends with the means is, if you're innocent, the water will have a positive effect. But if you are guilty, the water ultimately again would be your very death sentence. Now, interestingly enough, the reason we can interpret it both ways is because the word can be read both ways. Were it not that case, you would not go ahead and intuit the positive from the negative on the days, Okay, the Gemara says, Apple, Ella April. Ella April. Apple to be sooner less day. That is also if you have to say at the end of the day, even by Easter, Rabbi Meir does not subscribe to the Bala like a Shameh. Maski for Rabbi Meir would be sooner less day, that's true. Ella Aka Shtuya Yair Kura Rosh. With the Nisa, half the Nami Gillespie Rabbi Meir, also what about the prohibitions in Shakahanim? Doing Avoda after having consumed wine, Avoda under the influence, or Kura Rosh, or allowing their hair to grow long. And I will say that halacha is, these are Kiyad Nisa. Now, how do I know the Kiyad Nisa? Interestingly enough, the Torah says you're not allowed to drink wine, or you're not allowed to allow your hair to grow out, and both enter into the or more than 9. So it's phrased in the negative. But the fact that it says negative, I extrapolate the positive that I'm not allowed to do this. So which the Gemara talking on me the last day in there is actually what Mary does not hold the Torah Ata Shalei. But man, Eli Shivin Nisa, yet we learn again, these are Bible. What do you see from here? Rabbi Meir does go ahead and learn out the positive prohibition from the negative. However, the older people, switch on the people who know, he less they do not know that. What does Rabbi Meir say? What does Rabbi Meir not say? That's ultimately again in cases of monetary cases. Being sued this way, in case of Israel does subscribe to it, the shiny silk that the sued is in the money. Silk is different, why? But also, as much as silk is a piece of Israel, at the end of the day, silk is a piece of Israel that also has a monetary ramification. What's the monetary ramification by silk? Ultimately, eventually loses her suba. So looks like, so therefore, again, just to kind of tie this out, at the end of the day, halacha l'maisa again, the focus over here is if you go ahead and you praise the shul, I'll give you some examples. I go to Shemina Levi. I believe that using their testimony. I go to Shemina Levi. Shemina Levi, no testimony to name a case against Judah. So again, the classic case would be Shemina Levi, I hereby adjure you, right? I adjure you by the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu to give testimony to me, right? Or the other way you could do it is Hashem should strike you down if you go into the Lord. Hashem should strike you down if you know testimony to me you don't give it. What happens if you praise you in the time? Hashem should bench you, give you bracha if you give testimony to me. Rabbi Meir says that is a proper shua sa'idus. Why? Because Yisrael la ata shomei hein, and Yisrael hein ata shomei la. In other words, you could infer the positive from the negative or the negative from the positive. So therefore, again, if I go to Shemina Levi, Hashem should bench you if you give testimony to me. What could I infer from that? If you don't give testimony to me, then what? You should be cursed. And Meir says that's a proper shua sa'idus. But I can't say that does not work. It has to be phrased either as a shmua, right? Swear to me as you don't have testimony, or as the Allah, or as a curse. But not in a positive way. How do you translate that on husband's life? The Chachamim. If you phrase the shmua say it was in a positive, it is not a proper shmua. It has to either be phrased as the form of a curse. If you do not give testimony, the Hashem will strike you down, or ultimately again just the form of a regular shmua. So let's say it's quite beautiful, this idea of the Allah, from the negative, you could infer the positive. So let's say, so it could be that we don't paskin that way, Allah for a nice and a shua sa'ibas, but we definitely paskin that way, hashkach l'maisa. Life is all about Yisrael, love, ata shomea him. It is all about the ability to intuit the positive from the negative. Life is filled with adverse circumstances, and life is filled with adverse situations and difficulties, and a lot of difficulties. What's the avodah of the youth? Michlal elav ata shomei akein. The avodah of the youth is to try to pull out the positive, to try to pull out the beauty, to try to pull out the bracha, to try to pull out the opportunity even from the most difficult of circumstances. So you may not ask him, I'm not calling myself, Michlal elav ata shomei akein, but you certainly ask him, Hashkaf on myself. Michlal elav, even from the most negative and difficult of circumstances, ultimately find something positive, find something beautiful, find something good. How do you know that? Shua Sa'idos, Mazikov. Okay, I will say, let's go. Shua Sa'ikati. I will say, see now we've read this so many times, but now you actually get to Shua Sa'ikati, which is the Shua that one takes for Ikava. How do I will say, he's got a classic sense, because it means I deposit something with you. So we watch my lawnmower. Like that is now, again, I'm giving them that cover. Okay, so with conscious, when the decision is no when the stress of the cover takes place, I go back to get my lawnmower. And what does it say? What does it say? What lawnmower, right? Or I gave you back the lawnmower, or whatever it is. Trust that because it means an oath that nobody's going to take back the deposit that I gave to the sons of the Gemara. Trust that because that Mishnah. Trust that because I guess my message is not the closure. So trust that because it applies to men and women, relatives, non-relatives. Doesn't make a difference. The children, sibling. Again, it doesn't make a difference whether we're living man or woman, whether we're relative, not a relative. Whether it's partial or partial. If 3 days in the show, it's 3 days. Now again, trust that because it to be administered in front of the reason, not in front of the reason. With the Atzma. Now listen, now what is actually a trust that because it to be administered in front of the reason, not in front of the reason? That's when you're going to take in the shua himself. When you can't hear him, what if you're going to do a jerk? Remember, you know, there's many times that please take a shua.
I'm both, baby.
If he's doing a journal like someone else is administering the shua, and it's tied actually for the reason, keep regular. And then it says, if it's clearly being insured by others, there's only liability for that if that's done in front of days, and that's what we know. The Hamdu say no, daily also may be even Shakaka so Hachamim say whether you take the shua yourself, or ultimately again you're adjourned by others. If you go ahead and it turns out that you're lying, you are chayiv. Okay, we'll say we'll see the development of that shita a little bit more ultimately again in the life. Chayiv of Zagan Ashua, Zal Shivigasa, you are chayiv ultimately again for intentionally taking that shua. Right before sleep.
Yeah, that shit sucks.
So whether now again this is
boring.
So whether he intentionally swears falsely or accidentally swears falsely,
So, yeah.
two things you don't have to cover. Okay, about Shigas and Zabi, or he's a shogeg, right? The shogeg, we'll see exactly what this means as well. A shogeg on the shua with his Zabi have to cover. In other words, he knows full well that he has the deposit, but he's a shogeg on the shua. So we saw this before. I see all this in the Gemara. What's the case of shogeg on the shua and Zabi on the deposit? Even knows full well that he has my deposit. But what is he shogeg on? He doesn't know that there's carbonic liability for the shua. Okay, you're going to see all these cases. They are chayiv al shigibasa girbasa. It looks like the one thing you're not chayiv for ultimately again is pure shogeg. Now what is pure shogeg? Pure shogeg is like this. I go to Liberty, right? I lent you not rent. I deposited my lawnmower with Liberty. I come back to get my lawnmower. Liberty says, I gave it back to you. Liberty really thinks he gave it back to me. He really thinks he gave it back to me. Or he really questions, or really he doesn't remember that I gave him the lawnmower. That would be a real case of shogeg. In that kind of case, ultimately Liberty is proper. We're not chayiv, right? I'm not going to go. I'm not saying that Liberty intentionally takes a false trust that we cover. What is he chayiv? Asham. Alright, so Asham. Up until now, we've been using cover over the old rate. Now this is an Asham, it has a skull that is worth 2 silver pieces. Trust that we cover cases. Okay, so I'll say, so now we get into it. So what is exactly the trust that we cover? What is it? I don't know. Here we keep going, she should be a record. I go to them and say, well, I gave you my lawnmower. I deposited my lawnmower with you. Give it back to me. And Ruben says, I don't have it. And I say, okay, Shua She'en Lecha Biyadi, right? Reuben says, Reuben swears, I do not have your Bikadon. Or Sha'amano, or I say to him, or Sha'amano, Ein Lecha Biyadi, or Reuben claims, I don't have your lawnmower, and I say, Mashbiach Ha'ani. So let's remember again. First case is Miki Atzmo. Reuben says, I swear I don't have your Bikadon. Case number 2 is I say, Reuben, you have a lawnmower. Reuben says, I don't have it. I don't have it. I say, okay, swear you don't have it. And Reuben says, Amen. Yes, he doesn't do it. He's trying to get this up. One of the definitions of Amen is what? Affirmation Shua. So if Reuben says Amen to the Shua that I said, ultimately the answer is a Shua. So it's Shalomah, and then it turns out that Reuben is lying. Right? So you have my lawnmower. Ultimately, Reuben is going to be chayav. Again, what is he going to be chayav? What is he going to be chayav? But the Chayav Asham, where's Tisa or Tisa? It's incredible. Bishbi Allah Chamish Pamim, in the Knegadim, being short of Knegadim, the Kafar, Chayav Achor Achos, the Achos, let's say higher jail even 5 times. Right? And count it as 5 different times. Yeah, my lawnmower swears on that, and he swears 5 different times. And then they say, what happens? And it's not right, whether he did it in front of days and not in front of days, his liability for each independent trust has become limited. So also, the opportunity is, even though Halacha L'Maisa, he's swearing falsely that the same Pikadim, nevertheless, there's going to be individual liability for each shvur that's made. Rabbi Shimon says, not what's the reason for like, why is there individual liability? Maybe you should have a laxer. Because also since after each shura, he has the ability to admit his wrongdoing. He seems to have the ability to admit that he swore falsely. Therefore, again, and to admit that he has the Picadon. Therefore, each shura is looked at as an independent unit of liability. Incredible. How you can use him also. So let's listen to this. Let's say again, we're going to be claimed by 5 different people, right? But only one thing on the Picadon, Shishma, will be at that cost. So in this case, 5 different people deposited 5 things with Reuben. And they all come and they want their stuff back. Right? And they say, Reuben, give us the Picadon that you have in your hand. And Reuben says, Shua, She'en Lechem Biyadi Ala Achos. Shua, She'en Lechem Biyadi. And Reuben says, Cobra, I swear to all of you that I do not have your stuff. There's nothing in my hands. So essentially what he did over here is he made one Shua to 5 people. What's now? He's only chayav once. However, he says, Shua She'en Lecha Biyadi, V'lo Lecha, chayav Achor Achos. And he says, Hebra, I swear that I do not have anything that belongs to me in my hand. I get not to you, not to you, not to you, not to you. And he specifies each of them. Then I look at the nice, he's going to be chayav for each individual shua. The Rosh says, no, actually, you're a shua b'achiyot. So again, the Rosh says he has to repeat the word shua at the end. Shimon says, actually, shua, he has to actually say the word shua. I swear to you, I swear to you, I swear to you, in order to create individual liability. That's what I was like, we'll have to stop over here for today. That was again, shua. Right? Considering right time being stuck. Imagine how I started on time where I could have accomplished. I was going to say, shua, fucking one, and then this week, you know, for the rest of the week, tomorrow.
These are tiny little silver amulets that were recovered from a tomb. And for the folks here that read a little bit of Hebrew, this is a version of the priestly benediction. So the earliest fraction, the earliest text we have of the Torah is actually an amulet, a magical device put into a tomb, very likely to protect the dead, perhaps from malevolent supernatural forces. So in many ways, we might even say that the first appearance of the Torah in history is a supernatural, mystical appearance. It's an amulet. It's an amulet there to protect the dead. Here, if you've ever been to the Israel Museum, you may have seen this. And it's actually on both sides, and it's tiny. The amulet's probably about that big. And the Hebrew letters here, as you can see, are not modern Hebrew letters. They were very old Paleo Hebrew letters. Okay, that's the case in which we can talk about mysticism has to do with 2 different concepts. One concept is theophany, which means God appearing. And the other, which I'm sure many folks know, is prophecy, which is a case in which God, Israelite God, Yahweh, is said to speak to people, and those people that Yahweh speaks to, in turn, speak on behalf of Yahweh. And in fact, that's where the word prophecy comes from. The word prophet just means to speak for in ancient Greek. So, core to ancient Israelite religion, like many ancient religions, was the idea that their God, their tribal God, Yahweh, spoke to people, communicated to people. Now, typically, when gods speak to people, that is not rational, right? That's not rational. It's not rational, right? It's not like you're making a logical deductive argument that God's speaking to you. And yet, prophets are often taken seriously and sometimes killed in history. But it's very clear from ancient Israelite society and the larger ancient Near East society that prophecy was a widely attested and important social vocation. So Yahweh talked to people, and those people said what Yahweh told them. And this is really important in two distinct ways. One way that's really important is that Yahweh does something very interesting with the ancient Israelites that we don't really see attested in many other ancient Near East cultures. And that is, Yahweh establishes a vassal contract with the Israelite nation. A vassal contract is just what it sounds like. A vassal contract is where a lesser power agrees to be ruled over by a stronger power, basically for protection. If you want to think about this in terms of like how mafia, it's like paying protection money, right? The local mob boss comes down and says, you can get hurt out here. You might want to pay us a little money to protect you. Well, Yahweh comes along and says, it's dangerous out there, you Israelites. Maybe you should worship me alone, and I'll protect you, right? And so, in many ways, the Torah is actually structured a lot like a vassal contract. In fact, if you read ancient Near East vassal contracts written in the Akkadian language, it's very clear that the writer of the Torah and certain sections of the Torah are emulating that contract language. They're diplomats. Diplomats have to be literate, and one of the things diplomats would have known Israel was always a vassal state for the Egyptians or the Babylonians or the Syrians. Vassal contracts would have been part of their life, and making a vassal contract with their God made a lot of sense. This is also revolutionary because you're making a vassal contract with a God and not with a country, which means that you're subservient fundamentally to some other being and not the king of Babylon. Now, this doesn't go well for the ancient Israelites, but it does establish what we call the Deuteronomic theology. And this is just a complicated way of saying, if you have a contract, contracts always involve you getting things out of the deal. Well, the Israelites vowed that they would serve only one God, Yahweh, and Yahweh vows that if they do that, they will get the land. Right? They will have the land. And the land flowing with milk and honey and all the rest. Right? The idea is they keep their side of the deal, the Israelites, then Yahweh will keep their side of the deal and protect them. Now, if you know anything about Jewish history, that relationship was rocky. Let's call it rocky. And this doesn't happen for lots of reasons. Now, there are lots of things that work out in that process. Further, right, in addition to this whole vassal contract business between Yahweh and the Israelites, it also seems like there was a tradition within the Israelites of the community where Yahweh spoke to individual people. Those people typically called Rabbi, prophets. These prophets would receive the message from Yahweh and then go communicate it to the broader Israelite community. It was almost always like you never invite a prophet to a party. No matter what any party you invite them to, because unless they spend all their time condemning everything you have your whole life. So prophets are the joy kill of all times. So prophets, as we know from ancient Israelite and other ancient Near East literature, are widely attested. Prophet was a job, right? You could be an independent freelance prophet. You could be an institutional prophet. We'll talk more about prophecy in a minute. What you're seeing on the screen here on the right-hand side is actually a divinatory device. I don't know if you can recognize what organ that is, but that is a liver. That is a liver. And what you see here is the liver is divided into certain sections, and And what this is a Babylonian liver inspection guide. And so if there are blemishes or deformities or other kinds of markings on the liver, livers are typically very smooth organs. If you've ever seen a liver, they're typically very smooth. But they sometimes have all kinds of markings and things on them. And what happens is that you would locate the markings, and you can see here there's a guide in old Akkadian, and it would tell you what the markings meant. So this might mean that bad things are going to happen, the king's going to die. And so there have been probably hundreds of these from ancient Mesopotamia, and divination was part of the intestines. You should also notice this note here that we separate divination and prophecy when it comes to talking about the ancient world, because the vast majority of prophets, contrary to what idea might come to your mind about what a prophet is, very few prophets predict the future. That was a different job. Those were diviners. Diviners predicted the future. Prophets communicated via the God. The God would tell the prophet stuff, and then they would tell what to do. That's a different job. Now, sometimes prophets did predict the future. In fact, in the Hebrew Bible, there's only a couple of occasions where prophets attempt to predict the future, and they're almost always wrong. One time Ezekiel attempts to predict the future, and he's wrong, and he has to go back later and be like, well, I meant that metaphorically or something. And so very few prophets attempt to predict the future. In the ancient world, that is a different job. We now think of prophets as predicting the future, but that's a modern idea, much more than an ancient Israelite idea, or ancient Near Eastern idea. So let's talk about theophany first, right? So theophany just means God appearing. It just means that God appears to people. Right? This was an idea in ancient Greek religion, but also in ancient Israelite religion. God's appearing to you currently on the screen. I don't know how many people have ever seen an image on the left. This is very likely an early depiction of the Israelite God Yahweh. We think that is Yahweh for a couple of reasons. One, it says Yahweh there in Hebrew, which was an abbreviation of Yahweh's name. And this coin was minted as part of the satrap of Yahweh during the Persian period. And also we have a throned winged throne chariot that this thing is sitting in, and that image is very tightly associated with Yahweh in Ezekiel. You're probably looking at a depiction of Yahweh. That's probably the Israelite God. We're fairly confident that is how ancient Judahites conceived of how their God looked. People have seen this image before. And things like this, some folks have seen it. I think it's very interesting that most folks, when they see an image like this, they don't think of the idea that Yahweh is not allowed to be depicted. But living here from the point of view is Yahweh. I also like that Yahweh has a six-pack. I really appreciate that. Yahweh does not seem that big. So God appearing is a relatively common motif in ancient religions. In fact, many ancient religious rituals were meant to compel the God to appear. This would be in temples and other kinds of locales, and you would do rituals to make the God appear to you. And so trying to navigate from one ending into the flame. Now that God appeared to us on Mount Sinai and gave us a law. When this is over, we have a contract with God. That's what makes us special. Chosen people. But on the other hand, in our God's will, you can't see our God. Our God doesn't have thoughts. He doesn't live. Kind of like God's the God of everything. It's a God of also here to quasi invisible. The main accounts we have of theophanies in the Hebrew Bible are the main three. Actually, we have the theophany to Abraham or Abram at that time. His name had changed yet. Where Abram, the God appears to Abram and says, hey, you need to follow me. And I said, right, it's not a Canaan. I moved to Canaan and set up shop there. We don't find a lot about God in that instance. The other three theophanies that are important are the Moses theophany, that is to say, the one in which God appears to Moses both in the burning bush. So notice again, God is there and not there at the same time. He always comes out of the bush, but it's not like there's a person there that Moses sees. Again, there's a relationship to God that they want to keep separate from what other nearby religions. I will say the two most theophanies that we have in the literature would be the ones to the prophet Isaiah and the one to the prophet Ezekiel. But I don't know if you had the chance to read the theophanies to Isaiah and Ezekiel. They're very strange, especially the Ezekiel one. It's notoriously weird. But one thing that we do know about those theophanies is that in both cases, they are terrifying. You do not want Yahweh showing up. Right? This being is not your friend. This being is not your buddy. It's not your drink partner. This being is a terrifying being that when they do show up, the people that seem to see this being, the text says they are quaking, they're shaking in terror. And this is one of the things that we see in Israelite literature, beginning in the Hebrew Bible, but extending into other mystical literature, is that the experience of the divine is terrible. And we have the word right? And notice how we say the word it's negative. It's bad. Some is good. Some is okay. Everything's it's and when God appears to you and Yahweh appears to you as prophets, it is a terrifying experience. We even have records of their bodies physically shaking, sweating, they don't seem to speak, things like that. What we think is that the instances of Ezekiel and Isaiah may have been part of what we might call Israelite shamanism. Now, I don't like to use the word shamanism in a really illy way. I think that shamanism, as you may know, was a religious group of religious practitioner and ecstatic expert primarily found in Siberia. And this idea that shamanism has been taken out of its context of life generally. I'm a bit skeptical of that process. I don't like using terms like that in any way. But what we see is that the ecstatic expert shaman is able to withstand a visitation from Yahweh. And from that visitation, they're able to extract certain kinds of information about what needs to be done. And so, in much the same way that traditional shamans will attract the spirit world in order to cure people, it seems like something analogous is happening with some forms of Israelite prophecy, where the shamans are being visited by Yahweh, and Yahweh is basically telling them how to fix their country. Right? Most of what goes on in prophecy is criticism of society in a general way, and the idea is by criticizing society along religious and social terms, then the Israelites can restore their relationship with Yahweh, and therefore Yahweh will continue to protect them and allow the prosperity of the land. So the prophets don't hear individual people. You can think about them much more like shamans, but they're shamans for the entire idea. So again, using some of these terms can be a little bit misleading and a little bit unclear, but I think the term does track at least in a general way. We think that the experiences of the prophets Isaiah unusual. This person seems to get really extreme things like lying straight naked for days at a time. So he may have been suffering from some kind of underlying mental health condition, right? And so, can I get some, apologize, Ezekiel, or diagnose him as an accurate theology writer, but from those records, it seems like Ezekiel may have had some other kinds of mental health concerns, we would say now, which is also interesting because it shows that what is insanity in one culture is prophecy in another, right? That a shaman being in one culture, right, is looking normal. You take them out of that, capitalism, like you was in another insane or crazy. And so it's just interesting to see how what counts as insanity can really change from culture to culture. Ezekiel is really a respected member of society, whereas I think now he might be institutionalized. So again, it's interesting to notice how these things can shift enormously over time. It's also worth noting that Ezekiel and Isaiah, the theophanies of Ezekiel and Isaiah, Isaiah was also very terrifying, right? God appears to Isaiah, and Isaiah says, I'm going to die. He says, I'm finished. Like, I'm going to die. And he doesn't die, and he's basically anointed by God to tell the message of Yahweh. What's really important about both of these visions is that they will become the foundations for an entire school of Jewish mysticism called American literature, Chariot literature. This form of Jewish mysticism, which we'll get to not next time, after that. This was the dominant form of Jewish mysticism for 800 years. So if you want to think about the Kabbalah as existing now for about 800 years, American mysticism was the dominant form of Jewish mysticism for 800 years prior to that. So this is chariot mysticism, and again, when I say chariot mysticism, you know what you want, right? This is how it always literally riding on a kind of winged chariot. Unsurprisingly, this form of mysticism is going to be very important. Just as a preview, American mysticism is a form of mysticism in which rabbinical elites would ascend into the palaces of Yahweh, and they would meet with various angels, and they would show angels these various passwords, and eventually they would be able to climb through the various heavens. And again, even I didn't go up, they're not going up, they're going down, and the mystical fiance down to the chariot. And they eventually are given a glimpse of the throne of God. Sometimes they're allowed to see the body of God. To know that Jews are not supposed to believe that God has a body. They did. They were allowed to measure the body of God. Look at that literature. And in some cases, they were even allowed to sit on the throne of God and be transformed into angels. So you're going to be transformed into an angel. All you have to do is bypass the most scary angels and say, "Oh God." So, very cool into it in a couple weeks. So again, American mysticism, not different kinds of Jewish mysticism, but anchored in the theophany of Ezekiel and Isaiah. But as I mentioned earlier, ancient Near East prophecy is very well attested. The only major exception is Egypt. Egypt is the outlier. For whatever reason, there's not much in the way of Egyptian prophetic literature. Now, there's a lot of debate about why that is. They do have the quasi prophetic documents, the prophecy of Nefertiti, that does exist in the ancient Egyptian world. But it seems like the ancient Egyptians, for most reasons, I'm happy to talk more about that later if folks are interested, for whatever reasons, institutional prophecy just didn't exist. It probably has to do with the fact that Egyptian religion was very highly centralized in its civil structure, and therefore the gods just didn't interact with human beings in the same way that they did in the wider Near East. But the ancient Egyptians just don't have much in the way of prophecy. They have a lot of ancient religious literature, just not prophetic literature. I will say that outside of ancient Israel, the best meditation of prophecy in the ancient Near East world generally is from the Neo-Assyrian period. Because it just so happens that the Assyrian Empire was destroyed, and they managed to burn down the main library of Ashurveth. And when they burned that library down, the entire library was burned. We have basically an entire ancient Neo-Assyrian library. It's like the library of ancient Alexandria was destroyed off. It has tens of thousands of uniform tablets that are in plain shape because burning libraries down now, right? And that if you burn down an ancient uniform library, right, those texts are all preserved on clay tablets. And burning clay tablets makes them more likely to survive. So, thank God they burned it down, right? Because had they not burned it down, they probably wouldn't have survived. So, we have the entire library of Ashurveth in the British Library because they're great stealing things. And so what we have is an enormous amount of literature from this time period, including prophetic literature. In the ancient Assyrian context, what they would do is an individual prophetic utterances would be requested by a leader, typically the king. Those utterances would be written down, and then a digest of those ecstatic utterances would be collected together on large clay tablets. And then those clay tablets would be stored in the library of Ashurveth. So we have individual utterances stored together on bigger tablets and archived. The exact same thing happened in the ancient literary context too. Many of the documents that we have, for instance, the book of Isaiah, is not written by authors. Isaiah is written by three people, right? At three different times with three different agendas. All of the various Isaiah texts got fitted together into one digest, and that Isaiah prophecy became the book that we now know as Isaiah. So the exact same literary and material culture in ancient Syria and also attested in ancient Israel, which we shouldn't be surprised about because ancient Israel isn't special. Now, I know that some of us were raised with this Josephine stuff, but the ancient Israelites were ancient Near Eastern people, and they did do their ancient Near Eastern people did. Sorry. So we know a lot about ancient Neo-Assyrian we know a little bit about their prophetic techniques. We know, for instance, that they engaged in dancing. Dancing was one of the mechanisms by which both Israelite and Neo-Assyrian prophets managed to work themselves into a kind of ecstatic state. We don't know what the dancing looked like. Maybe it was the Dutch background. But whatever the dancing was, it seemed to have get them into, they got them into an ecstatic state, and in those ecstatic states, they would shout what God had to tell them, and their stride would write those ecstatic utterances down. They also engaged in self-laceration. So, as you may or may not know, self-harm is a pretty common motif in many mystical practices, most famously, for instance, among the Maya people. The Maya would they would pierce their tongue or their genitals, and they would pull a string of blood coming through their tongue or genitals in order to make themselves if we're going to break in pain. That blood would be gathered into the blood, and then the paper with the blood soaked would burn in the burning smoke of Maya kings would see visions. Self-harm is a very common thing that happens in many prophetic cultures. The self-harm also occurred in ancient Mesopotamian culture, and it seems like they engaged in something like flagellation, probably, so whipping themselves in order to use perhaps the endorphins or serotonin release to get them into ecstatic states. Although there's some medical debate about whether blood loss would have been helpful in getting you into an ecstatic state. I don't intend to do that. So anyway, self-harm is also part of this. Also notice that in the ancient Israelites, there are several prohibitions of self-harm, especially in terms of religious self-harm, with things like tattooing and harming yourself on the occasion of the dead. It seems like the Israelites knew about these practices and forbid them. Like we heard some things about you're not allowed to get tattoos if you're Jewish or whatever. They actually come from those kinds of rules. Also, there's a persistent myth that if you have tattoos, you can't be married in the Jewish graveyard. That's nonsense. I don't know where these weird things get started with. That's the thing. say. And there's we also know, interestingly enough, that ancient Near Eastern prophets could be both women and men. We have attestations of both women and men prophets. And we also, what's I think really important that doesn't get focused on enough, is that we have a third gender that is specifically connected to ancient Near Eastern prophecy. Specifically the goddess Ishtar, who you may know from the name Esther. The name Esther is just the version of the name Ishtar. We know that the goddess Ishtar could convert your gender from typical male gender, man gender, to another third gender, Athena. And these Athena prophets would have their gender converted by Ishtar, and they could convert and convert back from the man of the goddess. And while you are converted to this Athena gender, this third gender, you would be serving the goddess Ishtar probably in a ritual secular job in the temple precincts. And so we don't know a lot about this exactly because the literature doesn't stand. But I think that's interesting again from a material history and gender studies study of this is that the only attestation we have of a certain gender kind of prayer. The very heritage of the person would masculine gender indicating something like is associated with female people, whereas the word here is to see if they're clearly making it about the gender bending category. And you have your gender typically male, or in the case of women being assigned to be a senior, but men obviously be shifted to be a senior stage. So I'm curious about that. I did a great study of that by Yale Smith, the chat later. That is the most extensive study of this global gender and the Athenian gender and ancient Greek prophecy. We only know one Canaanite non-Israelite, and that is who you may know from the Torah. He's also attested in another place outside of the Bible. He's attested in a shrine that there's a plaster, and he's mentioned the plaster, and he's mentioned in a non-Israelite place. And so he's existed differently. In fact, he's the only prophet from the ancient Canaanite world attested outside of the Bible. So he was famous enough, the Bible has to include him. And he was so famous that he was also attested outside of the Canaanite world. And he's mentioned in a non-Israelite place during the prophecy. We only know one Canaanite non-Israelite, and that is the son of the Lord. You may know from the Torah. He's also attested in another place outside of the Bible. He's attested in a shrine that there's a plaster, and he's mentioned the plaster of the wall. And he's mentioned in a non-Israelite language as well. And so he must have existed in my famous. In fact, he's the only prophet from the ancient Canaanite world attested outside of the Bible. So he was famous enough, the Bible had to include him. And he was so famous that he was also attested outside of the Bible as well. However, no non-Israelite Canaanite prophetic texts survive. If they existed, which they very well did, very likely did, they didn't survive. The reason for that might be they were dead by virus, and since they didn't get copied because of the ritual supremacy of the Israelites and Judaism, it could just be that they haven't discovered yet. But we do not have records of prophets, non-Israelite prophets, being alive on their record. Like she mentioned, this text says on the screen here, this is probably one of the most important ancient Near Eastern religious texts. This is called the Descent of Ishtar. It's the tale of Ishtar descends into the underworld. If you've never read it before, I highly encourage you to take a look at it. It is a description of Ishtar going into the underworld.
This is phenomenal. I gotta take a look at this.
You're up there and having to escape. And it's a really fascinating text about Ishtar journey to the underworld. Many religions have journey to the underworld motifs. Christianity, for instance, has a pretty famous journey to the underworld, Morpheus and the Greek legend. So this journey to the underworld for us is a pretty typical religious structure. And the journey to Ishtar is especially really wonderful to read, especially if you want to read again the literature and the religious stories of the ancient world, which central focus on like an Israelite where Israelite prophecy is a very complicated state of affairs. Very complicated state of affairs. Prophecy was a core component of ancient Israelite society. We have hundreds of prophets from the ancient Israelite world. And when you put that into a sort of material cultural analysis, what that means is that Yahweh was perceived as basically being in constant contact with people. That is to say, you could go down the street, and there'd be a prophet in your village, very likely, and you needed to get in contact with Yahweh, you're probably getting in contact with Yahweh like nobody had really got. And so prophecy was widely attested. So the first thing that we know is that prophets occur in both genders. We have both women and men prophets. And in fact, this literature attested in the Hebrew Bible of prophetic pieces of literature from women, specifically attributed to Deborah and Miriam. As you may know, the Song of the Sea and the Song of Deborah, especially the book of Judges, are probably the oldest pieces of the Hebrew Bible. They are so old that there's no definite article yet in Hebrew. Right? They are very old, probably in back to the Bronze Age. And what we think is that at this period, both of these prophetic pieces of literature, the Song of the Sea and the Song of Deborah, were band prophecy. Band prophecy is a very common form of prophecy called prophecy, in which a prophet had contact with their God and they would give advice specifically about military matters. And usually what would happen is you would consult the prophet about military matters, and then after one thing you did, the prophet would sing your praises as having won on behalf of the God. And that's exactly what we have in the Song of Deborah and the Song of Miriam. The Song of Deborah probably is a very early influence, a very early Iron Age account of a biblical conflict in which one group of people gathered to witness the story of Yael driving a tits wife to a dude's head, which is no. And so, tits wife seems old, doesn't they? And if you read the Deborah account, especially in Hebrew, it is very big. And of course, the Miriam story also is a memory of some kind of skirmish that occurred in ancient Egypt, where the Israelites tried to escape or at least defeat the Egyptians in that case. So I think this what's interesting about this is that the earliest pieces of literature we have from ancient Israelites to survive are mystical literature. They're accounts of the gods speaking, and they're accounts of the gods speaking twice. In both cases, this may indicate, again, we have two pieces of evidence here. This may indicate that women served a unique role in very, very archaic Israelite prophecy. It may have been the case that because they were accepted from battle, they were allowed to help the god out of the battle. Or it may be the case that they had, for whatever reason, some particular kind of connection to Yahweh. We just don't know. We have no idea. It just is conspicuous that this earliest pieces of literature social justice warrior guy of the he really dislikes the fact that they are Israelites are so wealthy and Israel friends with poor people. If you've ever read that great section of Rabbi says this is a fasting methodology fasting where he's fasting from social justice. That's it. Right, and so those theses that are really big in our tradition, I think that's the more progressive people so even an independent social theoretic, we also know that the Israelite state employed hundreds of puppets. Hundreds. We have at least two different cases where ancient Israelite kings would have hundreds of prophets in their employ, and those hundreds of prophets would go into ecstatic states and often act out their prophecy. So, for instance, if you know that the king would be glorified, it's not just that the prophets actually have horns made of iron, and they would dance around with the horns of iron in a very theatrical dancing, and these theatrical shows where prophecy, ecstatic states, and theater really meshed together in ancient Israelite society. So I do know that the Israelite state, like the ancient Assyrian state, employed a huge number of prophets. It also seems like, by the way, that unlike other ancient Near Eastern peoples, the Israelites did not rely on astrology. The ancient Assyrian, ancient Babylonians had developed very, very sophisticated form of astrology. The ancient Israelites rejected it for reasons that weren't clear, and they rejected it because they knew better before the ancient Israelites knew that astrology was wrong. Probably just that they were jealous. They didn't have a sophisticated math. But the ancient Israelites did not like the idea of astrology. Rather, they liked direct contact with their God. All things told, none of them were terrible. I wanted to predict the future. You know, that's why I saw it. None of them saw it coming. We also know that there were prophetic bands. These are sort of prophets that sort of roamed around the countryside. Because they had leaders, Samuel, one of the leaders of such a next band of roaming prophets. So we also know that they would roam around and they would play music and they would dance. Again, this is dancing and music were a testation of Israel. One of my things I really miss is that I have no idea what any of this music sounded like. My idea is that it sounded like some great metal or something. We have no idea what their music sounded like. We have some vague ideas what the instruments were, and we do know that, for instance, the king Saul, the first Israelite king, came in contact with one of the devotional bands of ancient Israelite prophets, and he also immediately fell into an ecstatic state. So it seems like going into ecstatic states was a thing that was, I don't want to say normal, but normalized. It was a thing that could be expected of that these bands would come to your town, and you might go into an ecstatic state and commune with life. We do know several women who were engaged in prophecy, and they had, in some cases, very high ranking in society. One case that I want to test Huldah is primarily known for the book of Kings, where King Josiah, King Josiah, was a tool of role in a war, had it written down, by Huldah Quadrant, and which is what we still have, by the way, basically the basic political propaganda, some 600 BC, which no one talks about that, that's the thing. Huldah is actually a older prophet, an immigrant refugee from the north. She's living in a suburb of Jerusalem, and she's basically dead, but on this school mountain tree. And of course, you know, the very first thing is that it is. Yeah. So we do know that women had a relatively high-ranking position of power as prophets. They were not allowed to be priests, but they were allowed to be prophets, and they could do things at high levels as basically the scripture. Again, I want to restate that this is unclear. This is a woman betting legitimacy of life. That is enormously important in the history of Judaism and the history of religion, I think, more generally.
Alright, to roadside, good morning, let us begin. We'd like to thank all of our sponsors for this morning's share today. Our commentary sponsors for your question today, our annual commentary sponsor, Talking Spot about it himself. The dedicated all the single judges is here, as is the course for the service provost for all of Am Yisrael. And our commentary sponsors for the month of Stephen Havali, and for the Stephen Zalizin, the loving memory of Steve's mother, glorious to see Derola Bash in Israel Yard, and the inclusion of her ship, Yaks and Job very much of our commentary. And Shalom Slavim, the families in the power. All of those who are poor, Shabbat, who are told the Holy Israel, and from the Shemot, and the Homer, and the Shalom, and the Torah. Now, our Holy Soldiers being successful, the Holy Nasi is. Let's read that first video. We have a lot to do today. About Hashem, some incredible, really incredible, beautiful Gemara ahead of us. Sprinkling of our Gauta. And it's Hashem today, so today, back in Lamed Week 35. We are picking up the note session on Lamed Dalet on the base at the two dots. Point in the middle of the page. In Shin Omer Chayiv from the Chayiv B'Bi Kappa. Let's just remember again, the Gemara over here is still referencing the ordinary opinions that we had on the Lamed Gibor on the base. And as we pointed out, one of these very nice mathematics, and what I mean by very nice mathematics, is that at the end of the day, everyone is agreeing on the result. The result is that by Shmuel Sa'ilas, one is not Chayiv unless, of course, you think. Otherwise, what the king is for a non-Chayiv, right? There has to be a non-right thing involved. And that's what I'm going to dispute exactly how to go ahead and arrive at that conclusion. So the Shimon Omer, how you kind of have it be covered. So the Shimon chooses to learn it out from Shmuel Sa'ilas. So that's what I'm not about. So we laugh about the Shimon Omer's stuff. They laugh about this. The Gemara says, "Mindful talk." So what's that mean? What is that? What exactly is that about? The claim, "Ma'adik Kaddish Shekhinah also about mishpat to mishpat means it's to show good." Because it is different than Shmuel says. How is Picador? And number one, that Shmuel says that Picador. Also remember again, this is one of these scenarios where we have a little bit of a deficit only because we have not actually learned the Sugya of Shmuel Picador just yet. But we'll have enough information to operate properly. So the Gemara says, "Shmuel also about mishpat to mishpat." And says that Picador mishpat means something that takes someone who's adjured by someone else, like someone who takes the shiur themselves. And everyone listens to Shogeg. So in Shmuel Sa'ilas, both of these cases are different from one another. Masha including by Shmuel Sa'ilas, where there is no distinction. So there's a mikveh, mushbar, the after Eilos, where the Shimon knows. So what does the Shimon know? That mushbar means, again, they need to be adjured by someone else. And since there is liability, so where does the Shimon know that? The Gemara in Picador, because what you know of Picador now in Piahirim with minor Aegis. The Picadon itself, ultimately, when you can be observed by others, is when you have Aegis. For my focus, I understand. So what's the laughing at? Like, what's the knocking? And like, the Dilla, the Shima, Kavakoma, nice love. The Piahiris and the Dilla, my focus. Then like the Shima, the Kavakoma, nice love. Maybe the Shima is off in the Kavakoma. The Piahirim, Kavakoma, Maybe Atzmo, Koshikin. If there's liability when observed by others, should there not automatically be liability when one takes the oath for themselves? And the Choka, I need to show it. Rather than looking at the lack about the position of the Shimon because of the issue of equating music and shogeg. Honey, not as a cover Shakira, also about Mishpah to Mishpah, music to shogeg. So the cover is different than Mishpah Sa'idus. Why? Because number one, Mishpah is not like Mishpah. Being observed by others is not like being Mishpah yourself. And furthermore, again, music is not like shogeg. So one second. Music got the Aegis in another. And we do know, listen, that there is liability, Kavan's liability, even for intentional violation of Shua Sa'idus. Look, 6 days in Nala, it's a very simple idea. Because Shua Sa'idus, you know what Nala. Nala means Nala is hidden in the individual. Now, when you see Nala means that there's only going to be Kavan's liability for shogeg and not for music. Well, that word is missing by Shua Sa'idus. How can I work sitting Nala? But we also do sitting Nala, and we work here in my full heart. So I was going to say, what's the matter? What's the way again? We know that even though we're trying to finish the level of the Shimon, because the truth is it's kind of self-explanatory, but the treaty value is distinctive that they laughed about the sheep and everything. What are they laughing about? Was the Duma amazing the laugh to show you the Picadon? The Me'ila that is showing them a lot. So maybe what they're laughing about is as follows, that the idea that Mezi is not like showing that Picadon was learned out from Me'ila. That's where the Shimon derives in this position from. And this is what they were laughing at. So they were laughing about the fact that, again, when it comes to Picadon, that ultimately Rabbi Shimon holds that music is not like shogeg, and we're just going to end up learning that out from. We end up from Mila by creating stress that Picadon is Mila by any Kofa. And that's what they're laughing about. As the government in Mila, why did you learn out stress that Picadon from Mila? You can just as easily go ahead and learn out from Aegis. Which makes a bit more sense. Which the Gemara says, so you start on the Mila Habayla, but it makes more sense to go ahead and learn out from Mila. The Gemara says, Shikin Mila, because both of these cases are misappropriation. So in other words, there is a very strong common denominator between the simple literally both come misappropriation. I would have to say just the opposite. Ne'edus Habayla, why not learn out from Aegis? Shikin Takta, Mutakta. When Zir Shalom Takta, the start of the Mila Shikin makes more sense to learn out Shua Aegis from the Mila. Why? Because of the following similarities. Bakol, Nana, Bikabila, Homesh, Ashab. What's the thing that could get Rashi is told actually a little bit higher up in the Tell me about the 12 lines down into the short lines. Shikin Mila, Bakol, Nana, Bikabila, Homesh, the Shneim, Nana, Mila. So both of these things we use in Lashon of Mila, this is what they use. So the Shneim, Nana, Bakol, they both apply to everyone. This is Bikabila and Mila. About Aegis, they're not like elder and right. I guess Shua Aegis finds it only applies to those who the testimony. The Shneim Nargu Ba'adeh Shebiyadam, Zen in a Hekdesh is a Kavanah. Furthermore, both you and Shua have become both of them are benefiting from that which is in their hand. So again, the guy from the Yula on his English property, and the guy from the Kavanah from the Kavanah is appropriated. Like we get English loan now, that's what Shua said. But there's no real Hanah. Shneim B'Kavanah Kavua. Both Picadon and Mila have a fixed carbon. However, Shua Aegis is already away. With Shneim B'Chomesh Ba'asham, the Aegis B'Chatas the Aegis B'Asham, furthermore, the Mila and Picadon are subject to an additional penalty as well as an Asham offering. And Shua Aegis ultimately again is subject to a Chatas and not Chodesh. So the idea over here makes more sense to compare Megillah to Pikadon than Pikadon to Shvuah Sa'idus. Okay, so the Gemara says, Agrava, so just the opposite. The Eidos coming in the middle, so again, there are plenty of comparisons between Pikadon and Eidos. What are those comparisons? So there's a Shekei, Chet, Hedyot, B'Shvuah, Tavik HaKafe, Va'or. So again, it wasn't what I've done just a moment. Shekei, actually, Shekei, B'Shneim Ne'emar Tachta, so first of all, again, Shvuah Sa'idus, Shvuah Sa'idikadon, both have Lashon of Tachta, the Dino in Hedyot, and then again, Shvuah Sa'idus, Shvuah Sa'idikadon, both deal with regular people, as opposed to Megillah, which didn't have this. The Shvuah, both deal with Shvuahs, but I think we have the Kappa in them, both Shvuah Sa'idus has become of a claim and a denial. And Shvuah Ne'emar, Owen, and both have Owen, like which we don't have by Megillah. So the kind of comparison between Shvuah Sa'idus and Pikadon as well. First, there is a connection. There are more comparisons between Pikadon and Megillah than Pikadon ultimately again to Shvuah Sa'idus. I element Chofa. So again, still, what are we laughing about? We're going to be shooting this guy with his position. What are we laughing about? The Ashla Papa of Hino Ben Yeshua. We being out on the hiding for a bunch of things we're talking about. That's what we're talking about. Literally, that we're shooting the Zero Shabbat Summit. We're shooting ultimately again to learn out for the Zero Shabbat. Now, Rashi says here, literally, we're shooting the Zero Shabbat. The fact that we're going to simcha to no say, I'm going to attack the Zero Shabbat. So then again, when you say that Zero Shabbat, that's from Shvuah Sa'idus to Shvuah Sa'idikadon. So the Lord says, so why does he end up being not Langley? The part of Malachikadon, Shekino Asa Mishpah means it Kishogate. Afterward again, isn't there on this Shabbat? In fact, Pikadon, we don't make Mishpah, being the jerk by others is not like showing yourself, and means it's not like Shogate. And that's what before watching laugh at that. Will not keep quiet and can make the take on the Zero Shabbat. Maybe in this question, if you're not listening before the Zero Shabbat was established, the bus of the Kamar Zero Shabbat. But after the Zero Shabbat was there, kind of the Zero Shabbat overrides with all those particular questions. So the Gemara says, below is actually, Ma'amur Rabbi by Isi Rabbanon, Nine Tanya Shivas HaPikadon. No Mitar is done with the Kapara. So who is the opinion that says that Shvuah Sa'idikadon, intentional violation of Shvuah Sa'idikadon, is not subject to Kapara? Then Shini, so you said, this is a Dima, amazing Kishogate product to go in the Megillah, not a petition. So maybe Rishon only brings up that ultimately the issue, if that means it's not Kishogate, why? Because he learns out at the end of the day, Shvuah Sa'idikadon from Megillah. Or sorry, Pikadon from Megillah. The Hana Kedusha, about Mushpah or Parah, and it doesn't get up Mishra, Mushpah. Okay? As the Gemara says that the other Eidos, we take my way to Pikadon, so why not go ahead and learn out? Shvuah Sa'idus, from Pikadon, excuse me. Right, Shvuah from Pikadon, maybe the last Shogate. The Gemara says, not Pikadon Shogate in Yisrael, just like Pikadon. Now, luckily, one is tied to Shogate, one is not tied to Music. As a comparison, to teach you Akidus, Shogate in Music Low. Ultimately, so the Shvuah Sa'idus, the one reliability to Shogate, not to Music, create the younger Pikadon Megillah. So, the top of Mount Hay, Rahi Kasirak Morai, in this Gadi Shvuah Sa'idus, the Gadi Torah Sa'idus Kadesha. That's why the Torah purposely likes Shvuah Sa'idus in the context of Shvuah Sa'idus, as well as in the context ultimately again of Shvuah Sa'idus Kadesha. The Kula Nara and the Nara, because in all of those instances, both Shvuah Sa'idus, as well as Tumas Nefesh Kadesha, like I said, that's entering into the Sarikishin Spirit Torah, or consuming Kodesh and Spirit Torah, to the Kula Nara behind the Nara. In all of those cases, the word the Nara is used. Now, what does the Nara teach me? Again, there's one great way. What does the Nara teach me? That Halakha is the only kind of Shogate, not kind of music. Right? Because the Nara means I was unaware. I was unaware. The tongue low Na'amah behind the Elam. And yet, at Shvuah Sa'idus, it does not say in the Elam, what does that teach me? The Chai Haramizi is Shogate. ultimately again to go ahead and teach me shogeg like Mason. So let's say shogeg. So what's the bottom line already, right? The bottom is the question, right? Well, otherwise they laughed and chimney, ultimately there is Israel. Now, so you see the root of their laughter was the idea that he was seeking to learn out Shua Sa'idus, Shua Shikhagan, from as opposed to a more linear view of learning out Shua Sa'idus from Shua Sa'idus. The bottom line halakha l'maisa for us, which is very important, is that, and this is halakha l'maisa, that one of the unique qualities of Shua Sa'idus is the reliability, carbonic liability, when you take that false Shua Sa'idus, whether it was the sugar or the mason. This is an important point, because remember again that other types of Shua, for example, Shua Sa'idus or Shua Sa'idus, ultimately again, if you accidentally take the false Shua, there is liability. Intentionally take the false Shua, there is no liability. Same thing again, by Tumas Mikdash K'Kadash. Now that's not a Shua case, but that does take effect to the beginning of the Seminar, because we do have that again in the first Yeshua, of either entering into English instead of Torah, or conceiving English instead of Torah. If you do those things intentionally, there is no carbonic liability, but if you did it unintentionally, there is carbonic liability. So again, why the distinction? Very simple. Because by all of those other cases, the Torah, when it talks about liability, uses the Lashon HaDinara. The person did not know. By Shua Sa'idus, there is no mention of the word Dinara. He did not know, and therefore again, it is beginner to say that there is liability, carbonic liability, whether you violate intentionally or unintentionally. Beautiful. Let's say now, let's go Mishnah. So let's say some great Mishnah. Let's be on the other hand. In the Tavon the team do. Sha'ala ish pony routine Masan days of the Lord Nasan. And so I say this is an interesting case. I go to Rebbe Shimon. I say Rebbe Shimon, I am adjuring you. Right? So
that was fucking make this motherfucker a billionaire, Rebecca Snow. That was phenomenal. I can kill Tony Lord, son. You fired. Go fuck yourself.
I'm upset because Ruben promised to give me $1,000. Now what happens? As often happens with promises to give $1,000, right? The giver, Ruben decided no. So now Ruben made this promise in front of Shimon lady. So I want to impose the Shua Sa'idus upon Shimon lady. You know that Ruben promised to give to me. So today's going to testify on my behalf. If they refuse to do so, ultimately, again, they're potter. But listen, why they're potter? Very simple. Remember, again, let's say, Shua Sa'idus is only liability what if there's a monetary claim. There is no monetary claim when someone promises to give you something. Like, if someone promises to give me a gift of $1,000, that does not mean forcible claim. I have no monetary claim against him. Because there's no monetary claim, therefore, again, there's no Shua Sa'idus. So I will say, this is the beautiful linkage between the last Mishnah and this Mishnah. Because remember, again, if there's one takeaway, halakhic takeaway, it's like the comparison between Shua Sa'idus and Shua Sa'idus tells me that just as Shua Sa'idus, there's only liability if I'm making a monetary claim against Ruben. So again, Shua Sa'idus, there's no Shua Sa'idus if there's no monetary claim. So therefore, the message teaching me is, if someone promised to give you something, failure to do so is not an actionable monetary claim. So just like it should be, right? You could potentially present the case where if Ruben promised to give me $1,000 and I took action based on the assurance to get $1,000, maybe I can do something like that in law. Very simple. All right, there you go. So let's go back there. See where that starts. I didn't get it here. I don't know what to say. Yeah. I see that's a teacher, right? Anyway, see where that starts. Let's be on the other end. You should think of it in this, think about the people. So it's another interesting case. I say, you're going to share it. I hereby assure you that when you know this for me, you will come and testify. You are being once again high in the truth. There's no stress like this in that case, right? There's no stress to it. means that at the end of the day, there's no short service. The only person is, if they swear with no testimony, now again, you know what I'm saying? I mentioned something yesterday that even in cases where technically speaking, you're not liable for Shvuas Eidos, you may be liable for a Shvuas Shav, for a Shvuas Sheker, that is possible. But the idea here is, I agree with you that when you know testimony from me, you will come and testify to me. There's no Shvuas Eidos for why? It makes a Kodma Shvuah Eidos. Because once you again, in that case, the Shvuah actually precedes the testimony. Because remember, there's no testimony yet. There's no testimony yet. So unlike the basic process, also the stand up and show, Mama, Mashkiach Yarikam, Shein Atan Yogi Eagles Shekavah I stand up and show. And I say, Hebra. Something I'm saying is, if anyone who knows testimony on my behalf, come to the and testify for me. Again, how they able to continue. Ultimately, again, there is no Shvuas Eidos. Why? Actually, the name is Kavinai. This is the word you see my most physically. Shvuas Eidos only applies when you single out a group of witnesses. If you just speak to a group of people and simply say, you know, I'm confident that someone here knows the Eidos story, tell me the Eidos story, ultimately, there is no Shvuas Eidos. I will show you. Mashkiach Yarikam, Shemashon Yogi Eidos, Shekavah I go into people. I say, Hebra, we're going to shimmer. We're going to do it. I agree with you. Right? That if you know Eidos for me, that you will come and testify, and they say, Shvuah She'ein Anu Yogi Yochla Eidos. And they swear, we do not know the Eidos for you. But it turns out that they do know Eidos. They do know Eidos for me. Oh, and how do they know Eidos? What's the source of their information? Either ABBA. First is very interesting. They don't have first-hand knowledge. Right? They have second-hand knowledge. They know Eidos for me, but they heard it from a friend who has a friend. Or, for example, one of these two guys who didn't kill him was a car, was a relative, or was possible. How they able to do it? In all of these cases, ultimately, again, they're possible. So, let me see them, right? You're only kind of sure, say, it doesn't apply. If you kill them with good testimony, provable means you have information that is testimony worthy, and you are a person who is capable of giving testimony. But if you do not go ahead and comply with those details, then how much will I see? Next, Shalafi al-Abdu al-Sha'ala al-Nukba, Mashkiya Ali alaykum, Shimatan Yogu wa-Idu, Shekhavah So this is an interesting case. Let's say I send my Edda, right? I have an Edda. I send my Edda to Ruben and Shimon, and I tell my Edda to a jury. Ruben and Shimon, they need to be testimony on my behalf. How about you listen to this? It's actually interesting. So let's say I get close to me. Let's say my claim is against you, right? My claim is that you're going to give $1,000. Right? And so case number one is I send my Edda to Shimon and Levi to a jury. Right? So, interestingly enough, Ruben said to Shimon and Levi, you know, if you know any testimony of you, I'm asking you to go to testimony. And that's unique, right? Because normally it's the plaintiff. The guy making the claim, I guess we call it the plaintiff, right? The guy making the claim, who is teaching those who adjourn the witnesses. In this case over here, it's the defendant who's doing it. So in this case over here, these cases turn on Shishon Piatanes, working very important qualification. There's only fear of Shvuas Eidos until they hear from the person making the claim. Only if the person making the claim, again, that we call the plaintiff, is the one who either adjures them himself, or is the one ultimately, it has to come from him. If it comes from the Rabbi, or if it comes from the defendant, that is not Shvuas Eidos. We talk about the Rabbi, this is the issue of the Shvuas Eidos over here. Mashkiach Yarikam, to cover all the CB, Shalish, Poli, Kilomesan, was below us, and sources do. So here's our first case in the show. I go to the Shimon. I said, you're going to Shimon. Sorry, keep me up. Shimon Levi. So, you know, that Ruben promised to give me $1,000, but he failed to comply with his promise. Ultimately, again, so you might have felt your fault, you might have felt that ultimately, again, they would be liable. I was all right, packed up with the Shabbat. Ultimately, again, the Pasuk says, packed up,
Living the dream. Every day is a holiday, every meal's a feast. Do you mind if I tell you about what I'm building? Thank you so much. First and foremost, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Yo, guys, what kind of chill is this? If you're going to interrupt me, I'm not going to come here and chill. If you're going to let me tell you about my project, then I will. All right, I'll slow it down just for you, big dog. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, the phrase "content is king" was coined, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here is why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer that you will ever meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream, nor two YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. If you want to view my YouTube links, they're available in my profile. Additionally, you'll find in my profile a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do, because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. Additionally, thank you. Additionally, you'll find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. I invite you to join our community. We have over 3,000 people who have joined. In addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want you to know that I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate, including in Nigeria. Additionally, you should know I'm an advocate for desalination technology. And most importantly, I want to ensure that we build wells in developing nations. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future, and most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate you making me aware that I needed to speak slower so that I could tell you about what I'm doing, and thank you again for the opportunity.
In other words, it looks like you can adjure a group. In other words, there's nothing wrong with that. But what do you need? You need specificity as to what group you are summoning to Shua Saibas. So if you're talking to two people within a group and you get to address the group as a group, that will not work to do liability for the two witnesses to testify. On the other hand, if you address a group and you refer to them as the group and you're summoning the group, it doesn't have exactly work. Exactly right. The idea is that Shua Saibas requires a defined population that is being adjured. That defined population can be 2 people, it can be 20 people, it can be 1,000 people, it doesn't make a difference. But there has to be a defined group that you're summoning for this Shua. That's good, I think. I'm going to do something else, right? I'm sorry. I'm going to try my family out there. So ultimately, again, I say to people, I say to people, my family out there, right? But if you know any ages, sorry, right? This is the case of I summoned to I
You're such a
people.
dick.
You should just
Yo, I'm coming here. They're like, dog, we cannot fucking hear you. We understand that words are coming out of your mouth, but dog, you're speaking too quick, man. I'm like, life extension technology, man. That's true. And then I'm a dick about it. I'm like, fuck you. You're like, you're speaking quick. Really? Yeah. Why? Because I got shit to do, baby.
One of them is a cardboard puzzle. I trick to give testimony. You also use by you might for ultimately again be reliable. And the Roman in my young age did not stop at all. So we didn't have that question about it. Therefore, again, the Bible says, if you cannot trust it, if you do not give over your testimony, you will bear your sin. So what is he doing, right? This is kind of how to bear your sins, right? Is if you're fit to give testimony. When you fit to give testimony, so there's two parts. There's two parts to witness fitness. Number one, categorically. Categorically, right? You have to be the kind of person that fits into a category who is able to give testimony. And number two, you have to know the information first. Okay, shut up to that doctor. Similarly, again, we'll say if you adjure, if I adjure the witnesses, if I adjure the witnesses, but I don't do it myself. I said my I do it to a third party. That doesn't work. So again, I send my or for that matter, again, I defend against Rabbi. Your way address the witnesses. It does not work. Let me tell you what I'm going to say. The Lord did not say God. So if I say if they do not say the Lord will say, how do you know from that passage? My time will go watch the video. And the Lord is going to speak in no exactly see. What's the interesting enough? No, if you look at the word no is written in mother. Like no is always just round out. Here this kind of law is written Lamed Vav Aleph. Most of the often from the exegetical perspective, when you go and you see a word that is mother, that gives you the ability to dash the word. It's not kind of my dash the mother, and saying that word is in fact a contraction. Really what it means is like this. In law, Yahweh did not say it's to him they don't give the testimony. Who's the him? Who's the him? The him is the person making the claim, the plaintiff. Right? If they don't go ahead and give him the testimony, then ultimately that is liability. In the after of Yahweh Pater, if they refuse to give the testimony to someone else, who is someone else? Peter, for example, is servant of the person making the claim, or for that matter, again, the dependent, there is no liability. So there's a lot of really important halachas regarding Shua Saibos over here. Right? So number one halacha is that you can only there's only Shua Saibos liability in case of a monetary claim. Therefore, again, if someone comes to give you a gift, and then we yank on the gift, there's no exchange because there's no thing for Shua Saibos. That's number one. Number two, halacha when it says Shua Saibos, the testimony preceded the oath. If the oath comes before the testimony, ultimately no liability. Number three, Shua Saibos only works when you are adjuring a defined population. Your large population or small population. And so anything that you are adjuring must be defined. ultimately, again, number four is only works for people who are testimonially fit. And how you testimonially fit? Number one, categorically, you want to call up an apostle. And number two, you only know information first. And number five, it only works if the actual person making the claim. The plaintiff is the one adjoining the witnesses. But if either the plaintiff represented or the defendant adjoins the witnesses, because there is no short sighted. We got about 5 minutes left to like this. Was a really, really good video.
Welcome. How are you?
How are you? So, for example, what's the only like literally again, I observe you. That's a classic case. Or mitzvah or I command upon you. We'll see exactly what the show is on. A circle, or I hereby committed you. These are all from the shoulders of Yeshua. So we're not complete expressions. We'll see the complete expression we do have. Right? What happens if you say to someone, right? I observe you by the heaven and earth to you. So apparently, again, heaven and earth is not a proper Russian of Shua. And also, I'm really going to get into different names of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. What if you name Hashem Aleph Dalet? So Aleph Dalet is like the name of Adonai, right? Or the Yud Hey, right? So that's again going to be Yud Hey and then Vav Hey. Or Yishakai, or Yitzvaos, or the Thunder of the Berachim, the Erech HaKayim, or Chesed, or I said, by the way, tremendous Hashkafa. You see these the Shem's life. The very Schwartz is behind us, it's mamish, almost no line. Incredible passage and allusion to that. So that's already again announced as feeling no line. So again, he was his or the color to you, or with all of the other descriptive names of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, so as I said, the interesting enough, if you use any of these descriptive names of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, it is in fact liability, for liability. Okay, I'm a color of that just as an aside, but I need to say this. Same way that there's true liability if you use any of these descriptive names, either names or descriptive names of God. So if you have a cover with the high general, in essence, if you curse someone using these names, or ultimately again curse any of these names of Hashem, ultimately again there's going to be liability. It actually says in the cover below, the Baruch Hashem that command Yaakov Bori is going to Zeru Yivot Shor Television. Fine. But so it comes to come to the comes to the puzzle. Then we'll define my focus in the Gemara itself. And the color of the Gemara below. So again, it says anyone uses either these names or descriptors of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and he curses his mother or his father with these names. Ultimately, this fight. We go right there, but first of all, the Chachamim function. The Chachamim say ultimately again that you are positive. Again, we'll see the root of that political thing in the world. Hamakala Atzmo V'Chadorov V'Chadorov over the Lord Sassay. If you curse yourself and your friend, if anyone, again, like you see all of these cases, right? You curse yourself or you curse any of these names. And then in that bucket, in that movement of this community, there's really two things over there. There are actual names of Hashem, like Yudhei and then Vavei, like Adon, Noi, right? And then there are descriptors, Heron, Yaakov, Shivachos. So the Gemara says, if you go ahead and you curse yourself or your friend with any of these names, you're in violation of the Lord Sassay. Violation of the Lord Sassay. Yaakov Hashem Elohim, Yaakov Elohim. If you say Hashem, your God strike you, or Yaakov Elohim, or God strike you, Zogi Allah Shuvah B'Torah. This is the curse, ultimately again, that it says in the Torah. And that's what says that what is this talking about? So we Allah, and Allah will be Hashem and the flesh of the flawless, Yaakov Hashem the Shachatas, and most of you, and we'll say, interestingly enough, these are the from the Gemara saying like this. If I go to Hashem lady, and I say Hashem lady, Hashem should strike you with shachatas, hadachas, all the stuff we're talking about. If you don't do Eidus in my behalf, if you don't share the Eidus in your own, that actually works as a school of Eidus. That works as well as Eidus. Why? Because you want to say that's the example of a paradigmatic curse. It's a paradigmatic color in the Torah. So if I use that essentially to reflect Shmuel Sa'idos, ultimately again, that works. If I write it, I say, I'll back this up. What happens if I go? This is right? If you know testimony from me, and you don't do it, Hashem should not pursue. As the Shah Bracha tell you, ultimately again, the Pioneer says this is a type of short service, and that comes in the Church. Okay, so let's analyze it. So that's on back of it. Must be any other thing, my comment. So here's the issue. The issue is in the first part of the story, in which there must be any other thing. I observe you. What exactly is how you got a shua saibus? So you must not come on, maybe you don't agree to say. Must be any other thing, the shua ha'amura b'Torah. Okay, there's more to this phrase. I adjure you with the shua that is mentioned in the Torah. Mitzvah ani alechem, or I command you, mitzvah ha'amura b'Torah. Regarding ultimately again, the commanders in the Torah, again, what are you talking about over here? We're talking about the rest of the Torah, but if you have testimony, please share it. Mitzvah ani b'Isra ha'amura b'Torah. I prohibit you. And then the ultimately again, to the usage of the Torah. So all of these Yisrael, what you're doing is, you're doing that, and you're using it back to a biblically stated prohibition. I'm going to buy it. Allah is going to be here. From Baruch and Ali, hallelujah, hallelujah. So ultimately, again, when it comes out to the person of the prayer in the prayer, says to the witness, Kaval Chaim. And what's that Kaval Chaim mean? I bind you. I bind you. And or I restrict you. What is that referring to? To which he measures Kaval Bal. Kaval Bal, I say, it's here. The Torah is version of Kaval. And the Torah is version of Kaval. I'm not going to use to say, Mashpi ani alechem b'shvua. The Sav ani alechem b'shvua. The Sachem ani b'shvua. Kavalchem ani b'shvua. The Torah of God is you could use any of these Lashonos in conjunction with Shua. So when Shua is actually works it like this, I could say to witnesses, I hereby adjure you with the Shua that is written in the Torah. I command you with the Shua. I prohibit you with a Shua. I bind you or restrict you with a Shua. That's how you would make a Shua statement. Essentially, on the other side, this is kind of like the introductory phrase to the Shua itself. And then also, again, there's a Lashon of Kisser combined with a Lashon of Shua. And then, of course, you read the rest of it. What's the rest of it? If you do not know testimony on my behalf, or just differently, if you know testimony on my behalf and don't provide it, okay, now you follow the way, this shakai, this slow, the kind of rock on that kind of testimony. So that says, you know, it's the mineral. The kind of rock from Shemoshiva, or the head is interesting. Based on Mishnah, it sounds like the kind of rock I consider to be named as a half. It's very interesting. Why is it? When you reach Shemoshiva, probably you're talking, but it's very different subject. What about erasing of God? Now, generally, you're not allowed to erase the name of a himself. The Gemara says there are names that can be erased, and names that can't be erased. For example, Adam should be talking these names that can't be erased. You go Kel, Elokecha, Elokim, Elokechem, Elia Asher Elia, Aleph Dalet, which is Aleph Dalet Miriam, Yud Hey, which is Yud Hey, and then Vav Hey, Shakai, Svakos, these are examples of names of Hashem which really cannot be erased. On the other hand, about Hagoto, Hagibor, Hanora, Ha'adir, Hachaza, Ha'amitz, Ha'aziz, Hanu, Relachis, Erechachaim, Verachasem, let's say all of these words, which are not names, what are they? They're descriptors. Those can be erased. They're contradictions. The letter things to sound like Hanan Barachim are names of Hashem. So you're clear when it comes to the halachos of erasing the Hashem Barachim are not names, they're descriptors. On Rabbi says, Basni, Masnisim, there's the next space. What's the real is? I'll go into the position that we get and say, I adjure you, the need should be higher. On the days, the need should be laughing. Like, I don't say I adjure you by laughing the higher. I say, I adjure you by who is laughing, by who is smiling. Okay, so in that case, what am I doing? I am directing using the descriptive to the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Very interesting. When it's only Rabbi, we have the that is Hashemayim Va'aretz Nami, Yishamayim Va'adam, Yishamayim Va'aretz Shorokama. Again, if that's the case, then it should be liability when I give people Hashemayim Va'aretz. Why? So like you say, what does it mean to come Va'aretz? So he the heavens and the earth. Please keep in mind, says no one. He was just talking Hashda, Hassan, people the Racham Yidiyachim of the Ekur Chanan Racham. Badai, the Nishu Chanan, Badai, the Nishu Racham Chanan. So this is really incredible. When it comes to Racham and Chanan, and I also think this Racham and Chanan, this is incredible. There is only one entity in this world that is called Racham and Chanan. And that is a first class. So simple term. There's nothing else in this world that is called Racham and Chanan. On the other hand, Papa, even the equal Shemayim Va'aretz, Shemayim Va'aretz come up, also you see heaven and earth. So again, yes, the heaven and earth refer to he who created heaven and earth. It's possible, but there's also something else that's called heaven and earth. What else is called heaven and earth? Heaven and earth. Right? Heaven and earth itself is ultimate, and again, is referred to as heaven and earth. So it's like the different specimens that we want to just over here. That when we see Racham Chanan, there's nothing else in this world that is called Racham Chanan except HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So therefore, by definition, when we read that mostly in Ashira, it is spiritual during the name of Hashem. Shemayim Va'aretz, again, it could just be by Shemayim Va'aretz. Let's point out, remember, he was in the first right of this. Even Moshe Rabbeinu, right? Moshe Rabbeinu, Shemayim Va'aretz, like the Shema'aretz and the Tigris. Moshe Rabbeinu does swear by heaven and earth. And again, there's no reference to Hashem. It's actually a reference to heaven and earth. So it's a very good one. Therefore, again, our Mishnah, when you read, so it's not a contradiction. In our Mishnah, when you read question of Racham and Chanan, it is clear that you're referring to Nishu Racham, Nishu Chanan. And yet, interestingly enough, when you write those words, it does not constitute the name of Hashem. In other words, by implication, I know that it's referring to Hashem, and yet writing those words does not constitute the writing of the name of Hashem, and therefore, Halakha Maisa can be erased. It also begs the fact to contemplate that the only thing in this world that's called Racham and Chanan is HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And let's say you see yourself, but it's just free. Racham and Chanan just means compassionate, merciful, can't people do that as well? Right? Aren't people capable of that quality? So perhaps the distinction is like this. People are absolutely capable of compassion and mercy. But in general, when are people capable of compassion and mercy? When it suits their needs. Whereas I could be compassionate and merciful, but essentially it benefits me in some way. And by the way, sometimes the benefit just is that I know there's a compassionate and merciful guy. Right? That I think when it says Baruch Hu is the only entity that is called Racham, which means Baruch Hu is capable of selfless compassion and mercy. Baruch Hu will forgive and will be compassionate and merciful even to rejections. This is the whole sort of shit. Baruch Hu is willing to forgive even when it doesn't make sense to forgive. He's willing to be compassionate and merciful even when I don't deserve it. Man is not even capable of that. Man is capable of self-serving compassion and mercy. When there's something in it for me in some way, I am capable of those qualities. But selfless compassion and mercy, that is unique to this quality. This is one of the incredible, beautiful, and amazing things about the Rebbeinu. But that doctrine of Chanan comes, whether it's earned, whether it's not earned, whether it's deserved or not deserved. That is the unique quality of Rabbi Yeshua Shemayim. Incredible. Let's go right there. Come on, let's go right there. It's mercy. It's all about it. Chazal Aleph Lamed Melekim is very interesting. If you write Aleph Lamed, right, so you start writing Melekim, and all you wrote ultimately again is the Aleph Lamed. So what's the halacha?
What up, dude?
You type right? Or you begin to go ahead, you write a really right? So you might say as follows. How do you get on this class? Ultimately, again, this is not to be erased. That could be erased. Right? You want to know what alien cup. So he wants to say that, by the way, what's the logic? Why can't you erase the highest rounded developing or the green area of your buffet? Why not? Because those are names of Hashem by themselves. Right? So even though again, the English negative is my intention was to write the formula of Hashem. I got stuck. Like something happened, I didn't end up finishing it. Even though my intention was to write a longer name of the Bible, the point is I still wrote something. So because I still wrote something meaningful, therefore I wrote the library. On the other hand, Shin Dalit Mishakai, or Aleph Plus, but if I write, let's say Shin Dalit of Shakai, or Aleph Dalit Me'ado Noi, or Sagi Days Mitzvahos, let's say that if I began to write these other issues of Hashem, again, I wrote the first two letters, I can erase them, why? Because even though, again, they are part of a larger name, and what Hamas, again, by themselves, they do not constitute a name of Hashem's part. And therefore, Hamas, there is no library. And Yossi says, Svachos killing him. Yossi says, even the whole word Svachos, you can erase, why? So when we say Svachos, Ella Hashem Yisrael, the reason for it was that it's fascinating. Yossi says that Svachos is not a name of Hashem. It's a name ultimately against God Himself. So right now, folks, see that Sunday, so ultimately, once they start off on it, so Yossi says, Svachos doesn't refer to Shachos at all, but it's Svachos refers to Klal Yisrael, as evidenced by this possible regulation. And it's more says, Yossi, Yossi, Svachos is a name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and again, Svachos cannot be erased. Interesting. First of all, Kavat HaKadosh name in the name of Abba is a new talk. That's very interesting. Any prefix or suffix you have in the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu can be erased. Can be erased. You might give an example of this. For example, the Father of Ketzad, La Hashem, La Mincha, Da Hashem, Beis Mincha, Va Hashem, Va Mincha, Me Hashem, Le Mincha, Sha Hashem, She Mincha, Ha Hashem, He Mincha, Ka Hashem, Ha Mincha. So again, which makes sense because all of these prefixes are not part of the actual name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Therefore, they can be erased. That's the example of on the front end. It's one of the Sabbath, the Akas Pizza. Elokeinu min Dog Mincha. Right? So, for example, Elokeinu, the Yud, the possessive Elokah, the Yud can be erased. Elokehem, Hem Kehem. Right? So, God, the Hemim can be erased. Elokehem, Chachmem can be erased. And as you see, Hakim and Hakim is really saying, the prefix can be erased. However, the suffix cannot. Suffix can never be erased. Why? Why? The suffix has always been made only by the word that precedes it. Since the suffix is not known about the therefore again the is added before the name of Hashem. So from like that, from a new perspective, since the suffix was appended already to the formal Shem Hashem, therefore it is endowed with tradition. Incredible. But Buddha says, how much I can't do this? How much I can't do this? Therefore, again, I want to realize you are allowed to erase the prefix. You cannot go ahead and erase the suffix. Incredible. So, not like that. Let's see some beautiful words over here. Kol Shemos HaMirim B'Torah Ba'Avram Kodesh. Chutz Mizeh Shulchan. This is in general, whenever you see the name, for example, of the word Elohim Ba'Avram, it's always a reference to Hashem. Or, for example, Adonai, it's always a reference to Hashem, with one exception. What's the one exception? Shem, right? It was a beautiful Gemara. Shem, Hashem, so again, the Pasuk says, Vayomer, now again, the word in the Pasuk is Adonai and then Noi. Right? In normal classes, we'll get there. I'm not for right? So again, what is this talking about? Beginning of Pasuk talking about. Whole circumcision, we were sitting at the end of the defense, but we are walking, So what's this interesting enough? So again, the Gemara says over here that the Adol Noi is not referring to a person, rather it's referring to a Kodesh Baruch Hu. It's referring to, I'm sorry, it's the opposite. In general, again, all the names that refer to a certain except in this one, which is referring to the Malach, right? Avnavim is speaking to these guys, and essentially he sees them by the day, and he says, please don't pass by. Right? So really the way to read this concept is, Vayoma Adonai, my masters. He's referring to the three people, he doesn't know the Malachim, he's referring to the three people. So ultimately, he only tells them, do not pass by my tent. So the Gemara says, Va'amar, Chanina Ba'aki, the Yoshev of the Rosh Benazari, the Rosh Benamodi, or Ab Zechad. No. Even this Adol Noi, ultimately they refer to that Kodesh Baruch Hu. So it doesn't refer to any first to God. How do you refer to God? Tomorrow as well. How do you do that? The Torah Knesset Arkin, Yoshenia Kodesh Baruch Hu. The area is Yoshenia Kodesh, So what is it? So what's this phrase? So according to this approach, we'll show it outside for just a second. According to this approach, but I don't know when he says this concept, because he's not talking to the three men. Who is he talking to? He's talking to Kodesh Baruch Hu. So remember, right before the three Malachim show up, who is Adonai talking to? He's talking to the Ribono Shalom. And what does he say to them? What does he say to them? So as the three men come, he interrupts his conversation with that Kodesh Baruch Hu to go and to attend to these guests. According to this approach, he says to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Vayoma Adol Noi, a reference to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. If I found favor in your eyes, I'll not have on your Alabecha. Don't go anywhere. Please wait here again while I go and attend to my guests. So the Gemara says, even this Adol Noi is a reference to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. What do you see from here? You see from here, the Dolah Knesset Arkin, Yoshenia Kodesh Baruch Hu. What do you see from here? That hospitality, having guests, is even greater than speaking to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, hosting Hashem. Because how do you interrupt this conversation? Ultimately, you, the Ribono Shalom, in order to go ahead and have Knesset Arkin. So the way you see the power of Knesset Arkin, how do you interrupt his dialogue with Hashem in order to go and greet the Malach? Let's say, it's something that today, I just mentioned, what's the shock with that? What is the shock? That Knesset Arkin is even greater than Kabbalah's Knesset, So, okay, we'll take it tomorrow, 6:45. We'll pick up this piece tomorrow, and you're Hashem by Avnavinu, and also that we say about Knesset Arkin,
What's your favorite thing about her? What's your least favorite thing about her? Jimmy's old school. Jimmy's like a throwback. Jimmy's like a guy on Leno in the late 80s or something like that. Theo Bonds. Yeah, I got down. I knew you were going to say that at some point in my writing. It was definitely just because of the haircut. He's got Theo. He's like a Theo Bonds. That's a great show. Good job. The greatest of notes in grocery store or from. I know he does jokes that people don't know what it's a specific style that Red Man likes to do. Then he goes, I told you, Google it. And, Jimmy, wow, you are just a first glass of water. I mean, you're just one of the most boring people. Normally, I can find something interesting in anybody, but you are like my fucking arch nemesis right now. I just get nothing out of you. Jimmy. Okay. Wow, that was just mean for no reason. What does she sell, though? What does she sell for a living?
All right, can I say good morning? Good morning. Hope everyone had a beautiful uplifting event for the shorts. Caution of the week is, of course, to continue now. A couple of days leading up to Shabbos Kodesh. Incredible. 7 days leading up to usually the other position. We did that thank you all the sponsors for this morning show today. Our annual Counter sponsor for Option Counter 5785. The person who's brought the right stuff to dedicate all the training virtuals in this year. And it's close to the show for as well. Counter Coach is great money for Seaman. How far we will cover Stephen Curry's in. Another money of Steve's money dollars to do the Rona Basketball Y'all on the future of this website. You're not allowed to like Counter Coach. Family, of course, you got to keep that in your specific just has to be showing and doing a lot of really great impact ahead of us.
Next comedian goes by the name of Jason Brennan. Let's see what happens here. Jason Brennan. You guys having fun out there?
And that is one better. 34. We're picking up the rest of Sean. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. We got 14 right down from the top. Because my son's forgiving back over the 2 days of London and actually showing the owner what it means to cover a block of in the course of the shoot, and then some of the really was that. But it's okay. Back in the saddle today, so we are going to fall behind rapidly. So we have 14 down from the top on Rabbi. I mean, 14. Basketball and Rabbi, but we were first because you didn't see was only point uncut and coffee this morning. Like a bacteria by alcohol today. Yeah. Alright. So it's really again, we started we had a New Year's Day yesterday on the top of these. And that essentially again, which was a simple court concept. What was the court concept? That we were talking about Shlos Ha'edus. Shlos Ha'edus is I go with 2 people, I have a claim against you, and I believe that 2 other guys will call me Shimon and Levi, no testimony from me. Right? Because eventually, so I go over to them, and I don't see any that I could adjure them. Right? I can go ahead and tell them, you guys no testimony for me, right? We're going to say, you guys really no testimony for me, they might use against you. If they say, no, you don't, I could say, Mashbiya Ani Aleikum. I'm making you swear that you do not know any testimony on my behalf. Okay, I love it is, then you can go ahead and this swear and things like this very closely. There's Kabbalic liability for that. If the Mishnah on the day of the day was the same, that in order for there to be liability, Kabbalic liability, oath liability for Shlos Ha'edus, the claim that's occurring has to be one that is monetary in nature. So, for example, if I have some other claim against you, or whatever it might be, but it is not a direct monetary claim, ultimately, again, there's no liability for Shlos Ha'edus in those cases. You want to hire these 4 different opinions. Rabbi Ezer, Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Yossi Ari, Rabbi Shimon. Not trying to sing in the way back, but again, but we were together about Hashem, on Shlos, on the giver on the days. Ultimately, going ahead and trying to highlight where does this result come from. That's all, right? So that was all of yesterday's now. Now what the Gemara is doing is once again going through those shittas another time and already even covered that exists with us. So let's keep walking. Let's get another idea. Rabbi Levi Hasha. All the people of here. So you know, so all people of here. So let's go back and let's do the passage. Remember again, the Raya, the group that we like to have is something we call the Oil. If you don't recognize that, because I would say the iron. So I would mean in other dialects because it's called iron. Right? So again, which other anyway, so the measures whole idea of the word, one could say a Shabbat essentially are pulling from Shlos Ha'edus, Shlos B'Kavod. Shlos B'Kavod. You must know what's happening. You can make a Shabbat to Shlos B'Kavod. What's the name again? Just Shlos B'Kavod. We haven't really focused on the particular terms correct, which is Shlos Ha'edus, which is an oath for others who you feel have testimony that's for you. Shlos B'Kavod, that's what we've been doing up until this point in time, what we call just a declarative oath. And of course, Shlos B'Kavod, which we have not really covered yet in the meeting today, is someone else is in possession of my item. If I direct my item, we now have a little bit of a dispute about it. Not that they have it, I can make me think an oath that they don't have because okay, so you want to trust the rabbi, we want all between the people. Shahid Ori, we use the money Shua. So again, why is it the Jewish Shua people? We don't have the again. We don't have all. We use the money Shua, and we don't have a Shua. The only money we're not calling about in Babin Shalom, it's the Ashwadi. And yet, again, all Shua is here, but they're going to require money. So you can Shua between. It's like some problematic. It was actually with nuances. The Stavla, if you cover up your it makes more sense to learn Shlos Ha'idus and Shlos HaPikadon. Why? So the Gemara says, Shekin Kafka, Shekin Kafka, and Kafka. There's ultimately, again, first of all, again, both have the Lashon of Kafka, so they have that symmetrical Lashon. Whereas the Adrava, whereas the opposite, we do have a little. No, Ashkenaz Shlos Ha'idus is equally right. Shekin Kafos, excuse me, Kafos. Because ultimately, again, both of them can create a liability of the common Kafos. Rashi points out that here, Rashi on the last white line on top, Kafos with Kafos, Ha'idus is equal to Kafos. So those Shlos Ha'idus and Shlos Ha'idus can never give you a common Kafos. About Shlos HaPikadon Ba'asham. HaPikadon ultimately again is the Asham. Which he says, Allah is Stavla with Pikadon Avinu Lomele. Rather, it makes more sense to learn out Shlos Ha'idus and Shlos HaPikadon. Why? As we're going to see now, because there are more shared similarities between Eidos and Pikadon than Eidos and BT. What are the shared similarities between Eidos and Pikadon? Shekin, Kate. So first of all, again, Kate. Rashi says again, Kate means Kafka. So first of all, again, Shlos Ha'idus and Shlos HaPikadon have that same exact Lashon of Kafka. That's number one. Number two, the amazing Tav A, the Cafe. Furthermore, again, you're both chayiv on music, intentional violation, as opposed to what this was between. There are a number of things that are not chayiv for music. Next, Tav A, the Cafe. Both have a tzviyah, a prayer, and fila, and what is it? Denial. Rashi says that coming to Cafe, Eidos to Pikadon, going on the day, paying up the tefillah. So those Shlos Ha'idus and Shlos HaPikadon, there's a claim and then there's a temporary denial of that claim. Rashi says that Shlos B'Tol, Shlos B'Tol denial, but Shlos B'Tol ultimately again is just a declared law. So the Gemara says, the Avera, she says, Eidos to Pikadon came as Shlos the Sha'avar, or the Lashon Avar. So both Shlos HaPikadon and Shlos Ha'idus are both retrospective Shlos, about B'Tol, Pikadon Haba. But ultimately, Shlos B'Tol, and from the people like Shlos Stein Arba, the Stein ultimately again was Sha'ochal, right, or Shalom Ochal, are prospective. Our prospective Shlos. Which the Yezons is therefore when you see them, right? So all the similarities that exist between Shlos Ha'idus and Shlos and Pikadon, therefore it makes more sense to compare those two. What's the comparison about? The comparison is that you tell me that just like Shlos HaPikadon requires a monetary claim. A monetary claim, so too Shlos Ha'idus is going to require a monetary claim. But which was no second Abraham. No, it's not about comparisons. There can be comparisons between Shlos Ha'idus and Shlos B'Tol as well. Again, we do have no idea. Shekin Kafka. So first of all, again, both have the same level of Kafka. Shiyarda, right? She said over here. Kafka Shiyarda the Chomer. That's the actually supposed to be only one. The actually seeing Eidos to B'Tol. Eidos is the Shlos Eidos and Shlos B'Tol. Shame the Chatos. Right, both of them have the potential liability to come Kakas and already already. Not even Chomesh. I don't think we are going to have no Chomesh penalty. But we Pikadon, but again, Shlos Pikadon could generate, and you will see all of this. Shiba Asham, with the carbon Kavuah, then we generate Asham. Number two, it's never sent up to a carbon already already. Rather, again, it's only obligated in a fixed value carbon. In most a lot Chomesh. And then circumstances you need to be fighting for an additional to the city. She will also Russia. The commission shall be a safe outlaw. We'll see. What's that? You compare Shlos Ha'idus to Shlos B'Tol in many ways as well. So why not make that comparison? How not location? Right. But there are more comparisons between Shlos Ha'idus and Shlos B'Tol than from Shlos Ha'idus to Shlos B'Tol. Beautiful. Okay, and let's say again, the result of that, what's the result? Remember, all of this was challenging Rabbi Eliezer. We learned out from Shlos HaPikadon. We learned just simply say, why not try to learn out from Shlos B'Tol? To which the one essentially answers, more comparisons between ageless and Chicago than ageless and BK. What's the result of that for us? Remember, what are you trying to figure out over here? The Shlosa Aegis only occurs in a situation where there is a denial of a monetary claim. If the claim in question does not have monetary implications, then there is no wise likely for Shlosa Aegis. Good. So just pretty much similar to the right situation. Good. Next. Let me keep on the says. Keep on with the Hayah, Yasham La'achas Me'ila. The keep says like this, right? The Pasuk says that you will be liable for one of these things. Yish Me'ila, Shuchai. So what's it? Me'ila means for amongst these things. What does that mean? There are some of these things for which I am liable. Yish Me'ila, Shuchai. And there are some of these things for which I am Pater. Right? So how do you distinguish those? How do I know which piece is Shlosa Aegis, where is liability, and which piece is Shlosa Aegis, where is not liability? It's simple. It's a Tabo Mamo Chayiv. However, I have Pater. If the Tvia, the claim is for money, then I'm not going to use liability. But if the claim is not for money, then I'm Pater. So let's say, so again, I sort of point out what's very good over here. That's why even if you use the train of thought a little bit, or a lot, for the whole time, right? Again, don't worry, because this is one of these emails where no one is debating the concept, right? You just keep this in mind. The core concept is you are only liable for a false Shlosa Aegis when you swear that you're going with testimony in a case where there's a monetary claim. Right? That's the whole Yisod over here. There happens to be a four-way machlokas about how I learned that concept. But if one of these machlokas, everyone's agreeing on the concept, just disputing or debating what the source is. So now that the Akiva says, Me'ila, essentially what Me'ila, there are times ultimately when we are tired, but we're not tired. How do we distinguish that? Monetary claim, ultimately when there's liability. No monetary claim, no liability. I was a Ipakana, I didn't learn that way. Maybe it's a Sharon, conversing. Rabbi Akiva are all the other local son. Rabbi Akiva really also from each Russia relies on the OO of Rabbi Elazar. Rabbi Elazar, right? He was reminded us that that's the case. So then what we do is things between Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Elazar, which we must remind us Rabbi Elazar and Rabbi Akiva. We can remind you, Mashpia Ede Karka. That's actually very interesting. The Nafkamina may be, so remember again, the original between Rabbi Akiva. If we're saying that Rabbi Akiva essentially at its core relied on the O and the O of Rabbi Elazar, then Halakha Raisa realized the things that Rabbi Elazar repeated. Specifically, Rabbi Akiva got his way to say that there will be cases where you will not be tried for Shlosa Aegis. What are those cases? Because I'll tell you, Ede Karka. Now, what is the case of Ede Karka? Where Rabbi Akiva portrays, where Rabbi Akiva will say that you're Pater, and Rabbi Yochanan the Amar Hasim must be Ede Karka. Okay, fine, so let's begin with this. Look at actually just a moment. Rashi says, Magalai, Rashi next Rashi, Rabbi Elazar Hayavim, the Gabi Hashavas and Gzela Mashavia Ray, the Yechayiv Hashavas and Gzela Karka. Because I like the Gzela being the Shlosa Picado or Shlosa Aegis. This is very interesting. What happens if I have a real estate claim against you, right? And I get a training maybe how Aegis do in that case. And then you go and make sure that they do not know any Aegis about my real estate claim. But then in that whole Kiras money. Is that obligation of monetary claim, or that's a delegation of monetary claim ultimately refers to what? That's the Shiloh. So ultimately, again, that's the point because Rabbi Elazar Hayavim. Rabbi Elazar Christ Aegis and things of real estate. Rabbi Akiva ultimately again says that you are Pater. You must Rabbi Yochanan Amar Hassam. Mashpia Ede Karka Fili Rabbi Elazar. True, my Ika, giving Rabbi Elazar Rabbi Akiva. I think the Yochanan says that Rabbi Elazar piece. But Ede Karka, the Karka is subject to Shlosa Aegis, and therefore it was specifically the monetary claim. But ultimately, again, it's contrary to Elazar. Two of the Haka, which Rabbi Akiva says that their piece is really a Pater. My Ika, what is the point of the Petri Rabbi Elazar Rabbi Akiva? Because remember, Ede Knas. Very interesting. What happens again, let's say I'm sorry for the Mishnah, what happens if Halakha Raisa, again, I say to Shimon, you know testimony about you didn't owe me money, but again, it's not wrong, it's Knas. It's Knas. And let's say again, you didn't Shimon swear they talk about the testimony. It's not in fact maybe the Judah testimony. Is that called denial of humanitarian praise? Which is exactly the point of education. Beautiful. Okay. Rabbi Yosef Levi. Rabbi said, remember, we're just working our way through all of these sheets. Rabbi Yosef Levi, Omer. But we ate Ola Oyada. The Aegis Hamis the Iya below Yudia. And the Iya below Yudia Pasabudada. That's what Yosef Levi is very interesting. And Yosef Levi is much more focused on a little bit of a different point. And his point was the following. The concept uses the Russian, but you age, right? Again, it's still a Shwasa Aegis. So the people on right, like going to the Shimon, Kabbalah, you know, so Shimon Levi, you know testimony to me regarding my claim against you, that the concept is the new age, and you know, it's like Shimon Levi, testimony, Ola Oyada. Ultimately, again, they saw, or they heard, or they knew. The English means hands, the Yedia, below Yedia, or the Yedia, below Yedia, Passamadada. So it's always highlighting the idea that there are one of two ways that Shimon Levi can testimony. Either with what we call Yedia, below Yedia, seeing something by observing an event, you know what? You don't actually know the context of that event. I'm witnessing actions occurring, but I don't know the context of those actions. Or you hear below the ear, or knowing information, but not having seen the actual transaction. Either one of those scenarios could create liability for Shmiras Ha'idus. So the Gemara says, let's analyze. I'm going to talk about it. So let's talk about it. Rabbi Yosef Levi, let's say Rabbi. Rabbi Yosef Levi must not hold of Rabbi. Now, what is Rabbi? Because Rashi is actually beautiful. Rashi is very cross. Very cross. What is Rabbi? So let's say Rabbi. The Goyim, the Mechayim, the Goyim. The Goyim, Gama HaOkad Lemar, the Mechayim, the Goyim, the Goyim. So this is basically essentially that alcohol that you can create liabilities based on what we would call today circumstantial evidence. So this is very interesting. The second, the alcohol says as follows. Demo listen to this. If you have a camel that is mating, the oka literally means kicking. Rashi says over here. Oka then, like what is kicking, but then the rest of Rashi is the reason that Kishabali Zot is Melikila. So apparently, when camels mate, they get a little liquid. What ends up happening? They end up kicking the camels around them. Around them, I don't know, whatever the Matthias is over there, that's the Wikipedia. You know, whatever, so therefore they kick. So the case of what is this. So we don't know what every animal, so you have a camel that's moving, and therefore by definition it's kicking. And then what do you find out? So the inside, Gama Kala Bitsigo. When the camel finishes mating, what do you find? A dead camel next to the mating camel. What's that about? The Adua. Shazay Hagam. Ultimately, again, we know that the mating camels killed this camel. Now, what's the interesting thing now? Do we know that the mating camel killed this camel? Do we know? Well, circumstantially, we can put together a picture, right? Because again, there was a camel that was mating camels kicked other camels, and then another camel is dead right in the proximity of the mating camel. So we put this in this, so this is the position of the alpha. And the alpha that you could create liability, financial liability based on circumstantial evidence. Which the Gemara says, so now with the intake of the alpha, there was some mention suggesting that you see how the really hold the alpha. Because notice that Rabbi says you could create a liability with knowing something even if you didn't see it, or seeing it even if you didn't know it. But according to Rabbi, you need concrete information one way or the other, either by seeing the event even if you don't know the context, or by knowing context even if you didn't see the event. The circumstantial evidence would never be enough to create liability. And that's why this is very interesting. You know, it says the effect of the alpha giving the process starting to stop second chain and shut up. Because if a using really hard of the alpha, which you can create financial liability based on circumstantial evidence, and two days, you can even potentially create capital liability based on circumstantial evidence. What does this mean? The US says, the Sunday, I'm going to show you shut up. I'm going to shut up some problems. This is crazy. I don't have any comment. I don't have any comments on practice of Russian of Shvira. I swear. But I literally use, I will not find consolation. I swear, In no Ra'isi Akar Shalat Akakare Kodesh. Isn't it? The same thing I said. I want to tell you a piece that happened to me. I once saw a guy. I saw Ruben running after Shimon. And what happened? They ran into a corner, right? They ran into a Ruben, which was a wire Ruben. A Ruben is a kind of family where you don't find other people. But that's the act when Shimon Shachar said. So Shimon Shachar sees this whole thing. He sees Ruben running after Shimon. And then sees obviously something's going on with him, right? See, you see now Shimon Shachar runs after Ruben, he's running after Shimon. So let's go watch this. That's the act, right? Umatsasi sang Biado. Wow. And I come to the photo, I come to the ring, and I see Ruben holding a sword in his hand. His down happening, and there's blood dripping off the sword. The Harad Mefarfa. And Shimon is literally again like riding. He's dying. He's in the throes of death over there. I'm not to know that what's going to hear is going to see it. So what does Shimon and Shachar see? What does he see? What does he see? He sees Ruben with a weapon. There's blood on it. And Shimon down on the ground. What didn't he see? What didn't he see? He didn't see Ruben do anything to Shimon. Yeah, look what Shimon Shachar says. I'm not to know. I said to Ruben, rush up. You know what I'm saying? Who killed Shimon? Like, you know, one of two possibilities. Oh, Ali or Ata. Either you did it or I did it. And I know that I didn't do it. Right, so then Shimon Shachar says, we both know that you killed Shimon. I got my ass, right? Shame done from us to be a thing. What did I do? I can't take that punishment from you guys. So I'm a Torah. A Krishnayim Egypt and Shosha Egypt you must hamis. So this guy says, Shimon Shachar says, what can I do? I'm going to eat that part. And we'll say, what's fascinating about this? Shimon Shachar says, the reason I can't hold you to these things is because I'm a singular witness. What can you infer from this? There's some of the rich Shimon Shachar corrupt. They would have called him liable basically. Now, what's fascinating about this? First, this is circumstantial evidence. The circumstantial, no one saw the act. No one saw the act. Yet, Shimon ben Shachar says, I believe that if there was someone else with me, this would have been enough to convict me of a capital crime. What can I do? I'm an Eilachot. I'm not going to be hurrying in front. There's no future exact punishment for you. I mean, he said, Mozart Yisham, and Shenosh and Nakash in Mace. Wow. So what happened? They did not leave there before a snake came, hit this guy, and this guy died. This guy died as a result of this snake, right? It's incredible. So again, so let's take straight stop progression over, right? But if you're saying that I'm not going to myself, but you're saying this, you get a really up along the deal, which means you saw the event, even though you don't know context, or you get along the deal, you know information, even though you do not see the initial event. But you've got to have solid and concrete information. You know what this says? It means that we really take a look at that. Because Rabbi said, but I want when I say again, in the case of the mating camel, you can create liability through circumstantial evidence. Not exactly actually, but by the way, if you ever do that part, you can even hold the Shimon Shachar. So the Shimon Shachar says you can even convict on circumstantial evidence, ultimately again, in capital cases, and the only reason why you couldn't convict that guy Ruben was because Shimon Shachar wasn't a Rachar, which the Gemara says. I think the Gemara is the Rachar. Which one you deal below the Mishkachas law? Listen, you can find the case of the deal below the which means listen, remember, the deal below the means I know facts, even I know from the country information, even though I do not witness the initial event. So you can find the case like that outside of being noticed. You can find the case like that, outside of being noticed. So you know what it says? Hello, I know, for example, a case like that, the case, hello. We have the one you do making the stuff and stuff. And at the end of the website, let's say the capital case, how can you ever convict based on the return, for example, let's say, in a capital case, what would be an example ultimately again of the idea below Rivia? What would be an example of a capital case? The Shimon Shachar case is a perfect example of the idea below Rivia. Right? I see Ruben holding the sword. It clearly again, someone killed Shimon. Leah, I do not below Leah, I didn't see you do it. But you trust, you know, 1 plus 1 together. It looks like I got to come to the conclusion that we didn't kill Shimon. But also, in the case, how can you look at the capital case of Yudiyah? I'm sorry, Yudiyah below Yudiyah. Guys, how can you ever have that? So the Gemara says, very good, as well. So that's wrong. Milo by Mila, in other words, Rabbi Harag, or Yisrael Harag. So remember again, because of the controversies, ultimately again, you have to have Yudhia. If you don't have Yudhia, you can't think it. For example, that's what the victim was. Like, what's ultimate decade, was it a Jew, was it a non-Jew? In other Treifa Harag, or Shalim Harag, was the person a Treifa? Like, it was a man, the halacha is that what they're thinking is still a Treifa. Like, if there's somebody who has some type of injury in which they're going to experience in death, you know, halacha mentions not liability for such a person like that. So halacha mentions you can't have the case without Yudhia. So standing up is only okay, really. So what do you see today? You think the corruption that those in your head must be Ignas pocket. That ultimately, again, if you give Ignas, also what that means is, if I go to witnesses and I say to them, have a single maybe your testimony, my benefit me, and it's not case against who they, but ultimately, again, there's not liability for Shiraz Ha'idus and that. These are like a higher, so this is the thing that it's telling you. You need the idea of the Roria Ashke from one. You can find the case of the deal that Roria, but the idea of the Roria, by Roria, have you had a piece of the idea from Milo by Mega? The piece of class, and also you have to know, not this ball, that's Israel ball, the Sula ball, that's the Sula ball, Gula ball. You're going to say you can't have the case of the idea, because if you don't have the idea, then you don't know whether or not there's actual class liability. So if I'm not the list, we must hold that when the case of either class would be popular from the class liability. Okay, incredible. I was going to say that. What we have to finish is that what we've just really done is decided Shimon is what is the first primary opinions. Good. What's the two things here? Let's see if I can move in the direct read. We'll exactly do it tomorrow. If I can move this in the front of the reader, so let's exactly read. We'll come by like, and then you got put under the following case. Money in the sea bar to play flowing with clothing. So yeah, here's the case. So I go ahead and I say to you, right? Money in the sea bar really means I counted out the money to you. So what I mean clearly is like this. Really, I make you $1,000. I make you $1,000 in front of Shimon and Levi. I'm a base. The agent going on some of the horse. They look at all to see over here. Shimon and Levi are standing outside. So let's say, so this is a great case. This is really what we would call the Yudhia. So what happens? Shimon and Levi are standing outside. So what does Shimon and Levi see? What are they observing? I am putting $1,000 into Levi's hand. Now, what don't they know? What don't they know? Context. What is this? What is it? Is there a loan? Is it a gift? Am I repaying something to Reuben? So they see, so what they see is objective fact. I am giving money to Reuben. So the agent will know what makes. The agent were outside. Now Rashi put back the idea below. Take care of the mixed up on him. Rashi understands that Reuben did not see the witness. We'll discuss this in a moment. Now Rashi says that I think the Tosis says Rashi has to interpret it this way. Why? Should how you declare how you Yodi in how you Pilao or how raw or God. Tosis is simply says the perfect thing is when you're outside. Because if you're inside the rock, then it'll be here and Yudhia. It has to be outside because that's the way to set up and then Yudhia. Alright, anyway, I'm doing it without I'm telling you $1,000 for Reuben. Witnesses see me doing this, so we must say, you know what's allowed you. That's fine. So what is that? What in such a situation like this? I'm going to look at you up. Let's back up. This is what you're saying.
I know. By the way, so did I. 16 times in 8 minutes? Like 4:36? Yeah. Do you notice you do that like every day? Like when you're like in
Rabbi, you don't. Rabbi, you just say over this case. Rabbi, sitting there. Right? So Amir says that you got Rabbi, can you tell me like what is the context of this case? Now I'm not told, but specifically, what is Reuben claiming? Right? So I'm the one who's giving $1,000. What is Reuben claiming? So he was I'm not like how you don't know what Reuben says, not what I'm talking about. Simply, you never gave me $1,000. What's up, Papa? And obviously, when I say what is he, he's just $25. Because obviously, there are witnesses that saw that I gave him $1,000. Right? So that can't be the case. Shot me, did you shot me? But if I went in there and said, yes, Sylvia gave me $1,000, do you know why? That was my money. That was my money. I wanted to pay him, or I deposited it by him, whatever it might be. So yes, I got $1,000 from him, but that was my money. It's also eating my hobby. And that's in reality what the witnesses did. As I remember, the witnesses can't say yea or nay in that case. Because all the witnesses saw was that I put $1,000 in Ben's hand. If you said, yes, I received $1,000 from yourself, but it was my money, then ultimately you have to believe him. So he knows if you also believe him, my hobby. So ultimately, again, it didn't come in that context. So ultimately, again, what good do they do, right? In other words, Allah what did he accomplish? So the Lord says, over here, so it's actually quite fascinating. So the Lord says, I'm sorry. So there's a rule. So the Hebrew says, as they say. Excellent point. Excellent point. You are a good comment. Come to the yeshiva. It's almost like this is like the fire. And so you read this fire with Hamila. So you read the like the way that's what Hamila thought, the way you understood the sugya. You like what Hamila all feels the again to come into the yeshiva. That's what Hamila all Actually, those are actually quite beautiful. So when you come into yeshiva, why? Because every Rabbi needs a Talmud like you. What's the job of a Rabbi? To teach and inspire his Talmud. And what's the job of a Talmud? To sharpen his Rabbi. Beautiful. So therefore, the reason is, you come into yeshiva, what's the just fire as an aside, what these really things like this? Here's that being interesting case. I'm giving $1,000 to you, right? Paying $1,000 into his account. Witnesses are standing outside. So they see me giving you $1,000. Obviously, my claim is, I lent you $1,000, you didn't earn money. You didn't claim, and you didn't cook claim, you didn't claim that what? You didn't pay me back. Therefore, it was a gift. So what do you do in this case? Yes, it's actually interesting. So without even just explaining it, right? How is that what he says? Even Shemana Lamos, exactly that case. So witnesses see you give it $1,000. Witnesses have no idea. So they below you. They have no idea what's happening over here. It's a lot of good news, but I'm going to tell you all this sort of thing. So I say today, I like $1,000. Give it back to you. Not when I come to Saki, you don't call it. You don't play. No. You will give me a gift. Or you will pay me back. How is the Ne'eman? The Mishpach Hasis Unity. Listen, we haven't seen this yet. She has Hasis. We're going to see essentially he didn't swears, and he keeps the money. That's not like he's going to keep the money. Now, that I'm not right. However, I don't know how you learn the old law. That if you didn't say no such thing ever happened, then obviously, again, what's up top life? And also, it's clear. One thing we have, one thing we know is that I did give you $1,000. Because we have in this case, the witnesses cannot prove that this proof you don't claim. So if everything takes the shua, proving is allowed to go ahead and take money. So I really thought that was very beautiful. Like, if you think about these two states, it's actually very apropos issue time as well. Like, this is one of these two categories. There is Yudhya below Yudhya. Right? And I should say, Yudhya below Yudhya. So most of life is Yudhya below Yudhya. That's most of life. I see things, and I do not know the backstory to it. And 99% about interpersonal interactions are Yudhya below Yudhya. I see someone do something, and I catch a piece of it, right? I catch a piece of it. It's not I think that's someone sent me a picture of me as a single species, and I looked like I was like, like that. And the person, the funny place is that, you should pay better attention very species. Keep yourself like, who's relative? This is relative. So, we were speaking out of something different. So, and since he's thinking again, I actually paid attention. Actually, did. And I say, to tell them, like, what's the message? And this is, you can catch anyone in freeze frame doing something or looking a certain way. That that's just the way that it is. Like touch anyone in a moment. So much of life is re'iyah below yediyah. See someone do something, I have no idea about the context. Even sometimes you hear someone say something, and maybe it's a little jarring or upsetting. You don't know what is happening in that person's life, about what the rest of the context of that is. So much of life is knowing what you saw something, but you absolutely no idea about the backstory to all of this. On the other hand, there's also the idea below Yediyah. There's the below Yediyah. What's the idea below Yediyah? Actually, this is the idea below Yediyah. But ultimately, I know that there are certain things that are true in this world, even though I have not seen. I believe that I can to be the the Torah, even though I do not see them. So much I have seen, but these are arguments in them, but it's okay. I have revealed that to you. I believe that I can trust with all of my heart that it's photographs and shapes every single moment of my past, present, and future. Sometimes I'm not able to see it. Just because I can't see it, it doesn't mean I don't know. So I really ultimately am going to believe in Yediyah. So when Yediyah for my being Adam in the Chavero, and Yediyah, the role of Yediyah, ultimately again for my being Adam in the That's what I do. Says the Gemara. Says the Gemara. It's always sluggish. So it must be what's the good piece over here? Hamuza Amale Chavre. Money needs to look up inside Hamuza. What is it? I love it to you. Okay, I lend you $1,000, and by the way, I'm cementing my claim by saying I lent you $1,000, and I will tell you exactly where the loan took place. I lent it to you by this pillar. Look at the pillar, right? Pillar A. So I'm like, well, I've got to decide Hamuza. The Hamuza. Okay, and what happened? And you guys said, I was talking about, I've never been by that pillar. Never even been there. So he wants to also say, Sabi, I see you living in Shkin, I understand Hamuza. So witnesses show up, and they say, Rain, we saw you urinating by the pillar, upward, right? But the nice, right? Like, we saw you there, and now there's like public picture, right? No one likes that, right? So what happened? We saw you urinate over there by that pillar. So what's this? So now, obviously, what's happening over here is it's problem, right? We didn't say we've never been by that pillar. Witnesses now placing by that pillar. So what do you do? It's always like it's a pepper. So you're like, okay, he's a liar. He's a liar. Obviously, Ruben is a liar. Once he's a liar, obviously not, again, that's just to point out, that doesn't automatically mean he's liable $1,000, right? Because remember, again, it's not like witnesses are saying, we should be urinating and borrow money from Sydney. That's that same color. He's very talented. Right? At the same time, whereas all what you're doing is they are eroding his credibility, right? Because he said he's never been by his pillar. They say, yes, you have. Yes, you have. You have to have a very personal connection with this pillar. Right? So again, so all it takes is Mr. Kaplan is established Ruben as a liar. Okay. So Nachman says, no, Hi Dina Parsa. So Nachman says, oh, that is a Persian ruler. No offense to anyone, right? That is a Persian ruler. What does it mean, a Persian ruler? So that was a disparaging thing. When you did something nonsensical, you did something that didn't make any sense. Such a Persian ruler. Right? So again, it was a reference ultimately to saying that makes absolutely no sense. After all, the Gemara says, we tell him the Olam is really actually saying that he was never in his life by that pillar. That's not what it means. It means there is a jet on the life. What it means to say is, you're clean, you lend me money, you lend me $1,000 by this pillar. I was never by this pillar during the season. I don't know, maybe I just read the book, but I've never been there. I've never been there by this circumstance over here. I think it's been out before. So the Gemara says, people got on me. So they went to give a last question and then they're going to give it. The truck is told that halacha l'man said again, he's a liar. Because his claim actually was, I was never there. But he said, nothing says, the halacha l'man said again, but he just means he was never there during this transaction. But he never, but he doesn't say he's never there at all. So because they all feel very good. People are probably when you decide on this end, so same case. I say to you, very easily, I feel that always by this pillar. I'm going to about to decide, I'm going to send it over. What's interesting enough in this case over here, so if you notice in this version a little different. What is he been playing? I've never in my life been by this pillar. So not putting sign the issue inside the smile inside colors there. So witnesses came and said, even you urinated by this color. So I'm not going to look at that. I'm not going to say he's a liar. He's a liar. I'm aware of happening. As long as I'm not going to know. From this to I'm yet I'll let you do English. I'll be very glad about that. It's actually very important as well. We find many different cases in Allah. And really changing. Anything that a person doesn't have to remember, he doesn't remember. Right? Communicate the Rania anything that I'm not obligated to keep on my mind, obligated, often I'll do it, or not like I did. But not that because I remember. So let's say this actually does prefer it. If I don't have to remember it, I don't remember it. So therefore, because a person needs not keep an accounting of all the places really urinated, right? Therefore, again, halach my so you assume a person does not remember that. And therefore, if halach does you think a person doesn't remember urinating in a particular place, that is not indicative that they are not telling the truth. Yes, and by the way, the term is supposed to have in this as well, that we remember the things that are important for us to remember. And if we don't remember something, generally, that is indicative that it wasn't important. That's always a so clear. It happens to be that maybe you missed a birthday, or perhaps an anniversary, or perhaps some other important life cycle visit, or perhaps someone else in your life maybe got very upset. And you're like, one second, what about the other 364 days a year? But I remembered everything. So again, perhaps if you know the situation, you will know that I'm doing something to be hard water. And if you just there's merit to that, there's merit to pretty anger, I should say. Because at the end of the day, again, we remember the things that are important for us to remember. And if we don't remember something, that is a good indicator that it does not rank in high importance in our lives. Incredible. Alright, let's say not to stop over here for today. Go on. Right back on track. Right back on track. Yeah. Good morning, let us begin. Good luck, good night, this is what's to begin. Another week of Mesechus Shavuos. We got to begin by thanking all of our sponsors. So thank our annual Common sponsor for the year, Tuck Shin Kedaway, the person who brought out of Israel. We dedicated over 200 vessels this year as a kiss for the souls for us all around Israel. And the current sponsors for the month of Stephen Abad, Stephen Taizin, we dedicated over to him and Joshua. So this month, and I'll be many of his mother daughters to see the roll out back of Israel, Yoah, is upon the up. I know that only sponsors for the Year of Football Fair. Mazatov on the bliss of their grandson, both of their children, Nachum and Mela Luke. Man, the Mazatov, the read of the name, Asher Zelig, Netzach Shalom. Zachota, Dr. Yuna, Shish Nikras, the List, and the country, the football, and I see told you. Mazatov. Let's say that, so let's begin. There's always we dedicate our living in the Swiss Precious Hospital, the Torah, and Nefesh, and Lumen Home. the Shalom and the Kala, and the specific of the soldiers may be successful, the Kala and I say it. So let's say a lot of people are great to the other today. And in fact, we Lamed Aleph, and all of the lifter got onto the top of Lamed Aleph, once again making me look bad every single Shabbos. So, alright, fine, but we're going to pick up the next session on Lamed on the basis. I want to start the Seiya. So, just in the computer, picking up 5 letters at the bottom, Karabah. So, you want to say this house, Lamed is 30 Karabah. Karabah, 9 Italian. So, Yasas. Same goal in Gemara. This is a very profound Gemara. How do we know? Look at Rashi. What is Sanigora? What should Sanigora is a defense. How do we know that a Dayan should not defend his position? What does that mean? So that a Dayan should defend his position. So Rashi HaKadosh says about Ikban Zef on the bottom. In Dayan Din, Libon Nokho. Let's say the judge adjudicated the case, and his heart is Libon Nokho literally means like it literally like his heart is beating. But it means he's feels uncomfortable with his legal decision. One more she thought his heart's pain, and you know there's something that's not right about this. He shouldn't try to justify his position because he is embarrassed to recant. Hello, the Postagi not to go to United. What should we do? We should endeavor to try to adjudicate the case correctly. Like I said, this is found Gemara, because this is not something that judges, not judges alone know it, but this is all of us know this. And we tell this all the time, where I espouse the position, like I articulated a particular approach, and I know in my heart that it's really not right. I know it's not right. So let's say 9 out of 10 times, what do we do? Like, we double down. Like, I overcompensate to show ultimately again that I'm incorrect. I show that I'm correct. I overcompensate. Instead of having the humility to say, you know what? I was going to the second shop that says the hardest words for a person to say, hardest words, is I don't know. Even harder than I don't know is, I'm wrong. That's right. You must love the social to teach your tongue to say area that it's hard. So listen, you want to say that times in life where although I've taken a position, deep down I know the position is wrong. So how does the Gemara say, how do you know? Find the courage to say you were wrong instead of doubling down and cementing a flawed approach. How do I know? So Gemara says, ultimately, you're going to distance yourself from the shekel. When you're not a Dayan, so you should come and burn upon it. How do you know that a Dayan should not have an unworthy student in front of him? Now, again, I say the idea is because even the Dayan should talk things out with someone. So how do I know if the Dayan, if the person the Dayan is talking things out with is not a real individual, once their face corrupt the outcome, distance yourself from shekel. And let's say, if you notice that you're coming around here, all of these things is these are situations where again is it a birth shekel, having an unworthy student in front of you is a birth shekel? No. But if you believe the wrong things, when you're dying, should be able to have a Gazlan. So how do you know that if the Dayan knows that one of the other judges is a Gazlan? You should be able to have a Gazlan. Or a witness knows that it's not a witness of a Gazlan. You might actually started to know. How do you know that you should not combine their life? You should not sit on the basement with such a person. Or should not sit to form a testimonial unit with a person. How to go about look about shekel kefa. Ultimately, again, this is something much more traditional here. The traditional here is that, let's say, if I'm a witness, I'm not going to say the truth. I mean, my fellow witness is saying the truth. So if you get this shekel occurring over here, but also it's so fascinating because we recognize, how much always recognizes the idea that all of us are made up of multiple parts. And some of those parts are good, and some of those parts are not good. Right? No one is an absolute. But still, when it comes to judgment, I can't participate in the judicial process in the other in the capacity of the judge or the capacity of the witness if I know that the other people involved are dishonest. Okay, it just corrupts the entire thing. We're not sure that you're good, but we're not the thing. I'm sorry. We're not a Dayan. You're there to do Shimurimah. So let's say, how do I know that if the Dayan knows that the legal proceedings are corrupted? Shalom Yomar, Hola Ba'id Elohim, Akakenu V'Yehei Kola Kapabandala, Kola Kaptzale, Mitzaba Elohim. So listen to this. How do I know that the judge shouldn't say the following? The judge knows that the legal proceedings are corrupted. He knows that something is not right over there. But essentially what he says is, not my problem. Not my problem. The witnesses are giving their testimony, and if there's fallout, because if they're saying it's false, it's on them. How do we know that a judge shouldn't say that? This case or something to them. It's like, this is so profound because what this case is highlighting over here is the not my problem approach. I'm involved. Don't see like the Father didn't want us to see. And there's nothing we're going to feel that Hashem didn't want us to feel. And if you see it and you can hear it, it's because of the Father wants us to do something like that. So we're like to seek real in situations, and it's okay. Not a problem. Not a problem. If it wasn't the problem, you wouldn't see it. If it wasn't the problem, you wouldn't put it. If you're there, if you're present, and now you're knowledgeable, it's the Father saying, it is your problem. Try to do something to remedy it. Incredible. You know the comment. She is sure to that when you're supposed to be the whole watcher. The nice one you spoke. I didn't know that if the student is sitting before his Rabbi, the student sees some type of source. He sees is a better word. Okay, he sees something that would stand for judgment in the direction of the army, and would be opposed when he died to the usher. How do you know that the student should not be quiet? So that's also over here. This is a different kind of case. But this is talking about over here, essentially, a student is always obligated to be deferential to his Rabbi. But again, how do I know that over here, if I'm deferential and I'm silent, that could be ultimately a situation of justice. So I don't know that in that type of situation I shouldn't be silent, and I should speak up even in terms of my Rabbi. I'm a Rabbi, you can't check it. But when you're in Kamishra, it's not what you're trying to do. So again, how do I know if I see my Rabbi making a mistake in halacha? Judgment. Shelo Yomah. Shouldn't say. I'm Kimo, actually, Simo, from the right to my Rabbi passes with Sakamaho. And then that's the way of that Mishali. Then I'll reconstruct the ruling, and I'll reconstruct it with my own logic. When she got there, this will be my rising, this will be my rising performance. I'm going to leave that shepherd to the top. So again, what's fascinating over here is in the previous case, what the Lord is highlighting with the idea that the shepherd to the top says, even though there's a normal code of conduct, and a Talmud should not go ahead and contradict the Rabbi, if the Talmud sees a potential perversion of justice, the Talmud has an obligation to stand up. In this case over here, the Bash Shepherd to have no sense pass, and what's occurring in this case? In this case is, the Talmud says, I'm going to speak up, but I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait till the Psak Yidin is delivered. Then I'm going to add all of my fancy numbers. I'm going to add in my Jesus for computers. And then I'm going to go ahead and have my records being overturned. I'll be the spiritual hero and become known in my name. So you might say, this is what I mean by shepherd kirchhoff. This is concept. This is means by shepherd kirchhoff when it comes to ego. A lot of times when it comes to using the ego, we engage in practices that are not false. They're not false, but they're not good. They're not good. So therefore, when the Lord says, hey, you have shepherd kirchhoff, be very careful when it comes to ego, that you don't engage in practices that are really not correct. Now, the Talmud Shalom at Rabbi, Yozer Atavi is incredible. So how do you know if the Rabbi, in this case, the Rabbi speaking to the Talmud, the Rabbi is like this. Yozer Atavi, my Talmud, you know about me, Shenos B'nimei Amona Eni Medada. You know, so the Talmud says, the Rabbi says to the Talmud, you know, my Talmud, I'm very honest. Even if somebody gave me, $1 million, I will not go ahead and convert the truth. Money usually is a thing. You really Allah, effort. So the readiness is the kind of here's my problem. What's my problem? I won't give him $1,000. I only have one witness to testify to this. The night show you expect. So what did you do essentially asking the Talmud? Would you mind just going ahead and combining with this other effort that now I have 2 agents to extract the money? little word problem, one little itty bitty problem with the laws. The Talmud has no first-hand knowledge of this law. What the Rabbi is saying is, you know me, and I would never lie about something like this. So I'm asking you essentially to trust my credibility and essentially combine with this faith effort. So the Gemara says, Talmud Omar, Midvar Sheker Tircha. The pasuk says, no, Midvar Sheker Tircha. Midvar Sheker Tircha. Midvar Sheker Tircha. Now, how far by Shakri comes Shakri? The Achona Amar Sayadora Sheker. What does that say? The Gemara says, this is not Midvar Sheker Tircha. This is what? This is false testimony. This is false testimony. Essentially, again, my Rabbi is asking me to testify about a law for which I have no first-hand knowledge, and he's asking me to combine with another witness for testimonial purposes. Again, it looks like the whole concept of Midvar Sheker Tircha are these pieces that are not overt lying, but they are still dishonest. They're still dishonest. This case is overt lying. You guys are doing it. I would know the other way, Bandai Chatzahadisli, the Ta'ata Kum Hassan, Palotim Alor, Palotim Alor Niji. You must listen to this also. What is that Rabbi asking me? Let me say this. Listen, I have one of these that I like to give $1,000. Here's what I want you to do. I want you to say anything. I just want you to come to the basement and stand next to that other old cat. Just stand next to him. He's going to do all the talking. The heart, first of all, the heart, the mouth is going to not shikra. You don't have to say a word. I'm not asking you to say a word. Now, what is my Rabbi essentially asking you to do? What is he asking you to do? He's asking you to provide the appearance of being a word by you showing up in basement, standing next to that other aide at heart. Even though the other aide at heart is going to be, he's doing all talking. I'm not saying anything. My presence is just the presumption of a second aide. So you must not be off the Aslan, you should not make by Sheker Tircha. So again, really all I'm doing is I'm showing up in basement. I'm standing beside the talking witness. I'm not talking part, I'm not saying anything, but obviously my presence is creating the presumption that there is a second aide involved over here. Gemara says, don't do it with Midvar Sheker Tircha. Incredible. Next, united. The most of the family money. Shema, listen to this. I lend my friend $1,000. Shema, you're not at Ayano B'Masayim, to make Shiyodeli B'Mana, to Yisayi B'Shua, La'adam Del Allah Shua Yakalacha. Sing. This is great. Listen to this. I lend you $1,000. $1,000. It's like this. Okay, I know you didn't really do that money. I know that. But here's the issue. I have another outstanding matter against Ruben that he denies, and I was never able to oppose the shvua on it. So here's what I'm going to do. This is actually a great fact. I'm going to go to base, and I'm the one. I'm going to go to base, and I'm going to say, Ruben, you owe me $2,000. What is Ruben going to say? Is he going to say, I only owe you $1,000? What do you call that? Motive of excess, partial admission. What's the look of a partial admission? Shvua. They'll say whenever someone is taking a shvua invasion of the concept called Gilgul Shvua. Gilgul Shvua says is essentially once you're already swearing, when we're rolling a whole bunch of other stuff, then normally wood is not water its own oath. So this is my fact. I need Ruben to take a shvua about a different scenario. For whatever the reason, put him something to say shvua. Somebody comes to the reason, make a question and say, yeah, I'm not really trying to collect $2,000. I'm just collecting my $1,000. What I'm trying to do over here is create a scenario that's really clear when you're obligated to take a shvua. So how do you go again if this is not appropriate? I'm going on, Midvar Sheker Tircha. So incredible. You know, no should have come here on Monday. You're talking about saying, listen to this. How do I know? I want like you look like you're rich. You're going to lend me $1,000. Now, Ruben is coming to the bank and claiming that he owes me $2,000. Now, that I owe him $2,000. Now again, what Ruben's motivation is this? Let's say Ruben really claims to loan this for $2,000. So I'll say like this. If I admit that I owe him $1,000, then what? I'm going to be tied to shvua. Instead, what am I going to do? Listen to this. Shalayama, I'm going to be cultured about color. Now, let's not look like you're cultured about color. Let's not look like you totally deny the obligation. Then you're cultured. So my fact is, I'm going to totally deny everything that I owe you nothing. But only going to host the basement, but I'll give you $1,000 outside the basement. כדי שלא אחייב לא שבוע, או לגלגל עליי שלום מתנתך. So let's say in this case over here, in the previous case it was the lender playing games. Over here it's the borrower playing games. Right? So I'm the borrower, I borrowed $1,000, even though the bank says that I own $2,000. My thought was like this, I know that if I admit that I own $1,000, I'm not doing it just. Then I have to take the shivua, and then you can roll the shot from everybody else. I said, okay, so what? I'm going to deny the claim. I'm just going to deny the claim. Now again, I'm not trying to not get back even. I'm going to deny the claim. I'll pay $1,000 outside of Thursday, but I'm not going to go ahead and anything in Thursday. That way I avoid the whole shivua. So he says, how do you know you're going to do this? I'm going to So listen, we see the common denominator in all of these cases. The Midrash says, don't try to manipulate the system. Even though, again, it looks like in all these cases, a person is using the halakhic system for their own gain, for their own benefit. The Midrash says, don't do that. That's Midrash. Next. You will get yourself although, again, there are great facts. Each of these cases are really great ways to manipulate the system if you look at the given system. The one is Shosha, Shaloshim Money the Hadera. Listen to this, I didn't know. There are 3 people lent a money for you. Shaloshim Asad Badi, which one is it? Shaloshim Money, we are working. So let's say again, we didn't share when we all lent me a money. Now again, the issue of this here is not want to extract it. So perhaps the easiest thing for them to extract it is for the 3 to become 2 groups. One of them becomes the lender, and the other 2 become witnesses. Now that they don't show up in the region, one of them is the lender, so the other is even something like that from the direct workers. Now, what's the number again? The reason why that false? Because again, they're not witnesses. All 3 are lenders. And now what it is, that a lender, any party to which they got to not be the witness, I think the idea is easier. Let one of them be the lender, the other 2 be the witnesses, and extract the way like that. How will not use our check at your part? Therefore, the concept says, this makes yourself come also. We know the strength of all of these. This is not very easy. How are you going to become today's thing? Effort, love it, smart cooking. The effort, love it, it's full of basilema, right? So now watch this. You're going to finish show up in that everything. And what happens? So Ruben is dressed in rags, sitting wearing high fashion, beautiful clothing. This is what it says. She'omen yo, Robert's the most so, although we should the most high. You see the Shem in the Welcome guys, here's your choice. Either dress Ruben like your dress, or you give him the proper outfit, or you dress like him. In other words, Halacha and Osa, both litigants have to be dressed in the same way. Now, Lomar, move that check at your house. Therefore, the Pasuk says, dismiss yourself from shepherd, which always says, if I found like that. What's the Yisod of this Gemara? They'll say the Yisod of this Gemara is the absolutely judge a book by its cover. This is so important to know. We like to say, people like to think that you're not judgmental. It's false. We're all judgmental. We're highly judgmental. Someone walks into my Bavaranis, I have them sized up by the way they dress, by the way they present, by the way they talk. And if someone tells you they don't do that, they are lying. They are lying. We all do it. It is the default, reflexive, judgmental type that each of us possesses. Now, the avoid of them is to kind of unwrap that afterwards, right? Now, after I do that, the goal is, okay, I want to get to know you, I want to get to see you. And it is very important to understand that that is very effective. And what's up, by the way, it's not a bad thing. Why is it not a bad thing? Why is it not a bad thing? It's part of one of the most important and innate things or drives up the self-worth in us, which is self-preservation. Right? I mean, the idea is, because I assess everyone, I'm always on the lookout for things that are next to me. That's what the problem, which is good. I'm always on the look for things that catch up. So therefore, again, by definition, anything that comes into our body, obviously, we're always assessing. We're always assessing. That's how we can assess a threat. That's how we can assess friend or foe. So by definition, this is how we see the world, and it's so incredibly important that we are judgmental. We size people up within the first 30 seconds of speaking to them, how they look, how they dress, how they talk. So therefore, the Gemara says, even So Kevin do this. So you come into Beis and just know, Beis is going to see two guys. One is well dressed and one is like a schmata. Beis is going to form your perceptions of these people and their case within the first couple of seconds of your presence. Therefore, neither litigant should have an unfair advantage over the other. And therefore, Allah Ta'ala says to the wealthier of the two, you have the choice, right? Because the poor guy doesn't really have much towards one choice. So at the end of the day, your choice is either you go ahead and dress like the pauper, or you the pauper in a nice outfit. How can you tell them, just the other also come to the other. Shruti is Mekaifu to toast to the Dina. You tell them, take off your shoes, and then come to this. I guess the kind of thing is different types of footwear. Right? So the nice, again, in order that no one should look more flustered than the other, people would take off their footwear, and then they would come into it. Incredible. You know you're down, so you should know the Bali cover, but you should know Bali cover living. So it's a Bali cover. This is how do you know that halakha nice again? What about power base? So we're going to show you front of basic. So that's what we're going to get to know you. How do you know that the diamond should not listen to you, right? They should not engage in any type of conversation about the Din Torah before Shimon gets there. I'm a good man, move about Shepherd Shecha. It makes sense. So again, if you notice this move about Shepherd Shecha has a very wide application. So again, you see it being applied in multiple ways. So you see this move about Shepherd Shecha means don't manipulate the system, which was a lot of the cases we saw before, right? I should say, you start without this money, you need not check that care like meaning if you know something to be untrue, no matter how much time you have invested in that shita, in that particular position, be courageous enough to go ahead and walk away from something, even though you know that, even though you've invested a lot of time in building it up, but if you know that it's untrue, find the courage to walk away from it and find the courage to gravitate towards truth. Then, we got into a whole bunch of cases of manipulating the system in order to go ahead and create the reality that you want. Even though, again, the manipulation itself is not really true. Now, in these last cases, it's about giving an unfair advantage to one of the litigants, right? If they're dressed differently, different footwear, speaking to one of the litigants before the other. That's also something about Shepherd Kefa. So, it says, the Kahana must, so Yakin Dvara, the Dayan Kodesh Level Bagan Kabbalah, was very interesting. So in the previous case, the talking to the down. So judge, do not listen to one of the parties before the other party gets there. Move that secretary up. Now the Gemara says, talking to the litigants, how do you know that Allah for the Mesa, if the other party is not there, you should not start talking to the judge about your case? So the Gemara says, the fighting, Shalayatin Varav Dain Kodesh Sheva Bagan Kabbalah. So litigant, how do you know that you should not begin to put forward the case before the judge before the other litigant gets there? Made by Shepherd Shecha. That's kind of nasty. That's kind of different version. He said, you know, seesaw, no sassy. So remember again, the prosecutor, seesaw, shemot shad. Right, so maybe again, do not go ahead and take that show during the day. Pasha slap, shemot shad, yes, it comes. So kind of that unit of no sassy. No sassy means do not place. This is the prohibition of litigants not to corrupt the judicial process. In other words, there's two different prohibitions over here. A buyer is not allowed to hear one litigant before the other, and the litigants are not permitted to start to recover their case until they are both assembled for the adjudication of the case. We call it Ba'asher Lo Tov Asa B'Sof Hamad. So that's actually a pretty incredible demand as well. So now we're going to the concept from the first one. Ba'asher Lo Tov Asa B'Sof Hamad. So firstly, do not do good in the mission. Holy God, so this is the word actually is three inappropriate practices. So there is someone who's not engaged in good behavior. Rav Amar Zeh Hava B'Hashal. So he's actually very interesting. Look at Rashi. Rashi says over here. Rashi is very close closest to the Rabbanon. So the Rabbanon, very close to Rashi. Zabba Bashar, in this Abba Arid low, the Shema Yishon Noach loss, the Noach the Bash loss is very interesting. Okay, so apologies in advance to the lawyer. So listen to this. So we must have Bashar, someone who lawyers up. Someone lawyers up. Someone wants to write. Someone who comes and they have a lawyer representing them in the Torah. What's so bad about a lawyer? So what is this interesting? Is that you can understand that when people who are engaging with speech come to a Din, people are often more interested in finding resolution than lawyers. Right? In other words, a lawyer is a third party who's been brought in. And why was the lawyer brought in? Why was he brought in? Why? To win. To win. So because he's brought in to win, therefore, a lawyer often has a very little reason to settle. As opposed to litigants, because therefore, as a lawyer, again, also in the context that there's if there's a judgment between two people, also it's up to them those people have a relationship with each other. So because there's a pre-existing relationship, they may be more predisposed to ultimately settle. So, but again, if Putin is bringing in a lawyer, the lawyer, again, may be coming to play a part ball, the lawyer, right, may be coming to win, and he doesn't necessarily have a pre-existing relationship with the other litigant. So therefore, the Gemara just says, it's interesting, and the Gemara says that he has that Shalom both outside the Sohamar, raising the person giving to be good in his nation, this is someone who brings in a lawyer. Brings in a lawyer because now what you've done is you've pretty much negated any possibility of compromise, and instead of creating that attention in more litigious situation, I say obviously misunderstood. The amount of questions understands that the person needs representation, the person needs someone else to help guide them in the pursuit. You know what we're talking about over here? In real situation where, it says nice and where people make complicated situations more complicated. And at the end of it, there's a way to resolve disputes, and there's a way to navigate this, and there's a way to walk the collaboration with another team, and to go and set up things in the sense of the actuals. So if you complicate it in a more situation, that's not good. Obviously, there are situations where it's too complicated. I can't navigate it on my own. Please, if I saw them faulting someone for bringing in an expert to help you navigate it. But the most important is, particularly in a complicated situation, and making it more complicated, that sometimes is an unforgivable offense. Which one of the Shmuel says, Zaharokat Sada, Yish Allah Sikh, is interesting. So Shmuel says, what does it mean? What does it mean by Shalom, Tov, Asad, Sahama? What does it mean giving to good? It's someone who buys a field whose ownership is contested. Don't buy contested property. Don't buy contested property. Right? Because if you do so, ultimately, again, you're just making it trouble. It's kind of like that these two folks are in the ground subject to a Hatsubya, how to do better. Next, anyway, I guess I will be lost. This is remember again. The topic of our parak so far is Shmuel Sa'ivis. Right? We're talking about Shmuel testimony. We oath about testimony. We're going to see after the next Mishnah how this oath is actually administered. So next today, let's say any applies to Shmuel Sa'ivis, only applies to people who can give testimony. Not putting on it. What is this going to exclude? I'm not pop up. Not putting on it. It comes to exclude him. So that is actually very interesting. That halacha l'maisa, that a king is not permitted to testify, and not permitted, ultimately, he's not permitted to testify, and no one is permitted to testify about him. So that from the lack of honor, that he is suffering to Kodia. That is the exclude the gambler. Remember, the suffering to Kodia, ultimately, and also we saw this in the second Sanhedrin, is excluded ultimately again from testimony. He's also Avis. So there's a non-dom in the second Kodia, so when it says that the gambler is excluded, certainly a king is excluded. I'm not saying why is that. So again, it actually comes out to the why is the gambler, why is he excluded from Avis? So again, you might say that he's able also to Yeshiva Shalom. He does nothing beneficial for humanity. Come back over here. This is not the guy who goes on a brotherhood trip to Atlantic City. How do you say it together? When it goes there, right? So when I say this is talking about the career gambler, right? This is a guy who his parnasa ultimately again is gambling. So because I felt about such an individual individual like this, she'ena osek b'yeshuvo shalom, he contributes nothing positively to the world. Such a person like that, has zero credibility. Zero credibility in the eyes of halacha. So understand, that psul is a drabanon. The psul of a melech, right, that king can't go ahead and give testimony or be testified about, that ultimately again is a daraisa. If you look at Rashi, Rashi says, Kosher melech, the daraisa mechadi. A king is disqualified from everything to do with testimony with daraisa. Why? It says, so kasim alecha melech. The Prophet says, place upon yourself a king, shekenei a masa alecha. His fear has to be upon you. So let's listen to this. Therefore, because the fear of the king has to be upon you, therefore what? No one is giving testimony against the king. Right now, if you can't be testified against, it also means that what? You also can't testify. Like, in other words, those are part of the statute, those are part of the concept. If someone can't give testimony against you, then you have no ability to give testimony for or against anyone else. So therefore, if you don't just say the Messiah is particularly the bandwidth, can't give Shvus to the security of Shvus, that's not something that I want to. So that's true, and someone like that king who is Yaraisa. The Mandala Nala, ultimately again, the one who disqualifies the king from Shvus Eidos, and on the second, to put you in Yaraisa, not Shafati, but I want to become speaking. So that's again something that somebody is going to start on the Yaraisa. So ultimately, again, the Yaraisa is totally kosher, and information we would be ultimately again for Shvus Eidos. So also, not to keep a halacha l'maisa, we possibly have both of these individuals of contributing to this. Like both the king is precluding you to Yaraisa. So that some person halacha melech places the king upon you, the reverence and fear of the king has to be upon you. As a result, the king can't testify, and the king can't be testified against. It's complete, like almost like judicial immunity. Now again, it does not mean that the king is above the law. Right? There is a recourse that the same country has against the king, but just stop. A person can give agents against the king, or the king can give agents against the person, ultimately does not apply. But in some people, the king is not a basket, is also proclaimed in Shvus Eidos. Because he is spiritual angels. That's why the king is in trouble with you. So you must say, again, there are machlokas in Mishnah, between the Rabbi and the Chachamim. And the whole this Mishnah between the Rabbi and the Chachamim is really about the following case. What we may hold that whether or not you're taking the Shvus Eidos like yourself, or ultimately again, you are doing it exactly if someone else is enjoying you. But the Mayor says it has to be done before Thursday. Right before Thursday. Chachamim said it's only if you're taking the Shvua through someone else that it has to be engaged. And otherwise, if it's of your own volition, you can be engaged in yourself. You realize that what the fuck are we arguing about? So let's not take that. We're not connected. What are we arguing about? So guys, it's not about it going back about. But don't know. We're going to Asfak. Okay, so let's talk this out for just a second. We're going to see that Shvus Eidos is actually named after Shvus HaBikadon. Now, we have not learned about Shvus HaBikadon just yet. But it says the Shvus HaBikadon is like this. I entrust something with Ruben. I give Ruben a Bikadon. Bikadon means an object I'm giving to Ruben for safekeeping. Ruben claims something happened to the Bikadon, they lost the Bikadon, the was stolen. There's something called the Shvus HaBikadon, where I could make Ruben swear about the Bikadon. Okay, like I said, everyone is going to see it. We're going to see now that Shvus HaBikadon is sort of derived from Shvus HaBikadon. Now, whenever you learn something out from something else, right? For instance, such as I'm deriving B from A. Let's say for zero Shabbat. So now there is a fundamental exegetical mathematics. Okay, so I'm going to focus. When you learn out B from A, so how does that mean? This means what's called which means learn out B from A, and therefore B will take on all of the qualities of A. Or just going to mean which means learn out B from A, but after you learn out the original halacha of B from A, then all the other qualities should be derived from B. Okay, that's the mathematics. We'll see that inside. Here we go. So America holds, don't you know, so America holds, learn out, essentially Shvus Eidos from Bikadon, and when you have all of the elements of Shvasa Eidos from Pikadon, so it's going to be nothing enough. Here we go. So the Gemara says, Mi Pikadon, not Pikadon, which are the Atmo Chayu. Let's say, ultimately, again, just inside Pikadon. If a person thinks the Shvasa Pikadon of the operation, ultimately, again, the Shvasa works. At Eidos, Mushma with the Atmo Chayu. So to the Shvasa Eidos, if a person thinks the only Shvasa Eidos, not in the presence of Deus, then it works. The Gemara says, not because of the just like the Shvasa Pikadon can be taken inside the Beis Din, outside of the Beis Din, so the Shvasa Eidos ultimately again can be in Beis Din or out of Beis Din. Beautiful. So what this that's Rabbi Meir. That's Rabbi Meir. Rabbanon say, don't be not Ba'oki Basra. Right? Which again, really laying out Shvasa Pikadon, Shvasa Eidos from Pikadon, but then again, going up the rest of the halachas in Shvasa Eidos. Also, not Pikadon, Mushpam with the Atzmo Chayu, just like Pikadon, ultimately again, if the Shomer takes the Shvua on his own, like on his own, he's Chayiv. Eidos, Mushpam with the Atzmo Chayu. So to Shvasa Eidos, if you take the Shvua on your own, you will be Chayiv. Ba'oki Basra, we can establish the halacha again. By Shvasa Eidos, Mushma with the Achim in the Beis Din, just like by Shvasa Eidos, right? If you take the Shvua with the Achim, you have to be in Beis Din, and in Shalom Beis Din Lo, Mushma with the Atzmo, the Beis Din in Shalom Beis Din Lo. So to again, just like by Shvasa Eidos, if to be adjourned by others, the Shvua must be in Beis Din. If it's outside of Beis Din, it won't work. So too, if you're taking the Shvua on your own, the Shvua only works if you're taking it ultimately again in Beis Din, outside of Beis Din, it won't work. That's the position ultimately again of the Rabbanon. So it is very low. Good. So other days, I'm going to do that Papa. But someone says one second. Even if you plug in the new one, so Papa says, I'm not sure that that's correct. If you're going to all this up with the Papa, so let's say, I'm going to Papa, even if you're going to Papa, right? I'm going to let you go, and you know. Everyone agrees that if you're going to have Shvasa Eidos from the Papa, that the way to learn that out is learn out all of the elements of Shvasa Eidos from the Papa. Hello, and you tell me the Rabbanon. What's the last of the Rabbanon? Because once again, what is the point of contention over here? The point of contention over here is in the following case. According to the mayor, right? The Rabbanon hold Mikiachir Ein Chayav Achiv Fira Beis Din. The point of contention over here is when you are Mishpah Mikiachir, if someone else is enjoining you to take the Shvasa Eidos, does that Shvua have to happen in Beis Din or not? The Rabbanon say, again, if you're taking the Shvua on your own, even outside of Beis Din is fine. If you're taking the Shvua adjured by others, only in Beis Din, not out of Beis Din. And on the other hand, no matter how you're taking your Shvua Eidos, it's gotta be in Beis Din. That's the focus of it. So everyone else in this house, the Papa says, if we're not going to pick up, and everyone agrees, don't we know. So what's the last point to that one? We're trying to figure out, why is it that again, we're making this distinction. If you're taking the Shvasa Eidos on your own, you can even do it outside of Beis Din. But if you're being adjourned by others, it's got to be done in Beis Din. It's a nice Sila B'Kavachomer. It's Kavachomer. And one of you are saying, if you answer the worshiping, if you're going to buy any kind of Shvasa Eidos, there's certainly again you're going to be fighting the answer. Will be the lights, the Kavachomer, and since you're not the Kavachomer, Dayo Rabba Munadim Lios Kingdom. What the most control us and make Kavachomer. So remember again, so the halacha is there's a sense of Dayo. Dayo means that ultimately again the cow to become no more common than the common itself. Now Mush from the Achir of the Beis Din. Just like Mush of the Achir is going to be a Beis Din, Beis Din is Shalom Beis Din Lo. Mush from the Atzmo, the Beis Din is Shalom Beis Din Lo. Therefore, what the difference out of the Shalom is, therefore, Mush from the Achir is being adjured by others. So that only works inside of Beis Din, outside of Beis Din, it doesn't work. So to again, Mush of the Atzmo will only be again in Beis Din and not outside of Beis Din. I'm going to Papa. The one said to Papa, 1 second. We not just on this, but not the don't know who we know. That also said, we're not arguing don't know who we know. But no, we learned
face her. There you go. We're gonna get some eyebrows on here. I'm just gonna get your eyes.
When we get to this in just a couple of days from now, Stress Happy applies to men and women, relatives and non-relatives, sharing and cheating, with neighbors, to sluggish neighbors, in front of days and not in front of days, with the asthma and with the achille. Ultimately, again, whether you're sweating yourself or you're joined by others, any of five actually needs to find both the danger by mere holds you only try to stress Happy in front of days, but from the saying, the asthma, the achille, كيف شخص خالي saying whether you swear yourself or killed by others, ultimately again if you swear falsely you are fired. Which will be a failure if you cover no way on the fire. So again would you ever see the case of being a jerk to others in trust to cover? When you see for example on the fire, last the time you run the angels, it must be the way now trust at the cover of things trust out of this. None know, the don't not eliminate the therefore again they must be arguing about the extent of exertion. Or also, don't not marry or don't not go to the Asra is a fundamental focus about how to actually consider a Shabbat. So unless you have to argue about which the most is realized, it's the most the heart not the last the most is realized. That is the argument about here's the difference. You could see that from the Mishnah of Shua Sabbath, but you would not see that ultimately again by the Mishnah over here of Shua Sabbath. So from Shua Sabbath, from that Mishnah, for within just a couple of days, it becomes clear that that is in fact the root of their focus. But ultimately, again, from our Mishnah, you might not necessarily see that. Okay, so we'll say, so many things from that. So first of all, we're thinking of a very important principle in the reality of the Zero Shabbat. Like, what is the Zero Shabbat? The Zero Shabbat is the find commonality between two scenarios. That commonality could be a word, it could be a phrase, it could be a concept. And what does that do? It allows you to go ahead and create a halakhic proof between A and B, and live out the different concepts one to the other. So you're trying to, in general, when you realize Zero Shabbat, how does that work? Let's say, for example, I'm extrapolating on Zero Shabbat to A and B. So I'm going to learn how I'm going to extract about B from A. So the question is, how does that process work? There are two different mechanisms. There's what's called Gon or Niyah, which means learn out B from A, and essentially all the elements of B will resemble A. Or Gon Niyah, which is the last from you. No. Learn out the initial concepts of B from A, but then look at the elements of B and establish those as the new reality. And again, that's in the focus. And again, it's in the focus. It's one of these things that you see throughout Shas about how to actually ultimately again exert Shabbat. What about fear? What about Allah Almighty again in this situation? About Shua Sa'idas. How do we trust in regarding the Shua Sa'idas? None of the focus. They're man the Hakama. So the man holds that in general, the man holds that Allah Almighty Shua Sa'idas only takes place in Beijing itself. The Hakama understand that Allah Almighty that if you are being observed through others, it's only in Beijing. But ultimately, again, the asthma, ultimately, again, even outside of it, and in constant, and not constant in and therefore, when Allah Ta'ala, if you're being observed by others, that Shua Sa'idas must take place in Bezdin itself. If, however, you are swearing of your own volition, that Shua can even take place outside of Bezdin. That's how we translate Kafir Harim. First one is Zayter. The message is as follows. Yashin Desa. On our side. The Hayabi also don't show up. So again, if you intentionally, right? So it sounds like if you intentionally violate Shua Sa'idas, you are fired. What does this mean? So if you done this Shirigasa is very A'idas. We show up our face of literally again, Shirigasa, the Shogig, with Sidon Ha'idas. What does that mean? Alright, you done? Did I skip? Sorry. The Hayabi sorry. And your Chayi, your intentional violation of this law. So now, you have to be right back. The general, and that's what I really interesting. In general, we saw before, and if there are other types of Shuas, that if I intentionally violate, there's no fear. Yet there are Shua Sa'idas, interestingly enough, if I intentionally swear falsely, but I don't, it's just, I am sorry. So that's me. We pull up on the Kuli name about the banana. Other cases it says banana. But the shore is hidden from you. The color no name my banana. Here it doesn't say banana. The high value of the show. Because you got what? I am liable ultimately again for amazing just like children. So whether it says therefore again, whether I intentionally take a false shvus, I know that I know testimony, but I purposely swear that I don't know testimony, or I forgot that I need testimony and I swore to that effect, either way I am liable for the false shvua. She does certain ago, it was figuring out getting also liable for shogeg, it is very high risk. I was saying, what does that mean? So if you can see the best is there, it was only the lab, it's this. But alright, the day I need to share Zasira, I know that the Shira is taking the Zasira. So what that means, I know that I know testimony for you. And I know that I'm swearing falsely that I don't know testimony for you. And I know that Shira is also. About 80 of they in Chayavin Arad Hardware India. What don't I know? I don't know about liability. So I know what I'm doing is wrong, but ultimately I don't know about liability. That's called Zidon Shvua. That's called a Shivudasa and Zidon Ha'igus. So I'm showing in what sense I don't know what my liability is, but ultimately again I know that what I'm doing is incorrect. You got it. So let's say there's liability for that case as well. They Chayavin Al Shivudasa and Yudasa, but you're not tied to just plain shogeg. You're not tied. You know there's left hand. Now let's say. What this means is, let's say that Ruben says, Silver, you know testimony from me. And I say, you do it, I don't. And it turns out that I really was sure that I really thought that I did not know testimony. I forgot about this case. And then it turns out that I really did know testimony. In that case, the Mishnah said, and if I swear, I have to give a shua, I swear I don't know any testimony. And then later on it becomes clear to me that I really do know testimony. So I swore incorrectly, but it was a total shogeg. There's no liability for that. So they know, I knew it was kind of Rabbi. What did you might say? So she does not go ahead and answer that the question that Paravasi, and also if you're actually, they don't think that Paravasi, so it's like the sovereign some of the MS in the title. I might stop it in you, this is your problem, they might be Karnaska. So this is actually a question of Paravasi brought up before, which is, if someone really thought that they were swearing correctly, but they really swore falsely, what is the liability in this case? Now, interesting enough, that kind of actually brought this up as a question. It seems to be for a Mishnah that it's clear that there is not liability. But in this case that we are, I'm still reading. I don't know any testimony from you. And I believe that I'm swearing correctly. It turns out that I'm swearing falsely or accidentally, and what does the Mishnah say? There's no liability in that case. The Paravasi asked this kasha. You might have left it as a kasha. You might essentially say, why do you have this? Or why do you have a Mishnah? It was limited to the Paravasi. It was not I forgot to smell it. No, even though our Mishnah says it, you must not go to the process wise. It just how that when you're happy, you don't see the man on, because you don't show you the thing with the I'm going to put a new thing that Shua Sa'idas. We know that Shua Sa'idas. If I end up swearing falsely, not intentionally, but because I really thought I didn't know any of the stuff, because there is no liability. About also the banana, but I said that she was speaking, where it says banana, I think it's the best of all things. So listen, maybe that she was speaking, maybe that she was speaking, even though I swear, I didn't swear correctly, maybe it turns out that I swear falsely, maybe there is even liability in that case. How much more longer there's not liability in that case either. So let's say, bottom line, it's actually very important. I want to myself, any case when you swear falsely, that you are absolutely convinced that you are swearing correctly, there is no liability in that case. Very, very important. Shua Sa'idah says to, for example, right? If I swear, I swear I ate the loaf of bread today. And it turns out that what? That I didn't. But I was so sure that I did. I'm not There's no liability. Same thing, right? You can say, see the minute you discriminate, I swear to you, I don't know what you're talking about. And again, when I swear, I'm 100% convinced that I don't know what I'm talking about. If I love Ramesh again is what? There's no liability. So what you say, anybody swear falsely, but at the time you swear, you think you're swearing correctly, there's not going to be liability like this. Let me trust me. This, or is it, interesting, by the way, the bookends are for example, quite fascinating. I'm used to that today. Hey, Professor, we started out today with the diamond, with built up a particular legal concept, but at one point he was convinced was correct, but then he became what? A word that's what? It's not correct. It's not correct. And the Gemara says, have the courage to admit that you are wrong. Have the courage to go and deconstruct that which you constructed. Right? Have the courage to go and walk back that thing, even though again, you built up this whole defense, but you're not shaking your butt. If you know that you're wrong, don't double down. Don't double down. Walk it back. But yet again, you know, also acknowledge that there are other times in life where what? Where we're really convinced that we're correct, but it turns out that we're false. But that we're wrong, and that happens. That happens. What do you say? If you know you're wrong, don't double down. Find the courage to walk it back. But as a child, fully recognize that there are times that you're convinced that you're correct, but it turns out that we're fundamentally wrong. So it's interesting enough, if you know you're wrong, but double down and refuse to walk it back, there's liability for that. If you think you're right, but it turns out that you're unequivocally wrong, now what it says, for that, there's no liability. Why? People make mistakes. If you make a mistake, you really didn't know. I think it's also says, but it looks not well. Okay, there's not liability. But if you make mistakes and you know you're absolutely wrong, but you doubled down and you didn't walk it back, with that, you're absolutely liability. And everyone says, stop it over today, pick up with the Mishnah tomorrow, but start to the news, start to the good young.
Free online evaluation and ongoing care for erectile dysfunction, all from the comfort and privacy of your home. Right, man? You're 10 years older than me. You know all about that. Oh, I know. I've used it, and it was simple to use.
It's all right. Because
confidence that you know you can rise to the occasion in any moment. We're looking at the summer of 2021 version, and Roman wants to make sure you can participate in your way. Whether that be a single person or a couple who would still rather stay with each other, a U.S. licensed healthcare professional will work with you to find the best treatment. If medication is appropriate, it ships to you free 2-day shipping. The whole process is straightforward, convenient, and discreet. Getting started is simple. Just go to GetRoman.com/Tony and complete an online visit. Take care of your ED without leaving your home. Complete an online visit today to connect with a U.S. licensed healthcare professional and take care of you.
Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show today. Our annual commentary party, the first Mishra Halachi Shop, dedicated all the shiurim and drashos this year, and the sixth for the Soros Talents for all of Am Yisrael. Our commentary sponsors are like Sivan Habari Rotova, Stephen Parizin, loving memory of Steve Murray, Glorious Stephen Devola Bash for the Shah Yoav, the Holy Rafa, and the Jewish Rafa Fit, Yotze, that's the only sponsors for today. Chaim and Rafa Regenstein, in memory of Baruch and Anatoly, then our Father Moshe, the Holy Rafa, and a late breaking Dafyomi sponsorship with Odo, Shema for a God track and sponsor. Supposed to announce the birth of baby girl Snitzer just a few hours ago. The dedication is by her big sister Aliza Hana and her hubby and Saba Liebers. Michael Liebers Mishpacha and the beautiful Simcha, on the same day Mazita to the beautiful Portrait Mishpacha on the occasion of his wish of his grandson today. Beto, now the Shiva, come back to the Shiva for you. Little boy or girl, let's lock this down. Lock this down. As I showed you, the son of Stavros, the Satan for all of Rabbi Israel. To get a group of courses always are learning. The next student is about conscious hostage. The front of the from bringing home the shalom and the color, and the sister of Holy Spirit is going to be successful. The call and I say you did. Thank you for giving a sheer yesterday. So it's a really incredible dot ahead of us today. Today's dot is Chafetz. We are going to pick up at the Mishnah on Chafetz on Daled and Yom Hashem. Our goal is to close out the week and to close out the Parashat. That is the Yom Hashem, the state of that. and the rest of Hashem will result us to accomplish his holy task. Mishnah. This is a really big block ahead of us today. One of the great things about today's block is in Yom Hashem you will see a lot of information that you've already seen in different sugyas, and here in Mishnah is pulling everything together. Says the Mishnah, Ezo Shuas Shaf. What is the Shuas Shaf? What is a Shuas Shaf? Says the Gemara. The Shuas Shaf is saying is any Shua where a person attempts to go ahead and change an already known and incontrovertible fact. For example, Amar Gemara says, Lo Adam, the Shah says Lo Adam. The person tries to swear to go and change a known and incontrovertible fact. For example, Amar Ana Shal Adam, Shuhi Shal Sal. For instance, he's a pillar, right? He's a pillar of stone. The person swears, I swear that the pillar of stone is gold. Valaish, Shuhisha, or swears about a man that she's a woman. Valaisha, Shuhish, or swears about a woman that is a man. So again, now we're going to see different categories of this. But first, I do a Mishpah or Shara to say, there is something of incontrovertible truth that is known to people, and I swear to the contrary of that truth. That is the Shuas Shaf. Mishpah al-Davar Shu'i Afshara. Now, this is the second example of a Shuas Shaf. Swear about something that is possible. For example, For example, I swear that I saw a flying camel. So we're going to say, so first category, I swear to change something that is a known incontrovertible truth. Number two category, I swear that something possible. I saw a flying camel. You know that you see not have to call things about. Or I swear that I saw a snake as big as the board of the hourglass. So if I can do those things, then I will possible. And then I walk away, if a person swears to this effect, then I walk away to that is swears shot. Next, I'm a lady. Boy. Really sure someone it does that. I'll always do it. I call it witnesses coming to business and testifying on my behalf. What do witnesses say? Shua, Shalom Na'idacha. We swear that we are not going to go ahead and testify on your behalf. Now let's say, what is this? This is first Rashi in the Mishnah, second of the short line. Shua, Shalom Na'idacha. Bittul mitzvah hu hayudahashi afshah. So let's say this is an example. Interestingly enough, this is an example of another Shuas Shaf. So again, what's the definition of Shuas Shaf? Essentially, making a Shua without saying it's impossible. Now, again, impossibility can go ahead and manifest itself in a couple of different ways. So possibility one, or manifestation one, is I swear, to the contrary of an incontrovertible known fact. Possibility two of the Shuas Shaf, impossible Shua. Number two is that halacha again, I swear, regarding something that is simply not true, clearly impossible. Flying camels, snakes the size of the beam of an hourglass, and possibility number two the Mishnah says is you swear to a gate of mitzvah. You swear to a gate of mitzvah, and Shua, by definition, gates of mitzvah. So again, for you, that is considered to be something impossible to be mavakel, so you can't be mavakel. So therefore, again, this piece over here, how witnesses coming to testimony, they swear that they will not testify to it. So again, I try to do exactly what we are. This is different than a case where they swear that they don't know testimony. That's a short statement system. In this case, what we're doing is what are we swearing? We're swearing we're not going to testify on your behalf. So again, there's a mix of real testimony on someone's behalf. There's a mix of real testimony. Swearing not to give that testimony is effectively negating a mitzvah. So it's interesting over here, we've seen already a number of different ways that you can't swear to uproot a mitzvah. Now again, such a shua is not comprehensible. Now again, we've understood what's the logic of that. The logic of that always leads back to that shot. Always leads back to that shot. Right? Because shua is on the background. So I can't swear not to go ahead and perform mitzvah because I have a pre-existing duty, pre-existing obligation to perform the mitzvah. So obviously that is not going to work. So again, not interesting enough that the mitzvah's highlighting is when I take a shvuah not to perform a mitzvah, that is effectively a shvuah's shot. It's a shvuah's shot. That's so again. Up until now, I know already that it doesn't work. That means that I tell you why it doesn't work because that is called a shvuah's shot. Incredible. Next, you just put a lot of on it. So, for example, to continue on the same word, I swear to go ahead and be the back on it. So, for example, I swear I'm not going to make a sit-up. I swear I'm not going to do that. I swear I'm not going to do that. I swear I'm not going to do it. I swear I'm not going to do it. So again, now it's all kind of dropping into place. I know this whole time that I can't take this shvuah through mitzvah. You never even thought about what category of shvuah is that. Mishnah tells me that's called shvuah shah. Shvuah shah is any mitzvah that is impossible to fulfill. Either impossible because just factually it's fundamentally incorrect. Impossible because what I'm describing is not possible. Impossible because I'm only able to existing obligation to perform that which I'm trying to undermine. What's the shot? So I'm not going to stop shooting that so we know the subject explicitly in the show as well. But now, we really just have to focus on trust between. Right? So trust between, we know that if you violate the laser, you try to knock this. If you violate the shoulder, you try to cover all of the others. What happens with the trust shot? So again, if you don't knock this, once again, if you intentionally make a trust shot, you will get knocked this. That's shooting that subject. Accidental shvuah shot, ultimately, no liability. No liability. Fine. Shlosh over because this was and so that's step one. So therefore, so first one is the one is the Mishnah all about shvuah shot. Shlosh over because shlosh over. That's a very interesting place. Now over here, I swear I'm going to eat this loaf. And then I take a whole shvuah, I'm not going to eat it. So in this case, it's just going to in a vacuum, if both of these shvuahs had been made independently, this would have been two shvuah speakers. And two shvuah like these again. Because remember, shvuah speaker, which is again a shvuah, a definitive shvuah, I swear I'm going to eat the loaf, I swear I'm not going to eat the loaf. That's shvuah speaker. In this case, interestingly enough, one happened over here. I'm making these shvuahs in succession. So shvuah number one is, I swear I'm going to eat the loaf of bread. Then shvuah number two is, I swear I'm not going to eat the loaf of bread. So what you do in this case is fascinating. I will show you shvuah's bitur. So the first shvuah ultimately is a shvuah's bitur. Shvuah's shot. The second shvuah is not a shvuah's shot. So they say, why is it a shvuah's shot? Why? Because once I go ahead and I take the first shvuah to go ahead and eat the loaf, then what? It is a mitzvah to fulfill the shvuah. When I then go, therefore it becomes a mitzvah to eat the loaf. When I then make the second shvuah not to eat the loaf, that is effectively a shvuah to undermine the performance of a mitzvah, which is one of the categories of shvuah's shot. Actually, for example, here, that shvuah's shot, the very mitzvah is a doctor of what's a fascinating. Which is good to see over here, is also a little bit of an expanded definition. What does it mean? That mishpat l'bachar mitzvah. Mitzvah doesn't have to be what we call, one of the explicit 600 of those mitzvahs. Like, I'm still not going to blood fill it. I'm still not going to sit in a sukkah. There's to be no nuance. So, for example, if I take the shvuah to do something, then it becomes a mitzvah obligation coming to do that thing. Swearing not to do that very thing I am adjured to do is also swearing to undermine a mitzvah. So therefore, again, I swear I'm going to eat the loaf, shvuah speaker, I have a mitzvah to what I should eat the loaf. I will take another shvuah, I swear I'm not going to eat the loaf. That second shvuah is a shvuah's shot. Shvuah shot. Incredible. That incredible Mishnah is all off-line, but I will eat the loaf. What about eat the loaf? I end up eating the loaf in this case. So then again, shvuah one, I swear I'm going to eat it. Shvuah two, I swear I'm not going to eat it. Now I end up eating it. Off-line, shvuah's shot. So if I go ahead and I correct the problem, I'm in violation of the Torah shot. Because it's not equal. Therefore, if I don't eat it, then other answers equal. So again, I'm in violation of my first Let's say if you're thinking about the scripture, it seems like no matter what you do, you're going to incur liability. You're going to touch some people a bit more, but that's the concept. Okay, looks like Silver will cover for myself. What we established over here is short shot. You can't show violation of short shot is Moses. I'm going to show violation of short shot. Sorry, I'm going to show violation of short shot is Pater. Three categories of Shavuos shot. Also highlight the idea that once you swear to do something, by definition is a mitzvah. It is something that I need to go out and do that is incredible. Okay, looks like now the Gemara. Here we go. I'm going to look. So this is now easy to skip because it's not rounding out our collective knowledge about this. So it says, the Jewish Shemitah and the Gemara from the Rabbi. So what's that? Remember, Shavuos shot is not simply swearing to undermine something that you are. So one of the definitions of Shavuos shot is swearing to undermine a widely held truth, a known truth. You know, so Rabbi says, what is the definition of a known truth? Something that is known to at least 3 people. Therefore, my definition is to swear about something that you know, like the fact that you know truth, but that's not because you don't know about it. It's because you don't know about it. You do not go ahead and conform to the criteria for okay, incredible. Mishnah Avdalachi Ashalom. And now Mishnah Avdalachi. This is where I get. Now, the Mishnah says, what's an example of swearing that phone is impossible? No, this is category 2. Category 1 is I swear to the contrary of the incontrovertible known piece of information. I swear about a man that he's a woman, about a woman that he's a man, about a pillar of stone that's gold. Category 2, I swear about something that I could not have seen. I swear I saw a flying camel. So the Gemara says, sure, you see a camel. Now you know what you see. Now, the Mishnah is asking a syntax question here. If you look at the Lashon of the Mishnah, the Lashon of the Mishnah was, I swear, in lo ra'isi kama shakarafah. I did not see the flying camel. Why are you phrasing it like that? You might say, listen to this. The Gemara says, sure, you see a camel. Now you know what you see. Now again, doesn't it make more sense to say, I swear I saw the flying camel? So what you have to do is, sure, you said, it doesn't say, I swear I saw a flying camel. My name is no rice. What does that mean? I did not see. I swear, I swear I did not see a flying camel. Sounds like that logical. If I did not see, there should be something else to that phrase. If I did not see, then wrong. Listen to this. Rabbi says, no, you see. Rabbi says, change the word of the Mishnah. The Mishnah should say, I swear I saw a flying camel. But Rabbi says, no, he's moving right, he's more to the phrase. Alright, you ask for Kokoyo, Sheba'olam Allah, Isi Gama Palech Ba'ala. So Rabbi says, in fact, it is more to the statement. What's the statement? The statement is, all of the fruits of the world should be answered to me if I did not see a flying camel. Okay, I'm going to unless I just want to point out, my purpose is this doesn't change the change. This not only is about another, it's just how to read the Mishnah. But again, factually, the details remain the same, which is the second category of Shavuos shot. Is you swear about something that is impossible. There's no flying camels. So the Gemara says, I'm going to learn about you know, this spot is fascinating subject. The interest of actually the Gemara, maybe he means something different when he says, I saw a flying camel. The Gemara, I got that. Sequoia Rabbi. Maybe you have an idea of this. When he says, swear I saw a flying camel, maybe what he really thought about it. It's not very large, but we have to go like this. All of this. The Asiklay Shna Gamla, and just called it a camel. I always saw a very large bird, and the bird looked like a color. Obviously, everyone knows there are no flying camels. But maybe he just saw a very large bird. He was calling it a flying camel. The key Kamshtaba, a Daito J Ishtaba. And when he's taking the Shua, he understanding the Shua through the lens of his personalistic vernacular. In other words, I'm not lying. I'm not making stuff up. I'm describing my experience. I swear I saw a flying camel, meaning what? A very large bird that looks like a camel. So the Gemara says, okay, on the west side, this opens up something right with this one, which is, there's a little bit shvuas. How do you define a person's shvua? Do you define the shvua based on your personal intent? Or do you define the shvua by some type of objective metric? Interestingly enough, the Ikuma, Basar Kumir Adina, Torah Adina Basar Dante. That was very interesting. Now, based on Mishnah, it seems to me that you define your shvuah based on an objective standard, not based on what you may have meant. Because otherwise, you know me, when I swear I saw a flying camel, that's what you mean. That's expert. What do you mean by that? You mean by that, maybe it's a big bird. If you notice the bird, you don't ask that. You don't ask that. So the Gemara says, if he came up, therefore you be tempted to say, Basar Kumir Adina. I would say Basar Kumir Adina means we go according to the straight up to the Hashuk understanding of your words. The laws are Basar Dante. And you not ultimately again go based on what you may be thinking. We go based on what you said and not based on what you think. Therefore, again, this time is talking over there. So therefore, in the case, I swear I saw a flying camel. We don't start to try to understand what did you mean, but rather, again, based on what you said. That's the serious nature. Listen, I'll just bring something interesting over there. Let me finish up. You know, so we'll come back to that phrase. So you learn to love God. Let's do the following idea. So now we're going to challenge this concept a little bit. So you learn to love God. You should hear yourself. When we observe someone. Now let's say so again. This is talking about Shua that is given by the Lord. When we get Rashi, Rashi says that we Krishna hear ourselves, that is Shua Shabbayonim. I'm going to hear us on the free of Shua. So this is what I say again. Two agents that and basically is imposing the Shua upon one of the religions. So a simple case of it, right? So you should hear ourselves and basically observe someone and we know how to do that. Shalom al-Nasra al-Majbira. You see it, right? We don't recognize it. We don't just understand when you take the Shua, the Shua is not defined by your intentions. You set the intention. You set the definition of the Shua. How do you get Shua by Majbira? Also, you have to do a Shua based on your understanding. Allah al-Dahino yadam. But rather, when you're thinking of Shua based on our das and on the das of Beis Din. My time, what's the reason for that? Rabbi Shem Daniel Dilma is Kundari Yahweh, Ma'asikul Mezuzah. Maybe you're afraid that maybe let's watch this. So let's take a case over here. Is where we're going right to the population come to Beis Din. Shimon like $1,000 and Shimon's claiming that he did not pay him back. Reuben is claiming, I paid him back. So I didn't concern that over there. So maybe Reuben said, I gave Shimon the coins. The concern that is, Reuben gave Shimon some wood chips. It just happens to be that Reuben called wood chips coins. So when Reuben says, I swear that I gave the Shimon the coins, technically speaking, according to his understanding, Allah Ta'ala says, he did, he gave back the coins, he gave back the coins. So in order to avoid that, we tell you, no. When you swear based on our understanding, not based on yours. If you become a Shabbat, that would become a Shabbat. Because again, we're concerned that when Reuben goes ahead and swears, he's swearing based on his own understanding. Basically, he might say, no, Hassan Mishum Kandi Rabbi. No, actually, interestingly enough, the reason we do that is because of the case of the staff of Rabbi. And we say, what was the staff of Rabbi? Actually says, the only Basar Kumir Adina. Right? Really, the rest in general, when it comes to Shuas, we go based on what people say, and not based on any other scientific concept understanding of the Shua. without any interpretation of subjective intentions. So why do we have to make this statement over here when Bezin imposes Yeshua? The rest of this is the case. I just mentioned this outside, don't look at it inside. There was this case that occurred in Bezin and Rabbi, which is actually a fascinating case. Simply, Reuben and Shimon had a dispute, right? Shimon lent Reuben $1,000. Shimon said, Reuben didn't bring it up. Reuben says, I paid you back. They come to Bezin. In Bezin says, Reuben, you swear that you paid back Shimon. So Reuben says, no problem. He says to Shimon, do me a favor. Can you just hold my cane while I take this deal? So what happens? So Shimon says, sure, I'm going to start hold the cane. Reuben swears, I swear I gave Shimon back the money. Shimon became so incensed that what did he do? He broke the cane. When he broke the cane, it turned out that the cane was hollow and there was money inside. Reuben had a great cop. You got to give Reuben a lot of credit for ingenuity. That guy was good customer. Listen to this. He said he swore truthfully because at the time that he swore, Shimon was holding the money. So did Reuben give Shimon the money? He did. So it's interesting enough, that's sort of a crazy case, because in that case, even according to the Pashat understanding of the oath, Reuben did what he swore to do. He swore he gave Shimon the money. He did, in fact, give Shimon the money. So therefore, again, even though normally you say that when you take a shvuah is interpreted according to the basic objective understanding of your words, not based on your intentions, but still, when Bezin goes ahead and observes someone, they have to make the statement that understands you're taking a shvuah based on our understanding, and not based on yours, because again, there is still a way to explain from the law, even when you go according to the basic understanding of words. You know, it's like, in general, again, if people want to cheat, they're going to find a way to cheat. So basically, it has to make a model where there's absolutely no level of subjectivity when it comes to your shvuah. Your shvuah is interpreted again based on your words, and the case of the shvuah is based on how Bezin defines the shvuah. Incredible. Rashi says over here, well, I know, just so you might say as follows. Understand that the Tashma, the Gemara Tzimah, is a really beautiful Gemara. Rabbi says, therefore, again, based on where the Gemara's understanding over here, is that when we go ahead, and so these two pieces of information that are coming out of it. So, number one, when a person takes the shvuah, the way you interpret the shvuah is based on the basic understanding of the words that are what we call basar kumei, which means the simple understanding of your words.
It's always great. Super edgy on a super round guy. Nothing better than adding some edges. Yeah,
And we do not try to look that you may have any deeper meaning or any deeper understanding. You take your words at face value. In addition to that, when Yeshua is being administered in Bezdin goes out of its way to say, by the way, the interpretation of Yeshua is how we Bezdin interpret it, not how you interpret it. So I just mentioned, because I know this means you're hostile with this. Right? But when it comes to Yeshua, the Basar Kumei, you take the words of after face value. Now, let's say this is sometimes one of the most important episodes in interpersonal relationships as well. Very often, interpersonal discord is created because people read into what other people say. So I say this, what did you mean by that? I mean, you know, on a 10 times, what did I mean by that? What's the answer? Nothing. It didn't mean anything by it. I just said something, and actually what I said
So what do you do after you smoke weed and do cocaine then? What do you do? Just sit around with your buddies and like put the girl on you or something? Drinking fucking EDR or something like that?
Or you do just give people effort, but don't necessarily try to include deeper meanings of context and understanding, because all that does is often create biological confusion and ambiguity, which often just leads to negative feelings and strife. Sometimes the best thing you can do is just take people at their stated words and then read anything more than good. Again, so let's divide it. So let's say the beautiful device. Vaccine, which is a Moshe as Yisrael. The Moshe had been a good from Yisrael. But also, if you see at first glance, one might have thought that this is talking about Matan Torah. It's not Matan Torah. You're right. It's not Matan Torah, but it's a little bit of the second Matan Torah, because when you get essentially, there were really two Matan Torahs. Right? There was Matan Torah at Hasinai, which is interesting, again, we live. The Shachar and the Stachar mentioned is coming Sunday, right? But again, remember, Moshe Rabbeinu subjects Torah to another Shua by Arvos Moab, and when it turns to a Gideon area, like regular new generation of those contracts, Shachar is not going in. Remember again, there's a review of everything that happened over the last 40 years, and then there's another code that Moshe Rabbeinu ensures Israel to re-accept Torah. So to assume it's a second Sinaitic revelation is not by Sinai. It's not by Messiah, by Avram. So that's what he's talking about. But Moshe Rabbeinu, a jerk Klal Yisrael, I'm going to have this beautiful. I'm going to say to them, Shelo Adas Ve'ini Mashbi'a Estam. So he says, no, that I am not enjoying the occasion or making Yeshua not the Shani Ram Yisrael. Mashbi'a Estam Adas Hamakom Yada'ati. Right? So they say, no, so see, might not be enough of Yeshua. But you can feel again, you can feel endless. So again, you feel like so many things in the air. So Moshe says, I'm going ahead and adjourning you based on the dance of HaKadosh Baruch Hu Ba'al and based on my das actually. This is kind of my das and what is das. So it's V'amai, Le'elehu, Kayu, Mata Amr Elokah. So again, why so complicated? Like Moshe, why don't you just go ahead and say, listen, Chadla, you are obligated to uphold everything that Hashem said. That's it. That's a simple. Lamishim the nice at that party. So it says, is it not because we're afraid? The Klal Yisrael said that they give themselves to God. Maybe God means what? Maybe God means what? Avodah Zarah. Otherwise, maybe Moshe is scared that they would think Yeshua based on their subjective understanding. So let's say, by the way, it's such a crazy havamina. But it's such a crazy havamina that Klal Yisrael, after everything they saw, after granted a lot of these generations didn't see the throne, but they saw the desert. They saw the desert. And when I say that it's not only that maybe they're talking about Avodah Zarah. Not usually. The Moshe that have Avodah Zarah. What Mishum the Avodah Zarah not Mishum Eloka. Well, there's a real difference also because Avodah Zarah is also called Eloka or Eloha. Sid, Elohei Kesef, Elohei Zaha. So again, that wouldn't be based on subjectivity, that would also be based on some other objectivity, because again, Avodah Zarah is also called the God. Tiny Torah. So why does Moshe say, Klal Yisrael, uphold the Torah? Who are the Torah uphold the Torah? What's the Bible say? That's the Torah. Because here's the problem. The problem is that two Torahs. What is that? So he just says, go ahead and uphold the Torah. I don't know, maybe that just means one and not the both. The one was tiny state, so that's first line, right? Right? Because it's also, it's just trying to figure out how much way to simplify the Shua. So why not just say Klal Yisrael? Uphold the two Torahs. I know what that means. Torah's Chatos, the Torah's Hasham. Again, also, we're just looking for a Hasham way for Moshe to phrase the Shua. Right? Instead of saying, Shelo Adas Gamani Mashbi'a Eskan, Ela Adas Hamakom, so I would say Klal Yisrael, that means that both Torahs, because maybe both Torahs means Torah's Chatos and Torah's Hasham. Because if I say interestingly enough, the way that the Torah refers to Karbanos is as the Torah's Karban. So maybe two Torahs mean the Torah of the Chatos, Torah of Hasham. So why I say Kayu Torah Kula. Or something we could just say, I'm making you swear to uphold the entire Torah. Which the Gemara says, Avodah Zarah, maybe that just refers to idolatry. Maybe emotionally says, swear to hold the entire Torah. That means they swear not to worship idolatry. The other lie is not very good. Amura Avodah Zarah, she called a contract to make it call a Torah Kula. Avodah Zarah is so severe, because you know, the good news is, anyone who goes ahead and rams against Torah, if you're going against Avodah Zarah, it's as if you admit to the entire Torah. So maybe Hamok on a nice against the word that said keep the entire Torah, perhaps that could be interpreted as keep the Kodesh against Avodah Zarah. Kaina mitzvah. So that means Moshe will say, God Yisrael, in the Kaina mitzvah. Chag mitzvah. Because mitzvah just means one mitzvah. Maybe it's just enjoying and keep a mitzvah. Fine. Kaina mitzvahs. Keep the mitzvahs. What does mitzvahs mean? Maybe it just means two mitzvahs. Kol ha-mitzvah kulan. So keep all the mitzvahs. Well, you say we have nothing. Just keep all the mitzvahs. I mean, that refers to mitzvahs tzitzis. Ooh. Maybe that refers to mitzvah tzitzis. Which I will say, what does it mean? Shkula mitzvahs tzitzis. Keneged kala mitzvahs kulan. Because it was a mitzvah of tzitzis. Mitzvah tzitzis corresponds to all of the mitzvahs in the Torah. So let's see now why is that? That's very beautiful. Look at Rashi. Shkula mitzvahs tzitzis. Kala mitzvahs tzitzis. The Spartan is called mitzvah hasim. The Maxi of Shalom Shishmias. So when we're going to say the Maxi of the word tzitzis. Tzaddik dot is 600. That's 600. Plus Shmona Chukim is 8 strings. 8 strings on each of the panels. The Chamisha Chai are 5 knots. Sum total, total 630. So it's about just to decide the power of the mitzvah of tzitzis. That it's fascinating to see, right, if you think about it, the mitzvah of tzitzis corresponds to all 613 mitzvahs. What's fascinating about mitzvah? What's fascinating about tzitzis? What's fascinating about it? Totally passive. Totally passive. What do I do? I put it on in the morning, and I pretty much, for lack of a better term, forget about it the rest of the day. Right? So what you see over here is the power of passive influence. So when you go ahead and keep yourself in a certain atmosphere, those stitches are on my body from the time I wake up in the morning until the time I go to sleep. And what I've just done is I've passively wrapped myself in something that reminds me of 600 influences. Maybe I see them, maybe I don't see them. But the power of positive influences, even passive ones, throughout the day is so profound. So we might as well like it. So therefore, most of what I just said, I'm going to just say mitzvahs. Maybe the idea that the tzitzis corresponds to the entire Torah. And then in the rule, how do you change the own Shlosh and say mitzvahs? Okay, so that, we're going to do this. How is that? Keep 600 message things what's happening. And I was small, Moshe Rabbeinu gives a shua to Klal Yisrael. And what's the shua? The shua ultimately, again, is, as we said it, mashpil, I'm sorry, כשהשפיע משה על סיסרא, אמר להם, תראו שעל דעתכם אני משפיע אתכם על הארבס המקום בעל ביתי. I'm swimming in front of God. Again, all the most looking for is, there must be a simple formulation of that. So just say, I'm hereby adjuring you to keep a 630 mitzvahs for the time in. Using this logic, literally, I got you. Okay, so let's do this in 5 minutes in the lecture. Moshe Rabbeinu just said, I'm adjuring you al dati. Al das hamokol. Why did Moshe Rabbeinu have to adjure them al das hamokol? Why al das hamokol is powerful? Because in other words, hello, so what's happening over here is 2 things. So Moshe Rabbeinu, number 1 says, I'm adjuring you al dati. Al dati means hello. That you interpret the Shua, that you Jews, your masters of interpretation, your interpretation. I don't want any scholars, I don't want any wonders. I'm adjuring you based on my das. And my das is also 613 mitzvahs. Why include al das hamakom? Because making it to Shua al das hamakom means there's no number. There's no number. When you swear based on the das of the Rebbe Shalom, ultimately there is no number. If you have Rashi alone, but it's not number. No, I can't claim to make it if you have a stress and a das affair. But when you bring in the Hafiz of the Neged for the das Yahid, so it's so incredible. So again, al-Dati means Moshe Rabbeinu says, I'm defining the parameters of this Shua, the das hamakom. There is no unknown for this Shua. This was a, go back for 1 second, I just want to show you something really beautiful. You can make the process to Shishbi Moshe Sisrael, it's as kosher. So remember again, so remember, So this says, this also was the problematic. Why? So the Gemara says, "Ma harisem le'aretz hashua, k'moshad yom shiach la'avolas b'chavim, k'mokin ha'yiriyah henyadu es hashua." So it's like, listen to this. This is such a fascinating shaila. They say, why is Moshe Rabbeinu enjoying Rabbi Yisrael? Right? Why is he imposing a shua upon them? Why? Because he's afraid that they're going to worship Avodah Zarah. That's what he's afraid of. Okay? At the end of the day, because again, if Moshe Rabbeinu wasn't fearful about anything, there's no need for a shua. He's making them swear allegiance to Avodah Zarah and allegiance to Torah and allegiance to Torah. Why? Because he's afraid they're going to worship Avodah Zarah. So what do you do now? Violate the shua. If you're afraid that they lack allegiance, how does the shua actually remedy that problem? It's a fascinating challenge. So again, the same thing if you know which right idolatry. So we're going to break the shua, which right idolatry. Let's break the shua. And what's that? Tosis uses it as a self-healing. Tosis doesn't answer it. So that's so broke down. It's a question. The question is, there's some other bunch. He says he's so good answer dealing with it. He says, look at this. These are the parents. Yintzin Sarah Kedoshim, Mekal HaTorah HaTfila U'Maisu Kodim, Sha'adam Oseh Ba'olam Hazeh V'Ma'olam L'Mala Koach HaZeh V'Masnichu. L'fi Zeh, Hashem Nishpo Yisrael B'Chol Liba, U'Mitzrayim L'Kveyin Es HaTorah, says Tver Shlomo. When Chalason took the oath to go ahead and fulfill the Holy Torah, Elyon Bazeh Koach Elyon K'Viyachol. HaKadosh Baruch Hu Nishbat K'Vosem Shras HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Listen to this. Mention says, so two things. When we go ahead and we do something in this world, it awakens powers in the celestial sphere. So we took a shvua in this world that could never awaken HaKadosh Baruch Hu to give us more power in this world to do the things we need to do. Or I think we could just do this to get a simple idea. Listen, together, Sha'adam Rosa Lenek Molithin Osai. HaKadosh Baruch Hu sees the path we want to take in life and gives us the clock to go down that path. When Rabbi Yisrael made a shua, listen, what's a shua? A shua is a commitment. 9 out of 10 times, the reason we don't accomplish things in life that we want to accomplish is why? Because we lack commitment. That's why the 3 words that as a death knell of any likeness which are, I will try. Are you going to try? No, Bible. You're not going to try. You're not going to try. Like, I will try means I like to talk about what anybody will do, but I'm not really going to do that. Commitment creates success. Commitment creates results. If you're all in, you will accomplish it. If you're trying, things fall before you even start. Not because you're not a good guy, not because you're not in. You're not in. Says it to finish for some reason. Moshe didn't understand. If you swear to do it, it doesn't mean you're not going to finish the story. Then you're not going to mess up. But last thing, a shvua means I'm all in. When you're all in, and you demonstrate that level of commitment, HaKadosh Baruch Hu gives you the clock you need in order to be successful. You're going to try. Miracle Prophet says, Musa, you're going to try something with Miracle Prophet says, do Miracle Prophet. So I imagine. Right? Miracle Prophet says, when he sees you, he says, you're going to try. Miracle Prophet says, come back when you've made up your mind about what you need to do. When you're ready to put on your big white pants and decide what you want to do in life, come back to me then and we'll talk about what purpose you need. You want to try? Don't bother me right now. When you've decided what you actually want to do with your life, come knock me on my celestial door, and I'll give you everything you need in order to be successful. Says Moshe, I understand people make a commitment. Probably sounds great, probably sounds holy, probably sounds Kodesh Kadashim. Sometimes what we lack in life is resolve. It's commitment. Moshe Rabbeinu said, give them shvua. Shvua equals commitment. When you swear to do something, what you're saying is, I'm going in. And when you're all in as a commitment, so he gives you the tools to accomplish what you need to do in life. Now listen, so many times in life, we stand at like the threshold of accomplishment, and we are such commitment phobia. And we are thinking like, say, I'm in because I want to be successful. The truth is, 9.9 out of 10 meaningful things in life, you cannot success, stand in the way of unequivocal commitment, because then it becomes a vicious cycle. I know if I could succeed, therefore I'm not willing to commit. But not willing to commit, you're definitely not going to be successful. So I don't have to be successful, so I'm not going to commit. And I allow it to become like this ongoing dog running after its tail, dog chasing its tail, circle up, lack of commitment, and therefore lack of accomplishment. Rather, the emotional matters for us, take the shoe off. Take the shoe off. Snap yourself and fall in. And in that moment, again, not only is your result, but once your result is just the black shot, the motivators, the original self. You're committed, once you're committed, I'm committed as well. And that's what fucking gives us the purpose to be successful in our life endeavors. Incredible. Says the Gemara, let's go back to more. You see, what kind of purpose I got from Chicago. You see, what kind of purpose I got. Next, I swear that I saw a snake like the size of the beam in the Constitution. So this was that's an example of a small shot. Because again, that's how you know snakes like that. So once you know, is that quite true? I really don't have to show you. The opposite place are also clear. I was a long disc snake during the days of finish up that was large enough to swallow up 13 stable worth of straw. That was a big snake. So I was a big snake, so this was a lot. I was sure the color of the food in the dark. No, so the snake that's spotted. So that's his cool young stuff. This makes it generally spotted since you want to miss the gather part. We're talking about things where the back is spotted. Going on again, the back of the snake is not spotted. So you're talking about a large spotted snake like that. So apparently again, the way the snakes, that type of snake does not exist. We'll show what he does is, switch it off more. Doesn't mean the last thing for life, I need 6 years. First for life, I swear, I'm going to people. Second for life, I swear, I'm not going to people. So the first rule is the short people. The second rule, ultimately, again, is the short. So the mission is to indicate that Allah for the nice again. He says, Hashem says to us, you take the fire. He says to us, the fire. This is what's interesting. You don't really sound, you should really sound like in any other cases, are you in violation of Shiva's shot? Right? So for example, I don't people know. So I don't people know, which one said how this Shiva should be true. So it sounds like I'm deciding to show people not a Shiva shot, which Shiva says, no, how is a Shiva shot? Either way, in this case, whether people know or not, you should be in violation of Shiva shot. Right? Why? Because when you're in violation of the Shiva shot, then you need it. Because remember, again, if I swing an equal and then make a second thing of not equal, like the nature of transgress the Shiva shot, the right to them in there. The Shiva shot is not dependent on whether I reach or not. The Shiva shot is dependent on your articulation of that second Shiva. On the meaning, you're right, coming out of Shiva's feature. You're right. Definitely, in all of these cases, I'm in violation of the Shiva shot, right? Because again, the moment I say I'm still going to eat below, and then I make a second oath to say I'm not going to eat below, that second oath is a Shiva shot. And I'm in violation of that right then and there. But what's the variable? The variable is Shiva feature, right? If I eat below, I can't go to Shiva feature. If I don't eat below, then I violate the Shiva feature. But either way, I violate the Shiva shot. Okay, listen, that's what Shiva feature. There you go. It's Shiva feature. Now, I just got emotion is emotion. Applies to men and to women. It's only important. Then the kids in the house, and the rest of the things. I swear, I'm going to give you $1,000. That's feature. It doesn't make a difference whether even as a man, even as a woman, even as my relative, not my relative, same with me, even as country, it's possible.
You gotta go like that, yeah?
Right, I do. Fundamentally, non-fundamentally, we outspoke. Again, listen to what happens to this level. Short feature works if I articulate myself. Now, we'll see there's another piece of short feature, but to be articulated by others as well. However, short feature applies to everyone. If I often cause the burning this, she doesn't have to cover over the others. Because some of the you understand the requirements. Liability for short feature, liability for it is intentional violation of short feature is not this. Accidental or intentional violation is covered over the other. Good. Shwas shot, or that apostle, which we just defined in our previous Mishnah. But by the way, I just want to point out, remember, there's a third category about this technology, Shwas shaka. What's Shwas shaka? Shwas is pretty much anything that doesn't fit into the category of Shwas shaka. Like when it's false out, and you take one false quick, then you come out there. Shwas shaka. So again, you have yes, that notion, it applies to men, it applies to women. They're like getting good clothing, relatives, not like, we were saying, this is talking about it here. Yeah, actually said, Shua Shab doesn't look like the Omer Arabic, you shouldn't come to the for example. Typical case of Shua Shab, right? You're going to stand your right in front of me, I say, you're going to is a woman. Whether you're is a woman, right? You're not a woman. You're is a man. So whether you're is my relative, not my relative, okay, that doesn't make a difference, right? Shua Shab is a Shua Shab. It applies to men, it applies to women, it applies to relatives, not relatives. It's true with the student. People who are kosher, people who are hustle, they didn't, the student that they based in, you can take a Shua Shab in the presence of Beis or not in the presence of Beis Din. Really, Piatzmo, but the assumption that Shua Shab is a Shua that I articulated on my own. Now again, you'll see that there's an alternate case for this as well. The Hayabim, as the Dona Makis, Rashi Yasam. In order to make it again for a Shua Shab, intentional violation of the Shua Shab is Makis, unintentional children with Shakir. Akaziva Akaziva, this will be a very excited. So as for example, now in all of these cases, I can also take the Shua in someone else. If someone else makes a statement, and I say, that is as if I am taking the Shua myself. For example, let's say I speak back to Shua speak to. Right? I'm not swearing. I say, I didn't eat anything today. I didn't put on clothes today. So we don't hear this. Let's just leave it the case of eating. Right? I didn't eat anything today. You didn't say that next to me. You swear? You swear you didn't eat anything today? But Amen. I say, yes, I swear. And it turns out that I did something today. Right. So that's what's called Mushba Achi. So here, interestingly enough, I'm not articulating the Shua, right? I didn't articulate it. But someone else says, I made a statement. Someone else says, do you swear about that statement? And I say, yes, that's called Shua. That's called Shua. It's kind of I don't know, I'm sure Shua says, but I don't know what the Shua is. Shua says, essentially, anytime someone else agrees with me, right, and I say Amen, it is as if I have made the Shua myself. Rashi says that if you want to Shua with it, the whole cover, in the establishing between the relationship to the Sasa, and the Shua interest. And if I believe in it, if you ask me, she can also say, for example, it's a true, the same instance, so Shua speaking, I didn't do anything today. The guy says, you swear? And I say, Amen. I say, yes. Yes, I swear. That's a Shua speaking. Or again, I'm engaging. Like you don't say, Sylvia, you're Aegis for me. I say, I don't know any Aegis. Like you don't say, swear. And I say, Amen. That's as if I made a Shua. So it's a saying Amen is as if I'm saying Amen to a statement or to a proposition that Shua is as if I made the Shua myself. So you might as well just say, but I'm not Isha, Amen. So that you just do not the way we observe the Sofa, that she did not feel about she is really the statement, but she says, Amen. The Lord says, Amen. She swears, I did not commit adultery with the man I was accused of now, and I also don't commit adultery with anyone else. Right, so when I say you see me as Amen, allow you to be a Jew. I'm not calling you Jew, but must this be a guy some man with none of you. Between learning some mission advice I love, the prayer word, first happy gets to hide this from much more of an ocean. There's a trust that trust that is a Shua, I don't know testimony to say, right? Even when you have testimony from him, so you can against sin. I swear I don't know any testimony. That is so swearing that you don't know testimony. Someone that is called Shua Savis. Now obviously Shua Savis only applies to men in that code, right? Because then you don't give testimony in the when you're talking about children. It only applies to non-relatives, right? Because relatives are not, you know, like give testimony to relatives. They shouldn't go to the city. It only applies to people who are fit for Avis and not for people who are clever about it. The only highest either in the higher. And it only applies to people who are fit for testimony. The Beijing, the Shalom Beijing, in the Piazza. And it applies in front of Beijing. And not in front of Beijing. And again, I offer this point, you know, of my own verbal cognition, right? Of my own verbal cognition. When you Piazza, it's more like, and you can't do it, and you try to actually talk about the ways you learn there. And again, I say, if you were judged by someone else, ultimately, every liability for this, embrace them. You will go away. But also, here's the problem. How you got thyself? You're learning something about yourself. Shmuel Sa'idus case, and how is this? And realizing that it's not like that, by the way. Again, Shmuel Sa'idus is really the topic of our next parak, right? The next Mishnah, Shmuel Sa'idus. So we have actually not learned about the intricacies of this Shmuel just yet. So we're getting ahead of ourselves just a little bit. So we're going to talk about paradise and paradise. So Shmuel Sa'idus case, what's Shmuel Sa'idus? What is it all about? Testimony. I'm not that. We didn't answer to this. Both. The Jewish religion, right? Come and testify my bad. I mean, witness is said, Shmuel Sa'idus, testimony for you. All Shmuel Sa'idus. All they say again, come and eat this food. I say to them, right, you two guys, you know testimony for me. Swear that you're going to testimony for me, but on your own. Amen. And they say, yes, amen, you don't know the testimony for me. So I say, the food tastes in case you love it for me. Maybe the answer may be up to so it's like, whether this is happening in front of the nation, not happening in front of the nation, ultimately, whether it works, then the answer may be up to you. Here's the kind of doing there, so ultimately, again, whether it's front of the nation, front of the nation, they fix it up themselves, put it inside the pipe, then it's like, catch my guys, contradiction. Why? Because previously one there, they may have said that I'm not going to myself, if they are being observed through someone else, that only works in front of the face, according to the advice of, even if they're not giving, even not in front of the face, if they're being observed by other Yishbur works. So how do you reconcile that? Those are what it comes down to, whether or not they said amen. If they say amen, well, that is an if they made the shvur themselves. If that's the case, it works in front of the face and not in front of the face. If they did not answer amen, then it only works in front of the face and doesn't work outside of the face. So what do you see from here? Like answering amen is tantamount to taking the shvur yourself. I'm not going to show you that. That's this in the Ach and Nami guy, but so I just seek to support the same idea. So I'm telling you, if I tell you, shvur's between, what is it in the shvur's between the Haggis, the Anoshim, the Anoshim, the Apokim, the Apokim, the Kshem, the Surim, the Fnei Bezin, the Shalom, the Fnei Bezin, the Pi'at Small. So you know, it's like, the Pi'at Small is, the Pi'at Small. So someone will do that in the shvur, that's what. But ultimately, I think shvur's between only works, and even on the basis of Bezin, when it's of your own volition, you're making it yourself. But if you're being injured by someone else, it sounds like shvur's between doesn't work. If I told you Sefer, says the same, which would be actually in the Yet the Sefer says, shvur's between works, even if you're being injured by someone else, so which one is it? If the beginning of the sounds shvur's between only works if you're making the shvur yourself. Sefer that you sound like, shvur's between works, even if what? If you're being injured by someone else, so which one is it? And I say, Allah, turn it off, hard to work on it. So what's the distinction? The distinction is whether or not you're answering amen. That's the distinction, right? Ultimately, again, if you're answering amen, it works even if you're being observed by someone else. If you don't answer amen, then it doesn't work. Let's say, I'm the Shmuel, I'm not Kamash Shmuel, so what is Shmuel coming to teach us? Right? So the Shmuel is teaching us, what is Shmuel teaching us? The Gemara says, don't get off the Mastis and Kamash Shmuel. Shmuel is teaching us ultimately, again, the deity in the Mishnah. What's the deity in the Mishnah? Effectively, you have two ways to take shvuas. Like, either you take a shvur yourself, verbally articulating the shvur, or halach lines of someone else said the shvur, and you say amen to that. That is tantamount to taking the shvur yourself. The shvur, which is coming to highlight this sign from the Mishnah. How do you like what that sign? Well, I get there in Shabbos. I like to talk about this, the Shabbos, or how do you Shabbos, the Shabbos. I might be dressed for the ranch, but you're dressed for the blue cheese. You know what I'm You're from the land down under. We talk about Australia. Kangaroo runner. Your fucking blood sugars from the land down under. You got that brown
only sheets you fuck on are sheets of American cheese. Crab singles. You look like you let your boyfriend put cigarettes out of your ass cheek. Oh my god. Oh my god. Not an ashtray, an ashtray. Okay. Goddamn right, what else you got? Let's go. I've never seen Dennis Rodman look more disappointed in my life than right now on that shirt. Actually, when they went out to the Eastwood film, they Did I mention how fat you are yet? Any of this? The only reason you want to get shot in the ass is so you can lay on your stomach. Why would I have to get shot in my ass? Like Forrest Gump. You watch Forrest Gump, I thought you turn it off and the movie starts running. Yeah, this is unbelievable. I can't. It's fiction. If you would have Forrest Gump, then what's the Forrest Gump? You would go around walking everybody. Even you to be remake it, you'd be like, Bubba, if he only ate the shrimp that he, grilled shrimp, boiled shrimp, shrimp cocktail, shrimp. I don't even know what that means. Okay. Sometimes Jenny got a little too yeah, I'll take that roast. At least I'm straight in that roast joke, even though I'm a pedophile. I love it. I mean, look at you. Look how big you are at the top and small at the bottom. You're built like a Miami apartment building. I love this. How about the top below? You look like a fat. And it's not true. I do not even have a string coming out of my head. I'm going straight right now. What else has been going on in life? You're doing a lot of fishing, man. What do you think? Bass fishing out here in Texas. Okay. Yeah, somewhere. You go out on the boat and you do that? I go out and catch fish. Wow, you can go out on the boat and you end up fucking knee-high just fly fishing. Sinks. Right back out to the lips. And we can go out and really went out in the submarine. Only stuff where you want is a sandwich. I don't know why you do this to yourself. I'm trying to give it to you. No, I don't want it. I don't want it. Yeah, I have a nice turkey with some vegetables. It's actually healthy. It's only 6 weight watcher points. Red berry sandwich. Red berry first like you want to red berry chicken. Holy shit, wait a second. Is that a necklace you have on that fucking sick neck of yours? Look at that thing. Oh my god, you're wearing a fucking choker over here. Oh my god. Look at that thing. If you laugh too hard, it's gonna pop everywhere. Jesus Christ. Can you breathe with that fucking thing on? Straight. Oh my god. I don't think I've been described you as round, not straight, but where did you get that necklace? That's new, huh? Okay. Alright. I got it. That is a fucking tight jean. Look at that. How much fun. And that pop off one of the bicycles you tried to ride? Isn't that uncomfortable though? It really does look like it's tight. That's the game. Yeah, I'm Actually, my thing's such a tiny button. When I fart, it doesn't even make a noise. It's super silent. To be fair, my farts are more silent than Kamala Harris on the border situation. Complete silence. Meanwhile, the Rio Grande River looks like fucking Barton Springs on a Saturday afternoon. It's an immigration joke. David, you are unbelievably talented. Every single week we go back and forth, and you're a fucking monster. We love you so much. Be sure to check him out when he's in town. He's doing shows everywhere, headlining all around the world. There goes David Lucas. Alright, back to the bucket we go. You guys having fun out there tonight, huh? Sweet. Alright, CJ Landry is next. CJ Landry. Why? No Tony Austin. We know CJ. He's from Los Angeles. Here he is. Come on, make some noise for the great CJ Landry. Wow. How y'all feeling tonight, huh? Feeling good? Yeah, man, I'm happy to be here, dude. I'm happy to be here. I moved across country recently, and people are learning a bunch of stuff to make a big move like that. You know, like I didn't realize how broke I was. That's when I tried to fit everything I owned in the back of my Honda Civic, and it all fits. I was like, God damn, I just gotta move my seat back right now. You know what I mean? This is bad. I'm tired of looking broke too, man. Every time I walk into a restaurant, they immediately assume I work for DoorDash. Which I mean, I do, but I'm like, God damn it. How did they guess this shit so bad, man? This is insulting. I'm on a date. I was doing everything for money last year. I was living in Los Angeles. I was actually Ubering during the pandemic. I was Ubering during the protests. I was Ubering people to the protests. Yeah, they were like putting their signs up in the back of my car and shit. This 4-year-old got my car. She goes, "This country needs to fucking burn. This is the start of a revolution." I'm like, taking it over to a revolution. How you gonna use my broke ass to get to the revolution? Like, dang it. CJ Landry. This guy's a real fucking comedian. We know CJ from Los Angeles. Yeah, I see this guy all over the road when I'm out there. That's right. I left him a place in Miami. We're out there together. Yeah, what's the name of your crew again? You guys are Dope City Comedy Tour. City Comedy Tour. Let me tell you something. You guys were really doing it out there. Yeah, we really were, man. It was nuts. Yeah, we were mostly Arizona, Florida, and Texas, but that's pretty much the ones that were open. But let me tell you guys something. A lot of comedians, if you know any comedians that like are into not doing shows during this or saying that, you know, doing shows is wrong because fucking, you know, you shouldn't have people gathered in a place. Those comedians suck. And 100% of the time, they cannot sell tickets to a show. So they're rationalizing they're not working on a fucking global pandemic. So yeah, D-Man is going to take a hot piss right now. I love it. He's about to feel no D-Madness. This is the bucket with the names in it. Don't be in there. So CJ, tell us about since you've been on the show back in Los Angeles. You haven't been on since then. It's been years since we've seen you. Yeah, been a couple of years. Tell us, catch us up on anything interesting. Yeah, well, last time I was on, I was talking about I was a sperm donor, which is true. I was a sperm donor. Pretty tough process. I did that before, and then I was working at that studio out there in LA, and then that closed down during COVID. And then moved back to Louisiana, back home for a little bit, and then went to the road once like other clubs started opening up. I just started getting out there, but yeah, man, LA was rough. During the pandemic, I just tried to live where I was like Ubering for rent and everything. You live out here now? Yeah, living out here now. Just moved out here. CJ. What do you love about Austin? Do you fall in love with anything yet? Not really, dude. I don't really like this place. What do you not like about it? I don't know. People are cheering for a little bit. I don't even feel momentum. What do you not like about it? I think mostly this. I think it's just so food-based. I don't think there's much else to do. I like the nature, though. That's one thing. I do like the nature here. It's kind of packed Pretty nice area, though, right? Yeah, it's pretty nice. I mean, it's not my place. I'm just staying at a friend's place. I'm trying to find my home. I'm trying to get some money saved up. Yeah, I'm trying to save up some more money. I think yeah, do some editing gigs whenever I'm out on the road and shit. So just editing for comics and stuff like that. All right. Did it get crazy when you guys were out on the road? No, man, a lot of shit. I mean, it's like it kind of all blends together. It's pretty nuts. But we went to this one lady's place. She was supposed to give us cocaine, right? And yeah, she ended up like having her kids there, which we did not expect. Oh shit! I thought it was weird going blow up the power wheels and shit like that. It was just some lady in the show. She's like, "Yeah, I got DMT too. If you want to do DMT," so I fucking tried DMT and I ended up like falling asleep with her kids on her. It was pretty. Yeah, it was pretty weird. I woke up and just like Spider-Man underwear. I was just like, it was a bad night, you know. Did she make you breakfast like Cheerios and applesauce? It was insane. They had one guy in the other room who was like breaking down crack to cocaine. It was I don't know, dude, apparently you can do that. Apparently you can break it down. So, yeah, I'll tell you what, CJ, you absolutely killed tonight. Like, even though I knew you probably don't need it, I'm going to give you a big Kill Tony joke. Look how fucking cool that is. Hey, CJ, I would love to have you on the Secret Show Thursday if you can. Yeah, look at that. Just got another gig out of it. Now he's got a fucking real stand-up comedy gig on Thursday. The type of magic that happens here on Kill Tony. How about one more time for real comedian CJ Landry, everybody? Way to go, CJ. Way to go, buddy. Every once in a while, a real fucking comedy veteran will just come in and flex for a minute. All right. Your next comedian is Joe McNamara.
What up, big dog?
Let's see what happens next.
What'd you say? No, I didn't. Don't send me a voice message. Type it out. What's up?
I'm sorry.
You're good.
I'm looking for that shotgun. It hasn't started yet. I want to come back and run. Let me ask the shotgun. Thank you. Wait for it to start.
Okay, didn't it already start or no?
It already started.
Okay, cool.
I'm going to the thing. Wait for the game to start.
Okay, cool.
As soon as things get sexual,
I got my young girl. I'm walking. Somebody got my favorite gym on.
Okay. There you go, big dog.
I think the shotgun is I think this is what the shotgun was. Let me see. Okay. You know, my ADP,
welcome to the show. Joe's your first time here, right? First time. How long you been on stand-up for? Okay. How long has it been since
There you go, big man. You're good, dude. What's that?
You want to be a dentist? You're from Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
last player, -1. Your face is way down. You see my drugs, dude. Oh, see my drugs yet?
Okay.
What do you do? It's a turtle board. They're already playing.
Okay.
Hey, got him back there. 16. Still like that blonde.
Okay.
I told you there, man.
Well, that's good.
Look, my head up. Look like the sun goes up there.
There you go.
I'm always upset. It's sad that the drug law.
What is it? I've never shared it, but I'm thinking this would be a great time to have it on stage. I'm not ready to
Okay. There you go. That's great to hear.
I'm sorry for bothering you when you were
You're good. You're good, big guy.
Go ahead.
You're good.
I'm the guy who bought glasses there. So hang out.
Excellent. I'm ready for tomorrow, big man.
You talk about bringing an American flag one?
Absolutely. Please do.
So I'm going to be talking to instruments.
Okay.
Okay, do you know what an Easter is?
No, what's that, big man?
We're talking about Easter, talking to Easter Bunny.
Oh, okay.
I was talking about Easter. Easter Day.
Okay. Wait, which one are you talking about?
My American flag?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, that. I like that one.
Did you get it in the king? When they get the king, Easter Bunny.
Don't do that one. And the reason why I say that, not that it's not fine for you, but there may be other people who don't have that belief. So, if anything, you can certainly have it, but leave that one out of this VC. You can certainly have it in the Discord, but I don't want people thinking that that's what we're talking about in here. We talk about all kinds of stuff, but a lot of people who are in here do not have that same belief. You're fine to have it yourself, but I just want to make you aware of that, okay? No worries at all. I'm happy that you have a belief, and I'm happy that's what you believe, if that's what you believe. But I just want you to know that I got a lot of people in here. I get Muslim people in here. I get secular people in here. And I just want you to be aware that, like, not everybody, like, will know what that means. But in your case, I want you to bring in the American flag. I know you're a proud patriot. And, yeah, I love having you in here, man.
I'm glad you were not there.
Yeah, that's right. I love it, man. That's great. There you go, big man. There you go, big man. Absolutely. Bring it in.
You see the monitors down? They're doing what you're doing?
Yeah, I do see that.
That's not that. I
Okay, big man. What's the score of the game?
What's the score of the game?
Yes, sir.
I'm the Boston Celtics.
Yes. Okie doke. Oh, okay, so we'll know pretty soon. Oh, okay. All right. Oh, okay. Well, that's a good game.
Yeah. Like, you turn it over again. I think you suck it to turn it over.
Okay.
I'm ready to turn it over.
Okay.
Yeah, so just I'm taking you out.
Okay.
God bless you, man.
You as well, my friend.
I'll see you right down soon.
Absolutely.
All right. Hit me.
starting to was about no income if I don't stand up in front of it. Anxious mother, I really think that so the life of the country is like becoming part of his son. So it's a I'm running the shadow. Say that I run on my hands. Who's I retreating? When it is and when it is let peace, and peace by shadow we live at let's go. I'll go ahead and stay up past the wait to start this year is not how stand up when she comes in, but what? If we wait a second, then standing up outside, we get out of the my habit to stand up. And what we noticeable that I'm not going to talk to her because if you come and nothing standing up for something else, they're going to I am alive. Not looking for shots also. There's a piece of that focus is only about the actual organization. About just the idea of the control of the Shiva. About doing that. That's a very simple point. Where when it comes to the idea, everyone believes in the way I was saying. How do you address that piece? Which because the language Shiva. Now, while that's for public, those who have the public, they say the order of the day, somebody else will public, how do you everybody do themselves? Blessed command shouting my son. It was a sort of stand up to the way, stand up like this, stand up like what is stand up like that, and I have to do standing up, and standing up enough to be this way. But I'm not. This one, I sat down, this one, I got it. Once you say, dying is good for me, that's the same conversation. That's where you can up. That's stand up. God is inside of God. I'm a guy about it. I saw that about it. You just think about it.
So, what do you think about this guy, Brian Holtzman? This is the first time we've had Joe McNamara on the show. What do you think about this guy? Joe Monday. Monday, we have blue eyes. No, I'm going to put contacts simply for the German Jewish joke. No, yeah, they're really just fucking with you. Yeah, I am Mr. Brian Holtzman. Do you keep anything in that cute little Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles pocket you got there in your t-shirt? No. I got this shirt yesterday, though, at the ROTHSCHILD t-shirt convention. So, there was a t-shirt convention. Damn. It was all clothes. I'm not good at wearing clothes, but my roommate's really good at it. And we went to the t-shirt convention. I'm just not like a stylish dude. What's your tattoo on the inside of your arm there? Opera, of my dog, Pippi. Oh, Pippi. Oh, my God. Just when I think you can't get any whiter. Turns out you have a dog named Pippi, everybody. I'm a tattoo on LinkedIn. You are over the sun. Is that true? No. I was just trying to wipe it up. Never wanted to wipe it down. How long have you had your dog smelling scraped on your arm? The joke about it, I'm going to tell the total regular story. Okay, first I give us an awesome dog. I was in a tough spot. Had the dog with me. I'm going to get a tattoo as well. Did the dog pass away? No, he didn't. He's 2 years old. He's looking at shit. Jesus Christ. What the fuck is wrong with you? How else am I supposed to keep living? When did you get the tattoo? want to say about Georgia? Yeah, pretty much here. So you're not going to get it. My job was to have my really good tell you. He's keeper of my hands on accident. How did he fall in your hands on accident? So that's not the literal terminology of what happened, right? I was originally getting the dog for a friend. I fell in love with it. And it was a rescue dog. My name was in bed. There was like 10 puppies. It was proper. He was in bed. Veterinarian. So you were going to get the dog to a friend. You decided to keep it. Yes. And now you still have it. Yeah, absolutely. It lives with you. Absolutely. You and your roommate. Yeah, makes me stand up. Okay. You promised him to. Oh wow, did Hans try to eat it? He said he loved her. Put some of that Hans spray on him so Hans wouldn't get tempted. That's how it works. Hans is a giant I'm not touching joke one time. You get a little joke, you take it with you, okay? I'm gonna use the smell, turn it into a bigger joke. There goes Joe back in the mirror, everybody. It's Joe Knows 97 on Instagram. Come back. You got a Sharpie and a sticker. Come on, guys. Make some noise for Joe, everybody. Or if you want, you can boo Joe. If you didn't like him, you can boo him. Wow, oh God. Look at that guy's angry. He's a good guy, yeah. Alright, how many of you like the comedians do good on the show? How many of you like the comedians do bad on this show? Wow, that's very unanimous. Wow, you must have loved that guy. Yeah. Your next comedian is Rogelin Dos Santos. Rogelin. From that pledge, stand back from that pledge, stand back, my friend. Stand back from that pledge. Hell yeah. Here he is, ladies and gentlemen. Rogelin Dos Santos. Yeah, it's good there. I don't know, I did this sound with the favorite president for me, dude. They're political snags. Because they love soccer, right? We lost the World Cup, 7-1 to Germany. Guys, that was our 9/11. 58,000 people in the stadium. Fought in Germany, always killing dreams.